lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontong. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the Supremacy!
fires, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise is strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our value,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the Supremacy!
stars rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, eclipse the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Muntong. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Eighth Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the Supremacy!
Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, Bobby boys, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Let it
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako,
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
our values,
Kepercayaan kita.
our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the Supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Supremacy. We are supremacy. We are supremacy. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Only the strong will advance.
pop off, shove the ball down. OP needs to make a run for it. He gets a 3-man silence, but Senpai.
Prove your worth and march on. Nothing will stop my path to victory.
Hello to all MLBB fans all across the globe. Good day to all you beautiful people watching online, and welcome to MSC 2022. My name is Mara Aquino, your host, greeting you from the spectacular land of Malaysia. You're in for a treat. It's going to be an action-packed week as now we start the first day of the playoffs. 8 teams will battle for supremacy, fighting to be crowned as the legendary kings of Southeast Asia. And now, joining me on stage, the charming, the witty, Malaysia's very own Lafel.
Thank you very much, Mara Aquino. Dan kepada semua yang menonton di rumah, selamat datang ke MSC 2022. Mabuhay, Mara, you look absolutely fabulous.
Thank you, Lafel. You look dashing.
Apa khabar? Oh, by the way,
Apa
apa khabar means, how are you in Malaysia?
Oh, I'm doing spectacular. I'm doing great. Malaysia is so beautiful. The people are so nice. So how do you say I'm feeling good in Bahasa Malaysia?
Okay, so when people are asking you, apa khabar, and you want to feel good, you want to show that you're feeling great, you just say, okay, jer.
Okay, jer, like okay
Yeah.
in English with jer.
Exactly.
Okay, but I heard something like kabar baik. Is that
Oh, no,
right?
no. Okay, so kabar baik is like the formal way, it's like the polite way of doing it. But
I'm
like,
polite,
we're
okay.
cool. So we just say, okay, jer.
Okay, jer. All right, you're gonna need to teach me a lot of phrases later. But first, let's take a look at the 8 teams that have ascended to the playoffs.
And right now, when we look at the bracket, the teams are gearing up. We're going to start today off with RSG Philippines going up against Falcon from Myanmar.
For the second series of the day, RSG Singapore will go up against Orange Esports of Malaysia.
Continuing the trend with a Malaysian team, we're going to go with Soda going up against, from your own country of Philippines, Smart Omega.
And to close off the day, Evos SG will go up against the powerful RRQ Hoshi of Indonesia.
With that, we want to say congratulations to all of the teams that made it to the playoff. Tanya kepada semua pasukan yang bermain dengan sangat hebat sampai ke tahap playoff.
All the teams are going to give it their best. So be sure to cheer for your favorite teams. And now, we did a live draw to determine who's going to fight each other. And you were there, Lafel.
Yes, me and Eterna, we did a live draw in front of all of the managers to make sure that everything happened cleanly. It was fair. And now, we're actually going to see what the live draw actually happen. So for now, let's see the live draw.
Hello and welcome everyone to the MSC 2022 live draw, where we are going to pick which teams will be facing against who. My name is LaFell and with me is Eterna.
Eterna here, so we just want to say before we get into the live draw, of course, congratulations to all the 8 teams across the regions coming from Southeast Asia, as this is going to be the moment that we've been waiting for.
First team, roll it out and let's see which team is going to be Team RSG Philippines.
Who is it? Who is it?
It's another RSG team. So, the second team, RSG Singapore. Get out. And it is from Malaysia, Team Toda. That is very interesting. And
Okay, one more. Okay, it's going to be Evos from Singapore.
Philippines, and it's going to be from Myanmar. Falcon.
The answer is Orange Esports from Malaysia. None other than Smart Omega. It is going to be the Indonesian representative, RRQ Hoshi.
Yes, we would like to say congratulations to all the teams that made it to the playoffs. We would like to wish everyone good luck and a good match. That is it for us tonight. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Now you got to witness how we did the live draw, and everything's been fair. You got to see how the matchup happened. So to everybody watching online, be sure to cheer for your favorite teams and use the hashtag Supremacy.
Kepada semua yang masih faham apa yang saya cakapkan dekat sini, pastikan kita celebrate MSC Playoffs dengan sorakan yang hebat.
And now we're gonna start off the first day of the playoffs with the first series with the champion of Season 9 Philippines, RSG Philippines, going up against such a fierce contender, Falcon Esports from Myanmar.
So the casters be ready, because let's begin.
The MSC 2022.
In the wake of World Championship and gold medal wins, the shadow of a soaring superpower looms, returning with a vengeance. It's been a while, but the Burmese are back. Welcome and apakabar. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Miracle and Scrubby Cheeks. We're opening up strong. How are we doing?
It's been crazy so far. The group stages games, my oh my. Unfortunately, we've seen 2 teams, both from Cambodia, being eliminated from the tournament. See you soon, as well as Impunity KH. And of course, a big upset, Miracle. Onyx also out.
You don't need to mention it, man. You know, it's too soon,
sorry.
too soon. But yeah, honestly, there's just been so many surprises in this tournament, especially Falcon. We can kind of say that they came out of nowhere, suddenly just upsetting the odds. No one predicted them to take Onyx down. 2-0 as well, clean sweep.
And potentially we may be making another mistake by predicting that it's, well, it's the tournament favorite that might actually take this, because we're about to show you guys what we here at the desk think. It's a clean sweep. All 5 of us believe that it's RSG Philippines. Scrubby Cheeks, enlighten us. Why do you think it's RSG?
I guess the tournament favorites just remain the tournament favorites, but you have to admit they had really dominant and strong showings, like 2-0, clean sweeps throughout, and really clean and great plays as well. So it's hard to say, you know. Of course, you cannot count out Falcon Esports because they are the dark horses.
Logically speaking, yes, it's RSG.
It is.
But there is that factor. They might pull a Burmese Ghouls. There it is. I said it out loud. Everybody's thinking it. And now we're here. This is the first big step. I mean, the group stage, it was a best of 2. Things were moving very fast. Now we're going into best of 3s tomorrow, best of 5s. Miracle, what do you think the chances for Falcon here for an upset?
You know, I think Falcon, they like it here, currently, where they are, sitting at, as the contenders that can upset the favorites coming in from the Philippines, the champions. And I agree with you guys. You know, RSG Philippines, why I went for RSG PH in my prediction as well is just that they're just so solid. And whenever I ask someone why they think RSG PH is strong, I can't really nail down that one thing because they're just so good at everything.
They've evolved, honestly. Seeing them from Season 8, they have grown from this death ball team fight centric, just 9-10 man roster into essentially what might remind a lot of people about Blacklist International, the M3 champions. Speaking of which, they're walking up towards the tunnel into the seats. Oh, they got a presence to them, the Kingslayers.
Oh, they're looking confident.
From the Philippines, RSG Philippines.
Yeah, just look at them walking up right now. Not defeated so far. RSGPH super strong. Well, they're just, look at the swag right there.
This is the confidence that they need right now, right? As the favorites, a lot of people might think that they might just take it slow. They might just be playing it safe here against Falcon. Don't want to take any risks, but man, this team, they can play any play style they want. They can go for the early invades. They can look for these team fights as well. We've seen it multiple times in PH.
And in PH, things are very different from the home country of the team walking up now. This is Falcon Esports from Myanmar.
From Myanmar, Falcon Esports.
So the Burmese here have had a very long rivalry with another team known as Trend Esports. And that's a majority of the VODs I have studied, that we have studied from the past 6 months. And I gotta say, they have grown so much since then.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they defeated Onyx, sorry, Mirko, defeated Onyx 2-0.
Man. He wins his...
Oh, man. Of course, they're looking to do exactly the same here against RSGPH as well. Up on the stage here, just look at them. Oh, my.
They're just, yeah.
Energy,
again.
look at this.
There you go.
The respect.
Energy,
Aim high,
respect coming
fly
in.
high.
Aim high, fly high. That's what's printed behind their jackets there. And that's what they're aiming to do here in MSC. They're trying to upset the odds once again against RSGPH. Will they be able to do it, though?
I have to be logical. I have to tell you the truth. If it's a 2-1, there's a chance that we may see Falcon take it the distance. But with the leadership of their coaches here, the brains behind the brawn, the athletes on the field, these are their generals, their commanders. Quick note, Coach G from RSGPH, not their head coach. Coach Panda is back home providing online support. Let's see if that might be a huge factor.
Well, definitely. I mean, coaches do make a huge difference, the brains and analyzing the games, helping them draft and so on. But right now, we are going to look at the team lineup of each of these two teams. It's going to be RSGPH. We have here Iman, Light, Aqua, Demon Kite, and Nats.
Something to note about this very young lineup from RSGPH, Aqua is the most veteran. Aqua has been playing in the MPL for about 4 or 5 seasons. Everyone else, max 2 seasons in.
Yeah, they're just a very young roster here, but the thing is, they're just so disciplined. It doesn't match their age, to be frank, right? But we're going to take a look at their opponents as well, as we will take a look at Falcon's official team lineup with Silent, Naomi, Justin, Ken, and Yellow Flash. I do want to emphasize on Silent. His gold lane performance here at MSC has been phenomenal.
A breakout performance, if I may say so myself. Possibly the most improved of all 5 men representing Myanmar. Let's take a look at the numbers. I believe this is the first time they are facing each other. They are respectively from Group B and Group A. The numbers, this represents their group stage performance. Scarby you were there to cast it?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Just look, first time facing each other, and they are competing for some of the similar heroes as well, especially 1-1. There's also Akai. It's going to be a battle, basically. Total damage dealt does go slightly in a way of Falcon, but kills go to RSGPH, so you can see just competing 2 teams, different advantages in favor of one another.
Yeah, you can see maybe just a different style already from both the teams. But RSGPH here, we're going to take a look at the keys to victory. Number 1, avoid overextending and chasing down kills. Falcon really good at punishing those mistakes. Secure Iman's comfort pick in the gold lane. Remember, Silent breakout performance here. They want to just shut him down from the get-go. Respect Falcon's early invasion and contest and disrupt Silent's farm.
Yep, the newly rising player. How about you shut him down? How about you stop him from growing anymore, right? Falcon Esports, though, what do they aim to do here to go for the upset? They got 4 main points here. Break up team fights again. Snowball, Death Ball, the RSGPH style from Season 8. Beware of RSGPH's power spikes. Very, very methodical. A, B, C, D, very good timers. Prioritize Justin's hero pick early. We know that Justin is a Selena specialist, but he has shown so much diversity in the group stage. And as well, keep the aggression up and snowball I have a question for you, Scrubby Cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, who's the more aggressive team? You've seen them in the group stage, now in the playoffs. RSG or Falcon? What do you think?
I'm gonna go a little bit with Falcon actually. I think they do try to be aggressive. RSG, yes, they're young, but they have that sort of discipline to them as well, you know? Like, they're really calm young people, which is surprising. But here we go. We're also gonna see not just the casters, but the audience predictions as well. What you guys out there think of these two teams.
Majority RSGPH. They've been watching MPLs, but truth be told, and to be fair, it's so hard to find Falcon VOD sometimes.
For sure. Again, this is what can be regarded as an advantage or a disadvantage for RSGPH, right? Number one, there's a lot of data on them. Falcon can just read it out through just watching MPLPH, but on Falcon's side, it's really hard, like you mentioned, to find their VODs, to find their games on anywhere there.
Anywhere.
So, yeah, anywhere. So
Anywhere.
again, we're gonna have to see if RSG has done their homework.
But even in Myanmar, I think I saw the numbers when it comes to their home country who voted. It's not 100%.
60%.
So even the Burmese fans, they're like, yo, that's RSGPH.
That's true though. That is surprising. I mean, they're objective people. They're like,
Yes.
yeah, okay, Falcon's really good, but at the same time, we recognize how strong RSG is. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going right into the drafting phase here. Picks and bans between Falcon and RSGPH. First ban, Falcon going to be the Franco Light. Target ban out from Light.
Yeah, I really like this from the side of Falcon. They got the first pick. They need to take that away because from what we've seen from Falcon, whenever they get that first pick, they usually go for the jungler in that first pick with Julian or Akai. This time, they want to just remove the threat of Franco on the hands of Light.
And I also get it. Coach Zaya, I believe, making the calls here alongside his players. Falcon says, you know what? Let's take away the Franco. Since we are the more aggressive team, that might be the difference maker. Because Franco's so good at invading, so good at taking away these buffs, hooking them away from the opposing jungler. How about we play on a different axis? Falcon taking away the Fanny. They know that the Demon Kite is a Fanny specialist. So they're on point so far.
And it also plays to the early game aggression. If you have Franco and Fanny, it's really hard for your jungle to scale up as well. And they definitely want to prevent that and also to make sure that Silent gets his farm and doesn't get ganked that much in the lane. RSGPH taking out the Valentina, one of the top bans so far. Has made it to maybe one so far. Second one here going to be Julian, also a very meta pick.
Yeah, red side ban on Valentina. That's just homework. That's just diligence. You gotta do that. If you open it up, that's your fault.
Absolutely. You know, Valentina just so flexible, very easy to adapt to any situation. But there is one ban that they have in common. Most banned heroes for both of these teams is the 1-1, right? So will we see the 1-1 banned here again? Or perhaps does Falcon want to just throw a curveball by first picking that 1-1 instead of an Akai?
It's worth it.
It is.
I believe it's worth it. And if they want to fly high, they want to get that crossbow tang up, give it to Silent. That's a great way. No, they respect it. So I think we're going to start playing now on the wavelength of the tier 1 gold laners besides 1-1. You know, they're going to play the Beatrixes, going to play the Clints. But then again, that's so spelled out. Like, you know that you get one or the other.
Absolutely.
I think the other hero that's also left out is Akai. Like, so far it hasn't been picked up, and the fact that Falcon banned out the 1-1 could mean that they want to prioritize this as their first pick as well. What do you think, Mirko?
Yeah, I think Akai is definitely in the sights of Falcon currently, but again, RSGPH, they can't just deny that here with their final ban in the first phase. There is, however, another hero that Falcon really likes to pick up in that first phase of picks. Esmeralda. And it's a really good pick here considering that they're going to be picking it off of Nats, one of the best Esmeralda players in the world, perhaps.
Not just that, so far, Yellow Flash in the group stages have only played Esmeralda.
4 games.
Single hero, 4 games straight Esmeralda. So you're right, maybe this could be the hero that they're going into.
I don't take it beyond them. Coach Zaya, get to it. I believe the Esmeralda is a hot commodity here. If not, maybe they might be on again, a different wavelength, might pick up the Karina here. Has decent numbers, and if you take that away from Demon Kite, you're taking away one of the main strengths of RSGPH, which is the snowball from the jungle. Instead, they're playing on the gold lane. They're giving it Silent. They're making sure that Silent, going off of momentum, gets a good game. So you can see Coach G here just turning his head like, all right, that's how it's going to be. How is RGPH going to answer back?
Again, it's the curveball, right? Like we mentioned, maybe the 1-1 first pick, or perhaps this Beatrix gold lane first pick. We haven't seen this from Falcon at all in the group stages, so they still have a few maybe hidden strats lying beneath here. Let's see, RGPH with the counter pick. Do they want to go for something feisty as well in the gold lane? We've seen Irithel. We've mentioned Bruno multiple times, but it is just going to be the Ling for Demon Kite. And there you go. Esmeralda on the hands of Nats.
No, Esmeralda for
That's intimidating.
Nats. Yeah, and you top that off with a Ling on Demon Kite as well. I mean, he is phenomenal on his assassin plays, and you give that to him, he's going to be able to make the macro plays, the cross-map plays, and the late game. My goodness.
Basically the whole map in control already, just by 2 picks. Giving Nats the Esmeralda confirms so much for zoning. It confirms so much. This is a Grand Finals MVP performance, Esmeralda, you're looking at. And of course, the Ling that is such a hot pick right now. Falcon, they go ahead and try to close off the first phase with the Tams, who has been seeing quite the resurgence, being played in all sorts of lanes, XP, jungle, and now it confirms that it is going to be an XP lane Tams because there goes the aforementioned Karina.
Yeah. On that point, right, when we take a look at the Karina, the Tamas, and the Beatrix, yeah.
It's right there. Sorry, I had to say it.
Karina, yeah, all right, man.
Continue.
But it's a front-to-back. It's a front-to-back team fight that they're trying to build on currently, and it really reflects on the team head-to-head statistics that we saw earlier. Falcon, a lot of damage dealt, totally, but for the side of RSG, they can play different styles. They have more conditions to win, right? They can go for the split push. They can also go for the team fights, especially now with Angela. That's a lot of side lane and global presence on the map.
This is RSGPH denying the Angelina combo from Falcon. Imagine the global presence, just the disgusting potential of Ken diving deep, not just front to back, but about 6 feet in all the way with the Angelina, the combo with the Heart Guard. Going into the second phase, there goes the Natalia, which has been a flavor of the group stage.
And also, Naomi has played that before and has been very effective in using that to disrupt the backline of the enemy team. So definitely want to take that out as well. Falcon Esports going to go ahead and ban out the Lilia.
Yeah, the Lilia ban, I believe, is their read on RSGPH's lack of a mid lane presence. Lilia has such a great early game going into the mid, and then later on you just give Demon Kai everything he wants on the Ling. So I believe Falcon should start taking away one more mid laner. It's got to be a mid laner.
It has to be, right? Like currently, when we're talking about mid laners, Yves is still up for grabs. Currently, technically everything is still up for grabs.
Kag's
Yeah,
still there.
Kagura.
Yeah.
We can go for Sicilian, honestly. We haven't seen a whole lot of that, but Xavier.
Yeah, a little too expensive on the Sicilian, but maybe Xavier. But if I'm not mistaken, Xavier has a less than stellar win rate right now.
Yeah, he does. But the thing is, RSGPH banning out the Natalia could indicate that they want to go for a Xavier.
Yes. Fix the problem. But there's the Eve we mentioned. Xavier, is it safe to go Xavier right now?
I'm going to have to say it's really going to come down to how they execute the game plan. If they do go for the Xavier, they still need to play with the Xavier. They can't just go all in because, as you can see, they're kind of a dive comp right now.
Yes.
With the Ling, with the Esmeralda as well. If they pick up a Xavier, who's going to be there for him?
It's odd, you're right, because it's the one artillery piece in this. Again, great coverage from RSGPH, but you're right, I can see how the Xavier might be here and there, might be odd. The Sicilian now makes a little more sense.
You know what, Leo? It's MSC. Someone got a skin recently.
Oh, and Aqua plays a mean Farsa. Might be.
You're up against Falcon, right? Go for the...
True.
Oh, never mind. It's Kagura, right? Yeah, so it's similar. I mean, it works. It works. It synergizes really well with the composition that they already have, right? A lot of dive. Let's just add on to that.
This is much better.
Yeah.
It was a sound pick anyways. There goes the Kagura. RSGPH still leaving open what Eman might play. Mind you, the Claude's still out there. Given that the mid was Kagura, it seems sound. A Claude is okay here, but
again.
Clint's still there. Clint's a go-to. Falcon, what are they looking to close up here with Scrubby Cheeks?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, and might I point out, this is Yellow Flash's debut on anything other than the Esmeralda, but they're actually going into Justin Selena here, a really comfort pick, as well as Naomi on the Grok. Now, we know Naomi played insane on Lolita, you know, tanks, making those big plays, so I'm expecting this wild charge to make huge initiations as well.
I'm loving the CC from Falcon, can I just say?
Yeah.
Those last 2 picks, they can pick any fight they want.
The thing is, though, they have a lot of pick potential. They have a lot of dive as well. And they have a lot of cover. That's the main thing, right? There's a lot of CC, there's a lot of these utility abilities to open up the map for Silent to have a good laning phase. That's what's important for Falcon. They're playing around Silent, but we gotta be careful because RGPH, if they pick up a bully laner here, perhaps something like a Bruno, it's risky, but they might go for it. Nope, Claude, like predicted, predicted.
Did I not say Claude?
I mean, you did say Claude, but I wanted to go for something a little bit more feisty, you know?
What is feisty?
Bruno.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. But the pick has been made. We are bringing Claude into this game, which has seen some play in the group stage.
Yeah, and also on Iman himself has played Claude once, I believe, in the group stages. So definitely he is able to play that. And how are you looking at the compositions right now? I mean, RSG, it's very in line with what they want to do.
It made sense.
Yeah.
It's the first two picks and like, oh, this is what they need. That's what they banned. This is what they get. One more look at the lineup, all right? So I love that despite the bans, despite how hot the meta is right now and how volatile it is since the group stage, both teams, I believe, walked away happy.
We're going back to the same point. RSG Philippines, a lot of different win conditions. They can just choose which one to go for. But Falcon, play around Silent. That's the name of the game for them.
Let's go into game number 1 real quick. Let's iron out some kinks. Make sure that our athletes get the best experience for your entertainment. This is game 1 in a best of 3. Once more, RSGPH, Eman just wiping his eyes real quick. It's been a crazy weekend for us here at MSC, and I hope that our players got a good amount of sleep. You guys get some good sleep?
I did. I slept like a baby.
Like a baby.
Like a baby.
Here in Malaysia, you're the baby.
I am the baby.
If you watch them 3, you know.
Yeah, that's true. He totally is.
You know, you know, man.
How about you, Scrappy Cheeks?
Yeah, I did. But, you know, it's more important for the players and not us to get the sleep. Right now, they need all the focus they can get because all the stakes are on the line. Now, if any of them drop the games, they would be relegated to the lower brackets.
Yes. A quick note on our format here at MSC 2022. All teams that made it into the playoffs are walking in with 2 lives, but that doesn't mean there is room to be lax. Still, it's good to have 2 lives. It's good to stay in the upper bracket. And RSGPH, they have a history of staying in the upper bracket. They finished MPL Philippines Season 9 with not a single series loss. If I'm not mistaken, they had but 1 game loss towards that championship. 1 game loss.
That was in the finals against Omega.
Exactly.
That's why, right? That's why everyone, I think analysts from every different country has placed RSG Philippines as the #1 team going at MSC. I mean, it's insane, the fact that they're unbeaten as well here at MSC.
Historically speaking, they are on a more, how do I say, flawless run than even Blacklist International right now.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a much cleaner go for them. And looking at them, thinking about it, like just numbers-wise, watching their games, execution, it's just so clean. They're such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why everyone is rooting for them, you know? And at least on the casters' desk. I won't say everyone, but yeah, on the casters' desk and also people from Myanmar themselves. I mean, going back to the game and the draft, what do you guys think? Like, is there one you prefer over the other? Because it looks like they're just playing their styles right now.
Yes. They walked away with a draft, again, I mentioned earlier, that they're happy with, that they're comfortable with, that they know what the clear goal is. But not to be biased, I think RSG just has more coverage.
Yeah, we have to remember again that RSG can't really write Falcon off, right? We've been talking a whole lot about RSG. Yes, they are the tournament favorites, but Falcon, they have been able to upset a few teams. I'm not going to mention who just yet, but I'm going to go back to the land of Dawn first. As I'll answer your question, again, Scrubby Cheeks, RSG or Falcon, let's dissect the draft a little bit, right? For Falcon, it's kind of one-dimensional. I'm going to have to say that because...
It's all in silent.
Yeah, it's all in silent. So on Beatrix, they don't really have any other siege potential except for Beatrix. Range as well, just one guy. Yeah, you have long range with Renner, but that's it, right? When we take a look at RSG, there's multiple win conditions from them. They can play around the map with split pushes, they can go for dives with team fights as well, they can combo, and the most important thing, they can play in the early game and the late game.
One thing I do see from RSGPH that's lacking is vision. Everything that they see, everything that they do on the map, save for maybe Kagura, Aqua, throwing his umbrella into a bush, they have to do the hard way.
They do.
So that might be one key weakness. So, Mirko, what's the answer? What do you like more?
I like one-dimensional drafts.
So it's clean on Silent. Are you saying
wow.
Falcon?
You know,
Draft for Falcon?
I think I just like Falcon's playstyle. I don't know why. It's almost like they 2-0'd one of the Indonesian teams.
I see the logic.
Yeah?
I see the logic.
Now, I'm surprised. I mean, like, now he's going the other way completely, right? Okay, fine. You defeated, the team, so
Aim high,
I'm going to
man.
just root for you.
No, I get it. It's like
You're rooting for me, not for Falcon.
Yeah, you're an honorable warrior. I am yours. You're my sensei now. That's what happened.
Yeah, man. Falcon, I just want to see the underdog story happen again. It's just so good to see this. We saw this at M3 with BTK, and we saw this at M2.
No. Now you're giving me war flashbacks. It happened at M3 too, wherein it's clear blacklist. It's clear blacklist, and then that's where it happened.
But that's where the fun is.
That
right?
is.
If you do get, really textbook plays, if the game does...
If what you predicted happened, it's no fun.
Yeah,
I
like
see.
it becomes stale. So when you have dark horses, teams like these that upset the entire meta, and the teams, that's where real Mobile Legends starts.
Dark birds.
Dark birds. Yeah, they are
Dark
Falcons,
birds.
so
Dark
not
birds.
horses.
Dark birds. Let's get into it one more time. For reals this time. Falcon Esports from Myanmar going up against RSG PH. Light getting quite a bit of yellow flashes sights. I love the new Thams rework. He's so good.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of Samus, he's going to get a natural kind of lead in his lane as well, so that should definitely help. But right now, the two teams are brawling it out in the middle.
Yeah, Ken goes in for the missile arrow. He connects it, and that's just first blood by Falcon. That's still able to run away from Yellow Flash, but you can already see a whole lot of early aggression from Falcon.
And that's also one thing that I worry a little bit about RSGPH. I mean, yes, they have the hard guard on Light, but it's a little bit not as beefy as I would like.
Yeah, and the bottom side, this is, again, what we expected from Iman, but Silent already being forced to recall, as that's going to be Iman getting a slight edge in the lane based on farm here. RSG getting everything currently done properly, but in the mid lane, once again, a missile arrow connects. Justin goes in for the 2v1. Light still able to survive for now, goes in for some sustain. Aqua will be able to just dish out the damage, but unfortunately, the kill goes on to the hands of Light.
So that's where you see now the mobility. The first blood drawn by Justin is just a fundamental strength that a Selena has, and this is his comfortable Selena. This is his signature pick. That is one thing that they have to leverage. Falcon needs to keep going hard, and make sure that Eman and Demon Kite, again, a very gold and experience hungry lineup, don't get what they need. This first turtle going to be very key. Let's see how they get this in.
Falcon's trying to contest it. Nat's going right in, but the knockout comes through from Naomi, and he gets pulled down as well. Demon Kite gets the turtle, though. Yellow Flash tries to chase that in the backline. They do get one kill, trading out 1-for-1, but Light in some trouble and gets taken out by Yellow Flash right there.
Wow, that was a great trade again from Falcon. They trade in the objective, but again, RG Philippines, they like to be in this position here in the early stages. Falcon with the aggression. Imando, he's looking for a rotation, goes in. Doesn't have the blazing duet just yet. Justin gets a stun. Will be able to back away. Iman forced to use that battle mirror image defensively.
So here's what's counterintuitive, and here's what puts most of their opponents on edge, right? RSGPH, they want to farm. RSGPH, they want to stay safe because at least they know that they're very expensive, and Light doesn't really do much at this stage of the game. He doesn't even have his hard guard. He just got it just now. It's a fight up top. These deaths on Nats, I think they're okay. I think they're going to count fine. There's a shield on the EXP lane turret here this early on. Look at the juggle. So I was saying, it's fine. The deaths on RSGPH, the few wins that Falcon has in the early game, those are calculated for RSG, I'm thinking.
Yeah, in the early game, it's definitely Falcon's game to lose, right? With their composition, it was really built on getting that snowball rolling. Demon Kite, though, he's looking for a play up top with the help of Light. Yellow Flash going in onto 3 members. That's going to be the missile arrow whiffing, immobilized there. That's the Tempest of Blades not connecting in the middle. Nat's going to be taken really low, taken down actually, but it is going to be traded. Demon Kite gets one. Yin Yang overturn popped, but Naomi still too tanky to be bursted down.
Wow, RSG was looking so strong there, 3v1. The Abyssal Arrow came through by Justin, but the Tempest of Blades by Demon Kite used just to avoid that as well. 200 IQ plays right there.
That's
100?
Two.
That's an actual number. That's genius level intellect, if I'm not mistaken. 4-3, 4 minutes in. if this kill score stays very close, and RGPH, again, as mentioned earlier, gives the deaths to the right people, those who can afford it. I'm saying Nats, I'm saying Light, maybe even Aqua once or twice. It's going to be all just fine and dandy, as they say.
Absolutely, but we're going to take a look at this fight right here. Turtle up top. RSG looking for an entrance here as Nats goes in for the flank, but look at Naomi. He jumps in with a wild charge, and he brings two members together. That's 2 kills picked up for Falcon, and the objective as well secured. The 1,000 gold lead gone.
I'm learning some Malaysian. I heard that. I heard that from our BM casters. No, something you were saying.
What was that?
Papa, it's something cool happens.
Yeah, something cool's also happening up top here. Nas, wow, but the Heart Guard coming in with the shields here. Will protecting him instead. He's going on to Ken here. One more hit, but doesn't connect for him to get that kill.
Oh, Nats. This is why we all kind of gasped when his Esmeralda was left open, right? You can already see the pressure. Even though he has died twice in this game, he's been able to buy a lot of attention up top.
Yep, exactly. That's what they did up top with the hard guard on Light. They were trying to alleviate some pressure off of the bottom lane on Eman, who has yet to die. But this is something that RSGPH needs to note. That 6-3, losing that huge gold lead. Nats is in trouble up top, though.
Yeah, Abyssal Arrow and the Wild Charge combo together. Nats still able to jiggle around. Yellow Flash comes in for follow-up. That is everything popped and used to secure the kill. 7-3 for Falcon currently.
Falcon's so angry. So many ults.
Yeah, I was going to say so much invested in just putting down Nas. And this is really Falcon and RSG recognizing each other's win condition. For RSG, they're waiting for Nas to scale up, and then that's going to give them more control of the map, of the team fights. Falcon, they're playing around Silent, so they're also shutting down on the bottom lane.
Oh, that is something to note. Silent has yet to die as well. So, bottom lane, gold lane, that's a no violent zone.
Absolutely, but top side, Ken is right there. It is going to be Yellow Flash jumping in once again with a Vengeance pop. It is going to be Demon Kite picking up all of his swords. Goes in for Ken, but he notices that Ken is way too tanky. He just goes on to the mid lane, rotates after that kill.
Majority of fights happening up top, that upper quarter. That's been a couple of turtles that were up there too. If I'm not mistaken, all the turtles have been up there. Mid lane, a lot of action. An arrow thrown out.
Dodging away, just barely there with the Battle Mirror image, but turtle number 3 is up 6 minutes in. Falcon will try to look for this one again.
How are we looking at this turtle fight? I mean, yes, Falcon's going to try to look for that, but at the same time, Demon Kite, he's level 10, 1 ahead of Ken now.
It's half and half. They get a turtle each. I'm guessing it has to be which gold laner comes in faster or the punish.
Well, Abyssal Arrow connected onto Aqua. Naomi just zoning away, but Demon Kite with the Retribution comes in and secures it for RSG. Falcon now on the retreat as RSG just push forward into that mid lane. Objective secured.
Falcon Esports, they're holding on to what early game lead they have. RGPH reclaims 1,000 gold lead. We're now on to turtle-less territory, what's I'm trying to say? Yeah. Lord, 90 seconds away. RSGPH, I'm guessing Eman is looking for kills. He's been looking for kills minute 3.
That's true. Even before he had his Blazing Duet, it's been absolutely insane. But once he gets that online, he's going to be crazy. On the other hand, though, Falcon, they're looking for the early game plays here. What's going to happen if, I mean, right now, 22k up against 22.9, they don't have an early game advantage.
Yeah, no, the RSGPH has kept it very close. And Falcon, I'm guessing, when it comes to the late game, they're going to rely on that CC. They're going to have to catch the right target and make sure that even if Demon Kite does take to the skies, they have Eman in control. I think that's the game plan going into the mid-game.
Oh, you can already see Iman's damage here. He's just melting Yellow Flash down, puts a Battle Mirror image defensively to just get away after picking up that turret. And again, it's just RSG Philippines controlling the map, even though Falcon had more turrets to their name.
Oh, this is starting to look really tough for Falcon. I mean, if this continues, you can already see RSGPH just choking out Falcon one by one. They're getting their way with whatever they want to do.
Yep, it's slowly going to grow into a 2k gold lead and eventually no pushes. Oh, mid-air arrow catch. Demon Kite chuckles. I believe I saw him say like, whoa, that's possible.
Yeah,
that happens.
Luckily, there was no follow-up there, right? Because if there was follow-up, it might have just been a free Lord for the side of Falcon. But currently, again, this is where we actually mentioned in the Keys to Victory, RSG Philippines' power spike is about to hit.
It's imminent.
How does Falcon deal with it?
honestly, I'm not sure how they're gonna... Right now, you know, Yellow Flash, he's really set up for a laning phase, but so far they haven't been able to get that dominance that they need. It feels like they're banking on Naomi's CC initiation to be able to get in the team fights.
Yeah, it's going to be Naomi and Justin. They're waiting for this mid lane duo. And I think they have to leverage this vision advantage even more. They have to catch off guard Aqua, overload that cleanse that the Kagura naturally has. And then, if they're lucky, make sure Light doesn't even get a heart guard. But at this point, it's so hard. Light is so smart on vision. Light knows where to hide even. Look, he's not showing himself.
Yeah, he's just using this Angela really, really well, utilizing it. But what I do want to mention in this game is Nats, once again. You can see every single time, Nats is just solo laning up against 3 members in the mid lane. That's crazy, you know, the amount of pressure that he's bringing. But wait a minute, Falcon goes in for a concealed play. Aqua, noticing that, instantly backs up. Falcon just lose out on a resource before the Lord even gets started here.
That's what they're trying to do, right? Conceal or use an abyssal arrow to pick off someone, but even then they can't pull it off. Even when, Justin hits one though.
Yeah, there you go. Abyssal Arrow onto Demon Kite. Tap into play, still there, but the flame shot perfectly timed as Iman jumps into the backside with that damage. Comes in, picks up a kill, but now he's caught. He flickers out, Nats dives in, and it is just a mess, but it's a good one for RSG as they collapse onto Ken. That's Ken taken down 3 for 1 for RSG.
Falcon tried to split him up, but RSGPH put the pieces right where they needed it. And they're going to convert through the wazoo. That's 2 lanes going in, and the Falcon Esports left wondering where it all went wrong.
Turrets down, and now it's a free Lord going the way of RSGPH as well. This is the push that they were waiting for. And I was going to say, Justin, even when he hits that Abyssal Arrow, he is afraid to commit. Because once he goes in, if something goes awry, this is exactly what happens.
That's the damage and the backup, the follow-through from the side of RSG. This is a team that we mentioned is the tournament favorites, and there you go, that's the reason, right? They're just so quick on to these random situations. Falcon forced them to fight there, but it felt like RSG was the one in control.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was not random at all. I think RSGPH respected the potential for Falcon to split him up, to spread him through in that small lower quarter of the jungle, and honestly, it was a mini heart attack situation for Eman. I saw Yellow Flash just trying to bite down on him, but he had the flicker. He stayed safe, and then eventually he found himself in mid. Look at the conversion rate for RSGPH, man. 5K ahead already in just like that.
5K ahead, we're at 12 minutes into the game. The Lord was on the bottom side, but it did go down. Right now, Falcon is stripped. Just 2 their inhibitors left. They have to put up 1 big defense here. How are they going to do that?
And you can see Silent, this is the man of the game for Falcon here. He hasn't really had a great time in lane, considering that Iman was able to roam a lot and get a lot of gold from other lanes. So Silent is kind of behind when it comes to that gold lane matchup against Iman. They will have high ground potential to clear out the waves, but RSG, with this control, it's hard seeing them it's really hard to see them lose.
Let me argue, that advantage is gone like that. In that single moment while you were talking, Mirko, all of the shields of the inhibitors have been popped. That's how well RSGPH synchronized the push. And you don't even really need to pop an inhibitor. The fact that you don't have that free clear anymore spells danger for Falcon. So to answer your question, Scrubby Cheeks, I was going to say, stay in the base. Make sure that maybe you can try to bait a win. But by staying in the base, already RSGPH has muted, has neutralized one of the strengths Falcon has, and that's map control. Those traps, the walls that Naomi can use, they're no more. They have to stay inside.
Wait a minute, Nats just jumps in onto 4 members and Falcon can't really do anything. Yellow Flash pops the Vengeance, but he's gonna get melted down by RSG. 1 for 0 right now. That's gonna be RSG looking for Siege. Aqua jumping in once again onto Ken. Abyssal Arrow dodged away from Iman with the blazing to the flicker. Goes all the way under the base to pick up a kill onto Silent. That one was personal right there.
Look at Lai just running out.
You can see Iman was so patient on waiting out the perfect moment to pop that blazing duet, even with the heart guard on him. This is that combo that they were looking for, and now they're using it to its fullest potential.
Oh man, Nats gets another falling star moon. Ken jumps in, but he's gonna get melted down once again. He's forced to go full into that 4-man composition. RSG might just be looking for the end here with the top lane pushed up.
And that's mid taken down, top lane to follow suit very, very soon. Immediately right there, a second after I said it. Falcons 1 Bastion left. Their chance to go back into this At least they have a good wave down bottom, well pushed. I don't know if they can contest. I'd say don't.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, look, RSG here is just going to get a free Lord here. And they don't have the control that Demon Kite and Light has as well all over the map. So they're going to let it go completely for free now. And it's looking so dangerous for Falcon.
Oh, look at Nats just...
Takes it.
Yep, takes it. I'm here. And again, it's not even surprising anymore to see him jump like Falling Star Moon into 4.
No, it's not.
He can. He can. Something is up with his Esmeralda. His Esmeralda plays differently. Let's check out a replay again, this moment from just a few moments ago. This siege. Yep, there's this hard siege. There's a Nats jump. Got popped. Justin got popped.
And again, here you can see, it's always forced errors, right? When we're talking about RGPH, they just have a great understanding of the game to just force Falcon to make mistakes, their opponents, everywhere on the map. And currently, look, 3 waves all calculated to be pushing in at the exact same time. Here's the siege.
That's what you get with a Ling.
That's what you get with the Ling, exactly. Ken down below trying to clear out the waves. Demon Kai jumping in with the help of Iman, just bursting him down. Falling Star Moon to lock him in place as that's Iman picking up a kill. Demon Kai running away with 1 HP. Iman pops in a blazing duet onto Yellow Flash. That vengeance does nothing as Iman picks up the kill. No, it's Aqua who picks up an unstoppable 2 for 0 again. Falcon have been able to defend, but it's not looking good.
Yes, definitely not looking good. Yes, even with the Lord taken out, they do still have the creep waves here. And Nas is just jumping in again, trying to get the kills here. They're going straight for the core. They're going to end it. RSGPH, they take game number 1.
If there was a word to describe this game, there can only be one: dominant. This was dominant by the tournament favorites.
9 out of 10 times, RSG would have taken every moment that they had an encounter. There were some moments that it looked like Falcon had it under control, but there was just not much follow-through.
I'm going to have to call cheats on Nats. I've never seen an Esmeralda do that.
His
What's
Nats,
up with the Philippines? Like, what do you guys give the players, man?
his Nats play something else. Like,
what is this?
No. Even in the Philippines, it's weird.
Yeah, okay.
The way he plays that Esmeralda. So I'm guessing that's one thing that Coach Zaya has to consider later on. Let's not open up the Esmeralda. It's a huge boon for RSGPH to get a draft this comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh. I was honestly surprised. I mean, we all thought the Esmeralda was going to be the first pick on the side of Falcon, and it should have been. This is why you pick it off the hands of Nats. Not only do you get it for yourself, you don't want him to do things like that. It's absolute just bullying.
Honestly, I kind of do feel them, though. Like, if you're Falcon, right, just try to think about it. Well, we're going to have the analysts to just deep dive onto this, but if they don't pick up Beatrix, it's Esmeralda.
Thanks, Casters Nest. Welcome everybody to the post-analysis with me, Getting Q, and as well as LaFell here to break this game down with you. And this is only the first game of today in this best of 3. Falcon Esports put a really good fight up, but RSGPH, they're looking a little different.
Yeah, but the thing is, when we analyze their game, there's actually a lot for us to really take. We have to talk about the draft, where for the side of Falcon, their draft was very aggressive. However, it's one-dimensional compared to RSG's draft, where they have multiple win conditions. And we're definitely going to see a little bit, especially during the highlights, where there's a lot of ways that they can deal with the Beatrix. However, for the side of Falcon, there's no way that they can really protect their own Beatrix.
I think a lot of the draft was centered around making sure that Silent was going to be the man of the hour, with a lot of volatile risks in the mid lane as well. I did like the pairings, but it's time we have a look at the item build to get a deeper look into this draft, and as well as the itemizations that made all the difference. But first of all, after looking at the initial draft, what were your thoughts? And we had the same opinion on this. Ease of access, accessibility, how to execute the composition. Explain a little bit more on that.
Yeah, so while we're looking at the itemizations, like Gideon said, we're going to look at the draft as well, where in terms of the draft, right now, looking at for the side of Falcon, the way that they have to win this game is they have to go very aggressive early on, because in the mid lane, they do have the Selena as well as the Grok, where the damage earlier is super strong. However, for the side of RSG Philippines, look at Aqua using the Kagura, Esmeralda, Claude, Ling. Every single one of these members can dive into the backline. So if Grok is focused on engaging, who's really going to peel for Silent? Especially here, looking at the itemization from Nats, the moment he had the Oracle, no one from the side of Falcon can really take him down, even if he tower dives.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to go for an Ice Queen's Wand, knowing that he has an enabler like Light on the Angela. Angela to make it happen. I mean, it was so obvious when we saw 3 Avarices built on, well, Claude, as well as the Esmeralda, as well as the Angela. That mid-game power spike was everything that RSGPH was waiting for, and Falcon had to win that early game hard.
The way that they executed was perfect. Because again, looking at draft from the side of Falcon, again, what is their win condition? They want to go big in the early stages of the game. So from the side of RSG Philippines, they don't mind going a little bit slow as long as they eventually get the items, maybe 2 items on their core members, and then they can initiate. Right now, let's look at the damage numbers for both of these teams. And again, for the side of Falcon, I want to look at the damage that came out of Victrix and look at this. Only 10,000 damage, which is not something that we usually see on Silent.
I mean, Silent, he wants to get into the fight, but it's really difficult. There's 2 hard divers that can go for him, and arguably even the 3rd one. But Claude is very situational. In terms of how the rest of his team did, yes, they had somewhat of mid-game to early game control, but it started to really shake once the 3rd item started to come in for RSGPH, which is accelerated by the emblems that they decided to take. I mean, if we're looking at damage taken alone, right, it's 251. It could have been significantly lower, but that's where Falcon was really pushing their agenda.
And it also shows, look at Nats, 106,000 damage that he took. And yet, we look at how difficult it is to take him down. Right now, we're going to look at the MVP of the game. It's going over to Iman from RSG Philippines.
Yep, absolutely. I think there's no doubt in our minds that he was going to eventually carry that later stage of the game. And when he is enabled by this Angela, he can just run into the enemy backline and look for those big one-shots onto Silent, especially since he has the extra security of his Winds of Nature. So congratulations to RSGPH's Iman. You are the MVP of this game, but this match is not over.
Yes, this match is not over. In fact, we're going to look at the highlights after this to really see what really happened in the game. So right now, I really want to focus on the early as well as the mid game, because I feel like mid game is checkmate. Looking at the early stages of the game, we can see how from the side of Falcon, they really try so hard to get as much advantage as they can. But look at the positioning for the side of RSG Philippines. Sometimes they don't even react. They just try to get as much farm as they can.
Exactly. No, I mean, the early games, we saw that Falcon actually had a huge kill lead against RSGPH, but the gold lead wasn't extending as much than what we were looking for. Now, Falcon had some really good cross plays to try and make sure that these pickups were effective. It just isn't enough once we hit that mid game, and that's when you start to see RSGPH, they understand we can take the damage now, we can start getting a little bit more aggressive. We are going to let Falcon have the initiative and punish them every single time they walk out.
I will take this moment to actually explain, based on the changes of Mobile Legends, the fact that now we have a gold plating is good and bad for early game compositions. The good thing is you have more potential to get a lot of gold in the early stages of the game. However, the fact that you can take turrets earlier makes it so that you have map control. So now, since there is gold plating, sometimes if you go for an early game composition without a reliable late game strategy, it's going to be very difficult, because if you don't take a lot of towers early, it's going to be very difficult for you because you do not have map control. And in my opinion, map control is more important than gold.
I mean, even both teams reflected that with the way that they kind of played the map. One was looking for structures in RSGPH, and we have the Selena making sure that they have good coverage and had good information to work off of for those cross-map plays. However, Game 2, let's set some expectations here, LaFell, because I'm expecting Falcon to start moving over towards the second pick.
What I want to see from the side of Falcon, I want a more diverse draft, right?
Diversity.
Exactly. They need at least one hero. It doesn't matter what it comes from the mid or the jungler to be the early game. However, I want at least 2 heroes that can handle the mid as well as the late game.
Ooh, mid as well as the late game. These are very interesting adaptations, and hopefully maybe we get to see it in game number 2. Falcon Esports still, they want to start pushing forward, and more importantly, they want to continue on in the upper brackets, but I don't know, it's a tough matchup here. Let's throw it back to our casters for game number 2. Casters, please take it away.
And away we shall go. Thank you so much, the dashing Gideon and the handsome LaFell, our analysts for this first series. Back at the desk at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Scrubby Cheeks. Even in the face of the Titan that is RSGPH, Falcon still playing very aggressively. Let's see how they'll be bouncing back. But first, real quick, let me give a shout out to our official media partner, EGG Network. This is Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. You can watch MSC 2022 at EGG Network channel 800, that's 800 at home. Do check them out on their social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. All right, so back into the matchup here. I was surprised that even against RSGPH, I'm sure Falcon, Coach Saya, studied them very well. They still drafted this way, like we're still going to invade them. We're still going to play.
I wonder if this is respect to RSGPH, that they felt like they needed to go into comfort picks. So I'm not sure, but speaking of comfort, when you play, you want to be comfortable in your own skin, and that leads us to the MLBB and Transformers collaboration. The skins are now available, so perform draws until you get chances to win awesome rewards like Roger Grimlock, new battle emotes, new custom actions, and previous Transformers skins as well.
Well, you know, for me, there was one particular ban that I saw as very interesting in game number 1. That was the Optimum Pride ban from the side of RSG towards Falcon. So if you guys want to go and play Johnson with that beautiful skin, go ahead, check it out. Transformers X MLBB. But yeah, back to the topic here for game number 2. I think I have to agree with Lofel, who said that Falcon, they need to diversify. I said it before, a little bit too one-dimensional. Yes, I said that I liked one-dimensional, but against RSG, it is a little bit tougher to execute.
So it's a two-step plan. It's a two-step plan. Number 1, you gotta diversify. And number 2, you might want to invest a little more in map control.
Yeah.
Falcon already has great map control. We mentioned how they had vision. Everything that RSGPH did in terms of checking bushes were done mostly the hard way. But, man, I don't know. I'm thinking Falcon did everything right. Falcon set themselves up for success. It's just RSGPH knew exactly how to answer that.
But I think the thing also is, yes, Falcon did it right for themselves according to their playstyle, but you have to know when you come up against someone so strong like RSGPH, you need to have a plan B. Yeah, you can't just depend on, okay, your early game, because you know that RSG will be able to respond to that. But right now, we are ready here in the picks and bans phase. Falcon going to be taking out the 1-1.
Being on the play, you take out the 1-1. What this is a sign to me is a sign of respect. It's just straight up, okay, we lost game 1. Let's go back to the fundamentals. And I would not be surprised if Falcon has somewhat of a respect ban again of a hero that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that Falcon chose to stay as the first pick here for game number 2 as well. In game number 1, I feel like we kind of discussed this right at the end. Esmeralda, should they have first picked it? Or the thing is, if they go for the first pick Esmeralda, they leave open the Beatrix, and we all know how strong it is on the hands of someone like Iman. So again, I don't know, it's like pick the lesser evil.
Yes, that's true, but then again, Iman is someone who also has a wide hero pool. Even if you pick the Beatrix away from him, like, is that really gonna make a difference?
Take away the Beatrix, you take away the Clint, you take away the...
You need like
1-1.
10
right, you don't just ban the player, right? Maybe he's just too good. But let's just take a look at this right now. Fanny, once again, respect coming in from Falcon. We saw the Franco earlier, so right now they're leaving it up for grabs. They want to pick it up for themselves, or perhaps they just want to try out
Naomi has a decent Franco. I'd say it's a solid go for them. But that means they'd be going all in on even more aggression. That might be them adjusting the opposite way. Yeah, they're going to double down and going to go all in, make sure Demon Kite has a bad way. If that's the case, then maybe they just let Eman go, which again opens up double jeopardy. If we focus on Demon Kite, then that leaves this gold laner up to do whatever he wants.
See, that's the thing about RSGPH. They're also individually mechanically skilled that it's so hard to target like one person, because okay, yeah, you get someone's hero pools like narrowed down, you still have 4 other players to worry about.
Yep, and one of those players is Aqua. Aqua in the mid lane going up against Justin. Justin is that early... how do I say, volley. Yeah, he's the early volley to set up for Silent. So if it's Aqua versus Justin to start, then where do you go from there? There's so many things to consider for RSGPH. For Falcon, you're relying mostly on Justin.
I agree. You know, we're gonna have to see once again. They have actually left that Franco open, but they've actually banned 2 heroes that would have been really good to counter with that Franco. So does this mean they just want to let it go, give it over to RSG? The Julian and the Akai was banned out, so they don't have those 2 options to take. Esmeralda, I think, can be a good option for them if they want to just change things a bit.
Yeah, and there's,
I don't know.
And there's that game 1 Ling. There's a game 1 Ling just for good measure.
That's true. You definitely want to take out the Ling. I mean, RGPH, you give them too much leeway with map control, with the ability to come back in the late game. So I like the Ling ban here. I just don't know what Silent is. Is it going to be Silent's hero or Justin's hero?
There it is.
Beatrix telegraphed, and then RSGPH, as they do.
Franco.
Esmeralda Franco, sure. Esmeralda Angela again.
Man, yeah.
Esmeralda Karina.
Oh, it's just tough right now. You know, there's just so many heroes up for grabs in RSG Philippines. They can just pick whatever they want. Esmeralda and Franco, as predicted. Falcon, they have the chance to pick up the Karina again. Kenrina, like you mentioned. But no, it's the Johnson Candida. Optimum Pride.
Wait. If I'm not mistaken, RSGPH may have been the first or second team in MPL Philippines to solve this Kadita Johnson problem that was originally presented by Echo. So they may figure it out. They may know how. They may know how, but we're going to fundamentals. They pick up the Karina. Safe.
Yeah, I mean, I like, and that's also denying the Karina pick from Falcon as well at the same time. So this seems like a pretty good pick. RSGPH also going to take out the Diroth just to make sure that, you know, Naz gets a good farming laning phase in the early stages.
That's it. That's all they need to take out.
Yeah,
I think they're fine here.
This is actually interesting, right? Because it seems very similar here. When we're talking about the Johnson Candida, you know, I don't know what team it is in Indonesia, red logo. But they brought this to Indonesia. Also, Bigatron Alpha with the Beatrix as well in the gold lane. So the aggressiveness from the side of Johnson Candida is just to cover up for that early game presence.
This is a rank game nightmare.
It is.
Right?
It
You
is.
can put in the Kadita or the Beatrix.
So many rotations, so much kill pressure.
Yeah, come up, Wesker.
Wesker, exactly, yeah. So they can mix it up, right? Sometimes you think it's the Kadita, and then
who's in there?
Boom,
Who's
right?
in there? Who's in there?
The Terminator himself, Silent here, who's just phenomenal on the Beatrix once again. Didn't really get to perform that well in the first game, but he was shut down really early on. So let's see, with the Tamas ban by RSG and the Claude ban this time.
Yeah, and we're not even sure if this is Naomi Johnson or a Justin Johnson, right? That sounds like a real person's name. But again, if it's Silent inside of it,
JJ, Justin Johnson.
Yeah, it's a Terminator. Come with me if you want to live. Right? Oh man.
And I think this is also a combo that Falcon has played before in their own tournaments. So this is something we know they can pull off, the Johnson pick. And I don't. Do you think RSG is going to change up their draft because of this? And how would they do that?
As they should. They pick up heroes that don't care if they get hit by the rapid touchdown.
Wait, this is interesting. The Lancelot pickup for the side of Falcon.
It's not like they're
Uranus as well.
No, it's not like they're lacking junglers, right?
Yeah.
There's so many other choices, but given the Kadita Johnson, you kind of want the Lancelot. I get it. I'm just hoping that it's not. Who played that? Somebody played a tank Lancelot earlier this group stage.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, they built like completely tank items except for like a Thunderbelt.
Yeah, they have to stick to the classic Lancelot to do this, I think.
You know, if they do actually just go for the classic Lancelot damage, it is just going to be really hard for Falcon again because it is kind of one-dimensional with the Brody picked up for the side of RGPH. That's a lot of self-peel, self-cover.
Yes, he's safe. I'm guessing Eman might rock a Purifier or a Flicker here.
Yeah.
Try to anticipate or just really just take me, Justin. Take me, Falcon, when the Johnson comes out. But yes, to answer your question, Scrubby Cheeks, from about a minute ago, they pick up heroes that don't mind getting hit by the rapid touchdown. So that's what you see in the Franco. That's what you see in the Esmeralda, the Karina, the Lilia. So there's only really one easy target for Falcon, and that's Eman.
Yeah.
Do you think then Falcon Esports' draft may have just fallen flat on themselves? I mean, we talked about how their strategy previously was one-dimensional. Is this the same?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same, but they do have some late game insurance
Plan
this
B.
time. Plan B with the Uranus, and they can also secure objectives a little bit better with the Lancelot. We all know. Hopefully he brings the Demon Slayer emblem to get just a little bit more damage out with the Retribution and secure these objectives, because we saw in game number 1, Demon Kite was just so on point when it comes to that Retribution battle.
And with a Karina, that slightly larger HP pool, helping your Retribution out as well with the Cursed Helm ticks and the Retribution ticks. I think it's a matter of slow rolling from the mid game. Looking at the lineup that RSGPH brought, they're gonna be playing around the cooldown on rapid touchdown. That they have to count, like, all right, so who's driving? Where are they? Okay, they're over here. Farm there. Go from that. I think that's the RSGPH game plan.
Yeah.
Looking at the drafts now, is there one you prefer? I mean, I'm looking at RSGPH. They have the Franco, they have the Esme, they have Lilia, so they have the burst damage and the ability to pick off people as well. But also in team fights, they're equally great.
Because of the Lancelot, I like RSGPH better.
Yeah,
I think that's a huge deal breaker.
I have to agree with you, you know. I like the Johnson Kadira, but
it's fun.
The Lancelot, yeah. I feel like, again, if he does go for the damage, the classic Lancelot, it's going to be really hard, even in your own jungle. Sure, the Johnson Kadira aggression does kind of cover you in terms of that invasion from the enemy team, but still, I feel like in terms of clearing the waves, clearing the jungle, Karina's is going to have such a big advantage.
I'm also thinking Karina's first skill, given the immunity, that's exactly what you want. Some dude with a sword, like, you can't touch me. She's much faster as well, given the puncture, the dashes, the Phantom Execution by Lancelot. Karina can just weave in and out, right? So I believe we have been informed that there is a
remake.
Yeah, a remake happening, so please bear with us. It's one of the player's emblems that needs to be figured out, so timer on your screens are accurate, so we have a few minutes to digest and figure out exactly how these two teams are going to be going in. But if I'm not mistaken, they are keeping the draft, so there's a lot more time for us to digest exactly what's going on. A lot of praise that we gave over to RSGPH. One thing I can say about Falcon Esports is we have to save the fact that the Lancelot is at least not playing tank.
Yeah.
The tank Lancelot really just irked me the wrong way. It's just, you're going to be able to survive a lot of dives, yes, but your damage is just not there. Let's talk about the Justin and Aqua head. We mentioned this earlier, that these are two players that open up the cores for their team. Aqua, he's setting up these great turtle plays for Demon Kite, taking away a lot of pressure from Eman, maybe setting up early damage. For Justin, I think it's a lot heavier. The emphasis on Justin is, you know what, short to say, maybe I'd say watching a lot of their VODs, Justin might be the face of Falcon.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the stats here, it's pretty interesting for me. Aqua has a lower kill participation percentage compared to Justin, but his KDA is almost twice of that.
For a good maybe 3 or 4 weeks, Aqua was on top of the overall KDA rankings in MPL Philippines Season 9.
It's just something with mages, man. Something with mages, because in ID as well, Clay just topped the charts in terms of
Grand
KDA.
Finals MVP,
Grand
Clay,
Finals MVP as well. So let's start a deep dive onto these statistics, right? It kind of shows me that Justin is the more active mid laner.
He's
Considering
everywhere.
that, again, yeah, he plays the Selena, he plays these very active early game heroes to enable his team. Sure, Aqua does the same thing, like enabling his team, but he kind of likes laning a little bit more than just purely roaming around the map looking for plays.
Yes. Aqua is a role player. Aqua he's such a soft-spoken guy, but he does the job, whatever it's needed, right? Justin, he's just incredible, man.
Flows like water, man.
Yes, but Justin, just incredible.
Justin Johnson.
The first time I saw him play against Trend, they ran through a couple of local tournaments in Myanmar. I love that the Burmese MLBB scene is back and alive.
Love it.
Can't wait to see more of them. Hey, we haven't seen the last of them here. They could upset us, and the whole world set a new status quo. I think Justin is at the forefront. I think Justin really has to play well here. We still don't know who he's playing, if he's the Johnson or the Kadira. And here we're about to do just that. We're about to find out. Welcome to the land of Dawn. It's Justin on the Johnson.
It's his last name. It's Justin Johnson at this point, right? Let's just see if he actually performs well on the Johnson first. But I'm kind of disappointed, Leo.
Why?
We're not seeing that Optimum Pride skin.
Oh, you're right.
But it is actually, like, competitively, you can see who's in the back, so yeah.
You always do need that skin buff though, so I don't
True.
know. But Justin, you know, you would trust him to pull it off anyway, skin or no skin. Right now, Navs gonna be able to put out some aggression onto Yellow Flash here on the bottom side. Looks like we might be going into another pause right now, but just bear with us. We want to make sure that everything is in order. It's an important game for both of these teams.
I love that they're sticking to the double petrify. Looking at game number 1, right? There are some, how do I say, prerequisites that Falcon needs to succeed, and that's a lot of CC.
Yeah.
They just want to make sure that these team fights go their way. So if anything, Falcon reminds me of old RSG. If anything, they like Season 8 RSG, PH. Just death ball. They want to make sure that they win team fights, and then they convert from there. I believe that would be a great evolution for them if they're able to take objectives just the sneaky way. Like a hee from like, oh, there's a team fight over here. Oh, we were actually pushing. I think that's what they were trying to do with Silent earlier.
Yeah, I think that was what they were trying to do. But again, it's just really hard when Esmeralda has that much resources put onto him, right? And the thing is, it was all by himself. He's independent in that XP lane. Like, no, sure, there were a few roams up top, but again, Nats just, he provided for his team. He just stayed in lane 1v3 a lot of these times, and again, that's where Iman was able to get the lead against Silent.
And they're looking to do the same in this game as well. You can see they banned out the Thamas, they banned out the Diroth, so they want Nats to be able to scale really quickly, bully in the lane, and just choke out Falcon. But Leo, you mentioned earlier as well that Falcon, they're looking for the CCs, trying to steal objectives as well. And I feel like they've learned really quickly from the previous game, because looking at their draft here, they're better set up to do that as well. With the Johnson, they can, you know, come in with the big hoo-ya, the rapid touchdown, and possibly make that steal. If they don't, they do have the Lancelot as well, using the Thorn Rose, the iframes, that can possibly take this away from Karina.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing is the Lancelot pick. It makes a little more sense now in hindsight. The Lancelot's going to play cleanup. You come in strong, you blast them with the magic damage that the Kadita Johnson has, as well as possibly, you know, Silent coming in from a bush nearby, and then you clean up with Ken.
Absolutely. That's the thing that we're going to have to keep on looking at, right? Falcon, how do they use this Johnson Kadita to control the map, if they are actually able to? Because look at this, Franco, Lights, he is just opening up the map so well. Mid lane as well, just always shoving it in so that Johnson won't have time to actually look for any openings in the map, look for any ganks.
Yeah, great adjustment from RSGPH. Light moves on over instead of invading the jungle. Instead, babysits the side lanes. So he's making sure that whoever the Kadita Johnson combo visits, whoever is the poor soul to be on the receiving end of a rapid touchdown, at least they have some chance to fight back.
And not just that, I mean, the fact that he's babysitting on the top side, he can either engage or protect. So that also helps to shut down Silent if he's able to do that in the early game. And what they have, I think, 2 Purifies on their team.
2 Purifies and a bunch of flickers.
Exactly. Yeah. So if they, basically you're banking on the rapid touchdown. If you don't pull that off, that's going to be tough.
That's the sound of a rapid touchdown missing.
Yeah. It's like whisk past you.
I agree, but the thing is, even if they connect onto that rapid touchdown, they need follow-up instantly from the Kadita, the Petrify as well. If it's purified at the right time, it might not even matter. You know, the rapid touchdown, sure, is an ability, is a resource to lock their opponents down, but considering how much self-sustainability they have in their composition, like you mentioned, to take these rapid touchdowns, and even if it does hit Iman, it's a Brody. There's just so much from RSG, and like you said, they've learned to go at it against this composition.
Yep, they have figured it out. But that doesn't mean Falcon may have added a twist. It doesn't mean Falcon may have found a new way to leverage this, I hate to say the word, this cheesy combo.
Yeah.
It is a cheesy combo. And actually, now that I'm looking at Purifies again, it's also on Aqua. So not only does Aqua have the black shoes, you also have a Purifier. It's like 2 second chances.
Absolutely. The thing is, right now,
4 chances now.
Or just multiply it. Keep on multiplying, man, because RSG Philippines, they are looking stronger, but again, It all comes down to execution. If Falcon can actually look for the right engages at the right time, every single time, and maybe convert onto these objectives like you mentioned before, it could be a game for Falcon. They can still upset RSGPH here, but just look at the damage coming in. Demon Kite waiting in the bush. Naomi forced to run away as the hook connects onto Justin. Aqua coming in, and that's Demon Kite as well. Ken jumps in with the Phantom Execution. Justin just trying to wiggle out, but Nats comes in for that flank, picks up the kill. It is going to be traded, but man, a 3-for-1 is definitely not worth the yellow flash. Oh my god, Demon Kite just got saved by Light.
And it all came falling down in the blink of an eye. RSGPH got 4 kills. The best, at least, that's going for Falcon is Silent is still here. Silent is okay, so they have to hold on.
That was insane. This is why you don't give Light his Franco. The hooks, you go in and engage and you think you got it, but a hook comes into your face.
Nor do you give Nats the Esmeralda.
That's true.
It's just tough, all right? When you're going up against RSG Philippines, it's just tough to draft, right? You pick up the Beatrix, you ban the Claude and the Wan. Here's a Brody, but it is going to be the bottom side here. Targeted for the side of Falcon. They're actually the first ones onto this right here. Let's see if RSG try to contest. It seems like Nats is enough to back them up.
Note that Falcon now, they have hit the spike of level 4. Justin and Naomi probably going to start roaming around now and looking for those rapid touchdown, or silent for that matter.
Yep, rough touchdown because it's rough waves too coming in there. So it's a lot of early game damage. But they need to build an item. Oh, suddenly, real quick, not even a moment for Falcon to try go for steal.
Oh man, Ken just gets bursted down. Yellow Flash is next, but look at there. Justin going on to Johnson, looking for a rapid touchdown, connects onto that backline, but again, it's not onto the right target. Demon Kite just takes all of it. The Petrify comes in, but Justin will be the one taken down. That's another 3-for-0 trade.
Oh, that was rough. Yes, you get the stun onto Demon Kite, but then you get the Bloody Hunt and the Suppress when you try to pop the rough waves. I don't know, Falcon, is their strategy falling apart now?
I'd say it's not falling apart, but that's 2 major attempts. I don't count the first one, so it's just the first major attempt at the rapid touchdown combo. But as you mentioned, the Bloody Hunt from Light, they're more than happy to welcome them into his loving arms. It's just like, all right, come on in, whoever.
It's just really tilting, right? Like if you're Falcon right now, you're using a very aggressive early game oriented draft, looking for the burst downs, but RSG Philippines, they're the ones who have the lead. They're the ones who get better picks at this point.
The question for our Falcon is, who do I burst down even? Oh, might be Light.
There you go. Light will be the one to get bursted down. RSG looking for some compensation though. That's going to be Iman stunning Justin up. Demon Kite with the damage with Aqua as well will be able to pick up a trade. Can force the back away. Again, he is 2 levels behind of Demon Kite, so it's getting tougher.
Yeah, definitely, and already the damage coming out from Iman, it's so difficult. And Demon Kite 4-0 to 3. At this point, RSGPH, they're 8 kills and 3k gold ahead at 5 minutes into the game.
This is exactly where you want to be as a Karina. At 5 minutes, you're at 4 kills. You're farming all you want. At some point, you can even say Demon Kite's farming heroes, and Ken cannot get away.
Yeah, he cannot, and now RSG looking to press their advantage as well onto Navs. Justin trying desperately to pop everything he has, but it's not going to be enough. They still get away. Tanky on the side of Falcon as well.
But it's all just a setup once again, right, for RSG. They bait out the rapid touchdown. They take it like a boss. Move on to the turtle. That is a big resource used, and without it, Falcon can't really look for any of these contests onto the objectives anymore.
I was about to say, that was a little victory for Falcon. Again, all the gold you can get, take it. But it was on Light. And it looks like RSGPH just opened it up for a bigger bait.
Yeah.
For something else on the map. And so far, no turtles to Falcon, no major objectives. The gold shields have gone away. And this 4k gold lead for RSGPH, it's about to grow. It's about to grow. Falcon needs to do something here. Maybe bear down on Eman.
Oh my god, dude, no way. Light just got a hook. I was watching the map. Light got a hook.
Little Head just
Little Head just moved on, and that's the reason I mentioned earlier, right? Lancelot's going to have a tough time against Demon Kite, and especially with Light. Oh my goodness, does he miss?
Oh, this is looking really rough. We talked about how Ken was supposed to be cleanup crew for the team fights. Right now, he's the one getting cleaned up. He's 0-4-2.
The cleanup crew concept works in theory, but the damage isn't there yet. And RSGPH, they weren't playing around. They drafted so well for not even a mid-game spike, an early game spike as early as 3 to 4 minutes, they were setting the pace. And look at the damage dealt.
Oh man, it's starting to look real rough for Falcon. Like, they have no response to the proactive movements for the side of RSG Philippines. They're look at it. Again, Justin, he had to go for the rapid touchdown because Light is right there. He finally whiffs the hook. All right, so he is human.
He is human, yeah. Misses one hook out of like maybe 100.
Just gotta confirm it real quick, right? Because, man, this guy, what?
Absolutely insane. Goes for another one, but the Thorn Wolves will be able to help Ken dodge that one. We talked about how Falcon had the idea of a plan B this time. Yes, they have the rapid touchdown combo, but in the late game, maybe with Yellow Flashes Uranus, they could do some split pushing there. How is this going to work out?
The Yellow Flash plan is way expired at this point. Not like this.
Yeah, Nats goes in for the play right here as that rapid touchdown missed, and Light once again brings Yellow Flash back to his team. RSG Philippines with another 2 for 0. Silent connecting onto that Renner. Ken trying to dash away, uses the Phantom Execution defensively, but again, it's just going to be another free turtle to the hands of the Filipino champs.
Okay, so just a quick map update. If you're looking at it right now, it's way red, and it's too red for an 8-minute time frame, right? It's just RSGPH mowing through what objective after objective, team fight after team fight. That is one thing to mention. Maybe Yellow Flash can be that shining beacon. Maybe that one way that Falcon can bounce back. But I don't think it's a split push they're looking for. I think they need to give Silent a little more farm and punish RSGPH.
Look at Light just walks up to Justin and pops that bloody hunt. He just walked up. He didn't even need the hook.
No, the punish
He didn't even have Flicker.
Yeah, the punish is not there. It's so hard to punish. Punish is not the right word. I think the next step here, is just play for base. Play for base.
Can they play for base? I mean, again, they have late game insurance, so technically if they can survive inside of that base, they can still win the game, but you have a Franco on the enemy team that just can't keep on hooking. You have so much range as well.
That's the one thing. So play for base and avoid the hook. Two-step plan
that's
for now.
That's a very tough thing to do against Light, man.
The thing is, they've also built their battle spells to be really aggressive. Two petrifies instead of anything that could help them purify all the CC. And so far, they've been using their skills really defensively. All the iframes of Ken have also been used to avoid these hits, and the same for Naomi as well, using the rough ways to get away. So how can they, just how?
You mentioned one thing that's very counterintuitive. Ken's gone here.
My goodness.
But he does survive.
Oh, he gets out. And look at this, the re-engage coming from Falcon, goes into the back lines. It is going to be Naomi popping the rough waves, and Mon flickers out perfectly, but Yellow Flash is there to pick up the scraps. RSG lost one. They're looking for a compensation here on the map, but Falcon, they're playing this really well. This is exactly what you mentioned, Leo.
Yeah, play for base. I doubted Falcon once before, several times. I did again. Ken with the iframe survives. But yeah, that was one ideal situation. Play for base, force RSGPH to make a mistake and say, we can stay, we can stay, we can stay. No, we can't. And this is a key kill on Eman. Team fight in mid.
Yeah, they're going on to Nats right now, but look at him, so obnoxious. One going into 3, he gets punished for that by Silent taking the kill, but Suppress is just in by the bloody hunt, and they trade out 1-for-1 now. RSGPH, they're trying to press on. They're going for Ken, but uses the Phantom Execution to mitigate all that damage and get away.
It's a pretty good trade. Like, at this point, right, they need to take everything they can. They pick up Nats for the price of Justin. I would say that's worth it. And now they have more time to go and defend. But again, they just line up, and Light punishes them so well. That's another kill on top of Light's hook.
All right, so little moments, little silver linings for Falcon. It's for sure that they're not out quite yet, but it's getting a little more clear what they can do. I'm thinking they're just waiting for Silent. Silent here has been, well, very silent. But once he does build up to a critical mass of damage, that might be where RSG starts to go, okay, we need to think about how we engage.
He's a silent killer.
We need to think twice, yes.
He is a silent killer. And I mean, he's MVP, but you don't really feel it until like, oh, wait, suddenly everyone's dead. And you're like, who did that? And that, I think, that looks like Falcon actually, well, that's a plan C for them.
At least, well, now we can already see improvements, right? They already have plan Bs, they already have other plans if their first plan fails. Justin opening up the map once again with the rapid touchdown, just maneuvering himself. But this time, guess who's in that back trunk? It is not the Kadita.
Yep.
It's the Beatrix. So this is what we mentioned as well. The Terminator Johnson combo.
You want to live.
Uh-oh, RSG though, they're looking for something. Light goes into the back lines. Rapid touchdown connecting. This time he does not have that flicker to just pop and use. That's one kill picked up. Nats going for the re-engage. Thorn Rose to dodge away from it as that's the Phantom execution used defensively. Here's the collapse from the side of RSG as they pick up a kill onto Justin, but it is just a 1-for-1. Aqua diving deep. Forced to pop that black shoes. They have actually secured that position. So again, it's still RSG with the map control.
It's so hard to fight against RSG. Yes, you get the rapid touchdown, you take down Light, then Nas just reacts with the falling Starman and goes right into that. Like we pointed out earlier in, I think Gideon pointed out in earlier for that game, they wait for Falcon to engage and then they counter engage on them. This is what RSG has been doing time and again.
And that's the one strength that RGPH has as a lineup. Their re-engagement, it's almost free. For Falcon, it's the rapid touchdown, and it's all in.
Absolutely, now we're gonna have to see again. Light, and Light. He gets a hook over to Yellow Flash. No Purify. RSG with a 1-for-0, and this time it's looking grim for the side of Falcon. Justin maneuvering himself all the way, taking a U-turn. Doesn't choose to drive onto Nas just yet. Again, Light forcing Ken to pop the Thorn. Rose Demon Kite! He walks in front of the rapid touchdown and Mon gets bursted down, but it's only his immortality. He flickers out. Justin's baited in. The hook almost nearly just connects there. Falcon still able to breathe at this point of the game, 13 minutes in.
They're still flying. They're still in the air, just flapping away. They're not down and out quite yet. RSGPH, we do see some signs of weakness. We do see how if and only if Falcon starts it off, takes out Eman or Aqua, they're off to a great start, and that's what they're looking for. Not Nats, though, not Nats.
Not Nats, definitely, but they're going to go all in for this kill now. They burst him down, but the rest of RSGPH, they choose to give up that engage. I guess they're going to just give up Nats, discipline, wait for that respawn timer, and go at it again.
Maybe Nats.
Maybe Nats.
Burmese MLBB something else.
Well, yeah, with a Purify as well, with all these tanky items, let's take a look at that, man. He had a Sky Guardian helmet, he had a Blade Armor as well. This guy's tanky, but doesn't matter.
Not tanky, not tanky the Falcon.
2 petrifies.
Yeah, it took him, what, about 3 seconds? I could have sworn Nats had more in the tank, but Justin said, no, keep going, keep going.
I was about to say, it might be a little bit of a disaster if you crash onto Nats, but no, they made it work, and because of that, they regained some map control.
Logically speaking, that should have been a bad engage, but Falcon doubling down on their aggression, even at this point, even when they're looking at a 6-18, we're down 2 inhibitors. This is the Burmese spirit.
And the more that Falcon buys time, right now they're stalling. That team fight, they killed Nats, that was good. It bought them more time as well. So we talked about Silent. This is his time. He's gonna start, having the ability to burst down. So do they have a chance at this next Lord?
Well, in the bottom side, it is looking like RSG Philippines want to look for the engage. They get the pick on towards Naomi in the mid lane as well. Demon Kite still able to dodge away, actually. I thought Falcon was going to be able to get that trade.
All the more to answer your question, Scrubby Cheeks, the answer is no. The answer is no. With that pick off on Naomi like that, and this RSGPH almost 10K gold lead, look, blink and you're going to miss it. They take another Lord. So that's the 3rd Lord of the game. I believe this is what we call an enhanced Lord. Evolved at 18, so it doesn't quite have that passive lightning attack just yet, but it is going to crash. It is going to jump.
Yeah, Falcon, they overextended on that map control they just regained, right? Again, Justin, he kind of panicked, used the rapid touchdown without anyone next to him. Kadita, not really the most mobile of heroes here, and we are back to square number 1 for Falcon. They need to rebuild from here, play in their base, but RSG Philippines now will have the benefit of 3 base turrets taken down, and let's just see if Falcon can defend.
Man, the last inhibitor has been taken down. Now RSGPH, they're just waiting for this Evolved Lord to come on down crashing. And that glimpse of hope that Falcon had, I feel like it's just dashed.
They need to go for the rapid touchdown, like right now. They need to go and circle around, maybe look for a U-turn, but Light goes in for the hook. Silent nearly just almost getting hooked by that. But it is going to be Yellow Flash jumping in onto Aqua. Still has the black shoes right now as Ken and Silent goes onto Lord. It is going to be taken down, and look at him on. He is going to be targeted there. He gets slain, and that is everything popped and used. Now it's an all-out brawl as Demon Kite gets taken down as well. A double kill for Ken. They're looking for a Silent. He dashes in front. He bursts everyone down. Light's running for the hills. He goes for one more hook, but Silent comes in to finish him off. It is the immortality, though, so Nats will be able to finish Silent off. But again, it is a good defense from Falcon. Justin.
A good, I'll call it a great defense. They live to tell the tale, and they take 3 down from RSG. They shut down Demon Kite's 8-0 and X. But wait, RSGPH staying here. I think that they want to finish right here, right now.
Can they though? Yes, they have the creeps, but it's just Nath and Light at this point. They're trying to do as best as they can, but the respawn timers are coming up soon. Yellow Flash and Ken are going to be coming right back, but they get Naomi in this time.
Oh my god, man. Justin, again, he's just trying to bait out the minions here. Nats, he might have stayed a little bit too long. He's just dodging away from everything, and yeah, Nats just being Nats.
Okay, so at some point, where is the punish? At what point is RSGPH overstaying their welcome? I'm guessing it might not be this because, look, that Skyguard helmet makes sense.
Absolutely, it really does make sense. Again, Nats just backs up for a minute, backs up for a second actually, and he gets all of the HP back now. RSG once again looking for the play. Hook does not connect. Yellow Flash dashing in onto 4. That's going to be the suppression there, but it is going to be Light taken down first. Immortality of both of the tanky members for the side of Falcon pop, but they all still survive. Yellow Flash trying to survive as well. Naomi picks up Iman on the backside. It is going to be him timed and taken down. It's Ken looking for another kill. Demon Kite has his Immortality pop. Nat's looking for the play, but it is again Falcon backing RSG up.
Absolutely insane. I am mind blown right here. How does Falcon do this time and again? Now this is the Falcon, the dark horse that made it all this way facing up against RSGPH.
I believe the key to Falcon's successful back-to-back defense, despite RSGPH's relentless efforts to siege and finally end it, is target acquisition. Falcon is so good at picking who to take down, and the fact that Silent is so good at listening to the rest of his team saying, all right, this one, this one, this one. That's the key here. Let's check out the instant replay. Let's look at exactly how they did just that. This is the most recent team fight because Eman is back on. And this is what I'm curious about. How come Eman doesn't deal as much damage? If he did so much more damage, he would have healed with the killing spree. But no, the Naomi, the Kadita got to him faster.
Oh no, but look at this though, Leo. Light goes in for the flicker onto Naomi. He dodged away from it, and the rapid touchdown connects onto Iman. There you go, the Terminator comes in as Silent just bursts Iman down. The Petrify onto 2, a double kill for Silent. They're looking for the upset victory. They have the advantage now in the 19th minute. Evolve Lord up.
Much like the governor from the very first movie, I'll be back. And here's the potential comeback. We're looking at a 20-minute game, and this Lord is up for grabs. Oh, you asked this question earlier, Scrubby Cheeks. This is the closest Falcon can get to a Lord take. Not just a steal, because priority is theirs.
They have the priority. On the map. Ken is going right on to start leashing the Lord. He's in position. Don't forget, they have the rapid touchdown now going all around the map. And RSGPH, they're 2 members down.
Oh man, this might just be a free Lord again. Demon Kai, you can never count him off, but Justin, he's looking for the play onto the backside. He zones them away, and that is the Lord secured by Silent. Hook does not connect onto anyone. Falcon, this might be it.
This is the kind of MLBB that we all look for. I mean, for a majority of this 20-minute game, right, RSGPH has been in control since minute 1. They started with a 4-for-none. But look at this, it's like none of that even mattered because Falcon, they picked the fights now.
2 BODs? Am I seeing this right?
Yeah, 2 BODs on Silent. I think I saw that as well.
Blades of Despair now.
Blades of Despair, yeah.
Yes.
He's dual wielding.
Plural.
Well, technically she has 2 guns, right? Nibiru.
4 guns, 2 at a time.
A lot of guns,
You're
so
right.
yeah, go get the blades as well, man. But again, I'm just baffled again. What just happened?
It makes sense. I mean, Blade of Despair is the item that gives the most bang for buck when it comes to damage. And for RSGPH, you're looking at heroes that are not exactly tanky, but they do play on sustain. So if you leverage that passive, you pop them. And that's why Silent's so painful. That's why he's sitting at 6-2 and 3 now. Plus Weapon Master. Yeah. So you're just going off exponentially.
Oh, but the rapid touchdown comes in all the way back now in the first to go. No, actually, they pop the Immortality and they trade even for now. No deaths down. They're trying to siege on the top side.
Yeah, they're just looking to group up with the Evolve Lord right now. They can't really do much more here, as that's going to be everyone. But wait a minute, Justin! He tries to go for a flank. He does not connect onto it, but Nats gets bursted down. But there you go. That's the trade. Naomi traded back. Immortality will be popped there, but he will still lose his life. Light goes in for a very risky play. Flickers forward with a hook. Silent in the bush with the helmet of random execution. They blur it away. Demon Kite can't do anything. Light will lose his life, but no, he's barely survives in this team fight. It's a 1-for-1, but look at the base.
This is crazy, Falcon. How are they doing this? You think for a moment RSGPH have got the advantage, but no, Falcon just dodges it, sidesteps, and they fight back immediately. And now RSGPH, they lose their bottom inhibitor turret as well.
Could this be the El Clasico making its first chapter in MSC 2022? The Burmese versus the Filipinos. 45 seconds till the next Lord, and Falcon now has a gold lead, about 3K.
I mean, at this point, right, do we even need to say anything? Words cannot begin to describe this comeback. They need to close it out. Again, it's not a comeback yet.
Who's they? At this point, who's they?
Who's they? You know, RG can come back.
Which
Falcon,
one?
Which one? It's, I don't know at this point, right? 20 seconds on the Evolve Lord. RSG, currently, they don't really have map control anymore.
Yes, the one weakness that RSGPH has currently, since they are not in a dominant position, they are not setting the pace anymore, is there's not enough follow-through. And looking at Justin here, who is fully built, look at how this man is driving. Look, he's sitting back, and he's just steering. Rapid touchdown, who do we get, who do we get? Nothing is working out for RSGPH. If you'll watch the last couple of team fights, you can scrub back, ladies and gentlemen, they always find it hard to finish what they started, or even on the reinitiations.
Best driver in town, Justin Johnson, but I agree. Falcon, they're really good on punishing these overextensions for the side of RSGPH. They look for the fights, they get the pick, but again, they don't really have the damage to follow it through to eliminate everyone from Falcon. And just like that, Falcon, they get that map pressure onto that top side. Wave manipulation on point currently, but look at Justin. He's looking for a concealed play. Oh my god, he actually gets Demon Kite here, but he knows not to put all the resources onto him. Justin just doing that for a little bit of poke as both teams just reset.
Yeah, I think both teams now, they have to be very careful because this is the one that's going to turn the game around, right? Yes, you have so many phenomenal plays, but this Evolve Luminous Lord is going to be the one that makes or breaks them. RSGPH, they have the advantage. Nats again zoning, and he goes in for the Falling Star Moon.
Uh-oh, he jumps onto Naomi. That's going to be the rough waves. Ken will be hooked, and that immortality will be popped. Perfect time by the side of Aqua, but it is going to be Nats taken down as well. Lord is still at 3,000 HP. Demon Kite bursts it down. Silent looking for the play with the Renner shot. Hook does not connect. Turn upon memory going to be popped. Demon Kite stun up as that's going to be the backlines targeted by side on Naomi, but Iman just dodges out from it. Naomi has the healing from his passive, but now Silent is against everyone with the help of two frontliners. Silent gets one. Iman doing the damage. Silence! He flickers forward. He gets one. Iman is out of here. And look at Falcon. They're doing it. The snipes now is that's going to be him dodging away from the hook. Aqua barely gets out, but two members still alive for the side of RSG. Lord pushing in the mid lane. Yellow Flash and Silent need to clear it, but Silent, he's just healing back.
They have to defend this though. They're going back to defend. The Lord now suppressed using the Winter Trench and Justin avoiding that, but Iron Hawk comes in and takes him out. And now Falcon, they somehow survive to live to see another day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a drill. The Falcon is still soaring high. They are still in this despite Lord after Lord after Lord. Team fight after team fight. RSGPH is struggling to finish the job. Falcon's comeback, Falcon's victory is still very much in the cards. I gotta say, watching that last engagement, watching that last team fight that may have lasted about 45 seconds, a minute and a half. Miracle, you can breathe here. Take a break. Get a
Give me a
glass of
replay.
water.
Give me a replay.
Yeah. I gotta say, Eman is having a hard time. Eman is not dealing enough damage.
He's not. He really isn't. It's just tough for him. Like when we get into that late stage, yes, on the Brody, you deal a lot of damage in that mid game. Once you get that Malefic Roar, but you do tend to go a little bit defensively, and that kind of makes him lack damage here.
I think he's reached his limit. Like there's only so many stacks you can put, only so much damage a torn apart memory can do, and once you click that and you look at the HP bars of performance, like, oh no, I didn't do enough. What do you do from there, right? Where do you go?
And the thing is, it's not just like Iman, yes, you have the immortality, get a second chance, but so does Naomi. And Naomi has so much more damage that Iman does in terms of the burst, and then just heals it all back up as well. So this is why the fights keep going back and forth, because there's so many chances on all of these players.
What RSGPH has in spades, that reinitiation that we mentioned earlier, Falcon has in spades, damage output. It's disgusting how much Silent deals. I felt some pain. I got hurt.
2 BODs, bro.
Yeah.
That's what 2 BODs does to a person.
There were some stray bullets hitting us at the desk.
He woke up, he chose violence today. Silent.
He did.
Silent violence, but still violence nonetheless.
He did. He did 9, 2, and 4. 9-4. If Falcon wins this, I'm calling it early. It's got to be Silent.
Yeah. I think the other thing about Falcon is we talked about how RSG waited for Falcon to engage. Right now, Falcon is learning from that immediately on the fly. They are being patient and very targeted with their rapid touchdowns as well. Not going straight for Iman in the backline. They find the perfect moment to engage and make sure that they don't overcommit.
4 seconds though on the Lord Evolved.
Justin has to make the call here. He has to be on point. Again, target acquisition, target selection by Falcon is just exquisite. And if they do that one more time here, if they're able to zone out Eman, make sure that that torn apart memory doesn't deal as much, and that they re-engage. Who's this?
It's Light. Oh, there you go. That's all the damage put onto him. He has the immortality, whips on the hook. Yellow Flash trying to just zone the members away. RSG retreat. Falcon looking for the pressure now, opening up the map with that runner shot.
Almost in comedic fashion, as soon as the rapid touchdown engagement fails and ends, Justin just go back and drives again. He's just like, okay, back on it.
Had a road accident. It's okay. Let's just get back in the car and go again.
It's just a fat guy, right?
Yeah.
It's just Light. How the heck did he take that?
Franco's a fat guy, by the way.
Yeah, Franco's the fat guy.
Light's well built.
Light's well built.
Yeah, Scrubby Cheeks, you were saying.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they just get back in the car like, oh, I hit the fat guy. Wait, wrong one. Let's go back in again, and then let's look for the skinny guy.
Dodge his hook for a bit, yeah, because that was pretty scary too. The fact that they just stayed composed. They didn't mean to hit Light in that bush. They just wanted to run through it, maybe just take a few laps.
That is a textbook example of a face check.
Face check. It's a drive. Technically, it's a drive check.
It's from a different...
It's a face drive.
I know a different game that has drive checks, but...
Justin Johnson, bro.
Justin Johnson, JJ here on screen. He is such an important part. He's such a key part of a Falcons' success. May it be incoming here via an upset, via a 3-game El Clasico, or via their return. Because let's draw some possible results or possibilities of the near future. If Falcon does take RSG down into the lower brackets, what is MLBB even? What is MSC?
That would be like the biggest upset ever. Look, Caster, Desk, everyone voted for our 5 out of 5 RSG
what about
PH.
Yeah,
that's 5 mistakes.
Yeah, if Falcon actually gets the dub here, and they... Oh my god, I can't even speak. I'm still just thinking about all the plays, dude.
They have one. They have one huge hurdle first, of course. They gotta win this.
They do. They really gotta win this. But it seems like they have the pressure. They are the first ones onto the Lord. 20,000 HP taken down. Reset it just for a bit here as Falcon just trying to look for more pressure on the map. And this is it. RSG looking for the play.
Yeah, RSG does have the pressure now in terms of the creeps as well, but they go on to Aqua. The burst damage comes in. Black Shoes being popped now, and they successfully disengage. They are so careful.
Justin goes driving away. He has Naomi inside of him. I'm wondering, does Silent have a third Blade of Despair?
Oh, maybe he does, right? But Justin now goes for rapid touchdown once again. Nat's in the midst of it all, still able to survive as the rough waves will be used, but Naomi gains all of his health back. Demon Kite onto the Lord. Yellow Flash trying to get all of his HP back. Nat stunned up. Ken goes in for the damage once again, and the Phantom Execution as well to get out. Aqua on the back lines will be there, but look at Ken! He gets the retribution! Demon Kite running for the hills as Aqua gets taken down, and this is it. RSG, they're running, they're scrambling. Ken gets another 2 for 0.
Oh my goodness, how did Falcon make that? They got the Lord. They have to go back to defend from the creeps now, but are they going to be able to make this push?
This is ridiculous. The retribution of all retributions, making like a Burmese python, slivering in and out of that team fight. Ken, a true hero, a messiah for Falcon at this moment. This is what they needed. They needed a 28-minute Lord, and now the ball is in RSG's court. You make this shot, you miss it, it's over. We're going to game 3.
Well, you know, oh wait, never mind. Light gets a hook, but there you go! Justin Johnson comes in, he saves Ken, and that might be it.
It's a JJ off the JJ because this Lord is marching in. There's 2 members, and Silent is one of them. Ring the bell! Ring the bell! We're going to game 3!
Aim high, fly high, Falcon! They force a 3rd game out of thin air.
Justin Johnson, man. Justin Johnson. I can't. I am at a loss for words right now. Look at this relief on the faces of the players from Falcon Esports.
I love the face that Silent just did, like, woo!
Yo, sheesh, that was a game. That is Mobile Legends at its peak. Falcon and RSG.
This man, silent, he called so many shots, but look, Justin is just like nodding like, yeah, that's how it is, that's how it's done.
Did you see how he maneuvered right as he saw Light get the hook
not
onto
again,
Ken?
not again.
Not again, dude.
No,
I've seen
no.
this before. It's beautiful. That's the Mobile Legends that everyone wants to watch all day long.
Justin is also in disbelief, like we did just that. We won a 30-minute game against RSGPH.
Look at this.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Has anyone
passion.
actually even taken RSGPH 30 minutes into a game so far?
This is not in the playoffs, not even in the MPL Philippines Season 9 playoffs. So that means Myanmar's Falcon Esports is on another level. I've never felt so Burmese. Let's go over to our analysts.
That was a silent shot. I mean, throw away the odds, throw away the numbers. Honestly, half my notes are just, what's the point? What is the point when a game like that really shows the comeback mechanics and the executional prowess of the one and only Falcon Esports? Myanmar, they are just pumping out diamonds at this point.
Gideon, this is MSC. This is what we wanted to see in MSC. But right now, let's go back to actually analyzing the game. We still have some notes. Now, here's the thing, right? Looking at the game, it looked like it was RSG's game to lose. But then, the comeback at 19 minutes where RSG was like overstaying their welcome in the base, and then the damage from Silent, that's too much.
It's ridiculous. I mean, we were talking about it earlier on as the game was going by. First things first, when it comes down to compositions, generally both me and LaFell can agree that we don't like high executional compositions because there's just so much room for mistake and so much risk and dependency. And RSG, they had a very clear, very good idea and basically, in our opinion, won the draft. But the executional prowess, once again, Silent. Oh my goodness.
It's too much. This is why even during the draft, I was talking to Gideon how they have to draft around Silent. And looking at how he plays is amazing. When we look at the itemization, we can definitely see why he dealt so much damage. Now, the thing that I do want to talk about, right, is that we were talking about how, from the side of Falcon, their draft was actually difficult to execute. And we definitely saw earlier stages in the game, they did not hit a lot of rapid touchdowns. Maybe we can attribute that to like, like nervousness on the stage fright and such. But once they got comfortable, it was a completely different game.
It could be cold hands, honestly. I mean, with so many technical pauses, they had more than enough time to warm them up as they were playing the game. But so far, so good for Falcon Esports. The current score currently 1-1 if you're just tuning in right now. This game is bonkers. And I think, you know, one of the few issues that we've seen today, especially from Game 1, coming over into Game 2, is scaling. How much damage do you really have? How much more can you pump out? And that's when you see the big difference. Weapon Master on Beatrix compared to Brody. Whew.
Yeah, I like that you brought up both of those two marksmen because right now we're going to look at the itemization for both these teams, and it really is the difference in terms of the marksman because right now, looking at the itemization from Silent, double Blade of Despair. In fact, let's go through all of the items. Why not, right? Because for Silent, the fact that he has Blade of Heptasis, the first initial damage with the passive of Ambush, it will hurt so much. Looking at the penetration from the Hun Strike, the penetration from the Malefic Roar, he can take down any tanky heroes. And look, when he has someone that is very squishy, the Blade of Heptasis will do so much. The itemization is so aggressive, but it's so worth it.
I mean, it's risky, don't get me wrong. I absolutely agree that it's risky, but he has a Haas Claw instead of your traditional Immortality, for an example, or even
Demon
a Winsome
Hunter
Nature. Demon Hunter Sword, arguably, might have been really good there to take out some of the bigger tanks coming up from RCPH, like Demon Kite or even Light. But no, his main target, Iman, and as well as Aqua. Those 3 deaths on Aqua making all the difference in this particular fight. I mean, at this stage of the game, I would make an argument that, you know, RSG definitely was looking to win the draft. I mean, the mid lane control alone was already winning them the game.
Yeah, and right now, looking at the damage numbers, this is a point that I wanted to bring up ever since we started the analysis. The fight between both gold laners, Iman as well as Silent. 135,000 damage on the Beatrix. But the more important thing, I want to look at the damage taken. Beatrix only took 54,000 damage throughout the game. And the Brody, 72,000. Now, let's talk about it. Why couldn't Iman go in front to dish out the damage?
It's difficult. It's extremely difficult because when you look at Falcon, you know that main combination, the Kadita with the Johnson. You get touched by it even a little bit. You get locked down for a second. It is game over. You instantly lose your life. But let's talk about what other threats he had to deal with. Now, Lancelot this time, previously we saw tank build, now going for a full damage build this time. So if he gets into that backline and Brody doesn't have his stun, he's still in a lot of trouble. So multiple threats from different angles.
Yeah, and right now, let's look at the MVP of the game. I'm only looking for one player. Let it be that one player. I'm okay with this as well.
I'll take Justin.
I'm okay with this as well. Justin as the MVP. High risk, high reward. If Justin does not hit those rapid touchdowns, Silent could not dish out the damage.
Exactly. An enabler and a great support player. Justin has done it all with 19 assists, 8 deaths, and a single kill. He makes all the difference in this game.
Even though we still got to give a shout out to Silent because again, 139,000 damage is a lot. And honestly, that is part of the reason why Iman could not really dish out the damage, because if Iman wants to dish out damage, he has to tank the Wesker shot. And we look at how much damage the Wesker shot really is. Let's look at the highlights to see what happened from the early stage of the game to the later stages of the game.
Yep, in the highlights alone, early stage completely controlled by RSGPH. And a lot of this was just due to the control you have when Aqua is by himself, allowing people like Light to rotate around the map for free. They're pushing into the enemy base, especially when they have lore. But look at these points. Look at these catches.
Right now, it's 60 minutes of the game. Give it 2-3 minutes. That is when Falcon really saw, you know what, hey, we got the damage. Right now, the problem from the side of RSG is just that they want to dish out the damage. They really want to fight, but they really can't really handle the damage coming out from Silent. And the thing is, like you said, Justin as well as Naomi, looking at the spell coming in from Iman, if he was a Purify, if he did get touched a little bit, he could run away. But because it is a flicker, number one, you have to preemptively avoid the damage, as well as it's a 2-minute cooldown on the spell. So once you've already used up your flicker, that's a 2-minute gap where Justin could do something.
I mean, not only that, the pick of Brody alone, compared to other scaling type marksmen, he plays for early to mid game. By the time he hits that late game, without that snowball and without that oppressive play style, he's not going to be able to compare to Beatrix with Weapon Master at the very least. So I don't know, it's one of those nuanced things that really made a difference once you hit 16 minutes into the game. I mean, look at my notes on it now.
I saw it.
Absolutely. It doesn't even matter at this point.
Yeah, you're writing about how Killing Spree is really good in case you want to snowball because of the extra penetration as well as the movement speed. However, again, he did not get the kill, so he did not get the Killing Spree passive, so it's very difficult. But either way, Gideon, the next match is going to be so insane.
Yeah, and again, we're moving on to a game 3. It's all or nothing between these two teams. Let's see which one is going to go down into the lower bracket. Is it going to be RSGPH? Is it going to be Falcon Esports? Only one may rise. With that being said, oh, I don't know. I need a breather after that one. Let's throw it to a break here as these teams are probably going to start thinking about it.
the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies.
what seems to be a clean series that we all saw RSGPH winning. The Burmese team, Falcon Esports, stands in rebellion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Scrubby Cheeks and Mirko. We were not ready to cast a 30-minute game. I did not expect to do that. Did any of you expect to see that today?
30-minute, okay, but RSGPH, 30 minutes?
Not this one.
Yeah, no way.
Especially considering that RSGPH, they literally took down all the base turrets as well. They just needed to end. That was just one push away from an end in like the 13th minute. But Falcon Esports, they prevailed, and man, it's the underdog story that just never disappoints. Every single tournament, there's always that one team that gets all the eyes on them, you know?
We are one game away on the hinge of making 5 huge mistakes. You, Scrubby Cheeks, Mirko, me, Glofel, Gideon, we're all about to just make them. You know what? Even the fans, remember the audience prediction?
Yeah.
That's millions upon hundreds of millions of people who made mistakes across different countries.
Even the Burmese, right? It was a
Even
60%.
Yes.
60% towards
Was it 60?
Falcon.
I thought it was 80.
I'm pretty sure it was like around 60, like 60-40, right? So
And
again,
that's a logical choice.
technically, if we're talking about Mobile Legends, right? We're talking about the game just now. RSG, they controlled it. They controlled it. Logically, they should have won, but Falcon, they don't care about logic. They'll team fight you to death, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about 1 minute away from the drafts now, but look, Justin Johnson, okay? Yeah,
Justin
that was
Johnson.
a thing. That was a thing. But how many times can you possibly pull that off, right? Now RSG knows that's kind of like a cheese strat. Johnson ban, incoming potentially, and then what's Falcon gonna do?
Not even the Johnson ban, could be a Kadita ban. They can just take out one of those two
Yeah.
and then make sure that never happens again, right? One other thing that RSG can do is play more aggressively. Maybe don't react to what Falcon does, just play your game.
Absolutely. You know, again, there are just many ways to counter that. We've actually spoken about this just now during the draft. RSG Philippines, they're used to going up against a Johnson Kadita. They had the composition to go up against that team. But again, Falcon Esports, they prevailed through all the odds, against all the odds.
Maybe not like this. Not a Burmese Kadita Johnson.
Yeah.
So with that being said, we are about moments away from the draft. We're about to get into game number 3. This is the clincher, a best of 1 to determine who stays in the upper bracket and who goes down with just one more life to fight for their chance at winning the big one. Here we go. RSGPH on the play. Falcon answering back. And as expected, they want to play their game. They want that first pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, going for the Akai ban on the side of RSGPH, so priority pick still don't want to give that over to Falcon, and it looks like they're running the same bans over on the other side with the Fanny.
They've been doing this Fanny ban, plus maybe one more jungler like a Ling, Falcon since day 1 of MSC.
Absolutely. You know, we are also seeing that RSG Philippines, 3 games in a row, will be going for the same bans towards Akai and Julian. We've seen this throughout the group stage. For Falcon, these are the 2 main winning conditions. These are the 2 first picks that they usually take. Now, in this game, I mean, in the series, we've seen the Beatrix first pick twice. It has worked once, it also failed once. Will they just ban it out here because Iman has that potential to pick it up for themselves?
Yeah, no, maybe a little bit more of a focus on Iman. That might be one key to victory for RSGPH. Do you agree, Scrubby Cheeks? Because he had such a tough time on that Brody.
Yep.
He definitely did, and I think the fact, like, giving it away to Silent was also what made the late game difficult for them, but it looks like it's gonna be a 1-1 ban on the side of Falcon, as well as RSGPH.
Respect, respect.
No more Justin Johnson.
As they say in the Filipino broadcast, which I can only imagine, they're going crazy. Respect, respect. You
Respect,
take out the
yeah.
Johnson.
For sure. I mean, like, they respected it in game number 1. Although it was in the second phase, now we really know why they banned it out in the first game, right? They just really didn't want to go up against this because it's just such an X factor. We thought that if they don't get that early lead with the Johnson Kadita, that they're just going to fall flat. But it turns out, no. They used it in the late game, still was able to burst Nats out of all people, Lights?
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
I believe that was also one of the reasons for their downfall is like Nats may have called, I can do this, I can do this, like, I can't.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe be a little more careful. Opening up RSGPH. Boom, there it is. The Beatrix, Silent, what you gonna do now?
Taking that away from Silent, that's huge. I mean, Silent so far,
Esme.
well, he does have, he has played Clint.
Clint's good. His Clint's good.
As well as, I think, Carry in another game. So still has that up their pocket. They themselves have banned out the 1-1, so that limits his options a little bit.
Take the Clint, take the Clint.
Take the Clint, or do you want to just wait for that last pick in the first phase, right? They
I
can
would.
just go for the Esmeralda first.
Don't let it go in the second phase, yeah.
I think the right thing to do here is maybe pick up the Esmeralda, and you need to take up the Franco. I don't know how good Justin is on the Franco, or perhaps Yellow Flash,
Naomi.
but this combo, RSGPH, Demon Kite, I mean, my bad, Lights on the Franco with the Beatrix on the hands of Iman, but we completely forgot about Valentina.
She makes it through the cracks. We all got blindsided, but Coach Zaya, you don't do that. He picks it up.
Well, Johnson was the ban, so because of that, Valentina was let through. But RSGPH, with that Valentina pick, it's gonna mean that they still have Light on the Franco, and Nav's not without the Esmeralda, yes, but they have Thamas, which is also a really good lane bully.
I can expect that they might ban it, and who's to say maybe Falcon might also play the Valentina in the XP lane. We've seen that before, so it might be Yellow Flash. They go ahead and pick up the Grok. Here's what I'm guessing. Here's where my mind is right now, and I'm sure Coach G and Coach Zaya are on the same wavelength. What ults does the Valentina have right now? She has the Caught Inferno, great. She has the Bloody Hunt, yes. I think it's a die roll for the Beatrix ult.
Yeah, currently there are not really that many ultimates to take that are like game-changing.
Right now, yeah.
Right now, but
Bloody
again,
Hunt.
because of the Valentina pick, it already limits RSG Philippines picks, right? Because of the Valentina, RSG Philippines, they can't really go for these game-changing ultimates anymore. They need to try to stick to the basics, I guess, right? Maybe go for a more basic attack-oriented draft. Maybe just more, ultimate, not ultimate reliance.
Yeah, even heroes like Baksha might be a liability. You have to start thinking about that. And the RGPH, one of the pioneers of the jungle Baksha, as way far back as maybe a year and a half ago. And no, the Clint, they let it make it to the second phase.
Yeah, we said this.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
did. It is said.
Actually prioritizing the Grok over the Clint. I mean, is that worth it? Yes, you have Naomi with a wild charge setting up
Solid.
for the entire team, and you couple that with Esmeralda as a really good front line as well as initiation. But to give up the Clint?
They might be relying heavily on the carry. You did mention Silent plays carry for those who watch the group stage. He did field this hero as well. But Miracle, I hear you going, ooh.
Yeah, now that you mentioned a carry, I think it's actually a really good pick here up against a Franco and a Thamas, right? You really do want a marksman who can deal damage, actually deal damage in the late game as well. We saw how the Brody played out. Yeah, self-sufficient in lane, good up until that mid game, but when you're up against the tanky members in that late game, when you're up against someone like a Beatrix, you just don't compare in terms of damage.
It's just sustained damage in the long run. But it looks like RGPH. Coach G specifically saying, make my day. Pick up the carry. They're more afraid of the Popoling Koopa.
So they banned it out and limit the marksman pool here for Silent. So possibly still the carry pick. I think it's interesting that Falcon banned out the Kagura as well as Xavier here. So they're limiting Aqua's pool of heroes. They didn't ban out Yves, which is almost like synonymous with Aqua here. Because they have Valentina, it's almost like daring them to pick Eve. Go ahead, do that. I'm going to steal your ultimate and use that back on you.
But there are two solid answers on the side of Falcon for Eve here. There's the Grok and the Esmeralda. So I'm guessing it's very well calculated. Let's see where it goes, though.
Oh my goodness. All right, we haven't seen this from Silent.
Shades of Lemon.
Shades of Lemon. Oh my god. All right. I mean, I said in the game number 1, I wanted to see the feisty gold laner picks. This is it, Leo. This is one of them. Irithel in the building.
I'm shaking. You can't
You're
see
shaking.
it, but I am, yes.
Why?
I'm worried. This is going to change the meta as it is.
Yeah, imagine if Irithel becomes meta again, right? You
I have
see
to
all
learn
the
how to
rank.
play her.
Exactly. Everyone at the ranked will learn how to play her as well. So there's going to be a lot of...
I don't like change.
But okay, Irithel, we haven't really seen her in the game so far. I think it was See You Soon and RSGPH themselves who played it once. Is it really viable? And now going up against a Karina and a Sicilian.
There is one mage that made it through the cracks for Aqua here. There were so many choices, but instead they went for something that's a little bit more for the late game. This does give the Valentina so many options, though. That's a lot of ults. That's good.
Yeah.
At least good.
At least good, right? You can get sustainability with Thamas. You can also get sustainability with Sicilian,
Mobility
right?
on Karina.
Mobility as well. So let's just see. To wrap up their drafts here, they already have an Iritha in the gold lane, a roamer next speed. They need a jungler, unless the Valentina goes to the jungle role.
Or Irithel jungle, no?
Dirath jungle.
Dirath jungle.
Dirath jungle. We spoke about this actually before MSC.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it now?
I'm still 50-50. A lot of the most talented junglers I know personally, I asked them, how's the Dirath jungle? They said, it's okay. It's not like stellar like a well-picked Barats or like a Baksha or a Karina, not even Ling. So I'm guessing what they're thinking here is, yeah, we want to win these fights mid to late game. That's what they're looking at here, especially with the Irithel power spike.
Yeah, on the other side, though, RCPH with the pickup on Sicilian, looks like they're going to go into the later, well, mid to the later parts of the game. How's that going to fare?
I think they learned from game 2. It's like, no, in case Falcon wants to go 20-30 minutes again, we need something.
We gotta remember though, because in the qualifiers for Falcon themselves, stamina was a little bit of a problem.
True. They're growing out of their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3, the final game in this best of 3 once more for RSG. PH, make some noise as well. Myanmar's very own Falcon Esports. Demon Kite starting over here. Ken, over there.
Yeah, this is... Usually we always just see purple buff for both of the teams, but I guess Ken just wants to path towards the turtle as well. They want to go for that early game aggression.
Yeah.
Efficiency is key here for the side of Falcon. They wanted to just get that early game pressure so that they don't need to pull off another crazy comeback like we saw in game number 2. But here, let's see, there's a fight.
Yeah, Naomi already taking some damage here, but the hook comes in onto Justin. Light, though, has to flicker out to safety on his own. So just trading out blows here. No kills dropped just yet.
Okay, nothing too spicy here in the early game as expected, you know. The Karina a little faster on the clear, gets a Little Wanderer. Delays Falcon maybe a second or two by taking out the Little Wanderer, making them go that way. But if I'm not mistaken, did Ken take a while? Ken went back into his jungle here. Is he going to make it in time after purple to his turtle?
He should be able to make it in time here. Yeah, he should be able to take it.
But he's a little slower.
He is a little slower, but honestly, if you're up against Karina, right? Karina
everything is slower.
Yeah, everything is slower compared to a Karina, especially here with that Demon Slayer emblem. Let's just see, for the bottom side as well, there's gonna come down to pressure in the XP lane when we talk about that first turtle. Is Nats gonna be able to get the pressure against an Esmeralda? It seems like it is the case currently.
Yeah, I mean, he's already pushing Yellow Flash right underneath his turret here, and Demon Kite obviously setting up for something. If they don't get a kill, they are at least pressuring their way into the turtle. But Falcon, they also recognize this, and Naomi as well as Justin have already rotated down.
This is actually impressive from Falcon. Despite the short delay on Ken, he still finds priority.
Yeah. This is what Esmeralda brings to a team, right? He is able to actually join in the turtle pit. First, Naomi in the mid lane goes in for some damage on Aqua. Falcon, Justin will be able to get his level 4 as Nats jumps in. Yellow Flash 2. That's a hook that does not connect. Yellow Flash still trying to zone away the members as Nats just does the same thing. Justin picks up that ultimate, goes in for suppression, and that's going to be the collapse towards Nats. He's 1 HP, he survives for a little bit, but he is going to be first blood for Falcon. A 2-for-1 trade. Light running for the hills now as Falcon picks up. Silent gets the solo kill on Iman.
Oh my goodness!
On multiple fronts.
What is this? Yeah,
on multiple
not just
fronts.
one. Usually you see the opposite. You know, you're getting sieged in one lane and on the other you get a trade backpack. In this case, Falcon getting 3 kills of their own as well as a key objective.
And they're continuing. Look, Falcon here, Silent specifically, leveraging that 1v1 kill. Get some time to not just go for the wave, but even that small camp. And Falcon, 3 minutes in, 1,000 gold ahead. This is the momentum that they have going into a reverse sweep. Your mid-series, you win off of a long game like that, you gotta have some mental in your opponent's game.
I really wanted to see how that solo kill came to be, man, because that's impressive. On an Irithel up against a Beatrix, and the thing is, I feel like Eman was overextended somehow. He was in an enemy jungle.
Too deep.
It's insane. I mean, Silent, we've always said, silent but deadly. And on this Irithel, he's proving to be, you know, even more than that. We talked about how, you know, Irithel is just oppressive. Coupled with the sprint, you build that movement speed, you're able to dish out so much. And I think Silent's just been able to abuse that to his advantage.
I love that he picked up the Wind Talker. So not only is he a little faster, not only is he dealing a little more damage, he's also farming much faster.
Absolutely, but again, RSG Philippines, they're just looking for a trade back because Falcon, they played strong side up top, and it's just really hard for Beatrix to survive currently without the help of that Franco. So, with Light up top, it is going to be a burst for the side of RSG Philippines. They managed to get one, but Light will fall victim to Falcon's movement in the map as well. They trade 1 for 1.
Your boy Light just playing the game that he needs to. It's a dirty job. Someone's got to do it. They got to die because Eman's not ready yet, nor is Aqua.
But you're giving the kills away to Falcon on the people that need it the most. Justin, Silent, Ken, they're the ones now just shoring up the farm that they need. And Justin has been getting all his alt steals on point. The Bat's Feast, the huge ultimates, that's exactly what they need.
Yeah, the Iron, the Bloody Hunt, that's
Bloody
so
Hunt.
key.
And this is very similar to what LaFell recommended or advised, right? Falcon, they're adding layers. They're diversifying their composition here. They have that early game advantage. They have the early game presence. But if we take it to the mid game, to the late game, we still have those heroes here. Esmeralda, Iritel to carry them through.
Yeah. Looking at how the XP lane matchup is going, this may be the safest place RSGPH can be.
Oh, but Light gets a hook, and that's going to be the burst coming in. Naomi with the re-engage with the wild charge. I don't think they're going to be able to contest this one here with the jungler down. It's just going to be RSG picking up the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, despite the lead that, Falcon has so far, don't discount the hooks from Light. Right now, Yellow Flash and Nats just brawling it out in the middle again. Nats, being a lane bully is just getting that advantage. How can he look to make use of this though?
Basically, as I said earlier, RSGPH, their safest bet is bottom lane. The fact that maybe Nats isn't dying as much as everyone else is the best thing that they have, because I'm looking at maybe a 9-minute, 10-minute spike until RSGPH can say, okay, here are some team fights that we can win. Eman, you ready? Aqua, you ready? But not like this. I think Light has to be careful of where he does these concealed plays, because look, Falcon already ready to answer back.
Oh, he gets Ken. That's just so good, and that's going to be the Wesker damage. Just bursting him down. Demon Kai looking for more. Justin, caught in the bad situation, will be forced to flicker out of there. And there you go. RSG, they pick up the pace, and they will be able to siege down the turret in the mid lane with the help of Iman. Another hook connects onto Naomi, and the bad impact is there. Iman dives in, gets the turret. Not so much Naomi, but it's worth it, man.
Okay. I love that Aqua was there, because if it was just Iman and Light, the Earthen Force would have been enough. I was thinking if it's Naomi who gets hooked, it's fine. But Light, he's on something else, man. He got Ken. How many times? Twice?
Yellow Flash in the meantime though, getting caught in between 3 members of RSGPH. Nowhere for him to go. He's getting oppressed right now. 0, 1, and 2, not just by Nas. And this is why it's so difficult, right? Nas, his power hero is Esmeralda. Yes, he didn't get it, but he knows how to play against you as well. And now they're just making sure that Yellow Flash doesn't get to be able to scale as fast as he would like to.
I love how you put it. It's like Nats is inside Yellow Flash's brain.
Yeah, I mean, currently, right, RSG Philippines, even though they lost out in the early game, now they're actually recovering really well. They're going up top.
Yeah, trying to aggress here. Counter engage onto Falcon, and Naomi in some trouble. Will have to dash away using the wild charge. Will it be enough? He gets the Aqua gets the kill here, secures it. And now Falcon, they're 1 man down. Oh, the bloody hunt comes out onto Kembo and manages to take him down as well. Nas goes in, terrified though, has to back away for a little bit. RGPH looking to push their advantage, but Yellow Flash comes in for the backup.
Get in my belly, says Light, and that's exactly the pickoff that they needed. Taking out Ken, going for this last turtle of the game. There's no retribution for Falcon. It's clearly going to RSG unless Yellow Flash!
What?
Yellow Flash!
No retribution, but man,
no retribution, no problem.
No retribution, no problem. Demon Kai, he didn't have the retribution as well, so Falcon, they were just able to maneuver around there. RSG Philippines, they didn't have the HP bars to actually zone these members away, and that's the mistake. They committed too hard on
These little things, they add up. These little things, what's going on? RSGPH, we're usually seeing, we're so used to seeing them so disciplined, everything calculated, step 1, 2, A, B, C, but they missed out on that little thing. Demon Kai did not count his retribution.
Yeah, and then now they might pay for it, honestly, right? Again, Irithel is constantly scaling. Iman as well on the Beatrix, but it's getting to really scary territory when RSG Philippines doesn't have full control of the game. Usually, in the 8th minute, they have control. They can just do whatever they want in the enemy jungle. Currently, Falcon trading really well on the map.
You can see how this is just like Falcon. Yes, RGPH, we talked about how they are very experienced team now on big stages like this, but Falcon is being able to keep up with them as well. They play the macro game. They know that they have to end the game as early as possible, not wanting to face Aqua in the later part.
Yep, and Aqua has yet to die. 1, 0, and 3. And earlier we saw, even in the face of a chunky hero like Naomi, he can deal the damage. But look at this. A standoff in mid. Nats!
Oh, Nas walks right into 3 members now, and RGPH, they're forced to react. He's the first to go now. But Falcon, they're on the retreat. Yellow Flash in some trouble, and Justin is the one that's suppressed right now. He'll be the first to go down, and Falcon forced into a full retreat.
1-for-1 here for the side of RSG and Falcon, but honestly, I feel like it's worth it for RSGPH, considering that they got more people low from the side of Falcon. They can use this map pressure to set up for the next Lord here. 5 seconds, there you go. Lord spawning in to the Land of Dawn. And Falcon, I have a question for you guys currently, right? With the game going so slow and the game just all about trading at this point, who's going to benefit more?
RSG.
They
have
Aqua,
better
right?
scaling. Yeah, Aqua and
Iman.
And again, the fact that there's a bloody hunt makes all of these engages just all the more. It's an automatic -1.
That's a tank, by the way. He's gone.
And it's very untimely.
He's gone.
Very untimely because RSGPH, they know they have the numbers advantage now, and they're looking to go on this Lord.
Yeah, this time around, Retribution on point, gotta watch it.
Let's see, with 1 man down, it seems like Falcon just, they're gonna give it over to RSG Philippines. Justin dodging away from that Iron Hook. They're gonna give it up. They're gonna go for the defense once again. Deja vu to game number 2.
Oh, are you calling for another 30-minute game?
I mean, I want to see entertainment. I want to see crazy fights. Maybe we'll get it. Maybe RSG just takes it here.
Honestly, you know, the game between RSGPH and Falcon now, it always feels that it has gone for a lot longer than it has. Right now, it's only 11 minutes into the game. I feel like we're already reaching the later part.
I'm actually of the other mind here. Shoes on the other foot. I feel like it's totally in a time vortex. Like, I feel like this game could go on forever and I wouldn't notice. Because they're that good, these two teams.
I agree.
They're amazing!
I said this to you backstage while we were on break, man. I could cast this game all day.
That you did.
Yeah, they're trying to defend up top here. RSG looking for the siege as well. Half HP on the Lord. Light looking for the Iron Hook, as that's going to be the render shot to go at it on towards Yellow Flash. Lord cleared up. Mid lane turret going down. RSG Philippines trying now to get the base turrets.
Mirko said that while we were in the little boys' room. Yeah. So that's why you didn't hear
that's why I didn't. I was like, wait, why didn't I hear this? Okay, that explains everything. But right now, Falcon, they're on the back foot here. So they don't want to be here because, as we said, RSGPH, they have the better scaling as well. So yes, they have Yellow Flash, maybe Silent as well, but is that going to be enough?
I believe it is, because there's no lesson better than a loss. The fact that you lost means it's got to be worth something, right? So I don't think RGP is going to let that happen twice.
Oh, Iman flickers out of there. Nats now looking for the re-engage. That's going to be the falling star when defensively pop for the side of Falcon, and that's just the damage coming through. Justin melts away, and RSG pick up a 1-4-0.
Justin did a vanish.
Yeah, he did a vanish. Now you see him, now you don't.
That was insane. Like, even though RSGPH, they managed to get 1 kill onto Justin, Naomi was so on point. He flickered in to try to get Iman. Iman flickered out. He used the Guardian's Barrier to block off everyone else, but right now, it's going to be a hook landing right onto Yellowfans, and he disappears from the map. In the meantime, mid lane, they get 2 more members from Falcon here, and RSGPH looking to press their advantage. Naomi in some trouble. Demon Guy comes in and manages to slay him immediately. RSGPH, they go for the core, and they close out game number 3.
The status quo ain't shifting tonight, ladies and gentlemen. RSGPH stays in the upper bracket, knocking down Falcon Esports.
No minions, no problem. It was actually cleared out right before they ended it, and it was at half HP. This is why I said, when they picked up the Beatrix, maybe pick up the Franco. It's really, really tough when Light gets this combo, this dual combo with Iman.
All the more is the quick draw McGraw action on Eman. As soon as the hook happens, you see, like, in the blink of an eye, he switches over to Wesker. And then, whoa, that blue bar turned into 2 yellow, and then shotgun to the face.
And the thing is, what makes it even more disgusting is the fact that it happens to everyone. Even the tanks, it doesn't matter how tanky you are. When Light gets a hook, you're just dead.
Yeah, Earth and Force all that Grok has is physical damage, but the Beatrix doesn't care.
I was just looking at Light as you were saying that,
Yeah.
and honestly, he looks a bit disappointed, even though he's won the game. I'm a bit confused here.
Hard on himself. Young man is hard on himself.
You know, I mean, looking at them, the winning spirit is definitely high, right? Like, they expect to win. They expect to dominate. So, getting a 2-1 victory, yes, to us, it's hype. To the fans, it's hype. But to them, that's some room to learn, to improve.
Oh. Let's hear from Mara Aquino. She's in the camp of RGPH.
Now here we are backstage of MyTech. I'm here with RSG Philippines. I saw Lexi, the team manager, rushing out, jumping up and down. Coach G was so happy as well. Now we're just gonna be waiting for the players of RSG Philippines to come in their dugout. You could see how really happy, how very happy Lexi was. She really couldn't contain herself. She was jumping up and down, and they were congratulating each other. And now we see Falcon Esports going to their dugout. And right after them, there you go. Lexi, I saw you jumping up and down. Now we're gonna be talking to Light. Light, we saw him using his hooks with Franco. Now, earlier today, you said you didn't get to sleep much last night. You said that you were pretty nervous. You got to win today, but we noticed you weren't jumping for joy. What happened? What's going through your mind right now?
I'm just happy that masaya lang ako kasi meron ulit worthy opponent na nakalaban sa MSC kasi yun yung hinahanap namin, yung malakas na kalaban kasi pag na-challenge kami mas lalo kami lumalakas. Yun lang.
So Light was saying that he's happy that they had such a worthy opponent because when they have an opponent that's really strong, that's when they win. Now, it's your first international experience, correct? You're now representing Philippines. You've made it to the playoffs. Now you're going to the upper bracket semifinals. How do you feel? Because Light, you're not smiling.
Feeling ko confident naman kami. Yun. Excited na ako sa mga laban pa namin na sa bracket, sa upper bracket na tuloy-tuloy.
He feels very confident. He's not showing right now, but he's saying he's really excited for the opponents in the upper bracket. Now for sure, Coach Panda is at home. He's really happy right now with today's win. What do you have to say to Coach Panda and to all the Filipinos watching online?
Masasabi ko Coach Panda, thank you dahil hina-help niya pa rin kami sa preparation namin sa MSC. And miss you. Tsaka sa Philippines, thank you po sa sumusuporta sa amin. Gagalingan pa namin sorry natalo ng game 2. Yun lang, shoutout sa family ko sumusuporta sa lahat ng RSG fans na nanonood.
Light is thanking Coach Panda because all the way from the Philippines, he's still helping them online. And now he's thanking all the Filipino fans watching. He's apologizing that they didn't get to finish it in game 2, but they're gonna do their best on the next round. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Now we're going to break things down a little bit. We're gonna head on over to Gideon and LaFell for our analyst segment.
Respect is the key word we're going to be talking about here because RSGPH had a really tough match against Falcon Esports, and like Light said, they were worthy opponents.
Honestly, every player involved in that match just now, either they're from Falcon or from RSG Philippines, they played amazingly. Like, the EXP leader from RSG Philippines, he was nuts.
Yeah, I have it in my notes here. I mean, Nats is disgustingly good at his role, and Mara was telling us just now that he's looking to become the grand finalist MVP, and if he keeps this up, I'm seeing his stocks just rise here. Invest now in Nats.
I mean, look at his gameplay. It's nasty. I have a few more puns. I'm just gonna keep rolling it out. But
4
anyways,
out of 10.
I take anything above 3. Anyways, looking back at the game, it's not just Nuts. There's a lot of players that we have to highlight. So right now, let's look at the itemization over here. And one of the players that we have to talk about is Iman on this Beatrix, right? The fact that Falcon, they managed to get the Valentina. Honestly, Justin did well.
Yep.
But Iman on this Beatrix, well, Beatrix is fair, right? She's really fair.
Well, I don't know. You can look over at Naomi's stats. He's 0-4, and most of those kills, especially 3 of those kills, just walking into bushes, dying out of nowhere with the setup coming in from Light. Number one, Light disgustingly good at throwing those hooks. Those iron hooks have been nasty, but the timing of them is important because the power of nature, you can block any kind of CC. It doesn't matter. I can walk around, but he times it just right to set it up for his team. And I think in this stage of the game, this is what RSG need to do. Be very careful of these timings. And Falcon Esports this time around, I think if this was a best of 5, it might have gone all 5 games.
We're going to look at the stats, but again, Light on that Franco. His iron hook is a homing missile. No matter where you go, he's going to catch you out. I want to talk about the draft a little bit, but right now, again, let's look at the damage numbers coming in from both these teams. For the side of RSG Philippines, yes, the highest damage is amount on this Beatrix for 59,000 damage, but I do want to talk about the Sicilian as well. I feel like it is a good pick because they were preparing just in case this Irritel pops off in the late game. At least they have someone that can win in terms of range to potentially handle the Irritel.
And that's the thing, right? It's all about that range because even if it wasn't Irritel, let's switch it out. Let's take the longest marksman here and we go for someone like Bruno. Still, it is a pretty decent matchup for someone like Cecilia to outrange and continuously make it ineffective for Falcon to take these front-to-fronts. I think it's some really good drafting coming in from RSGPH, and I definitely think they took a lot of consideration over the gold lane this time after what happened in game number 2.
The reason why I want to talk about the draft is because they let go of Valentina. And
that's huge.
Yes, they prioritize the Beatrix and then afterwards securing the Franco for themselves. I feel like for all the other teams looking at this game, the third game specifically, they can know what heroes are they really prioritizing. And I feel like Light on this Franco should have a target on his back because he really made the plays. But to really see who made the plays, let's look at the MVP of the game. And the MVP is going over to Iman.
Yep. I mean, Iman was playing a strong game throughout, even though he did get solo killed in his own lane. Well, technically the enemy jungle at this point from Silent, but he made up for it. Coming off after that death, he didn't die a single time, getting multiple kills set up by his team, but most importantly, staying a consistent threat for Falcon Esports. Taking those front-to-fronts is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and again, Beatrix, that triple tap Wesker, just shooting twice, reset it again, and then shoot it again. It's a little bit too strong. So right now, Beatrix has been nerfed for quite a few times. However, based on the performance here in MSC, I feel like it really should be one of those heroes that you should prioritize, either in the pick or ban.
I mean, considering how these games go and how the past couple of games as well, Falcon Esports were heavily leaning towards blue side and that first pick to pick up specifically Beatrix. So RSG, good adaptation, good ways of actually understanding and shutting down these key components. But let's have a look at the highlights and recap this game just in case you just tuned in.
Yeah, looking at the highlights over here, we can definitely see glimpses of glory for Falcon, especially when Valentina actually stole Franco's ult, the Bloody Hunt, making it easier for Ken to actually get those kills. But let's pay attention. Every time in the Riverside, for some reason, Ken will always get caught, and sometimes it's not by his own choice. That Iron Hook is just too much.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a melee jungler who wants to brawl out, Franco is not the person you want to collide with. And unfortunately for Naomi too, looking for these opportunities again can be tough, but Light securing these kills with the Iron Hook really makes all the difference here.
Yeah, the reason why we bring up Ken on this Tyro, we're not specifically saying it's a super bad pick, but in this kind of situation, as a jungler, if you can never meet your opponents trying to get those kills, trying to put on that pressure, it's going to be very difficult for your team to really do anything because it's a matter of fact, for the Land of Dawn, if you're losing mid, you can't rotate. And if you can't rotate, eventually your side lanes will lose. And then it's just going to be a slow roll of giving opportunities after opportunities to your opponent team. And in this sense, RSG Philippines, they really capitalize on catching Ken when he's rotating.
Actually, absolutely. Like, before this, I was saying that RSGPH was rather stale. They like to play that safe and secure game. But now that they're in the playoffs, and technically they still have a second life moving on in the upper brackets, we get to see more personality. And I'm realizing more and more that they play off momentum extremely well. If that momentum gets shut down, like how we saw in against Falcon in game number 2, you could see a completely different side of them.
I want to add one more thing. I feel like it's specifically for the Philippine teams, right? In longer series, a best of 3, a best of 5, a best of 7, they're really good at reading movements, habits from the enemy team. Because look, by third game, they understood how Ken moved. Light was able to pick him off. So I feel like later stages of these playoffs, where you go for the best of 5, for the best of 7, any Philippine teams is potentially going to be super scary.
Ooh, I would hate that to happen. I would not want to be up on that stage with those monsters. They're so, so good. Reading their patterns is great, but there are still more matches to happen today. For our second game of the day, it's RSGSG up against Orange Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming...
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust.
It's a clash from across the causeway as we reignite the MY and SG rivalry in this next best of 3. Welcome and apakabar! At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Scrubby Cheeks and Mirko as we bring you the second best of 3 in today's opener in the playoffs of MSC 2022. How are we doing today? That was quite the best of 3 we opened with. Are we ready for another?
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to catch my breath here. Who would have expected, yes, RSGPH to win? Yes. But a 2-1? I don't know. How do you feel about that, Mirko?
Yeah, and it being that close, it's crazy. But again, it just shows that Falcon, no one can write them off. No one can write any of these teams off at MSC. But guess what? Speaking of MSC, the events preview, look at that down below. The MSC Event Pass is active now. Are you eyeing the exclusive rewards, including Farsa's new skin? It hasn't made its debut yet in MSC, but I'm just waiting for that Farsa to be picked up.
I actually think Farsa is quite meta now. She has slowly climbed back up after that rework, wherein her passive is a little faster on the pickup. And yeah, no, I think put her at the same tier as Eve. Maybe, just maybe, you know, given the Min and Man connection in mid, or I don't know, Miku and 505 for RSG. We might see it. We might see it. Yeah. Okay, so it's clear why I'm wincing and why you reacted that way, because it's these two duos that's going to matter a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, RSG, SG, well, champions this time of MPL Singapore Season 3 up against Orange Esports, first runner-up of MPL Malaysia Season 9. So it's going to be a great match, but like you said, the thing is, RSG, SG didn't bring along Lolzy, their core key roamer here, and instead had 505 do that. So I feel like, yes, 505 performed in his early game, like he had the Franco, that was all okay, but it started to fall off a little bit as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And honestly, when we're talking about Orange Esports as well, in contrast to RSG SG, Min and Man play such a huge role in this team, and that's the dynamic here. That's the matchup that we're going to be talking about for the most part, right? Min and Man versus 505. Their inconsistencies in the group stage, have they flattened that out here in the playoff stage up against Orange, who I feel like is performing better than Todak so far?
Yep, if between these two hometown heroes, it seems like it's Orange who's really leveraging the hometown, the home court advantage, because not only is it Min and Man, where we're also looking at Valens and Gary. I actually love how Gary is making the most of the strong mid lane that they have.
Yeah, and Valens has been absolutely, like, he's had such a strong showing, and I think he does the shot calling as well, and that changes so much for Orange Esports. I believe they took down Evo's SG, unfortunately, 2-0 as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, when you hear that a goal laner is making all the shots, usually because you're not part of that mid trio, you're not usually roaming around the map. But again, this is just a different dynamic that Orange are bringing to the stage. Now, though, let's take a look at the talents prediction for the second match of the playoff stage. It is mixed, very mixed here. I wonder why we went for RSG. I'm asking myself.
Yeah, exactly. I was not ready for identity crisis for you, but no, I believe, and I right here, right now, I'm going with Orange because of the aforementioned fact, you know. Valens super solid out of the gold lane. Gary, almost a career-defining Hellkurt game from the group stage. Min and Man, who am I missing? I'm missing their roamer. Oh, no, I'm missing their... What I not mention yet? I just love everybody. Even Coach Pabs, sure. Yeah. I love everybody. I think we met one of their mental health coaches earlier. Yeah. So
I think that was Born. Born? Did you say Born?
Born, yeah.
Born.
There you go.
Okay. Well, let me justify myself a little bit here with a prediction, right? We went RSG SG.
For obvious reasons.
Did I go RSG? Oh, yeah, I did go RSG.
We went RSG SG. I think, yes, even though they've had a strong, doubts a little here in the mid lane, but as we see, they're coming up the stage now. The team from Singapore.
RSG Singapore.
I love the theme music.
Yeah. It was anime based, and I think they pulled that off like, oof, impeccable. Like the music video as well and all the artwork really fell in line with that. And honestly, I wish like I could put this on my music player.
I'm so hyped right now. You know what? What? My foot's half in the door. Even without Lolzy, given this music, and let's see. Okay, you know what? I'm outnumbered here. It's 2-1.
It is 2-1.
So I have to give some benefit of the doubt. Okay, maybe I should grow a little warmer to Miku Miku Mi.
Well, this is your team here, LaFell. This is the team that you predicted to win this matchup. Yeah, I called you LaFell. But here you go, Orange Esports making their way to the stage.
From Malaysia, Orange Esports.
What's up, LaFell?
Okay, Gideon, I am digging this music as well. Let's hear it for the hometown heroes, Orange Esports, MPL MY S9 Grand Finalists. Ooh. They got that vibe.
Dude, Orange Esports, they got that vibe in the group stages, all the way from the group stages, the first match. Again, when we're talking about Orange, they've actually swapped their rosters so many times. It's incredible to see that this roster has synergized so well together.
Yeah, historically speaking, even the Malaysian casters wonder why. I guess maybe for now they found the formula.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not working, you fix it. So you change it until you find one. And so far, Orange Esports seems to be the formula that's working for them. I guess the question is, can RSG defeat them with, well, they have kind of a mainstay draft and then new blood like Bray Jungler. So it's a bit opposite, right? A totally fresh roster versus someone that's more experienced together with a mix of new people.
Yeah, if anything, they've stuck with at least Min and Man for sure for the longest time. I remember studying for MPL Invitational about a year back, and they stuck with that, making their way on towards the stage. The coaches from both RSG, SG, and Orange Esports, Saint DeLucas and Coach Habs.
Saint DeLucas, man. Let's talk about this guy, right? Because he came from Indonesia, man.
Let's.
You know, he came from Indonesia, and he has made such a big impact on RSG, SG here. First trophy domestically, right?
Won the team title.
Yeah, they won the title instantly with St. Lucas. So, I mean, maybe you can keep on. Yeah, you can
I think
clarify
it's
further.
really clear. Like the way that RSG Singapore has played this season, phenomenal. They cleaned up. Their fights are super clean. They are a lot more disciplined now in the way that they take or disengage from team fights. So his impact, like you said, Mirko, has been really obvious.
RSG, SG, but diff. That's also what I saw. I mean, watching the Season 3 Grand Finals, it's usually an easy read, right? Like, Evo says he's going to take this back, but no. This lineup, save for change for Miku Miku Mi, put Lozy in there. That's what won the title, right? You got Baby Cakes, 505, Bray, and Diablo. I want to highlight Baby Cakes and Bray. It's these two core players, the gold laner and the jungler, that at least for me, personally, really make the team.
Absolutely, but when we're taking a look at the other team here, it is going to be Orange Esports, their official team lineup with Valens, Min, Man, Gary, and Born. Now, this team, like we mentioned, they always keep on swapping, but Min and Man has been the core of this team for quite a while now.
Yeah, and again, I mentioned Gary, a breakout player from day 2 of the group stage. He's so young, so full of spirit and energy.
He's young, man. You know, Bray's young too.
Bray's
Who's
young
younger?
Too. Yeah. I think
Is it the young
Bray's
diff?
like 16, I don't know. But they both play jungler here, so maybe that's the key to victory.
Age is on their side.
Leverage the youth. Leverage the youth. No, I don't think it's there. Keys to victory for RSG, SG. Get a playmaking hero 505. Again, usually playing a mage, so you want to make sure he gets a good tank to make for the difference. Diablo wins the XP lane. Respect or remove 1-1. Story of MSC so far. And improve their early objective execution. We don't want to go 30 minutes. We saw what happens when an RSG goes 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just RSGPH or maybe it's a trend
It's
amongst
an
the
RSG
RSG.
thing.
It's an RSG thing, right? But again, yeah, this is just the story of the tournament so far. Respect or remove 1-1. 1-1 has just been the center of it all.
You got a huge
and
smile.
I love it.
You got a huge smile.
But let's take a look at Orange Esports keys to victory as well here, because right now they're up against the Singaporean champions. Utilize Min and Man's 5G connection. This is my favorite. This is my favorite, you know? The twin buff, all right?
Yeah, twin buff.
That's what I call it in Indonesia. Unfortunately, the Indonesian twins didn't make it here.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Min and Man are actual twins. As you can see, their photos here, they look like super alike. So 5G connection right there between them, but you also have to have a plan B for Gary's hero pick. Take note of the Franco, either ban or contest that, and use early objective as baits.
Yep, I love how both teams have heroes to watch out for and have players to leverage. So with that being said, this Causeway rivalry, this Causeway clash, it's no secret that at least backstage across the multiple international tournaments that we've been part of, Lafel and Gideon, they're so happy when the Malaysians win over the Singaporeans. Do you have the same feeling right now, Scrubby Cheeks?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously I'll be rooting for Singapore as well, but let's not be biased here, right? RSG and Orange Esports, looking at this objectively, psychologically speaking, RSG Singapore had a pretty hard time in the group stages.
Oh, yeah.
They almost fell out. On the other hand though, Orange Esports had a really strong showing. So we're gonna take a look at the audience predictions here as to how people across the region feel about these two teams.
I'm guessing we're missing one flag there. Where's the red and
where's
white
the
Singaporean
Singapore
flag,
flag?
right? But besides that, I would have called it 50-50.
Yeah. Based on your prediction, right? You're not very Filipino, Leo.
What?
The Filipinos voted for RSG. Mostly, I guess.
Well, I'm in Malaysia.
Do as the Romans do.
We're in beautiful Kuala Lumpur. You gotta root for the home team. And no, just logically speaking, that's what I saw. And again, the aforementioned mental game here, and again, just the shuffling of roles. Call a spade a spade.
Yeah, I mean, I can't deny it. Orange has looked really impressive in MSC so far. RSG Singapore, maybe a little bit shaky, but again, they're trying to shake that off, right? They're trying to get those jitters out of the way, coming into the playoffs with a fresh start. Let's see if Bray can carry the game with Baby Cakes as well.
It's not just them, honestly. It's fair to also give a spotlight over to Diablo, who has been part of RSG for a long time now. And even in his rookie year, he was already very, very impressive, his rookie season. Now being one of the more veteran members of the squad, I think they also have to leverage that.
Diablo has really shown himself this season, and even though Bray has made a lot of the big plays, the flashy plays, Baby Cakes as well, that's natural because they're the jungler as well as the gold laner. But Diablo really keeping his lane and then making the rotations to help out in the team fights. Right now though, we already here with the bans and picks. It's gonna be Orange Esports taking out the Julian as well as the Yves. RSG, more meta-ish bans with Valentina and the Fanny.
You can see the instant respect already from the side of RSG Singapore, banning away that Fanny from the hands of Gary. We all know what Gary was able to do in MPL MY with that Fanny, but look, Orange Esports banning towards the Diggy. Perhaps they might be looking for an Atlas pick?
Oh man, I'm still suffering from like
me too, man.
PTSD from all the Atlas throws. Like there was so many
go.
play-making Atlas picks, but RSG SG seeing that from a mile away.
Yep, telegraphed. It was writing on the wall. Not gonna let it happen. But there's still so many open heroes here. There's a Beatrix out there.
Franco, if they want to go for it.
Yes, the Karina still open. The
Akai.
Ling, the Akai. Oh, it's a Wild Wild West.
There are a lot of heroes up for grabs here, so we'll just have to see what Orange Esports wants to start with their draft with, because they're going to have to draft around the first pick, right? Who do they want to take away here? That's Pryo. There's one hero in particular that has been left open. 1-1. I might be first picked here. Valence plays a mean 1-1. No, Akai shows up here. Has the first pick for Orange.
Oh yeah, no, Baby Cake's getting it.
Yeah, they're going to give it over to 1-1 for sure. I mean, they have to take it. And this is going to be huge. I mean, Baby Cakes RSG also relies on him to scale up. And like you said, he makes the plays in a later part of the game. Is this trade worth it?
It has to be hand in hand with the duo. Here's something I'm wondering, right? I know it's not going to happen because I'm not sure if 505 has it in his arsenal. There's the Esmeralda. We haven't seen much of Cho. Roaming Cho hasn't shown up at all.
Jungle Cho, we saw it in FPH.
Sure, but in MSC, what are the numbers on Cho actually? Need to double check that. A lot of games over the past couple of weekends, but it's alarming.
I don't think we've seen that much. In the group stages, there were a lot of team fighting based heroes. For example, the Atlas, which was banned out. So Cho, I guess, kind of took a back seat there.
3 picks across all the days of MSC so far. That's abysmal.
I agree. You know, it's not really looking good for Cho in MSC 2022, but now you know the real reason as to why I picked RSG Singapore. They got 1-1. They know what is Pryo.
You also live it in the future. You also know that they would have gotten it
for sure, 100% here. But Orange Esports, they respond with the Beatrix pick and the Lilia. Now, with the Beatrix in lane, matchup against the 1-1, it's actually a skill matchup. It all depends on how both of these heroes or both these players play on these heroes.
It's 50-50, as most players will say, and also reliant on the rotations. But given that Lilia I'm liking Orange's chances already.
I agree.
Hyperactive mid laner here.
I mean, I disagree because 1-1.
Okay. I love it. Within
was
2
quick.
seconds, I disagree.
I agree. Wait.
Never mind, I forgot. One was on the other side.
I have principles.
But yeah, now let's just take a look at RSG Singapore as they wrap up their drafts here. When you already have a 1-1 and as an Esmeralda, maybe perhaps you want to pick up a roamer here, or maybe just a jungler, a frontline presence for RSG. They pick up the Karina for Bray. That rounds up their draft for the first phase.
Baby cakes. Their cards are on the table here.
Baby
It's
cakes.
laid out.
Baby
It's laid out. This is what we want to do. We want a tanky Karina, and then Baby cakes just do the rest.
Yeah, Bray hasn't played that much Karina. I think maybe not at all so far in the group stages, but back in MPL Singapore, he has fronted that hero a lot as well. And I think coupled with that Esmeralda, like you said, gives a good front line for RSG SG. They're going to go ahead to take out the Natalia here, so potentially hinting at something a little bit squishy and like Xavier.
Well, the 1-1 is already squishy, so they're already happy to get the Natalia out.
Absolutely. You know,
that's true.
Natalia is just such a nuisance when you play in this current meta because, again, a lot of the game revolves around the mid lane or the gold lane getting ahead, especially when you have those utility junglers. Now, though, let's take a look at RSG Singapore with their final ban into this draft phase.
Guessing it's a choke. You after taking out your safety with the Natalia, pick up a choke. Like get rid of a hero that'll mess up your 1-1 plan.
I don't think though. If it's just entirely based on the 1-1?
Wait. Well, yes, Ling has a good matchup to 1-1. Like, just time it out, right? You get the Tempest of Blades when she goes to the air. But are they... Is Coach St. De Lucas thinking maybe this Akai is not going to go into the jungle? Like,
Yeah.
why take out the Ling? Interesting here.
Well, it could be a possibility. I mean, we've seen Akai play both in
Elsewhere.
jungle as well as the roam. And on the side of OE, they're going to go ahead and take on more roamers for RSG SG, so the Matilda as well as the Angela. Now, that kind of narrows what RSG can go into.
I agree, you know.
Wait, I love it though. It makes sense. 505. He's just recently taken the reins as the roamer. You narrow it down, but Franco is just a nasty right now. So
Yeah.
no.
I was about to say, because they didn't ban Franco in the banning phase, I expected them to do so because they already picked up someone like a 1-1. Very mobile, but can get instantly just locked down by the Franco. So with them picking it up, it's actually a really good answer towards Orange's draft.
But it's also dangerous.
Because of the Kai.
Yes,
Yeah.
so the thing is interesting now, given what we've seen. Hindsight's 2020. OE banned the Matilda. I'm guessing that might have been like a comfort for 505? Could be like an Enchantress roamer?
I mean, given that 505 was a mid-mage player, like primarily for him to switch to the roamer, I personally would have preferred if he picked up more Enchantress style.
Yeah, so that's the logic.
roamers.
That's the logic. Oh.
Now this is interesting.
This is
First-
a debut.
Yeah.
This is a debut at MSC. Throwback to about 6-9 months ago when Hayabusa was good.
Yeah, Hayabusa, I tried playing him in my ranked games. Obviously, I'm not as good as the pro players, but man, I had a tough time. It was not good at all. I feel like it's just really underpowered currently, but Orange Esports, I feel like this draft can still work though. With the pressure that Glue just puts on, and I'm guessing that the Kai is going to go to the roamer position. I think it can still work out. There's going to be a lot of picks to be done for the side of Orange though. A lot of work in the early game.
Yeah, you know what this Hayabusa is making me do is overthink. I feel shenanigans are afoot. I feel like things may happen.
For sure. Well, RSG's gonna round up their draft here with the Xavier pick.
It's clean.
What I'm still hung up about is the Glue pick.
You asked me about Glue before the day even started, so that is a good thing to highlight. And yeah, now that you mentioned it, I am also now overthinking the Glue. What's going on?
Glue and Haya, we haven't seen these heroes for quite a while.
They are
now.
from a different time.
Yeah, they are from a different
have
time.
been
Maybe
transported.
this is the future again, right?
Whoa!
Orange, they know what's up. But
That's my time traveling sound. Whoa!
great sound, man.
All right, one more look at the lineup and let's just refresh as to what's going on. The Glue and the Hayabusa making it into Orange Esports' Game 1 draft. And for us, GSG, clean. This is what the meta looks like now.
Yeah, they just picked up all of the right meta choices, right? But again, it all comes down to execution here.
Yep, here we go. Game number 1 in the best of 3. RSG SG going up against Orange Esports of Malaysia. Confirmed Gary is fielding the Hayabusa in the jungle. and Born's taken the glue into the XP.
I think what I'm a little afraid here about for RSG is that they don't seem to have a lot of peel for the team. Like, yes, you have the Franco, maybe Esmeralda as well, but on the other side, Akai together with the glue. You can dive any time of the day that you like.
I feel like their thought process currently is the best defense is offense, but Baby Cakes, he's going to get ganked here up top. He goes in for the Inspire play. He gets out of the dive, but Orange Esports, they just secured a huge lead up top. 1-1 might just be forced to back up here. Recall, perhaps. Spin, looking for the dive once again into that top side. He goes in. Baby Cakes taking low balance, trying to get that last hit, and Gary is the one who picks it up. First blood going to the hands of Orange Esports.
That's definitely not great. We just talked about how you want Baby Cakes to scale, and on this 1-1 to boot, the fact that he's fallen as first blood now is definitely going to put RSG on a back foot. They're looking for maybe some sort of consolation here, just holding off the top side a little bit, but how is this going to affect RSG?
I love that you asked it because Orange Esports, they got to do that first blood, that barrel down onto Baby Cakes with impunity. I'm talking about the fact that they were not punished. Nothing was lost for Orange Esports, and that just put Baby Cakes in a really bad spot. Look, because Gary's gonna even get his orange buff, that is. And, wait, Retribution still on point, Kenny? Oh no!
Yeah.
That's it. All right, here's the punish. It was delayed.
This is the problem, though, for the side of that Hayabusa. I mentioned it before. He takes these jungle camps really, really slow. And because of that, you're up against a Karina, right?
Who's already very fast.
Very fast. So this is where Bray can just start to get the lead. Orange Esports, naturally, they're just going to go and look for that top side. Baby Cakes can't really go anywhere here. Valen's going to go for Nibiru's Passion. Under the turret, Baby Cakes is going to get taken down. Orange Esports picks up another kill, but it's traded down below for the turtle.
It's really rough for Baby Cakes now. They're targeting him to no end. I mean, it's kind of up to Bray to save this now, and they also have to watch out for Miku Miku Mi the moment he comes online to help to save the day. How possible is that?
I think it's still pretty possible. The minute that I saw Orange rotate up to Baby Cakes the second time, I'm like, yo, no, it's up to Miku Miku Mi now. And I don't know how that's going to affect their mental game because already, aforementioned, there is a struggle from within with RSG coming out of the group stage. At minute, what are we, 2? Minute 3 here?
Thereabouts, I think.
Yeah, minute 2.
It's scary to have already a plan B in mind, right? Like, we came in, we drafted this way. All right, that's not working out. Like, how is that going to affect you going into what, a potentially 15-minute game?
I agree. You know, and currently as well, we spoke a little bit about the 1-1, but I want to emphasize this. Currently, she did just receive a nerf, right?
Yes,
and
there's less damage.
This nerf actually impacts the early to mid stage of the game quite a bit.
Much more, yeah.
Usually, you want to just go even or win, obviously, but now that he's 0-2, that he has lost basically 2 entire minion waves, it's going to be really hard for him to hit those item power spikes, and perhaps he might not even be a factor when Orange Esports goes and uses those mid-game power spikes.
Now that I'm thinking about it, Mirko, you said that Orange Esports could predict the future. I actually think that's true, but not because they can predict the future, but because they were creating the future. That Akai first pick was baiting RSG to pick the 1-1, and they had a game plan for how they were going to basically shut Baby Cakes on this 1-1 down.
And now the Hayabusa makes more sense. You want a hero that can go in, clean up, isolate a hero. I mean, you can do that with Lancelot as well, but the Hayabusa is all the more mobile. I mean, you can puncture on through, but you need targets for that. With a quad shadow, you can go like about 500 miles and then just flash back onto your shadow. So it makes sense. It makes sense why Gary is on this Hayabusa. Let's see if it bites him in the behind a little later on. We're about 2 minutes, 30 seconds in, about 2 minutes away from the second turtle of the game. First one goes over to RCSG. So it's not like RCSG is all losing. It's just Orange Esports is playing the game that they want.
Yeah. And one of the worst things you can do to a 1-1 is force her to go first item with a nature. With this composition, that's basically what they're trying to go for here. And that's the dive once again. 505 gonna get pinned down onto the wall, taken down as well. Baby Cakes with the crossbow tango. That's gonna be a double kill, perhaps almost just a triple kill, but Bray secures the kill on the backside. 3, 4, 1. Everything that they've been working for up top has just gone away.
Nice response from RSGSG. Yes, they now recognize you're gonna gank Baby Cakes. Fine. I'm just gonna respond to it because Bray has had enough of an advantage in the jungle to be able to do just that as well. So RSG definitely not letting up as well.
Beautiful bounce back. Not sure if it was worth a turret, but you take what you can get, right? You take what you can get as RSGSG, and then you build it up from there. Mind you, Miko hasn't died yet, so they still have like a secondary core. So now they technically have like 3 cores. Pretty good. Looking great for RSG.
It is looking good for RSG, but for Orange as well, this is going to be really good for them because, yes, they did lose out 3 members up top, but they're actually rotating and playing the map really well now. They put the Beatrix down below. They're trying to collect as much gold turret as they possibly can just to put that gold lead back to where it was.
Yep.
And again, get that mid-game power spike to just make this 1-1 a non-factor.
Something tells me they might actually try to chip away at this gold shield down bottom. And because of that, yeah, it's a good read for Orange Esports. They're like, oh, the 1-1's down here again. Let's make sure Baby Cakes doesn't get more farm.
Let's
and
just follow Baby Cakes
yeah,
wherever he
follow Baby Cakes. That's the game plan, at least for the early game.
Turtle is up now at the top side, and looks like Orange Esports is going to go ahead to start leashing it. They do have the advantage. RSG doesn't look like they're in place to get this one, but here is Bray.
Yeah, man, Diablo just zoning Gary away. Remember, Bray is 1 level ahead of Gary, even there you go. He secures it. That's going to be the combo wombo as well as 505. Uses the Blood Hunt on towards the Hayabusa. Man, gonna get taken low there as they look for a re-engage. Min looking for more. The hook connects on towards Min by 505, saving Bray, and that's a 2-for-0 trade with a turtle as well.
There was no damage on the side of Orange Esports. It's all tanks. It was the supports that were there. There was no firepower. Supportal combat as 505 went in. Baby Cake's gonna get this one. Get over here, says the Franco, and then Baby Cakes, despite the rotation, still finds a way to come back. So yeah, RSGSG, just as the comeback from top happened, they do the same down bottom, and it's not looking great for Orange Esports.
There's only so long you can hold down Baby Cakes until he finally, crossbow off tank. That's it.
You can't put Baby
now,
in a corner.
Exactly. In the mid lane now, Man, forced to use the black shoes here, will be able to get out of that fight. Well, Ray looking for something in the jungle, but gonna get zoned out by Born. I was actually gonna say that, 505, I was worried. There was not enough peel for the side of RSGSG, but in that last turtle fight, yes, Min has the heavy spin to zone out everyone else, but 505 waited till that was done and then landed the Iron Hook to help clean up the fight.
Yeah, perfect timing, honestly, and very efficient on that Iron Hook here. We're also seeing that, again, because of Gary being so far behind Bray, it's impacting the entire team. Like, Man can't really rotate anywhere, and that's going to be Bray able to die. Baby Cakes looking for the weakness points, and that's going to be heavy spin, popped and used. Min, unable to pin anyone down as RSG. They just retreat for free, and they didn't get punished at all.
I'm of 2 minds when it comes to roaming Akai. I got so used to jungle Akai that roaming Akai feels weird.
Yeah.
He was not like, why is he a tank? Why is he a roamer? He was made to be a tank or a jungler. You don't really like all
He's a marksman.
He's a marksman. Gary up top trying to do some split pushing. Does get the turret, but he might pay the price for it now. Dawning Light comes through and Bray cleans up the kill there for him. RSGSG now have the priority on the next turtle.
Now the question is, was that worth it? Sure, they get a turret, they get an objective, and thus they will have more map pressure up top. But again, look, because the jungler was taken down, Baby Cakes now just able to go freely. Heavy spin doesn't even connect onto him. He dodges away from the Renner shot. Min is just nowhere. Oh, wait a minute, the Dawning Light just snipes Man and Balance behind there. Born now taken low. Forced to flicker out, and this is just a disaster for Orange.
Bray making like the cool guy that he is. All right, you guys team fight. I'm not even going to look. I'm going to take the turtle, and then it's all for bank anyway. So now the question and the answer. That's another team fight won by RSG. They're going to take this turret here. The thing about the jungle Akai is he has damage. So that's why I'm guessing Orange Esports' plan is not working out now, is because the only thing that Min has is, yes, a little bit of peel, and then the isolation via the heavy spin. That aside, there's no follow-through, the team fight falls apart.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, looking at the damage dealt, Diablo actually on the top of the charts, followed by Baby Cakes. This is why he is such a good player and has shown obviously throughout the entire season. RSG, SG, Bray just face checking the bushes a little bit, but now they're up ahead. Orange Esports, they do have Valence as well as Man for the damage though.
Oh, conceal.
Oh, they're looking for play here. But again, yeah, because Diablo is just such a threat currently, there's no one who can actually match up that 1v1 up top. Hayabusa, initially, Gary was put onto that top side, but now that Esmeralda has hit that power spike, it's just, yeah, it's not viable.
I don't want to be here.
No.
I don't want to be here. It's just difficult to be Hayabusa now. So it's like two heroes from the side of OE.
Yeah, Baby Cake's gonna get sniped there as that's gonna be the shutdown picked up by Valence. A very good pick for the side of Orange, but Baby Cake's way too overextended.
I was gonna say, it's two heroes on the side of Orange Esports that feel like they don't belong here. That's the Hayabusa and the Akai. They're trying to do things that just don't fit what RSG is trying to do. Like they're trying to stop it or trying to do something about it. It's just not working out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be, but Valence, I guess, getting some consolation prizes here on the bottom side, which is important because the Lord is coming up on like in 8 seconds now on the bottom, so they've created a lot of space for themselves to contest this.
Yeah, well, looking at mid as well. Born going for a very aggressive play, but it's on to 505, who misses the hook. Min going in for the heavy spin. Will just zone the members away as Diablo goes in for 1v4. He pops the Purify, he pops the Sprint and goes in for the Falling Star. Another two members. Valence pops the Nibiru's Passion, but he's going to get taken low, and now he's forced to flicker out the Dawning Light. Snipes Min down from across the map, and that's a free Lord for RSG, unless Gary can do something about it.
I believe Diablo was about an inch away from getting cornered with the heavy spin, but the key here is that not the Purify, it's a sprint.
Yeah, it's a sprint.
It's disgusting what this battle spell allows.
Yeah, and on someone like Diablo, you know that he's going to abuse it for sure. Right now, pulling up the items here.
Looking at what we've got, RGSG, you see the 2.4k gold lead. It's clear that Baby Cakes has already recovered. Yeah. Baby Cakes is doing okay now with the Corrosion Sight and the Demon Hunter Sword. He's okay. He can actually like get stacks on Min and 1v1 kill Min.
Yeah, he's going for a more defensive build as well now. So he has those two core items, the DHS and the Corrosion. Now he's going towards the Wind of Nature. So still respecting the damage that can still come through from Gary, who has been split pushing a lot. So he still has gold. Look at that. Hunter Strike and BOD completed for him as well.
I think the other thing for me is also Mikumi on the Xavier. We talked about how Xavier has not been performing as well, but right now with the items he has, he's going to start dishing out some damage, and Orange Esports actually needs to be afraid of that. So this might just be the, the first or one of the rare games that Xavier is finally useful.
I want to mention something as well. We kind of touched on this topic, but wait a minute. Diablo up top, going to get pinned down by Min. The damage comes through with Wesker, and there is no doubt that Diablo will have to fall there. But mid lane might be traded in. Yeah, it will. Baby Cakes picks it up with the Siege, and it's just going to be a trade, but he doesn't quite do it just yet. Born still able to this force RSG out of that turret.
Right now, we talked about glue, right? Born on the glue. How is this working out for them? I guess the idea, yes, you want to dive into the back line, possibly get someone like Baby Cakes or Mikumi, but the problem is you can't even catch them.
Yeah, mentioned the two heroes that seem to be out of place, the Akai and the Hayabusa. Born is somewhere in the middle. He's in purgatory. He's in meta purgatory right now. It makes sense, you know. If you have a glue and then you're able to latch on the Baby Cakes or Bray, again, the two core heroes or players from RCSG. Hell, even Mikumi, you're in good shape, but he doesn't get it happen. He can't make it happen. It's so hard because 505 gets the faster and better initiation.
I agree, and this is exactly where I was actually about to mention, right? Why is the Xavier working now when he doesn't actually have any cover, any peel, aside from the Franco who can use the Bloody Hunt. Defensively, there's not really much cover here, but honestly, at this point, the best defense is offense. If all the RSG members can actually zone the Orange members away, Xavier can just do one thing, follow up with the Dawning Light all the way from the back, and it just does the damage. It finishes it off, and it cleans up the fight for the team.
Lay down the magical pew-pew.
Magical pew-pew, yeah.
Magical poop is
Don't call it Dawning Light.
Don't call it Dawning Light.
TM.
I think Dawning Light has been like overused because like every time you see it, everyone knows it's Dawning Light right now. So Magical Pew Pew, you might
it's
be
not original anymore.
Yeah,
the ult has about an under 20-second cooldown. So yeah, team fight, pow, we get another one happen right before it ends.
It's using his poke at this point, opening up the map.
It's a nuke.
Technically, yeah, the damage. If it is in that full stack mode, oh man.
It's a magical warhead. firing from coast to coast.
Right now, though, we're going to see RSG start to aggress on the Lord here, bottom side, as well as Diablo. Just only 1 to 3 members. They're trying to, I guess, split push here is their play looking at the macro. So, I don't know. Do you think Orange Esports can really contest this?
Well, they're trying. They're starting.
They are. And looking at it, Diablo actually used his sprint here, right? So he's not going to have a valuable battle spell during the team fight. And this is a very important team fight. Born already using split.
Oh, team fight!
Going on to Bray, and right now, it's going to be Diablo again, just diving right into 4 people. Baby Cakes pops across both tank, does get Born and Min, and now 2 down. Orange Esports, they are at a disadvantage with the numbers. RSG, they get a free Lord right here. Orange not able to get anything out of this fight.
Baby wants his num-nums because even Diablo in 505 zoning out Valens. You're going to see the smile on your face, the 1-1. It's a clear sign. She's a meta changer.
I mean, you know, I've been saying this all the way since like I started casting, dude. Back in season 7 of MPLID, 1-1. Just pick it. Maybe it wasn't meta back then, but it was meta for me.
In your heart.
In my heart. It's always been meta.
Okay, let's just check out the instant replay again. That huge win for RSG SG leading up to that free Lord. Okay, so the split happened. It worked out, but the follow-through was just all over the place.
The Win of Nature just played a huge part on that. I think Baby Cakes would have actually been taken down due to the Shadow Kill if he didn't pop that Win of Nature. So again, the defensive build that I personally wouldn't have gone with. You know, offense is the best defense for me. That's why I die a lot. But yeah, 1-1, perfect itemization, and the positioning as well was really good with the Win of Nature.
I love it because that means Baby Cakes just read the room very well. Yep. He knew that that was key, and he knew that he is the key. So that's where we are now, about 15 minutes in, 5 to 14, 2.5k gold lead for RSGSG. And 1 turret left, they'll be knocking into Orange Esports' base.
Orange Esports, I guess they are trying, you know, with target identification at that Lord fight. Yes, Bray's the important one. He has the retribution, right? But when you choose to go onto him, you forgo Baby Cakes and Miku Mi as well. So a lot of trade-offs there. RSG now stripping Orange Esports of all their turrets down to the inhibitors. This is really not looking good for Orange. What's their plan B here?
Orange Esports, I'm guessing Miku Mi. That's the next target because, as you mentioned, if you choose to target Bray, that's the wrong mistake. You're wasting so many resources from a hero that can just run away like that. So I'm guessing it's Miku Mi.
I agree. It has to be Miku Mi here for the side of Orange Esports. But the thing is, right, if they do actually want to target a Xavier, they're going to have to use so many resources to just get close.
Yes.
And by that time, I feel like they're going to be bursted down already by the 1-1, by Bray, obviously, on the Karina. That's just free hitting. Orange Esports can still do it, definitely, but it has to come from a mistake from the side of RSG Singapore as well.
And again, easier said than done, as you mentioned. Looking at the items, Orange Esports, they're building very, very defensively. So now it seems like they are also themselves having an identity crisis. Do we want to burst these down, these soft targets? Yeah, but how do we even get to them? Because looking at their items here, they're all in on their sources of damage. It's Valens and Gary, because take a look at Man. Man already built a Brute Force Breastplate, so he knows that even his life is not in the best of places. Even he's in jeopardy.
And not just that, right? I mean, when you talk about getting to the back line, how do you do that when you have Diablo just going all the way in, zoning everyone else? Like, you can't even make that move, even if you wanted to. So Orange Esports, yes, they have that heavy spin, but if they don't make that one big play, I feel like that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and I really like the rotations coming in from RSG Singapore here. They sent Diablo all the way to the bottom side again, knowing that the Lord has spawned up top. So they're going to try to move some of the members up top. I don't think they're going to leave Xavier open. Yeah, he's just staying in the base. Doesn't really want to go and face check any part of that jungle. But because of that, Orange now, they have the initiative. They're going to go in. Heavy spin now onto 505. I don't think that's the right target as Baby Cakes. It's just free hitting with the Dawning Light connecting as well. Immortality there was popped. Baby Cakes popping the Win of Nature just to do the damage and take it all. The crossbow attack with the Inspire will melt too, and that's Min taken low. He's still able to run away, but Diablo is here for the finish. That's the kill, and it's a 3-4-0 for RSGSG.
Air Baby Cakes.
Oh, the snipe coming from uptown there from Miku Mi closes out Gary. That's 4 kills, topped on with a Lord in favor of RSGSG. Orange Esports, this just might be their last stand here. they invested so much to try to get 505 down, and then Baby Cakes just ran through them.
And they didn't even get anything in return.
Absolutely. That's the magical pew-pew that we mentioned, man. He's just cleaning up the team fights. But with this RSG 4-man down, Orange, Balance trying to make the difference here. He pops into Nibiru's passion, does so much damage, but RSG secure game number 1. Solid start.
Heartbreak in your hometown. Orange Esports takes the L in game number 1, but it's not over just yet. This is a best of 3. Did not expect for Orange to actually, I don't know, get a little too creative with their draft. It seems like that's what it is on first glance, at least from my first impression, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We talked about how experimental it is. A lot of doubts, and it's not just one. It's not just like, okay, glue. No, you add the Hayabusa as well.
And then
so
the Romakai.
Romakai, there you go. I mean, Romakai, yes, you can still pull it off though, but with the other 2 picks.
How good was Saint DeLucas? He was so on point. He banned the Ling out. He noticed that, you know, maybe the Zakai isn't going to go to the jungle.
You read that.
You read it.
You read that. I love it. And again, we asked the question, Saint DeLucas. You'll get the answer in a bit. Just. He played us. Coach, you played us.
It's impressive. Very impressive. The fact that, you know, I think, yeah, Orange has only tried to pull that off here in the playoffs. In the group stages, they went for the relatively safer drafts here. So, I don't know, hats off to Coach Saint DeLucas, because I would have never have thought that the Akai was going to go as a roamer.
Yep, loving to see LY4.
1-1.
Yep,
1-1 gap.
Loving to see LY4 here. He himself a gold laner, a legend in the realm of mobile MOBAs. Been a fan of him for a long time. Does this seem, is this evident of them working through their mental and, you know, just, I don't want to say spiritual, but do they look better? Does RSGSG look better in game now?
For sure. Honestly, I mean, for RSGSG, the only doubt in my mind was 505, but they've proven it could work. So let's go over to the analysts to see how they break it down.
Well, thank you very much for throwing it over to the desk here. Well, I wish we had a desk, but we've got a huge LED screen behind us to break down.
We got a lot of floor.
That also. But we're going to break this game down to you, and a lot of it just came down to the draft and the type of ideas being played. Because I think, technically, if you were put in the exact same position that Orange was in, I think that's as good as it gets, right?
Yeah, I feel like this is a topic based on priority because, again, during the draft, a lot of heroes were open, but the one that we're talking about is Akai as well as 1-1, where Valence is really good on the 1-1. However, we do understand that Akai is one of those heroes that is a must-pick, must-ban situation. As well as when we look at the gameplay, we see what Orange Esports was trying to do, putting a lot of pressure earlier in the game on Baby Cake's lane, making sure that the 1-1 doesn't pop off. However, by doing that, Man as well as Gary sacrificing some of their farms. So in terms of priority, they prioritize the Akai and prioritize on the 1-1. However, was the priority misplaced?
Well, I don't know. I think in this particular situation, when we're looking at the draft, I think a lot of it just came down to what are they most comfortable on, what do they want to achieve within the game itself. The Beatrix, yes, she was getting a couple of kills, especially in the early game with the help of this S-tier Akai, but it didn't really come to fruition, especially when you're talking about the scaling of the comp when you're talking about the other lanes. Like, I mean, if we're looking in towards the middle lane, Lilia generally was just struggling because of all the dives, but let's have a look at the item build and break this down back here on the screen.
One of the things that I want to talk about is actually the Beatrix. Valence using the Beatrix right now, looking at the itemization, pushing a lot in terms of his physical attributes. So usually you would see this on a build when you're using Renner, when you're using Wesker. However, we can look at Valence actually using a lot of Nibiru in the game, and using Nibiru against a Esmeralda is actually very difficult, especially when Diablo on this Esmeralda having the enchanted talisman, having the Oracle, will have a lot of shield. And when you have a lot of shield, any damage from Valence will just tickle him. He needs to actually destroy the shield very, very fast. And with Nibiru, it's not happening.
Yeah, it's not so easy as it was before, and especially since they don't really want to go so close to be able to use something like Wesker. You've got so much to worry about. 505 currently playing on that Franco already poses enough threat, but more importantly so, even for Miku Mikumi, he can sit in the back, and as soon as he sees even a step forward, he can look to open the gates and try to get the snare.
I also want to talk about Steel Lake Place because Baby Cakes right now, we're looking at full damage build. However, in the early stages of the game, he actually built a steel leg place, giving 45 extra defense, the same as Akai over here. They know what is going on, and I feel like that is very smart, just because we see Gary on the Hayabusa, he lost his level earlier in the stage of the game. He was level 3, where we can see the jungler from the side of RSG is already level 4. And as an assassin, when you're not doing well and the enemy is building armor, there's no damage.
Well, let's see how well he actually was doing with the stats and start crunching these numbers, because immediately you can see.
Yeah, the lowest damage number of his team. Akai Rome did more damage, and this is the thing. As a jungler, you're prioritizing on actually killing off the 1-1 early. However, sacrificing your own farm and 1-1 building the steel leg plates, even if you isolate her, even if you isolate her, there's no way any damage will be brought out.
Well, it's not easy to achieve, but that's not all. There's actually some other consequences that resulted in these early dives. Take for an example, when you have Lilia starting to rotate up to the top side pre-level 2, that's when you start to ask some questions, right? And then pre-level 4 for 1-1 at level 3 Undertard, they got another kill, but they aren't able to translate it. And I think that's one thing with Orange Esports that we're seeing. They like to salvage a lot of these situations, or try to.
Yeah, so later in the series, I do want to see Orange Esports really work on their priorities, because for you to achieve something, you need to sacrifice something. However, you need to be sure whatever you are sacrificing will be worth it. Right now, let's look at the MVP of the game. And I gotta say, I'm thinking it's 1-1. Baby Cakes on this 1-1, even though he died earlier in the game. But come on, it's a 1-1.
It's a 1-1. The comeback mechanics for 1-1 is good enough, but Baby Cake's making it look relatively simple and easy doing so. The third dive did not work, and Baby Cake's making all the difference with the 7, 3, and 3 stat line. His KD is looking great. One of those reasons why I think that 1-1 feels like a free win.
That's the problem. Once 1-1 has the level 4, you gank her, you die. Just because how easy it is to actually trigger the crossbow of Tang now. Because we see, I want to look at the highlights, because there is a few fights where Orange Esports, they really have to back off. Because Min on the Akai, glue, whenever they're in front, they're giving free stacks to 1-1. Because look, how easy was it to actually trigger the crossbow of Tang?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of targets, right? I mean, a lot of free melee targets who doesn't exactly have the greatest gap closes in the world. Something that 1-1 can easily kite around. And I think here in the highlights, we're probably going to see more of that. But let's talk about something a little different here. Xavier specifically trying to supplement the team while still scaling in the mid lane.
Either way, I feel like looking at the highlights, we can see how comfortable RSG is in this game. Because, yeah, earlier, sure, target on the 1-1. But once 1-1 hits level 4, this is what happens. He was 0-2, and then instantly 2-0. And after this, it's all RSG.
Yeah, I mean, the coverage coming out from RSG and Miku making sure that even OE couldn't even penetrate through that front line made it so much easier. I think Min did a good job at splitting up the fight. However, locking down and getting those catches, even Born was struggling to actually latch onto the right targets.
Yeah, and looking here, we just saw Valence using the Nibiru's Passion. And the thing is, he did a lot of damage in the game. However, none of them resulted in kills. This is when they should have stopped. Baby Cakes was using the Wind of Nature. He was not taking any damage. And look how easy was it for him to trigger the crossbow effect. At that moment, that was the signal. Orange, back off. Wait for all the cooldowns to come back and then re-engage. So it was a botched team fight.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of salvaging is going on. We saw this during the group stages, and nothing has really changed coming into this matchup against RSG. But I think the root of the problem here, we have to start looking at the draft initially.
Yes.
You got to give it to RSG. They had a really solid way. And honestly, we were mentioning this before, we saw a little bit of a mirror, as we would like to call it, because this draft coming in from RSG are literally all the prime heroes coming in from Orange Esports.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was planned, but either way, it looked really good. I can't wait for the next game.
Well, with that being said, let's throw it over to our casters for game number 2.
As you throw, we will catch. Thank you so much. The lovely Gideon and Lafell. Back at your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Scrubby Cheeks. The root of the problem, as Gideon mentioned, the draft. Let's see if Orange Esports can just reconfigure the puzzle and go back to the fundamentals, because I think as we here at the desk agree, they kind of overthought it.
I agree. I feel like they overthought it, and the thing is, St. Lucas was able to also read out kind of the strategy that they were going for. So maybe stick to the basics again, stick to the fundamentals that made them top the groups in the MSC group stage, right? Maybe go and pick up the Xavier again on Man. These are the common picks, like Gideon and LaFell just mentioned. These are all the meta heroes that Orange Esports usually go with.
I think the thing is, maybe because Xavier is a pretty, well, mid to late game hero, Orange Esports might have been looking for something in the early game. They were pulling off a lot of ganks, and once you get that spike on Akai with the heavy spin, you can have a lot of initiations, well, put down baby cakes, which is what they were trying to do. My question is, I guess, what went wrong later on, right? They allowed baby cakes to continue scaling, and that was pretty much the end for their fights.
Yeah, well, something tells me that the plan was very short-lived. I mean, it's an all-in plan, right? If you do enough to bury baby cakes in value, that just ensures RSGSG can never come back. But what if they recover elsewhere, which they did? Because I'm not sure if we can ever emphasize enough how Diablo was such force to be reckoned with here in game number 1. The MVP performance by Baby Cakes would not have been possible without the XP laner, without his older brothers elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, again, I agree. You know, when we saw Orange Esports in the early game, it was actually really, really good at the start when they got the first blood against the 1-1, shutting him down, making him miss literally an entire minion wave. But when they started doing it the second time, RSG always had an answer. They translated it and they traded it in the bottom side. Sometimes they just crashed onto them, giving all the kills back towards Baby Cakes, and that's where it started to fall, started to crumble for Orange.
Yeah,
So,
I guess that one win condition, right? Shut down Baby Cakes and try to do it, but that didn't quite work out, so everything fell apart there for them.
So
right?
it's now a matter of rebuilding it back up. Starting with the draft, game number 2 here. Coach saying to Lucas, again, the magic man. You didn't have to tell us. He's just like, wait for it. It'll show up. While we took out the Ling. On the play, Orange Esports taking out the Julian and the Savior. Some signature heroes already picked out there. RSGSG answering back, taking out the Valentina and the Fanny. So we're sticking close to the meta here. There's nothing here surprising quite yet, but surprising is Orange Esports decided to stay blue.
They did decide to stay blue, but they already changed some things. They went for the Xavier ban here, not just the Julian ban as we saw from the game number 1.
Miku, too much.
Yeah, it was too much, honestly. And the thing is, RSG's playstyle, it fits so well for that Xavier, right? We mentioned that Xavier hasn't really had the best of tournaments so far. In terms of win rate, not that successful, actually. So, making it work, really impressive, RSG.
I think the thing I'm surprised by also is that they decided to ban out the Xavier instead of taking it for themselves. Because we do know that Orange Esports, I mean, Man himself plays a mean Xavier. So I don't think they won that game, but still, you know, it's something that he could potentially use. OE though, trying to go for maybe the same strategy here with a Diggy ban. So maybe RSG would choose to take out the Atlas again.
Yeah, game 2, we're not going to see Savior Man. But what I'm guessing, the way I'm reading this, is it's going to be Beatrix. They're playing for the Beatrix Gambit, and RSGSG bans out the Atlas. I was expecting a 1-1 ban over here, but yeah, now it's open, you take it. So, wait, logic explains, Mirko, are you OE now?
Yeah, for sure.
Anywhere 1-1.
No
Why'd
doubt.
I ask? Why'd I even ask?
Honestly, right? Like 1-1 brings, honestly, just so much pressure on the map. Firstly, you're so good in lane, defending. Again, if you get the snowball, if you go and get your items,
even if you don't get the snowball, if you get bullied in the first 5 minutes.
Again, yeah, 1-1 just being 1-1, like LaFell and Gideon said back in the analyst stand, I guess. But RSG Singapore now, they knew what to do when they were getting ganked on the 1-1. Now, do they want to try the same strat as Orange Esports? Try to shut down the 1-1 from the get-go. Just force him to be a non-factor in the mid-game.
Oh, but that gives the Akai pick over to RSGSG, and they top that off with the real world manipulation from Eve. Those are huge teamfight ultimates that you can use. I was also gonna say OE would like forced the Atlas ban out by using the Diggy ban so that they could prioritize 1-1 picks. So that's great. At the same time though, they do pick up a Ling for themselves. How is this looking right now?
I like it. You know, they're going back to fundamentals. They're going back to their comfort picks. Esmeralda, Gary on the Ling, and Valence on the 1-1. This is it. This is exactly what we wanted. But now, this is it. Okay, so there are 2 ways to counter the 1-1. Outrange Burst. They have it both right now.
You know what I'm enjoying more here is coming from the Glue Hayabusa Akai Rome lineup from OE Game 1. They go like, yeah, let's play about a June 14, 2022 metagame lineup. Like right here, let's just pick the 3 best heroes in the game.
Natalia is going to, well, can RSG do what OE didn't do the previous game now with this Natalia? Try to shut down the 1-1 as much as possible and prevent him from scaling.
Something tells me it's not just the 1-1's gonna have a hard time. I think even Gary's gonna have to think twice about where he ends up, where he jumps on walls, and where he, I don't know, counter pressures, given that, correct me if I'm wrong, it should be 505 who plays this Natalia.
Yeah, likely so. Although he did play Natalia once in the group stages, wasn't successful, but he did put a lot of early game pressure on the opponent.
Way to throw shade, man. No, I'm joking. But yeah, back again, RSG Singapore.
She just gave us stats!
Banning, right? Let's talk about the bans
Let's
here.
talk about bans!
Let's move on, right? Final ban for RSG Singapore. What do you think it'll be? Do you think they're going to target towards that roamer position now that they already secured a roamer for themselves in the Natalia? The answer is no. They're going to go and focus man's hero pool down.
There are still quite a few options left. I mean, you can go toe-to-toe, play the range game, pick up a Farsa, play a Kagra. For Orange Esports, they also need to consider maybe taking out Dairoth. That is one big factor here because, you know, you want to give Born a good game.
And that's going to be detrimental as well to the Esmeralda on their side. I mean, if you get pressured in the early game, you don't have that space for a 1-1 as well as Esmeralda. And the Link, you know, if he doesn't snowball in time.
Yep, you land for like 2 seconds and the Dairoth sees you, pow, you're dead.
There's one here that works really well here if we're talking about RSG Singapore. If they want to just shut the 1-1 down again, Clint can work really well in lane, right?
Oh yeah.
Just outrange her, keep on poking her down.
That's the Trinity.
Yeah.
That's the gold lane Trinity. Clint, Beatrix, 1-1. They battle the Masha, which I understand because they're already having a hard time with the Natalia. So I think RG Sports says, Coach Pabs, I don't want the Masha. It's gonna give me a bad time. So take it out.
Take it out, and now RSG Singapore with the first pick in the second phase.
Well, Beatrix is still open. They haven't banned that out yet. So I guess it seems like they're going to give the, well, baby cakes that for free. They are pausing though, so I don't know if they have kind of a pocket strat up their sleeves.
Beatrix is more flexible. She can work in a lot of different situations, but Clint is better in lane. So that's okay.
Wait.
Khalid makes his debut on the MSC stage. Khalid?
Khalid XP lane, I'm assuming.
Interesting.
You usually pick up the Khalid when there's no CC on the other side so that your quick sand guard is maximum efficiency. But now, I'm guessing it's also for burst. This may be like an odd ball answer to the 1-1 where she lands. I don't know. Scrubby Cheeks, you were saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say the fact that they paused there made me think it had a pocket strat and out pops the Khalid. So exactly that. But Orange Esports responds with a Ruby pick. So they do have the CC there.
Yep, no quick sand guard.
Yeah.
I see you, fam.
There's so much CC, and they're just adding on to the CC at this point, right? Ruby,
you wet the sand, it's over.
Yeah, basically, right? Like, there's so much CC here, and I'm pretty sure the Kadita is gonna go for the Petrify as well, just to add on to that combo. Now it's all up to RSG. They now know the entire composition from the side of Orange Esports. They want to pick up the Beatrix, the Clint, or perhaps they might just go for something like a Brody, more sustainable, can peel for himself. Works too, but yeah, I would just go for the Beatrix as well. More flexible in the different scenarios that Orange will force them to.
And more reliable, I would say. Because if you pick up a Brody, you can even consider like the Clint. It's just really Bayar Clint. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. And they go with the former. Looking good for RSGSG. They have good momentum, but I don't know why. Is there something about this Causeway conflict, this rivalry where like, oh, you played with the draft game 1, huh? You played out of meta. How about we do the same? Is that a thing?
That's true, maybe. I don't know.
Let me one-up you.
2 words. 1-1.
That is a name, not words.
But, you know, 1-1.
It's actually 1.
Yeah, it's a name. All right, man. Okay, Matt.
Get off my back.
Get off my back, man. You know, RSG Singapore, though. Yeah, I'm just going to go and predict Orange Esports because of 1-1.
So we're going to game 3 is what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. It's all about the mental reset and, of course, recalibrating your draft as we go into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. It's match point for RSG SG. Are they going to upset the locals here at MSC 2022 Day 1? Or are we going to go all 3 as we did in the first series of the day? Braystar and Purple as well as Gary.
Yeah, I guess we're going back to normal. So both purple starts here for all the junglers across the teams. I don't know, Orange Esports, they have the Kadita as well as the Ruby and Born, but it's not quite a beefy front line.
Yeah, you're really seeing some aggression here from the side of Orange Esports as well. They're trying to just give the 1-1 space to farm, but in that mid lane, Gary, he's trying to go for the Little Wanderer. It is actually just going to be Bray who takes it up. Gary, though, he goes to the end. He goes back to his own jungle. Baby Cakes up top, getting bullied.
Yeah, forced to back here, and you can see Min just waiting out. If Baby Cakes overstep just by a little bit, that will be a, well, pretty much dead Beatrix there, but Baby Cakes super careful. He realizes this from game 1. You know, the strategy is to shut him down in the early game, regardless of what he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, currently, again, I think RSG Singapore, with the Natalia, they need to be a little bit more aggressive, and they're showing it already. Diablo just invading the enemy jungle, and Gary is forced to just constantly be thinking about the Natalia, right? He wants to go back in, but there you go. 505 just punishes him for trying to go for the invade.
Not just even think of the Natalia, even see the Natalia. Yeah. There must be some mind games being played here, and given their huge win game number 1, RSGSG has all the incentive to do just that. So it's all in the cards. It's all in the logic, in the principle of how the series is going to go.
Absolutely.
At this moment, the turtle is spawning in just 2 seconds now. You can see even though Born has pressed up his lead all the way down bottom side with the minions, RSG SG, they've rotated all the way down to make sure that Bray can secure this objective.
Yeah, you can see the opposite instantly from the side of Orange Esports. They want to trade this for a kill on towards Baby Cakes up top. And will he get it? Baby Cakes actually flickers out, gets petrified though. The real world manipulation comes in, but it is still first blood from Orange. They will be able to get a gold lead here with the turret gold, but 505 is trying to look for more compensation. Min forced to back up. 505 doesn't want to commit, and that's actually Bray stealing the purple buff away from Gary.
And I was going to say, that is because as they took the turtle, the first turtle of the game about moments ago, he did not use Retribution. That's how in control and aware Bray was of the situation. I'm not sure if he planned to go for this steal, but indeed he did. So this puts Orange Esports in a very precarious position. This is a purple buffless Ling.
Yeah, that's really dangerous, and even though Gary is great on his assassin junglers, like you can see right now, it is a power pick for him, but without a purple buff, that's still going to be tough for him.
Yeah, mechanically speaking, it's a PBL. A purple buffless Ling, you need that. You're just not going to perform without it.
Yeah, you really do. On the Ling, it's just very, very tough when you don't have the purple buff. Even when you have the purple buff, sometimes it's just really tough, especially up against a composition like RSG SG. They have silence ability from the side of 505, just presenting utility, a lot of disengage, a lot of stuns, and to add on to that, the damage from Baby Cakes. If he does go for a Wesker, it's going to be really tough for Ling.
Not just the damage from Baby Cakes, even Diablo. I saw the interaction earlier. The Esmeralda was just not having a good time. Up top!
I'm offended. Getting popped here, gets onto Bray, crossbow of 10 pops as well, but not enough damage to be able to close out that kill. Instead, Mi pops the real world manipulation and tries to get Min to flicker out. Will get him to safety.
Yeah, and surprisingly, they didn't actually go for the dive onto Valens. I thought with Min forced to use the flicker, they would have just committed on to that dive towards Valens. He didn't even have the crossbow tang anymore, no Inspire, but no, they just choose the safe route. They're disciplined. They don't really want to push and overcommit. They know they have a gold lead currently. Stay onto it, wait for the turtle, set up.
I hear ya and I see it, but I'm wondering if that's the right call, because it was a very small gold lead. I'm sure they could have forced the issue a little bit more, but Turtle already up second of the game.
Oh, 505 up top, already being forced out of the range here. But RSG still pressing on, trying to get the turtle. They do have the ultimates up, like the heavy spin as well as the raging sandstorm. Not opting to use that yet. Diablo, though, getting caught up here and manages to zone out everyone successfully for Bray to get the objective.
I love it! A Khalid that works like a miracle. You see that?
Yeah.
He bought so much time and opened up a kill from behind. 505 on balance.
Turns out it's not not the quicksand guard that we need to look at. It's the Raging Storm to get out. 505, he's going to get taken down, but it's worth it, man. He traded his life for Valens on the 1-1. Because of that, he's going to lose an entire wave up top, and Baby Cakes gets the lead.
I'll take that trade any day.
Any day.
A Natalia for a 1-1, yes please.
And right now, RSG, they recognize, yes, Valence is probably the card that they're hiding now. They're doing the same as they did to Baby Cakes now. In the mid stages of the game, how are Orange Esports going to play this?
So Orange Esports, they're down about 500, but in team fights that they pick, in team fights that they want to go into, they can. So the way that they get into the mid-game's power spike this way is to watch out and count what Diablo's up to, because this happens.
That's what happens.
Look at the damage output that the Khalid has.
Yeah, and 2 executes as well, right? So it doesn't matter how much shielding you have, Diablo going to be able to convert on to the turret with the kill there. And Min is trying to look for a trade up top. It's not going to happen though, because again, RSG they have so much map control. They know, they're aware.
That's cheeky.
It is cheeky though.
I'm so amazed. You know, RSG, they respond exactly as if they can see exactly what's going on the map. It's insane. But right now, Gary being aggressed on in the mid lane, Brave popping that heavy spin, not able to get the kill so far. Gary just dashes out.
Gary almost walked into the loving arms of 505. You saw that?
Yeah. I was a bit worried for him for a bit, right? But then I saw every other member just surrounding. But Valence now, he's caught in a sandwich play. That was beautiful by Baby Cakes. The Wesker Flicker combo comes in. Min's caught. Real world manipulation will be able to lock them down. But look at the rough waves coming in to just secure another kill. On the backside as well, Born jumping onto Mikumi. Diablo now in a 2v1, still managing to get away with 1 HP. But Min will silence his fate. That's a kill picked up. Miku, you're not going to be able to get anywhere else. Born just takes the kill. Miku's helping him out.
Oh, Miku just gives up right there. You can just see he just stands there. Yeah, take me. This is tough. Now, Man getting that burst damage onto Baby Cakes. Baby Cakes needs to really be careful here. I mean, yes, they're kind of even right now. A bit of advantage, but right in the middle lane, Min in some trouble here. 505 actually being the one to run away. Baby Cakes already popped that Nibiru to fend off Orange Esports. So far, no kills dropped yet.
That last team fight, very messy. I'd say RSGSG may be a little too overconfident. They know that they have the damage advantage. They know that, okay, we can engage here. But I'm guessing, again, at some points, they were allowed to be a little too overconfident. This might have been the punish right here.
Yeah, but look at that. Baby Cakes actually baits in Gary into the heavy spin. He will lose his life, but it is going to be traded in for 2 kills on the board. Turret down below taken down, so I would actually say it's still worth it for Orange here.
I feel like right now, it looks as if, you know, Diablo is the hidden carry. Like, you think it's Baby Cakes or Miku Me. It is actually not, but Valence in some trouble here. Pops across Wolf Tank onto Bray. Will be able to secure the kill. And Diablo in some trouble. Looks like they will be happy with that one and walk away with it. But 505 gets the revenge onto Valence, taking that trade super well.
Yeah, Min also just forced to back away now, and RSG, they're slowly like losing their feet on the game. Currently, Orange Esports, they have RSG's number.
And I think the key here to both of these teams' success is on RSGSG's execute counters. They have to be aware and then pick the fights where the execute is on point. Miku, down.
Man now in some trouble. The I'm Offended lands, but they will not be able to get the last hit on him. Diablo comes in with the Raging Sandstorm though, and manages to put him in the dust.
The way you put it, the secret carry is Diablo!
Yeah. He's the silent killer from RSGSG, right?
Still not over the series.
Still not over the series, man, but man, like, at this point, right, RSG, they're building again. They have a 1,000 goal lead. They have map pressure. They're trying to go for the siege into the mid lane so that they can set up for the Lord. But Horn is just not letting that happen. RSG, they need to look for a cheeky pick at this point, right? Because if they don't get a pick, it's going to be kind of tough. Orange Esports have the advantage currently, and they can just snowball, honestly, in the mid stage of the game.
Yeah, we talk about how Diablo has, RSGSG has Diablo. As for Orange Esports, I gotta say, it's Man who's the real difference maker here. Wherein the rough waves, the full combo comes in, that's where they win. And of course, if you find these cheeky 2v1s, wherein there's no response, there's no blowback, you get that too. And you take away the gold lead from RSGSG. Orange Esports, if they play like this for the next 2 or 3 minutes more, and then leverage this free Lord, we might as well go into game 3.
This is what I was worried about when 505 went Natalia, right? Like, yes, you need to make full use of it in the early game, but right now, as we approach the mid and late, it starts to fall off. And if you're not able to get off those picks, you just fall off in the team fight.
Yeah, for sure. Lord here at a third of its health.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for the side of RSG. I mean, look at Orange Esports. He's just grouping up. Bray is just forced to back away now. He goes in for the heavy spin, but he will not be able to use the Retribution there to pick up the Lord. Baby Cake's now trying to kite away as Diablo does the same thing on the back lines, going for Valence, but in the end, he will be the one who loses his life. A shutdown on to Valence is not good. Orange, Born, looking for the Falling Star Moon, will not connect onto it. 505 finds a trade, but it's a 1-for-1. Orange pick up the Lord.
Diablo cannot be two things at once. He cannot be the one zoning everyone and be the carry at the same time. This Kadita pick, I feel, has really thrown RSG off. And maybe it was RSG that showed their cards too early with the Khalid pick second to last.
Oh, I hear ya. Schrodinger's Diablo. It's not going to happen. But look, he is the most damage dealt. 30, almost 40K.
Oh, but look at this though, 505 going for it. This time Valence has the win in nature, and that might just be 505 punished here. It seems like it is, but 505 managing to maneuver really well with the help of Diablo to back him up and help him escape. But in the bottom side, Orange Esports, again, just looking to siege down the turret. It is not an enhanced Lord, so it will just be cleared out here under that base turret down below.
This is not look honestly, like, yes, RSG is still keeping up pretty well, but Orange Esports, they are gradually getting a lead, and I feel like this is only going to get bigger. They haven't found an answer for Man yet, because Man dives straight into the backline for Baby Cakes. Miku Mikumi forces them to retreat, and there's no more fight.
Yep, and it's not like there's any cleanses on the side of RSGSG, so they have to tank the full combo. They have to time it out, and there's just not enough resources, whether in gold, in EXP, or in kit, that RSGSG allows for that. So something's got to give. The best that they can do is trade, but they have to get beneficial trades. Nothing comes for free now at this point, 12 minutes in.
Oh, Gray is actually canceling out the rough waves, forcing him to pop it, but Valence, he's looking for one more weakness point. He goes in very deep, and he's going to get punished for it. Real world manipulation will take him low, and that's 505 getting caught by Gary. An amazing play to spot him out right there as he pops the Tempest of Blades and locks him down. Born picks up the kill. Baby Cakes now looking for the damage and the trade-off, but Valence is here to pop the weakness points. Baby Cakes running away. Born picks up the kill for a double. Diablo looking for it, but a crossbow Tang will be popped onto Miku, and now it's Bray who needs to suffer the consequences. Diablo with a Raging Storm trying to look for compensation. Gary dashes out in the last second. Again, a 3 for 2, favoring Orange.
So hard to watch. RSG had the lead there, but you forgot about Valence. Yes, you survived Man's rough waves, but what next? You face an onslaught of arrows being thrown at you. Right now, just a brawl between Born as well as Diablo. Show off the two fighters, and off of that fight, Orange Esports are gonna get the mid lane turret. The Lord is spawning in 10 seconds as well. RSG, how do they come back from this?
RSGSG, as evidenced by that team fight right there, it's the resources were there, right? They had their battle spells, they had their ults. It's just they were too spread out. The target acquisition, there you go. What Falcon Esports is so good at, as we saw from the first series of the day, RSGSG, they need to pick that out. I haven't seen Bray really get a key heavy spin on quite yet.
I agree. You know, Bray, he had a phenomenal game number 1, but currently on the Akai, he's kind of struggling to find those cheeky picks, like, right? Those are the picks that you kind of need when you're playing the Akai now, and look at it here. He, again, is just going to get zoned by Born. He's looking for the entrance here. Using heavy spin to open up, but maybe might just be a little bit too late. Valence looking for every single weakness points, will be able to get it, and the crossbow Tang is ready. They will all just back away. Reset though, RSG lose 1.
That looked to me like a heavy spin of desperation. It's like he just wanted to dive in and try to retribution it, but in the face of what? 3 or 4 damage dealers from Orange Esports plus a retribution from Gary is just not quite gonna happen. So yeah, RSGSG, number 1, trying to get Bray back on track. And yeah, I don't know. It's so hard. Like, if you were talking about, yeah, that's gonna pick off right there. If you're talking about Schrodinger's Diablo, how about Schrodinger's Bray? What are you? Are you a zoning out utility jungler, or are you like an assassin that deals a lot of damage? It's so hard, so difficult.
I think that's what's going on here. Diablo, Bray, 505. They're playing different roles than they were meant to play. 505 Roamer now has to play an assassin. Diablo is supposed to play EXP, now he's a carry. Bray, jungler, now a tank. It's all out of their comfort zones, and right now with the Lord marching in, Orange Esports, they're looking to end these. They get Diablo as well as 505. Baby Kings is next to go, and now with the Lord marching in, the huge burst damage onto Miko. Miko Me will secure the kill, and they go straight for the core. It's Orange Esports chalking this up to a 1-1.
Equalizing on the 1-1. You know, 1-1 gap, but no, they played that extremely well. Again, the 1-1 actually fell behind in that early stage for a bit because of some plays that RSG were able to force onto Orange, but they recovered really, really well. They played it phenomenally, and they kind of just shut Bray down based on how they were positioning themselves on the Lord fights and the Turtle fights, and in just every single fight, I feel like.
True. As the base went down inside of RSGSG's base, I heard Mitek just explode. Like, yes, Orange Esports. So yeah, great comeback by the hometown heroes. Min, Man, the rest of OE have come back strong, and we are going into game number 3. I'm sure our analysts have a lot to say. I'm sure they were watching and they had the same thoughts because, yeah, Schrodinger's Bray. Actually, it's cool when you switch up roles and it works out. But if it doesn't, like here specifically, man, you really have to sit down and think about a lot of things.
Yeah, I think it's just really tough right now. Orange Esports, this is the showing that we saw. This is what we're used to seeing. And them getting one apiece, okay, I mean, I can get it, but it's RSG's turn to go back and look at what went wrong. Now we hand over to Gideon as well as LaFell to break it down.
Hey, it's good to see you guys so early on. Sorry, Cassius, but we're taking the stage straight from you from under feet.
We're that excited.
We're that excited, especially for a Malaysian team taking the win. Orange Esports, they fought tooth and nail for this one because Valence did fall behind.
Oh, yeah.
But the comeback and the scaling started to kick in at the right time.
With that being said, we do have to say, Diablo and 505, they were crazy. They're amazing. Like, Diablo
Nuts.
Fought with no fear. And the thing is, that game was actually so close. It's only the difference maker at the Lord area. That's when it really changed the pace of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a point in time where you start to see the scaling take place, where 505 unable to actually take out his priority targets. He knew he couldn't get on top of Valence because Min was covering him throughout the game from mid to late, and more importantly, he couldn't look for that one shot on Gary. So I think that with a little bit of coordination coming out of RSGSG, especially during those Lord fights, maybe, but you have to give it to Bourne. Once he got that 4th item, finally he could play the game.
Here's the thing, 1-1 and Esmeralda has been doing so well throughout MSC, so we really got to focus on these heroes. Let's look at the itemization for everyone here. And the thing is, itemization is great, but Gideon, personally for me, I want to look at the damage numbers, especially for the side of RSG, because Diablo did so good. I'm wondering what the rest of the team has been able to do for themselves. And I want to focus on the side of Orange Esports over here, because you were talking about Born, and I feel like this is a trend with Esmeralda, at least for MSC. Once you have the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Dominance Eyes, you can handle by yourself. But once you have the Oracle, it's almost a 1v4 situation, especially when he has the Dreadnought armor. He will just reduce the amount of damage that he will take from the side of RSG.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's the general consensus, right? You want to be able to get ahead. You want to the scale as quickly as possible to maintain the amount of damage that you're receiving. And I think once Born outscaled Diablo, his next objective was to protect the rest of his team, because a lot of that collapse coming in from Miku Me with the real world manipulation gets stopped and cut halfway by either Gary or Born. So they played some good games throughout, but I think it's time to crunch the numbers real soon here, because I'm very curious to see how much did Valence do and how much impact do we see from Gary.
Yeah, because looking at the damage numbers, I want to look at RSG because Diablo played well, but I'm curious about Miku Mi's number, because I feel like in that situation, it was actually very difficult to play as an Eve. And again, looking at these numbers, 57,000 from Diablo, he did the most. And this is why I was questioning Miku Mi, because it didn't look like he had any real opportunity to deal a lot of damage, because look at that, 19,000 damage. He did less than the Akai.
Yeah, I was really doubting this Kadita pick initially. We thought it's really awkward for Kadita to really play. I mean, no matter what mage that they go for here, Natalia is going to look to shut them down. Akai can push them out of position, and not to mention, most can't deal with the range from the artillery mage of Eve itself. But this Kadita really made quite a difference with the Breath of the Ocean to get those big knockups. Sometimes two, three members of RSG get knocked up, but most importantly, they cancel the E-Vault.
It's about patience. It's about patience. And again, like we said, we were really thinking, is this really the right choice? But looking at the damage numbers, I feel like it is. Because again, the level of patience, because Man really just waited. And then I feel like, especially when he has his Petrify, that's when he gets really crazy and engaged.
Yeah, he gets extremely confident as well. And when he has Ocean Odyssey, he's able to kind of hop over into the right places at the right time. And you can use your Petrify in the middle of the animation. So again, really well played coming in from Orange Esports. I think RSG was pushing them to their limit. However, big question when it comes down to that draft, right? And that seems to be the continuing story. But it's time to look at the MVP of this game. Going to this man over here, it's going to be Valence on the 1-1. Once again, 1-1 just feels like a free win.
Every single time we look at the 1-1, we almost have to ignore whatever happens in the early game. If 1-1 pops off in the early game, that's great. But it's like, yo, the 1-1 is like 0-2, 0-3. It's like, bro, just, just relax. It's just
slide.
Once the 1-1 has a win of nature, it's basically a free win every single time 1-1 meets anyone. Because we saw, we're going to look at the highlights close after, but once 1-1 has the win of nature, there are quite a number of times. 505 tried to burst him out, but it was not enough just because of that win of nature.
Couldn't get those finishers here. Let's have a look at those highlights one more time to keep you guys informed about what just happened in game number 2. And so far, every single time we've seen this happen, right, just a lot of priority on taking out Baby Cakes early.
Yeah, it looks like that is their game plan, no matter what the draft is looking like. But look at the positioning. Look at Born going after Mikumi. And the thing is, you can look at Gary in the team fight. He's looking for the same guy as well. So during the laning phase, apparently Baby Cakes was the target. However, during the team fight, they have a mixed target between Mikumi as well as Baby Cakes.
Yeah, this was a great play coming in from Valence. He was able to hopscotch off of Diablo to get his ult proc off on towards the correct target. And from here on out, that's when you see the split, the divide, right? Because Born, he's going for that backline. The patience from Mon being able to take out Bray at the right times, again and again and again. He knows what he's looking for, and I think, they are well-versed on these heroes.
And we can see how both these teams, they really study each other because look at the first game draft coming in from RSG. They took basically all the best heroes from Orange. And now in the second game here, we can see that Orange Esports, they have a clear direction. Laning phase, Baby Cakes. During the team fight itself, Baby Cakes is, of course, a priority. However, there needs to be at least one person Born gotta look after Mikumi, making sure that Mikumi cannot really deal the damage.
Yeah, the target priorities is extremely important in this game. And moving on in towards game 3, what do you think are some of the adaptations coming through? Personally, I do think that 1-1 is gonna get axed.
Yeah, I really feel like 1-1 has to be focused on. But either way, we're going to go for a short break, letting the players get ready. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. After this, it's going to be the third game between Orange and RSG Singapore.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it burns the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
Causeway clash resumes as we go into game number 3, the final game in this best of 3 between Orange Esports and RSG-SG. At your service, once more, my name is Leo. This right here is Mirko, and Scrubby Cheeks, we're bringing you this final game between the teams from Singapore and Malaysia. What a turnaround by Orange Esports. They went back to the fundamentals.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. And Miracle called it. I mean, whoever has the 1-1 is going to win the game.
He's 100% correct so far.
You know, 1-1.
That's your response.
Full stop.
That's your response.
1-1. If you know, you know, man. You know, 1-1, LaFell said it, Gideon said it. It seems like it almost is like a secure win, you know? It's like almost an... It's just a win, honestly. It's not almost, it's just a win.
Yeah, at least in this series, for sure. Whoever picks up the 1-1 is guaranteed a victory. Guessing, no, I have to say it now. These two teams, they have the 1-1 in their sights. Either ban it or play to pick it.
Yeah, I think, yeah, ban it probably. And maybe deal with the Atlas instead. That could be easier. Honestly, though, for me, I think it was the Kadita also that did a lot the past game.
Yeah, Mans Kadita. Kadita man.
Kadita
man. Man's Kadita. I agree. You know, I feel like that's just... There's so much trouble that he caused on at Kadita. He just disrupted a lot of these engages from the side of RSG. He actually just split them apart as well with the rough waves. He was able to bait a lot of these abilities like the heavy spin multiple times and get out of it. So the Kadita is something that RSG needs to be aware of this time around. But I still think 1-1 needs to either be picked first or banned first for either one of these teams.
Yep, something else that we have to take note of is Bray. We watched Bray, it was very evident in his gameplay, and dare I say, even his body language now, just watching them here. Bray,
frustrated.
That's one way of putting it, but it was so evident in that last Lord fight from game number 2 where he just came in, heavy spin, no rhyme or reason, tried to retribution the Lord in the face of like 4 members of OE. I'm guessing mental reset. They have to go back to zero here and make sure that they come in fully just... They leave the mistakes of game 2. That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's what RSG has always been trying to do as well, and probably what won them to see MPL Singapore this time. Although Bray, yes, actually it was a thing. You know, they mentioned yes, he's a young player, gets frustrated, gets tilted. You just need to come back to this. Orange Esports, though, there are experienced players on that team to be able to deal with it.
Yep, a majority of them have been with the team for a year now. There have been shuffles, as is characteristic with this team, as our Malaysian counterparts did say. But let's go into the draft. RSG-SG this time around, switching it up, going over to the blue, starting us strong, taking out the Fanny and the Atlas, while OE answers back Valentina in 1-1. Sad Mirko noises.
Ooh, that's a sad Mirko noises. But yeah, RSG, I really like what they did here. They stayed in the second pick, the red side, for 2 games in a row. It's time for some change, right? It's time to throw a curveball at Orange Esports. This time, they didn't even wait for the Diggy Ban to come through. They went straight for the Atlas, the Ling, and the Fanny. So now they're really starting to respect Gary's heroes. They're trying to limit it back to just a Hayabusa. Pick it, and we might have a good time, right? Karina, obviously, is still up for grabs here. Gary can still play that. I'm wondering if they're just going to go for another Akai first pick for the side of RSG, though. Orange, I'm pretty sure they're gonna ban the Julian first, right? Oh wait, Julian's up for grabs. Okay, they banned the Franco, so
there's Akai,
Julian?
There's Julian.
It has to be Julian.
Beatrix. Wow, I mean, this opens up a lot of options for RSG. There's also Valentina's the first ban there. So I don't know. What do you think they're gonna prioritize?
I think Julian's worth it.
Julian.
Julian 1, and then swing back for the trade, hoping that whatever OE gets back on the double doesn't hurt as much, and then make up for it with your closer on the 3. RSG-SG, there's so many heroes now. There's so many good heroes. It's so difficult.
Like, Xavier has a negative win rate, right? Like,
but he's still good where he is.
Exactly. So I feel like the players have adapted to all the heroes. I guess Julian is the only one that's just like pick or ban with 1-1 as well. And I'm pretty sure RSG are going to pick it up unless they just throw a curveball. Again, they go for that Akai first.
Your team is picking.
So
they give up the Julian.
So the big J's out there.
They give up the Julian so far. Orange Esports, they haven't played any Julian in the group stages.
So is this a read by Coach St. Lucas?
No.
It's not! It comes through! The first Julian by OE.
First Julian, I think by OE, we have seen him. Question of the day then is, where is this Julian going to go?
Oh, well, it's clear. I get, you know what? Durian did play a mid Esmeralda.
Exactly.
Again.
Wait to talk.
yeah, man. Like, it's... I don't know. At
Okay.
this point, right, there's just so much flexibility in the
Yep.
draft, especially when it comes to
I'm
Julian.
saying mid jungle. Mid or jungle.
Mid or jungle? Yeah, I mean, if Esmeralda goes to mid, right? then you...
Sorry.
Or Esmeralda goes to jungle.
I just don't want to miss
man.
anything. I don't want to miss anything. so-
Yeah, you're right. Esmeralda was actually played in the jungle by Aura in ID. So
There you go.
technically it can work. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I do agree with you. I think it is just going to be the Julian in the jungle or mid, leaning towards jungle. But RSG, they answer back with a Uranus and a Lilia pickup here. And I really like that. I like the Lilia. Uranus, all right. It's solid.
Uranus is alright, but when you put Diablo on Uranus, it's
Oh,
not
here we
just
go.
alright.
Here we go. We got some history coming into this.
Diablos?
He's basically unkillable. He dominates his lane. He dominates his lane, and then once he's done that, he goes to flank the team fights. And there's a plan B. If you don't get rid of him, he also split pushes. So there's too much you have to deal with when it's a Diablo Uranus.
And Diablo demands your attention. So this is one of those early signals. It's just like, okay, it's business. It's business. All business now.
Absolutely, you know, and again, we kind of mentioned this a little bit, Bray, on the Akai. We saw that he kind of underperformed in game number 2. How is that going to play here? Like, the mental state as the Eve will actually be the pickup for the side of Orange. So, again, Man just not going for the Xavier signature pick.
Esmeralda's still out there. Oh, no, here she is. All right, never mind. That's why I guess the Eve was so fair.
Yeah.
Sorry, my brain was on, no, also, yes, is on the Bray topic.
Yeah.
Because I can only guess what the conversation was like, right? Coach Saint DeLucas. Coach Saint DeLucas from Indonesia. Let me pick it up again. I will redeem myself. I'm guessing that's what Bray is thinking here, and that's why maybe the conversation was, because as a young guy, you know, you want to prove yourself.
Yeah, I would think so. And, you know, Bray does make good plays, but the question is, can you do it? I mean, as a young guy, you definitely have some of that, but if I know Bray, he's for sure eager to prove himself and get this back.
There it is.
OE, in the meantime, going to ban out the Matilda. So still opting to take out Enchantress-type roamers.
Yeah, Coach Pav just covering all the bases. Just like, we're not letting anything through. That 505, he's dangerous.
Absolutely, and you know, currently I kind of feel like that Akai is really good right now up against the composition that Orange Esports has, right? He can cancel out so many of these abilities. Scrambles them, and that's what they don't want. With the Eve, they kind of want it to be really coordinated, right?
Yes.
They want it to be all under the real-world manipulation. If Akai comes through and just scrambles them up, it's going to be really tough. And there you go, RSG, knowing that they have a very tanky composition, very sustainable, they take out the carry out the game.
And this is so uncharacteristic of the current meta game. No gold laners picked up quite yet. Nothing.
Yeah.
So, not just that, the usual suspects are still out there. The Clint and the Beatrix. I mean, say for the 1-1. I'm talking about tier 1 marksman.
Yeah, for sure. Beatrix Clint could be the pickup here, as Orange has actually left it out, right? And now it's on to RSG. Do they want to ban it and risk Orange having the better hero currently in terms of that tier list? Or perhaps we just trade. You go for the Beatrix, I go for the Clint, or vice versa.
If they do, I mean, it's going to look pretty scary, right? Esmeralda here on the side of OE. They have that late game scaling as well. So the marksman pick, definitely a very important one. OE taking out the Natalia. Do you think that hints at something?
Yeah, I'm guessing they might pick a hero in the gold lane. They understand now that gold lane is dangerous, given the Akai. So it's all about coverage, it's all about safety. And RSGSG, I like this decision. They were like, okay, make my day. Let's get one or the other, Beatrix or Clint.
I think for RSG's composition, Clint works really well here.
Much better, yes.
Yeah, but there's something else here. They might just go for a very risky pick. We saw the Irithel early on, right? And again, with the Akai to provide cover, just to provide space for the Irithel, she can really just burst anyone down, melt people down in the team fights when it comes to that mid to late stage. Again, you need some time to develop the Irithel. That's the only downside to it, and it's just really tough to get him going.
Is this characteristic of RSG? You think they will?
To be fair, well, Irithel was never in the meta until recently, so probably. But I'm just thinking, you know, Irithel with the sprint, with the Electro Flash, that's a lot of movement speed. And given this draft right now with the Akai Uranus, having that Irrital chase down
sense.
on you is
It makes
very
sense.
scary.
Yeah. And I think OE was on that thought. But okay, let's not go too crazy because this is roaming Selena. That's 505.
Oh, 505 Selena.
505.
You kind of said it, right? You want him
snap.
to play the magic dealing damage, the magic damage dealers in that roam position, or just like the Natalia. So Natalia and the Matilda banned out. Just go for the Selena.
Selena, I love it. It's the perfect amount of CC, perfect amount of vision. And I was just about to say, the Brody pickup here for Orange Esports. Number one, it's so weird to see no Beatrix at all.
I agree.
And then number two is, since we were on the Irithel thought, I think that was one solid answer to an Irithel. Like, you stop her from moving around, just stun her, lay her down, and Diggy. What are they afraid of? The Akai. They respect the Akai and the Arrow so much.
Akai and Arrow, but that's basically what they're looking to do here.
Yeah.
If they land either of these, then that's it for OE. But wow, that's a really good pick.
Yeah. Remember when we literally just said that the Akai just gives so much threats and problems
Here's the answer.
for Orange, and yeah, Diggy is the answer here. Whenever Diggy's around, Eve can just freely ultimate. Wherever you want to be, just ult.
I love it, dude. OE, Orange Esports, they min business. They gave Min the Diggy.
Do they man business?
They man business?
They just min
or
business?
They're businessman.
Okay.
Let's get it. One more look at the lineup. And you know what? Despite the 505 Selena, I'm liking what Orange is bringing to the table. Here we go. Match point. It ends here. It's sudden death. Best of three. Only one may stay in the upper bracket. It's RSGSG versus Orange Esports.
And if I haven't already mentioned it in MPL Singapore as well, some people overlooked 505 Selena. They forgot that it was his comfort pick, and they just got stomped over by all his Abyssal arrows. So I don't know, maybe with a Diggy pick, that's like it's something that they can mitigate here, but the number of arrows, I don't know.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, for sure. There's still some strats that are left under, right, for RSG, and I feel like a lot of these teams in the playoff stage, they might just be saving it for the later portions of the event. But again, right now, with this Selena, they want to try to get that early advantage. And so far, without the Selena helping out in the first Lethal Wanderer, they still were able to take it away from themselves.
And yeah, just to clear suspicions, this is a JJ, a Jungle Julian, on Gary. This hero just goes everywhere.
Yeah, it's Julian, man. It's a new hero.
But honestly, it's not that Julian has been performing like at the top. I think in some of the games he fell off a little bit as well. The thing is, he's super dangerous. He basically doesn't have an ultimate, but he has like an unlimited amount of CCs.
Oh, team fight up top. Again, it's Diablo. He's fine.
Like, hold on. Oh wait,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just Diablo. But
Diablo.
right bottom here, though, 505 and Baby Cake's also taking some damage, so they're trading blows. But Bray trying to come in with a flank here, gets the heavy spin onto Min. Will not be able to close out that kill just yet, but the sun comes through, and instead it's gonna be Baby Cake that goes down. One more hit on Valence. They trade out between himself and Bray. The rest of Orange Esports, they come down. They want to find another kill. They don't get it onto Bray though.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1. Again, I feel like RSG initially was a really good play, but again, they overcommitted. Baby Cakes didn't have enough damage. Just back up, it's fine. You know, we can do it again later on, but no, they just committed under the turret, got punished for it, and it actually turned out to be a good play for the side of Orange.
Took a while for the kills to come from RSGSG, and that one opened up the window for OE to punish. So far, this Jungle Julian not falling off quite yet. The very unique hit on him, it demands that you build a Radiant Armor. Turtle though, taken by Bray. We're off to a great start for the reset.
Yeah, he comes in with a heavy spin, this time managing to get it. It's not just a desperate attempt at anything. But bottom side, OE also just babysitting. Miku Mi rotates down, comes out with the damage onto Valence. The shield will be able to protect him for now, and he comes out alive.
Great movement coming in from the side of Orange Esports to just nullify that Abyssal Arrow, because it was pop. But again, they were just able to nullify that Abyssal Arrow, maneuver away from it. And again, RSG, they need to look for that early game pressure here with the Selena. If they don't get it, she kind of falls off. Yes, some utility with the Abyssal Traps. They will have a lot of vision. But if Orange Esports just stay at this pace, it's going to be really scary for RSG when it comes to that mid game.
looking at how Orange Esports is approaching this, Min cannot leave the side of Valens. They have to pick fights where they're comfortable. Speaking of
505
which,
though, in some trouble, gets stunned out on the way out, but here is Bray with a heavy spin. The initiation onto Valens. The damage though doesn't come through, not enough. They trade out 1-for-1 instead onto Valens. So far, RSG and Orange Esports, they're trading really well and they're breaking even.
It's really good trade for the side of RSG. You know, they pick up a kill, and now they've learned, right? If we get the initial kill, don't overextend. It's fine. We get the kill, we move back, we look to convert on objectives. Don't really force these fights to keep on happening. And we can already see progression from RSG currently as they just move over to the bottom side. Baby Cake's low. He's not trying to force this, but Bray is just going to go under these two turrets, looking for a pickoff. Min taking low, heavy spin there, but the time journey is there as well. Min still able to survive with 1 HP. Gary looking for the play again as he dashes in with sword, and that's a knockup coming in onto Bray, but the turret taken down right before it hits Bray.
this young man looks like he's a different player altogether. The way he's playing this Akai, as compared to how it looked in game number 2, this is amazing. It's like he used game 2 as a warm-up.
Yeah, I think the conversation went exactly like you predicted it. Like, man, give it to me again. I want to prove it this time.
I love it. 2K almost ahead, RSGSG.
Yeah, with the 2K again, they're not really looking for these crazy fights anymore. A lot of the mistakes that they made in Game 2 came from overextending. So now, Diablo, you can see, when they don't have the pressure onto the turtle, Diablo's just there trying to reset it all the time, trying to waste Orange Esports' movement while RSG completely reset. Now that all the members have come back, they can just push in that mid lane and go for the objective. Bray obviously already starting it, and RSG will be first to come and back him up. Although Orange, they're grouping up as well. They might just be looking for a 5v5 here.
Oh, look at this Diablo bullying Born out of the lane. Bray catches one.
Yeah, and they try to fight for the turtle here. Time journey has been popped, but it's not enough. It's going to be Baby Cakes that takes the turtle, actually, and now they're crashing on to Orange Esports, trying to get the kill onto Valence. Not quite enough just yet. Real manipulation comes out. It's going to be Min that falls first, but Baby Cakes trade out his life as well. It's 1 for 2 in favor of RSG, although it was Baby Cakes that died.
Yeah, man as well. He just went in way too aggressively again, and he's going to be able to... He lost his life. 4 for 1 trade there. RSG, they got the right fight. They positioned themselves better.
Yep, it's messy, but they got what they wanted eventually. It was great, not perfect, but looking at the map, hey, we'll do this all day, right? About 3K almost ahead, and we're 6 minutes in, Min still not leaving Valence side.
I mean, it's hard to do that. You really need to protect Valence. They're kind of counting on him to scale up into the later game and fight alongside Born. At this point, though, RSG is making full use of their strong early game composition. Is there a way for our Orange Esports to come back? Because Gary is also pretty early game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We need to see more of Gary. We haven't seen much of the combo, the full combo. The swords and the chains. I mean, he did knock up a few in like that very first team fight, but there's got to be more. We hyped up the Julian so much. I mean, it was opened up in the draft, right? Yeah. But so far, it's not living up to expectations.
Yeah, I agree, and I think most of that could be contributed towards RSG's just aggressive playstyle, and obviously they're heroes that just do really well in the early stage that just nullifies the early aggression that Gary can push out. Born, though, he's looking for something in the mid lane. He goes in for the Falling Star Moon. Now with that resource out of their, just out of their arsenal, RSG can't really punish them as well technically right now in the mid stage. They're just going to use that to set up for the next turtle that's coming up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, you can see RSG already rotated top. Orange Esports doesn't look like they want to contest this very much. Born taking some damage and forced out of the situation. Gary just waiting there. Is he going to pull off that steal?
Oh, he's looking for it right now, right? Born, again, just trying to open up the map, but they decide to just give it away to RSG. They have too much pressure here, and again, they have their marksman, their gold laner down below with the Diggy as well. Born, though, gets caught in the Abyssal Arrow, will still be able to run away with the sprint, but they're just losing out on these neutral objectives. Getting the trades back in, so they're trading equally, but I don't think it's going to be worth it in the long run against this composition.
Bray came to play. Yeah. All of the wins that RSGSG has so far was bought by the zoning that Bray brings from minute 1. All right, minute 1. So he has done more than redeem himself. All they got to do is win this game now for all of it to have been worth it. But wait, starting up strong up top.
Yeah, 505 gonna get stunned up there. That's gonna be Bray looking for the heavy spin onto Born. The time journey is here though, and that's gonna be the dive coming in. Gary knocks him up, and Min picks up a double kill here in that top lane. So they are actually finally able to pick up a kill back, but RSG, they're trying to look for the trade in the mid lane. I don't think Diablo will have enough damage to take this down. Yeah, he just pops into Consecration to disengage.
Nope, that's basically trying to open a coconut with another coconut.
Yeah, but that's what Diablo is great at. You put him on this Uranus, and he's gonna do that all throughout your lanes. But right now, Miku taking down Valence at the top side here near the turtle. Not sure what happened there, but it looks like Valence was a little bit far ahead here into the side of RSG's map.
Well, I think Miku did need to commit a sprint to catch him off guard.
I was waiting for Gary to just hop in, you know, just go in with the sword. But yeah, it's just too risky right now considering that RSG have the lead. They just want to play it slow, but again.
Shrink the lead, at least.
Yeah. Do they really want to play it slow?
Yeah,
you know?
I don't know, because Orange Esports, they have the better scaling in the later game, especially with Valence. Don't know about Gary, and that was actually also going to be my question. Do you think Gary will build a little more of a hybrid kind of setup to tank the damage, given that you only have Born and Min?
Yeah, I think they do. He has to build more damage and not hybrid, because as evidenced by a game from earlier today, the Brody has a potential to kind of like just flounder sometimes when it comes to damage. So yeah, you want to have a lot of magic and a lot of physical. So yes, Gary, I'd suggest he builds a lot more and less hybrid. But look at this, fight mid.
Yeah, it's going to be the flanks as well as Born blocks 2 people in place. That's going to be the follow from the side of Gary to shut Miku down. Now Min trying to run away. That's going to be the time journey. Pop Diablo though, looking to scramble up this team. Orange Esports will have Min fall, but RSG right now, they're not looking for further punishment. Orange just back up, Falling Star Moon defensively from the side of Born. And RSG again, they're just using this to try to set up for an objective. Mainly that mid lane turret with Baby Cakes, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it. Again, both teams just reset.
Yeah, I think with Miku down, it's probably difficult. You can see Diablo just going down again to the bottom lane to clear up that lane, forcing Born to respond as well. But the Lord is up, so the question is, who's going to get back to this objective faster than the other?
I think Orange Esports, if they have a man in a great position and Valence doesn't die before he gets enough stacks on, could be good. Also, they're waiting on Bray. They have to watch out for Bray. Bray has been on point with his heavy spins about 90% of this 11-minute game. So those are how they can get into position and maybe close the gap finally with that gold lead and then finally get a huge objective.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the items here. For the Clint, Baby Cakes is sitting on Endless Battle and the BOD. He's probably building towards a Melted Roar right now, so not really going to go for the Thunderbelt, the defensive items here. He's trying to just go full on offense. I like that, by the way. But on the other side, we can see the same thing, kinda, right? They're just going full offense as well with Brody.
Especially, and Gary too, we were talking about like what Gary should build. He's got the COD, he's got the Crystal, he's got the Glaive. That's all pain. That's all ouchie.
It's all ouchie. You're right. You know,
TM.
TM. But RSG now, they're trying to finally push the tempo, right? They had the lead for so long. They haven't been making these proactive movements. It actually has been Orange who starts these fights recently in the past 3 minutes. So RSG, they're trying to gain back that control. But at this point, Orange, they have their power spike. Bray gonna get knocked up. Heavy spin to disengage right now. The time journey is there. Real world manipulation will lock Baby Cakes in place. The flicker is there though to help him get out. Born just trying again to waste some of the resources as Diablo goes in for that flank with the Consecration, trying to survive here. Tornapop memory is there, but it is going to be traded in. 1 XP laner for a gold lane, and it's actually a winning fight for RSG as they have more HP, more resources here for the Lord.
Gary had nobody to lifesteal from, spell vamp from, so he was just left there standing after the full combo. And now there is a little bit of a swing back from Orange.
Oh, I think they weren't expecting the damage coming out from Valence.
Oh, no.
There. Well, he gets stunned up, but nobody to close up and follow up that kill. Looks like RSG's just going to focus on the objective now, but it's going to be Min that gets taken down together with the Lord. So this gives RSG a lead here to start pushing on.
This is great for RSG, you know, like they started up slow even when they had the lead. They started going proactive again, and see, now that they have the initiative, they win a team fight because they're forcing Orange to respond to their play. Just because of that, setup was perfect for the Lord, and they calculated it perfectly as well. I did not expect them to take the Lord without Baby Cakes.
Yeah, we're back to about where we were about 8 minute mark. 2K goal lead.
Yeah.
RSGSG back in the driver's seat. They do pick themselves up an enhanced Lord. So this does have the jump, but it does not have the thunder, so that's less passive damage. Still dangerous nonetheless. A lot of pressure coming in from RSGSG down bottom, and they do find Gary.
Trying to just, Baby Cakes actually takes out that turret there on the bottom side. So they're really chunking down on the defenses of Orange Esports. On the top, Diablo and Born just brawling it out. You can see Orange Esports trying to rotate to be able to help their teammate out. And now RSGSG looking to siege here. Bray goes in.
Yeah, no heavy spin just yet though. He's just trying to save it up. He has forced man to cancel out on that real world manipulation, and that's going to be huge. Cooldown now is going to be pretty big, as that's going to be the Lord enhanced, marching down the top side, getting the damage done onto the turret. But man, Balance with the torn apart memory is able to take Mikumi down. Now Orange looking for the re-engage once again. Bray trying to just stop this from happening as the time journey comes in, and that's going to be the kill picked up by 505. Baby Cakes gets stunned up and gets taken down. Min somehow surviving here with 1 HP, as Diablo will just try to back up. He has the consecration. He is not at risk of dying currently. Just way too tanky unless the torn apart memory comes back off a cooldown. And there it is, the burst to just finish him off. Man tries to open up the map, face checks. They will lose 1 base turret for that, but they win out in the fight. But Bray, wait, he's going in again. Real world manipulation. And finally, RSG, they decide to back up. Gary does not want to force and overextend.
Penetration down bottom for a team fight win. I'd say that was worth it for RSGSG. In the long run, I think that was worth it, especially since they still kept the 1K gold lead and it wasn't a devastating wipeout. Maybe for a wipeout, I'd ask for 2 inhibitors. But for 1 inhibitor like this, and then a trade, RSGSG is fine. I think they're okay.
That's true, and I think that's what they are good at as well. You know, if they are losing the team fights, they immediately turn their sights to the objectives that they can get on the map. And I think given the fights that RSG has been taking so far, it's been really difficult, especially with the time journey that Min has been putting out. And somehow they haven't been able to close the kills as much as they want to as well.
Yeah, so that means Orange Esports is holding on. I think what they're lacking in order to actually decisively win a team fight and claw back into this game, maybe close the gap, get a 1K goal lead themselves. They really have to stop Bray. I don't know whether it be to force an early heavy spin or to have Bray commit to Min and then answer with a times journey, as you mentioned. He's just putting so much on the map. Orange Esports, if they get that right, if they do that, this could be a Lord for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's just Bray though, because look at Diablo, right? We kind of mentioned this early on in the draft. When he gets the Uranus, he just forces that attention on him. Currently, both of these XP laners are cutting the wave, so technically Orange Esports are also doing the same thing with Born up top. I kind of feel that Uranus is actually just more sustainable in this stage of the game. But Baby Cakes, forced to flicker out. That's going to be their first time bringing him back onto Born, but that's the real world manipulation canceled out. Baby Cakes will fall, but RSG have no answer to this play. Gary gets a knock up. Miku forced to run away with a sprint, and Orange, they just find 1 out of thin air now, looking for the Lord with the setup. This is huge.
They just strong-armed that team fight. There was no clear initiation, but Min said, no, we go. We go now.
Now Diablo trying to also invade onto the Lord here, making the best of the situation as much as he can. But it's clear that Orange Esports has the lead. RSG, they're not giving up though. They're still hanging around here, trying to do the best that they can, and Bray looking to contest this if he can.
Oh, it's a precarious situation, Miracle. Learn about half health.
Yeah, I mean, technically now it's a 4v5, but it's still a 50-50 when it comes to the Retribution battle. Bray has the better position. He's actually pulled the Lord back to RSG's side with Baby Cake spawning. Orange, they're all at half HP. Look at the bottom side. Valens actually taken low. Torn apart memory comes in. He looking for the solo kill, but Diablo somehow still survives. The consecration comes off a cooldown right in time, and he's able to just regen back up. Both teams disengage, and 17 minutes in, we still don't know who has the edge.
I was going to say it's about a party now because it's a 5v5, but both teams disengage. Both teams understand there's not much for us to get here. Nobody's willing to commit. Our ults are too important, but wait, That's a knockup on Diablo.
Consecration, not enough. He gets taken down, and again, they lose a vital member right before the Lord. But this time, the Lord is at half HP. Miku getting zoned. Born just being such a nuisance here in the front, trying to zone away the members, as that's going to be the real-world manipulation to seal the deal as Gary picks up the Lord. 18 minutes in, did they start it before the Evolved Lord spawn? I'm pretty sure it's just an Enhanced Lord here.
I think it was an enhanced Lord, but that's the thing with RSG, right? They cannot contest these objectives because Orange Esports just has so much area damage and CC. They have the Julian, they have the real manipulation. There's just no chance for RSG to enter. You have what? An Abyssal Arrow and a Heavy Spin.
Yeah, that's it. That's the engage that RSG can provide. The thing is, Diablo, there's so much CC from the side of Orange Esports. He can take that damage, but once he gets CC'd, once he gets locked down, there's a lot of the single target damage that can come through from Orange. And now it's time for Orange to siege down the base with the Enhanced Lord. Bray using that heavy spin, trying to disengage right now, as he will be able to just knock some people back, but the Lord will claim that base turret. Bray now gonna get engaged on, falling down to the backside, as that's gonna be the real world manipulation popped and used. Oh my god, they just go straight for the base, and Orange have reverse swept RSG.
Mitek goes wild. The hometown heroes, locals of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, stay in the upper bracket, knocking down the MPL SG Season 3 champions in RSG SG. What a sudden turnaround. We were talking about, like, what, not 5 minutes ago, how does Orange come back? How does Orange come back? And in the blink of an eye, they just push straight in.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, RSG did have a early game advantage. They had that, and we knew that Valence was gonna scale up in the late game. I think they couldn't close out the game, and that led to, you know, the inevitable happening. But wow, Orange Esports. RSG was so strong in game 1, and they just came back completely from that.
I feel like the same mistake happened again. It bit them in the butt, you know? They overextended. When they had the Lord, they were trying to look for the push. They got picked off. 3 members. Yes, it was worth it when we're talking about the late game, but again, how late do you want to go if you were RSG with the Selena?
And it's a mix of just not overcommitting, but as well not knowing if it's all in or no. It was too much discipline. Let's hear from Man Aquino in Orange Esports.
By Orange Esports. And now we are backstage right in front of the dugout of Orange Esports. They've done really well turning the game around. And now we're going to look for Valence. Valence, where are you? And here with me to help me translate is Sith. Yeah. Hi, come on in.
Hello.
Congratulations. Now, I heard a really cool fact that for the last season of Season 9, you were gone for half the season because you had to finish your high school exam and your team really felt it. Once you came back, the team got really good and you helped them reach the top 2. Now, how did you help your team this time around coming into MSC 2022, especially for the playoffs?
Actually, it's not okay. It's not me. It's not just me. It's all the teams that we just work together and sorting it out, and we trust in each other. That's how we made it this far.
Alright, okay, Valence. Apakah yang pasukan Orange lakukan untuk game yang ketiga sehingga berjaya menewaskan satu lagi pasukan daripada Singapura, iaitu juara MPL SG musim yang ketiga?
Sorry? Apa?
What is your preparation to go to the last match to beat another country, another team from Singapore country, which is the champions for the MPL SG Season 3?
I rasa biasa je kot. Kita just trust in coach, trust in analyst and trust in team. We do our best, and walaupun first game kita kalah, tapi what kills us makes us stronger.
That's nice, bro.
Now, I know that you live from a city quite far from here, actually 3.5 hours away. You had to fly, you had to be away from your parents to prepare. Are your parents actually here right now?
Yeah.
What's your message to your parents for continually supporting you? Because you live so far and they really are pumped up for you to succeed here in MSC 2022. They're watching right now. What's your message to your mom and dad?
Thank you, mommy, daddy, for supporting me. And yeah, hello, mom and dad. I'm here at MSC. Yeah.
And how about for all the Malaysians watching today? Really proud that now you're going and moving on with your team to the semifinals upper bracket.
To all our supporters, especially the one that stay with us, although we've been not doing quite well in regular season, but thank you that keep supporting us. Orange Sport, vamos, vamos, vamos.
Orange Esports, vamos, vamos, vamos. Thank you so much. Congratulations. He's really making a difference for his team. And now let's see what our analysts have to say about the game. Let's turn it over to Gideon and Lafelle. Come on in.
Thanks, Mara. Thanks, Sith. This has been an awesome game here, but boy, is there a story to tell. I mean, looking at the drafts alone, that was something to say.
I mean, like, even we were like, what is going on with these drafts? Like, Beatrix was not touched at all, right? So let's look at the itemization over here because, again, the drafts is crazy, but let's look at the items first, especially Brody over here, where, again, Beatrix was not they didn't take, I don't know why, but look at Brody over here. It's a good thing that he went full damage because sometimes we do see Brody getting that brute force breastplate and then just go for a tanky build, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Valence is just trying to maximize Brody, right? He did take Weapon Master, and the same can be said about Baby Cakes too. Both of them took Weapon Master, but the optimal build, I don't know. It's a little tough to say. Baby Cakes was so close to his last item.
I want to compare Diablo as well as Born because this is the battle of the EXP, and look at that KDA, exactly the same, 0, 3, and 6 for both of them. In terms of items, it's more or less the same. It's just that Born just has that extra slow with the Ice Queen one. But it's interesting in this game. Whenever we look at the highlights, we really have to highlight both of these players. Diablo, Born, crazy.
I mean, it was a mirror matchup every single time. Top side, both were looking to proxy the wave, both looking to cut the waves in half, and more importantly, both trying to split the fight in two. Now, let's crunch the numbers here and really deliberate as we start looking at the stats. 68,000, and we look at Uranus, 40,000.
109,000
coming out of Valence. I told you this. He will eventually get the damage, but again, Weapon Master, it does take some time.
It does take time, but hey, time really helps when you have a Digi. Because again, looking at the game, 16 minutes, 40 seconds. That is the point where Orange Esports are like, guys, we're done. Our chess pieces are exactly where we want them to be. The win condition has been activated. Let's clean this up. And they cleaned it up well. Looking at the damage coming in for the side of RSG, a lot of damage coming from both the Clint as well as the Lily. Actually, overall, everyone did basically equal amount of damage. Comparison for Orange is really polarizing. Most of it is on the Brody alone. The rest is mostly just setting up for him or healing for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that extra bit of range, just that ever so slight extra bit of range, which allows him to walk in safely and get out of situations whenever he wants, and he has the extra security of the Diggy too. So put that all together, these fights have been really, really difficult, but it's time to look at our MVP, and I think it should be no surprise to anybody watching out there. It's this man up on screen. It's Valence from Orange Esports.
Valence did so well, and here's the thing, it's the difference in draft, and we saw it in the damage numbers. For the side of RSG, everyone did equal amount of damage. For the side of Orange, their win condition is Valence. Everyone just protect this guy. He can do whatever he wants. Everyone else can die. It's totally fine. Looking at how Born plays, looking at how Gary plays, but look at this, 5, 3, and 6, 109,000 damage. That's insane.
It's a ridiculous number. He was getting a lot of free hits off of Diablo, and that was like a majority of the story, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Orange Esports, and especially when you're playing like a babysitting Diggy, the connection that Min and Mon have is rather ridiculous. Min flickers in, jumps into the middle of the fight, gets the time reversal on some very priority targets, especially Baby Cakes, and he was feeling that pressure.
Yeah, I can't wait to relook at the highlights because even our casters were asking us like, how can Orange come back? But then they did. But the way that they did it is almost a little bit too fast. Right now, looking at the highlights, honestly, in this game, we got to look at Diablo as well as born just because they create so much space. But how Orange used the space and how RSG used the space is different.
Yeah, I mean, the space created by Orange, they were playing for the later half of the game, and they knew it. We didn't get to touch on this earlier, but Gary actually taking a really greedy build, going with the Clock of Destinies into the Holy Crystal, so on and so forth. But a lot of these fights, you can see that RSG want to press their advantage. They don't have to worry about the damage of Diggy. They have Miku Miku Mi, and he is chunking them out.
Yeah, and again, looking at how they play in terms of the team fight is almost similar. XP laner goes in front, and then everyone just dish out every single damage that they can just on one target. The big difference maker over here, again, the moment the Lord spawns around 16 minutes, the way that Orange really used their draft, they force RSG to actually get into a very, very tight situation. Yes. At a tight situation, Selena is going to hit her Abyssal Arrow a little bit easier. But the thing is, as long as Born stays in front, as long as the Digi uses his ult, all crowd control will be cancelled out. As long as Gary does not, as long as Valens have limited range where anyone could come and flank him, it's going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, choke points, a lot of different positions that you can actually play from. And even though that Eve didn't get her ult off as many times as she wanted to, especially with the amount of charges that she had, this is really well played from both teams. It's just that Orange Esports just edged it out ever so slightly.
We've watched 2 series already. It went all 3 games. What are the chances every single game today goes all 3 games? Because after this, it doesn't slow down. It just gets better.
I feel like it's just going to be a really long day today. And boy, I don't know. If you guys are missing out on MSC, just tell your friends because this is the place to be right now. Mobile Legends has never looked so good before.
And again, I feel like if we bring up stats, especially Unique Heroes pick,
oh no, don't get me started.
It's crazy. So after this, we're gonna watch the match between Toda against Smart Omega. And again, this is a match none of you want to miss.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the Supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no in the sky. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies.
Welcome back to MMC 2022, and my name is ICBaby12. Join with me with a brand new fresh of casters here. It's going to be Eterna on my right, and of course, Naisu on my left. Whew, it's been an exciting game so far here today, and it is a good day to be a Malaysian fan, especially with Orange taking the W against RSG SG early on. But before that, MSC 2022 is powered by Moonton, and also a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok Live, Partner in Esports, Secret Lab, Esports Shot, and media partners EGG Network, as well as MeWatch for making things happen. Oh my goodness, today's games has been really heartwarming, and I'm looking forward to see the next matchup, because next matchup so far it is going to be Toda going up against Smart Omega. But before that, let's talk a little bit more on a little bit of a special carnival that we have right now.
Carnival. What's that?
Yeah, that's going to be the TikTok Live Carnival, currently on its way. With the TikTok Live Carnival underway, you can earn MLBB MSC points and win some MLBB rare skins. And you can also participate in the in-game events to win massive rewards. So be sure to log into the game right now and also check it out. Now, let's talk a little bit of shop right here. I want to know what your predictions are as of yet. What do you guys think?
I mean, we're gonna see. It's gonna pop up real soon here on the bottom of the screen, and it seems like, okay, there's a little bit of some split opinions here on the caster desk. Eterna, myself, as well as ICBaby, we are on toe deck. But Naisu here has a different opinion. So, Naisu, why Smart Omega?
You know, some people might be thinking, wow, this guy's from the Philippines. It's automatic. He's going to go for Smart Omega. Well, there's a fun fact. My actual middle name is Omega. So I had to go with him, man. You know, that's double reasons. So that's why we're going with Smart Omega.
You know, for me, it's pretty clear, right? I'm from Malaysia. I'm going to be supporting Malaysia team, of course. But what about you, Eterna? What makes you, support the Todak?
I mean, on paper, it does seem like Smart Omega might have the dub, but if we take a look at history, it doesn't seem like Smart Omega switches on unless like all the odds are stacked against them, right? So we are still in the upper brackets. I think they're going to play a little bit safer, and this gives opportunity, of course, for the underdog in the story, Todak, to be able to win it this time.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But of course, let's talk a little bit more on the teams themselves, because right now they are going to be coming in on screen. As you can see, representing from Malaysia, we have Team Todak walking onto the stage, and everyone is super excited to see what they're going to be bringing out to the table.
Yes.
Man.
Welcoming to the tunnel is a Malaysian powerhouse, the champions of MPL MY Season 9, and they are known for their unpredictability. It is none other than, of course, Todak.
You know, fun fact, I believe they're one of the teams that have the most unique hero picks. I mean, we've actually, through the group stages up to this point, first day of playoffs, we've seen so many heroes pop out. And that's what I like, right? But Todak is one of the teams, I think they have like 19 or 20 unique heroes.
Yep, and of course, their opponents right now, it is going to be Smart Omega walking up, as they are going to be prepared to challenge against the Swordfish.
Yes, 100%. The king of the seas, the defending champions. It is none other than Omega themselves, and they have a lot to prove because the targets, the eyes, almost everything is up against them right now. We're going to have to see if they have what it truly takes to be the defending champions of the sea, understanding they are going against the Swordfish themselves, Todak.
Yeah, I like that, right? Kings of the Sea versus the Swordfish here. And at the same time, they both have different pressures, right? Defending champions, you're defending the crown. Also, the home pressure. There's home turf pressure, too.
Yeah, and of course, Omega, I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they prove themselves to be the rulers of the sea, because the Swordfish are coming with their longer strategy. Todak being one of the most unpredictable teams throughout the history of MY, but now walking up stage here, it is going to be their coaches coming in to give in some insights and draft throughout for all of their teammates.
Now, this is going to be very important, right? I think every good MLBB game starts with the coaches. Why? Because it starts with the drafting phase. It's a little game of chess. Now, when it comes to Todak, they are, as we all know, very unpredictable in towards their drafting. And I wonder, will this be an edge for them going against Smart Omega?
I mean, unpredictability is a thing, right? But the same can be said about Smart Omega, right? The play style that they have, like you guys mentioned too, you know, going into kind of, I guess, like the last chance mode that they have, that switch that they turn on is something to deal with too. But enough about them. We're going to talk about the team lineup here for Todak. We have Momo, Yumes, Moon, Chiku, and Formace.
Yeah, I love Todak here, and ever since their entry coming from SEA Games, they have made a little bit of adaptation here in MSC group stages. And so far, what I'm a little bit curious is that how well will Todak actually execute, especially with now Chiku on the gold laner and swapped up with Momo, who showed himself playing the jungle role instead. However, their opponents right now up on screen, we have representing from Smart Omega, we have Kelra, Chaknu, E2 Max, Ryzen, as well as Renzio up for you guys.
Yeah, very, very strong five-man team here in their particular lineup. And the thing is, I feel like mostly they like to play around Kelra, right? They like to play Kelra-centric. They have a lot of emphasis in that gold lane. But other than that, it is going to be Chaknu with the momentum that they need 100% to take down Todak. As now we're going to take a little tidbit sneak peek into the team head-to-head between the Malaysian representatives as well as the Filipino representatives.
Yep, this is some amazing stats up on screen right now. You can see Todak doing a lot of damage when it comes to being offensive and oppressive. This is the Todak Langer strategy that we're talking about. They love to fight a lot. However, when it comes to objective-wise, seems like Omega is going to be leaning on towards their sides. What are your thoughts on this, Naisu?
Again, it's going to be a scrappy game. Like, that's the way I want to look at this matchup here. It's going to be scrappy. It's really going to depend, too, obviously, on the draft. But at the same time, I feel like both teams, especially from what we saw in the group stages, man, this and the stats could go either way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And based on track record as well, during the M2 World stages, Smart Omega was able to get a 2-0 clean sweep against Todak. So this might be a little bit of a revenge match coming from Todak, especially when they are currently in the home grounds. But before that, let's talk about the keys to victory for them to overcome their obstacle, which is going to be Smart Omega. Up on screen, we have prioritize playmaking heroes for Yums. Thoughts on that, guys?
I think that's really important. That's going to be really important because most of the time we see Yums making the plays, but other than that, we have to see here, 4 Mays must win a laning phase. There's a lot of emphasis in that particular lane. Respect Kelris comfort heroes, and of course, last but not least, better early to mid-game transition.
You know why that's so important, that early to mid-game transition, is because Smart Omega is known for that late game, that comeback style. I mean, they are known as the comeback kings, and that could possibly happen. So the focus here for Smart Omega, the keys to victory, starting it off, focus on own draft and game plan, be aware of split push and wrap around, control mid lane at all costs, and restrict Chiku's movement and farm.
I definitely agree. You can see during the group stages when Smart Omega was facing off against RRQ, they had a very, very heavy emphasis on tackling their junglers. They love to punish the junglers when their proper buff is pretty much down. So this might be the way that Smart Omega might be looking to punish Chiku. However, like I said as well, a little bit of plot twist is happening coming from Toda. We don't exactly know whether or not Chiku is going to be playing on the jungle role or not. We did see Momo kind of switch it up, and this is pretty much our first time seeing Toda on the main stage as of yet and playing this role. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of surprises that Toda is going to be bringing to the table.
To be honest, I feel like that's a double-edged sword, right? Swapping
Exactly.
out the rosters like really easily like that, it's either flexibility or it also could be risky, right? Because with your different kind of lanes, of course, there are different things that you need to prioritize. Communication might be different as well, and that's something that we need to see here in their upcoming game against Omega. But from the side of Omega, we all know that they like to focus on their own draft rather than limiting enemy power picks. Now, this is also something that can be seen as a double-edged sword, because when they went a game against RRQ in the group stage, we could see that they didn't respect the heroes coming in from RRQ, the power picks coming in from RRQ, and they lost that game. But the second game coming in, this is one of the main focuses that I'd like to share about Smart Omega, is their adaptability. They are so good at thinking on their feet. They're so good at reading enemy patterns. And if Todak plays as conventionally as they like to, this may be something that Omega can actually pick up on.
Yep, I definitely agree. But as of now, this is going to be the drops coming in with Todak on the blue side, Ling as well as the Masha being banned from Todak, and whereas Omega going to go for the comfort bans, the standard meta Valentina. What are your thoughts on this, Nigel?
Yeah, take out the Valentina right here. Also, they're going to take out a 1-1. I feel like this has been already talked about for the multiple days of the group stage up to now. 1-1, huge win potential in that alone, so not surprised by the ban. I feel like Todak also wants to take out one of, let's say, the Mamba's picks right here, the Chaknu himself, right? Because that's what we see. His best for the team and himself is that aggressive kind of roam style. We see that with Grok. We've seen it with quite a few picks. Obviously, Kufra when you think of Chaknu. So wouldn't be surprised if this is focused towards him, but standard ban so far.
Yep, and let's talk a little bit more on the historical data, especially from the group stages, right? If I do recall that RRQ going up against Omega, they did on the game where RRQ won against Omega, they were pretty much caught off guard by a Franco pickup. So I'm not exactly sure whether Todak are they going to be bringing to the table based on the stats from their drafts. I'm pretty sure they did bring a Franco during MPL MY where they forced Moon to play it, which I'm not exactly sure is it a troll pick or what, but they did swap up their laning phase when it comes to a priority pick. So forcing a Franco might not be too bad for Todak, but I don't think it's just the Todak style yet.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there are still so many other heroes that can be prioritized on the table. I mean, the Akai is still open as well. I mean, we've seen the Xavier being banned out today. It doesn't have a good win rate, like we keep on mentioning. But like you mentioned, it is going to be the Franco ban here coming through for the side of Omega. Now, Todak with the first pick. I'm wondering who they will be prioritizing here. I do understand that they like to play around that gold lane, so do you think that's going to be a first pick priority, like someone like the Beatrix perhaps?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, right? Beatrix is still open. That's a high priority because especially the 1-1's out, right? So that leaves you some options here after the Beatrix is going to be locked, could possibly be locked in, right? At the same time, I mean, another hero we constantly see is Esmeralda pop up. So I don't know if what Todak wants to build around, but like you said, starting off with the gold lane, the priorities here, we've seen it time after time. The win rate of that Beatrix is also pretty high.
Yeah, I feel like Karina is going to be a pretty decent pickup, but I don't think they would prioritize it. But seems like Toda, they are going to play it safe and picking up the Beatrix. It might be played by either Chiku as well as Momo. So a lot of uncertainties are still on its way, but it seems like the Akai will be secured from the side of Omega. So I feel like this is a little bit suspicious, but we did see a lot of teams so far, especially here in the playoffs, a lot of teams has found a way to deal with this Akai.
I mean, we saw a Diggy being picked up, right? To try and like take away the pressure, of course, that the Akai can have. So the Akai is going to be the first pick here coming in from Omega, and we know that this pick is huge flex, right? It can be placed in several different lanes, and that's the same thing can be said about Julian. So Todak is drafting in a way that we know where the Beatrix is going to go, but the same can't be said on Omega, because the Julian can be in a lot of lanes. It can be in the jungle position. We've seen him in the mid lane. So we'll see what Todak will have to, prioritize this time around. But I hear a Barrett's being picked up here, as well as that Xavier. So this is quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by this pickup as well, considering that Julian is just super flexible. We did see Orange Esports early on by the day. They managed to pick up a Diggy to deal with the heavy spin, which is a good interaction. But as of now, Todak, they're still keeping up Yum's hero as open as possible for that clutch pickup. But I'm really surprised by this Xavier pickup here. Xavier has been in up and down in the meta list, especially here in MSC, based on the stats coming from group stages as well as the playoffs.
That's why I kind of made that noise when I was locked in here, right? Because this is the matchup pretty much between Moon and Etu Max. And Xavier, like we said, I think it was 30%, right? There was a point in time when Xavier was picked and he had like a 0% win rate. That's something we're not used to seeing, especially, from the regular seasons or playoffs of a lot of the MPLs. And there you go. Smart Omega is actually going to take that other high priority hero in Esmeralda here.
Ooh, this is risky, okay? Coming into this, I think Omega might want to try and limit that EXP lane if they want this Esmeralda to be able to be a dominant force after the laning phase. So perhaps banning someone, you can ban the Uranus, you can ban someone like the Dairoth perhaps, that is known to be the natural counter towards this Esmeralda, might be the way to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a smart ban as well. For me, it does play a very mean Dairoth coming from the side of Todak, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried from based on the drafts coming from Omega. Their draft seems to be very strong picks, and Esmeralda is in a situation where it can actually benefit from a DK pickup if Todak decides to go for it from the time journey itself. So I'm a little bit surprised, but Smart Omega, they're respecting Yum's hero. They are going to take away some of his comfort heroes, and that is going to be the Matilda. Diggy, maybe they wouldn't actually let it off for the hook. Kufra isn't exactly a good pickup as well, but if Todak decides to go for it, it's not the end of the world, but I'm a little bit curious on what Todak has installed, especially being played by Yums.
I'm wondering too, what do you take? Because they already took the Claude out. So when I'm thinking for the gold lane here for Smart Omega, Claude would have been a great option, because I think this could be a Kai jungle, right? Julian mid, which honestly, Julian so far statistically I feel like has worked better in the jungle, but we have seen it perform actually really well in the mid lane. So far, like, what do you pair gold lane up here with what they already have, especially with them taking out the Claude? They're probably going to take out another gold lane pick here for Todak.
I feel like for Todak, they should be banning off the carry just because we did see Evos actually kind of bring this very similar playstyle where they had this three very beefy, tanky compositions, but looks like they are not going to pick it off, and they're hoping that maybe Omega might pick it up for themselves, because I feel like Formace is in a very particular situation where he may consider matching up the Talamos against the Esmeralda down on the XP lane. So I'm a little curious on how it goes down, but Smart Omega, they're going for the Grok instead for that early engagements in case they decide to go for a very plot twisty jungle, in this case, not having the Barats in the jungle instead.
Help me out here. Who is going where? Is this Grok going to be in that roamer position?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
XP Julian for sure.
Okay, so
Hey,
that's
wait
not
a minute.
good.
Wait a minute.
Mid-Julian.
Mid-Julian. Mid-Julian makes more sense. Mid-Julian makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely caught me off guard here. And that's the beauty of Julian itself. Ever since he was introduced, he kind of messed up the meta list when it comes to where should he fit most the best. And currently, he can play every single role so far.
I'm not gonna say it now, but I have a feeling what could possibly happen here for this Chaknu Grok pick, because we've seen something similar. So let's see if it happens. But at the same time, Todak gonna round their draft out here with Raphael and Uranus. This is the eternal battle in the XP lane, Uranus versus Esmeralda.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because the Matilda was banned away by the side of Omega, and so Todak understood that there was a limitation in the terms of mobility for the Barretts if he is situated in that jungle position, and therefore the Rafaela pick comes through, and it gives them that slight edge that, of course, the Matilda could have given them, and this is going to be interesting as well. So, with so much sustainability on the side of Todak, Omega now has actually opted with that Irithel pick.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe they would have brought the carry pickup as well, considering how strong Todak's composition is. But carry takes a little bit longer time to actually come up online. So for them to pick the Irithel means that you're forcing potentially a Demon Hunter Sword on Irithel may not necessarily be the best choice, but it's good enough considering how mobile Todak can be. So I'm looking forward to see how the draft is going to go, because that is pretty much a draft set in stone coming from both Smart Mega as well as Todak. And I'm looking forward to see how Game 1 is going to be on its way, because this is going to be the match to watch with Jungle Barrage coming from Todak. This is going to be a pretty exciting one against the Akai jungle. Who is going to be the better tank jungle right here?
This is tough. This is tough, right? Again, this is going to come... It always comes down to execution, but I really do like how Smart Omega drafted here. Todak obviously has a great one as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 is on its way with Todak on the blue side and Smart Omega on the red side. We are going to be seeing a Julian Meat matchup against this Xavier, and Moon currently not going to be having an easy time, because the moment this Julian hits those level 3, we are going to be expecting a lot of wombo combos and aggressiveness coming from Smart Omega.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, there's already so much...
There's already so much action. But, you know, early on, if you want to talk about it, I mean, you guys, or you mentioned it, right? The tank junglers starting this off. I feel like they're going to be setting the pace here. As you can see, Chaknu, okay, he didn't go with the emblem that I was thinking about, because we've seen a version of this Chaknu Grok take an assassin emblem, the high and dry, and just turn into like basically an assassin tank that you wouldn't expect, right? With that paired up long stun. So that's not going to happen here, but doesn't mean he can't find those Chak Mamba plays.
Oh, this is a very cheeky play coming from Smart Omega. They're setting up Ryzen to actually go in for the in-phase. Yums is actually getting bullied out, but Moon, however, is going to get caught out. And unfortunately, just like that, Smart Omega, they managed to punish Todak with this split decision.
Yeah, first blood is going to the hands of Todak here, as Omega will be... Okay, they're looking for something, right? Because honestly, when it comes down to that expectation, but oh my god, but wait a minute, the Death Sonata connects onto Ryzen here, and Ryzen will be the one to go down next. So already 2 trades on the board, 1-for-1 for the side of Todak as well as Omega. As for Maze here, he was caught in a 2v1 situation, but luckily, being the Uranus, the sustainable hero that he is, he still will be able to get away.
Oh, it's not over yet. Seems like Kelra is going to be able to get out of there, forcing a major sprint right in that vicinity. But so far, Todak, they made a little bit of blunder. Fortunately for them, they were able to salvage the situation for Moon, especially when he needs those economy boosts to actually come online. Whereas E2 Max now is going to try and bait out the jungle pit. As of yet, I'm not exactly sure how they're really happening here, because Momo is coming in to contest the turtle.
Yeah, the contest comes here. The chains does not connect, but it does seem like Ryzen might be caught here. The Lord, but wait a minute. Chakno actually misses that, but unfortunately, it is going to be Momo there in that front line, dealing and actually absorbing a lot of damage. Formaze goes in for a 1v4 situation. He gets low, but the Dominant Light connects onto 3 members. E2 Max goes down next, and that is going to be 1 trade for the side of Todak.
Nice Dawning Light placement there. I mean, I feel like Smart Omega just lined up for that one, and it was a sticky situation to be in, but, you know, at the same time, they were able to secure that objective. Hopefully they can convert that into something, but right now, Todak doing pretty good at dissecting Smart Omega.
This is exactly what I've been talking about throughout the drafts as well. They need some sort of heroes that can chunk through all this beefy composition. Todak is just so very tanky, and it's just so difficult to kill them. However, at the same time right now, Windtalker up on Kelra. He needs a couple more items before he starts to pop off, and Yubs is just buying so much space from the side of Todak. And because of this, it is going to allow Chiku to accelerate his farm as compared to Kelra.
Right now, though, with, you know, Kelra being on this Irithel pick, so far I feel like what we've seen up to this point is it works and sometimes it doesn't. It really does matter on how you're able to avoid all the CC that's going to be coming from Todak, and that's, I feel like, what Irithel does best, especially paired with a sprint. That's like unlimited mobility.
Yep, and at the same time as well, I'm a little bit surprised by Smart Omega's composition to send up Kelra to go for an early engagement. He only just got a Windtalker, so I don't think he's going to give a little too much value. And because of this, Chiku was able to get a free gold plating down bottom. So this is a huge win for Todak's marksman as of yet. But now, up on screen, this is going to be the emblems for the players themselves that they have chose for their heroes.
Emblems, I mean, not surprised by a lot of these, honestly. It's somewhat standard, right? And at the same time, I feel like a lot of this is going to have to do with those mid laners, like we talked about in the draft, you know, putting Moon against Etu Max. I feel like this is the one great thing about Xavier, is a lot of the times you can just go ahead and get your distance, get your CC off, throw the Dawning Line out, especially about every 15 seconds or so later on in the game, whereas Etu Max has to work a little bit harder on this Julian.
Okay, but now both teams are going to be putting their focus onto the next turtle here. It does seem like Omega has the dub in that situation, but it actually will be taken out with them as well. Oh no, it seems like Momo is caught in a bad situation. 4v1, he gets caught out, and that is going to be it. That is Momo taken down, traded back for their team.
Oh, a big win coming from Omega, especially coming from heavy speed to cancel out the thing, but the fight is not over yet. As you can see, Toda, this is the Langa strategy that we talked about as well. As soon as you disengage and you thought the fight was over, Toda re-engages and trades off perfectly, and that's a big catch as well, because Kelra being taken down means Chiku is in a prime position to contest it. However, at the fight as of now, you can see they are focusing on inhibitors. Raisin is going to be coming in, he flickers out, and here comes Raisin, and they get the kill onto him, and that is going to be Toda greeting a little bit too much and get punished for it.
Yeah, way too aggressive from the side of Todak there. I understand they were able to get a kill onto Kelra. That would have been enough, but, you know, putting Chiku in that situation, he having to be traded back, that kind of gives Todak a little bit of a bad trade in that sense. So we'll see what happens here, as it is going to be a little bit more stale in that sense, because they are waiting for that neutral objective to pop off.
I honestly feel like, this, yeah, like you said, right? This is two junglers, two tank junglers that are just, they're looking for their own individual moments to set up here. And a lot of it will just come down to those objective fights later on, because so far what we're seeing, pretty much what I said in the draft, it's going to be scrappy. Both teams seem like they are making some minor mistakes. I would say even earlier, you know, Kelra popped this sprint there and got caught by the Holy Baptism.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, based on the items as well, you can see a little bit of regeneration coming from Poor Maze. I was expecting an early Enchanted Talisman coming from him on this Uranus, but considering based on the emblems itself, he opted to go for a hybrid damage build on the average emblem instead of the usual hybrid regeneration. So I like the little bit of adaptation for him to compensate damage to make it a little bit more tanky, and it's working out just because of how Omega is lacking in terms of burst potential until Kelra probably gets like 2, 3, 4 items to come. But as of yet, the turtle is on his way and looks like there is going to be some sort of contest.
Chakra was in a little bit of a weird situation there, but luckily there was backup coming in from Omega. Now they are going to be trying to fill each other out, trying to open some vision as an engage might happen here. The turtle is going to be so low. It will be taken by the side of Omega, but we'll see what happens here as Momo is in a 4v1 situation. The Dawning Light connects onto 3 members, but the damage coming through is just so much. Kelra gets taken down first. This is going to be interesting as Renzio was also taken down. A 2-for-1 trade for the moment as for Maze, he is looking for Ryzen. Luckily, he still manages to get out.
This is huge coming from Toda. They understand that the finisher is none other than 4 Maze, but Changnu, he's going to buy a little bit more time for the team, and hopefully they are going to be able to stall it out, because as of now, Toda, they're feeling a little bit too confident of themselves that they might actually pay the price because they're taking a little bit too long to take this middle turret, but from behind.
Oh my god, Ryzen goes in from the back, but unfortunately there was no follow-up. He doesn't connect per se on that spin, so luckily enough for the side of Todak, they were able to kind of sniff that play out and come out of there alive.
So you see that they were trying to find the setup there. I mean, even Chaknu himself looking a little frustrated there because he was trying to buy time for that setup, and unfortunately Todak sniffed that out, wasn't going to happen, and they're happy with it. As you can see from the damage dealt too, right, you have Renzio leading that, but actually this is a surprise to see Etumax here leading that in the second place, because honestly I feel like so much of this damage is relying on Kelra, because Etumax tries to get those combos off the best he can, but again, the toolkit on Todak is stopping any kind of initiation. Like, they have a lot of counter initiation alone with just that Holy Baptism.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, E2 Max's burst potential is going to be focusing on the supports. In this case, Yums and Chico is going to be his objective. However, we've got Moon constantly making sure that they do not get caught off. This two beefy, tanky compositions from Toda is just a big wall that Omega needs to overcome. And the beauty about it is that the only one that can separate them is pretty much Ryzen on this heavy speed. So Toda, they have to play this very, very safe. But the downside is they are losing a lot of split push potential because of this composition.
This has been one of the most equal and on that point stalemate between two teams that we've seen so far. I mean, Todak and Omega, they're just trading that economy back and forth, as it is going to be the next neutral objective on the board there in that first Lord. So it doesn't seem like both teams want to go for it just yet. This is definitely the calm before the storm.
Yeah, this is too dicey of a situation for either team because, like you said,
Chico!
oh my
Chico!
goodness!
What?
There is the burst damage right there that we usually see from that high priority hero pick in Chico on that Beatrix.
That is a huge, huge kill here for the side of Todak. I mean, now they have the man advantage, and they might want to go for it, but it actually does seem Chico Takno is going in for the kill. E2 Max goes down first. We can see that the spin tries to go and get something, but unfortunately, nothing comes out of it.
Oh, that was a big smart play coming from Smart Omega. Toda, they weren't expecting the flicker play coming from Changdu, and that was huge. But at the same time, I feel like Smart Omega, they were a little bit gamed a little bit more in terms of mental aspect. They weren't expecting such an aggressive Beatrix from the get-go, considering how passive Chico has been playing throughout this game. With this aggressive play, now Smart Omega, they have to rethink their formations, and as of yet, the Lord is going to be started out. As you can see, both the tanks coming in from Omega as well as Toda, Formaze and Raisin, just trying to bait reactions from each other.
Man, right now, Kelra needs to hurry up on that orange buff because they're going to go ahead and bounce this Lord around each other. No one wants to commit to it just yet. And like you guys mentioned, gold lane matchup here, Chiku, right? He's feeling confident. That's what we saw, that bush play right there. He had the flicker, but so is, at that point, Kelra. He didn't have a kill just yet, but despite that kind of struggle he had in the early game because they were focusing so much on his lane, he's starting to actually get confidence now too because he's starting to see that damage potential on this Irithyll pick.
I definitely agree, but as of now, Chico once again setting up a very similar play, and Smart Omega, they roughly know what's going on. Momo face checking on the bottom side as well. They know that Smart Omega is going to be coming from the bottom side, but the Lord is going to be resetted. But Changnu is keeping his mark on Chico, forcing a flicker means they are going to back off. So Todak cannot make that play. So very, very smart reactions and adaptations coming from Smart Omega as of yet. But looks like this time they are going to try and fade out the reactions from Todak, considering that Chico does not have his flicker to get out. As you can see, Chico playing on the safer role rather than the offensive style that he's been playing for the past 5 minutes.
For the moment, it does seem like both teams, they're just trying to dance around this turtle. I mean, they started, they reset it, but we'll see what happens as Formaze is very far out there out. So it does seem like Omega for the moment has that man advantage, but once again, they are going to choose to disengage.
I mean, the big thing here is, again, this is the eternal battle. You saw how far they're cutting right down in the bottom lane. Both of them at the same time. They don't have enough space. That's why we're not seeing anything break out here, because both tier 1 turrets are still up in the mid lane. So someone's got to make a move, and that's what they're looking
for.
Oh, Chico.
Oh no. Oh no, Chico, he gets the shot, he takes him out. Oh my goodness. Who would you expect that to happen? But he's all by himself. Yums is going to be in there in the vicinity to help him now. Chico, he's going to make a run for it, but Momo is there to stop his range. He goes for the Toda. Welcome to try and catch Kelra, but no, Kelra zips out of his range. Chico gets caught out, and he's going to back out, but at the same time, Momo is trying his best to finish him off, and Toda, they want to get the kill, but Kelra is just so nimble. He takes down Moon. Momo almost gets taken down, but eventually he's a little bit too low. Renzio going to be tagging the turtle as of yet, but Toda, they're crumbling to pieces, and Renzio will get the trade-off just like that. 3-for-2 exchange from Omega as well as Toda.
The way that they were able to set up for that team fight was beautiful. They tried to split it up, and it eventually was in the favor of Omega, but once again, it does seem Renzio might be caught in a weird situation here. He is taking a lot of damage, even though he is on that Esmeralda. Formaze, can he do this? I mean, 3v4 situation, they are still going on this Lord.
He can't fight, he can't compete here with the Retribution, so they should be able to secure that. There's the Dawning Light, it is secured. Oh, Ryzen, you gotta get out of there, you're in trouble. There's the knockup though. Formaze actually gonna chase for a little bit, but should be able to get away. Ryzen's just fine right now. They secure the Lord. Check out the gold lead too. It's starting. Oh, he gets through the Guardian's barrier here, so he's gonna be fine. They finally get that mid turret down as well.
Oh, that was a huge play coming from Omega as well. They managed to punish Chiku's over-aggression, and because of that, that was her downfall. But before that, let's take a look at the instant replay on how it all went down. As you can see up on screen, initially you can see that Chiku was like being out of position, and because of this, it forced Kelra to actually disengage from Momo. But by that time, you can see that he's already level 13. He's starting to have like 4 item powers by it. You can see that Todak's composition is starting to fall apart by this run and gun strategy.
Ryzen was really punishing Yums there. Yums had the ability to try and help his fellow comrades, but unfortunately he was just split off so bad, pressured away so bad that that never happened. The Lord does go down rather easily though here in this particular stage, so Omega was not able to kind of take the whole thing that they could have with that Lord push.
This is the thing. Oh man, he gets him against the wall. You can't escape this one. That's going to be another kill going to Omega. They further their gold lead, taking control of this side of the jungle as well, of Todak. Another turret going to be taken by them. So they're finding these objectives around the map. It works well for them. Right now, Todak actually having their backs against the wall.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Lead,
yeah, it's just so much of a lead as of yet. And this lead is actually helping Omega because Kelra is level 15 and he can run all he's want. Look at this, he's starting to chip away and Todak wherever. They want to force Omega in a very tight spot to benefit from the Dawning Light. And it's just not helping out in that regard. And Omega, they finally realize that the way to win against Todak right now is to isolate those fights. And Ryzen's heavy spin is going to be a core winning factor as of yet. But let's look at the items, especially coming from Kelra. He's already almost hitting towards his final item, potentially the Melvic Roar to actually chunk towards the structures.
I'm a little relieved, right? We take a look at the Beatrix. There's no double BOD, so a little different to what we saw.
I mean, like, okay, both of them also now, both gold laners. I keep going back to this gold lane matchup because it is very important here for the game. They both have Wind of Natures now, right? So if they can buy more time, but the advantage, once again, that Irithyll really has, especially with the sprint, the mobility, right?
Yeah.
The mobility is a huge factor here. So if he can continue to bob and weave through those team fights, the objective things, again, Kelra is going to have that advantage. So the placement, the positioning for Chico has to be very on point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, initially, when Chico was setting up those kind of plays, it actually worked out. But that because of that misplay as well, because with him being caught out, it allowed Kelra to actually make a small comeback and accelerate his farm. And ever since that happened, Kelra is in a prime position to go for that run and gun strategy, which counter-negates on what Todak actually wants in this draft, which is a full head-on fight right from the get-go in a tight spot, which is something that Omega can benefit from it, but not as much as what Todak can do in this side team fights.
I don't know. I think, wouldn't that benefit Omega a bit more? I mean, with the heavy spin to be able to connect onto their integral members, I think that's something that can be achieved.
It's, so far, honestly, so far from what we've seen, I'm still going back to the term I use in the draft. It's scrappy. It's messy. Nothing is clean in this game so far. Even that earlier team fight before that Lord was taken, it was just a mess, honestly. And so at some point, whichever team gets it together faster here will come out on top for this game, number one.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It all comes down to a stage where, as of now, the fallback plan coming from Todak is going to be relying on Moon, on that Savior, to actually potentially scare him off, and it's going to be very difficult to do so. And to get to that stage, they have to buy a lot of time on Moon, which is currently level 12. As you can see, Formace is constantly split pushing his pressure as well. You can also see Renzi on Omega mirroring it up to make sure that the bottom lane does not get shoved up too hard. So as of now, it's all about finding and jumping those opportunities coming from the fight. But as of yet, Kelra, he's level 15. He's ready to party all the way through. The triple sprint is going to benefit them a lot, whereas Todak, it's going to be hard to disengage.
You know, going back again to the keys of victory, the early to mid-game transition, that is what Todak needed. But, you know, even though they had a little bit of control here and there, it was never as smooth as they wanted it to. And now, with the next big objective up, this Lord, it's going to be that push and pull again because things feel like they're pretty easy. Oh, Jack, you're going to take quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Dawning Light comes through here. Actually, he's going to chunk, but look at how aggressive Yums is playing, using that flicker to be able to give a little bit more presence on the board. 2 members from the side of Omega for the moment are going to be very low. It does force a retreat coming through, and therefore a big man advantage.
Oh, look at the wraparound from Chaknu as well. He's looking for the fight against Chiku, but at the same time, the Lord is down to his second bar. Chaknu, however, is roaming very, very far back to cut the exit. Dawning Light comes in, and so again, you can see Omega, they're going to force the issue. Chiku's going to be there. He's bursting a lot of damage. Renzio underestimating it all, but at the same time, Momo loses out the retreat fight. The Lord is going to be in the hands of Omega. As you can see, they are going to be forcing the issue. A big wall charge catches on 3 of Toda members. They need to make a run for it. They will lose Moon in the process, and now Chaknu is going to fall. Chiku is still alive. He takes down the Julian. He gets the double kill, but he's so very low, and they are going to focus him up, and runs into the face of Kelra, and he will pay the price. He thought he can one-shot him, but Kelra is just a little bit too much, and now Yum is going to be the next to fall. Momo comes in, can't exactly do too much.
A 4-for-2 trade was just so huge. I gotta say, Chiku is overestimating himself in a lot of moments. I do understand he wanted to go in for that last kill, but unfortunately he got taken down in the process. And this isn't good, right? Because there is only one member left from the side of Todak to be able and try to defend this one. Moon is going to be up real soon, but look at the Lord, just so dominant there in that bottom side, as the Dawning Light is going to be used here to try and clear those lanes.
Again, I feel like this is just showing the kind of weak points in what Todak drafted here, because you're relying so much on that heavy damage coming out from Chiku. Yes, you have Moon on the Xavier pick, but so far from what we've seen through the statistics, you have Dawning Light, right? You have the CC, but at the same time, it's not enough to go against what everything else is being thrown at you here from Smart Omega.
Chaknu here, I think he's looking for a moment, but the Dawning Light is going to chunk Kelra to half health. We'll see what Ryzen can do, perhaps to maybe look for an engage as well, because that's a beautiful thing about Omega's lineup, right? They have two sources of people that can potentially look for a huge engage onto those really prime members like Chiku as well as Moon.
I definitely agree, but with the inhibitor down on the bottom, Toda, they are going to be oppressed all the way at the bigs. They need to find a very big catch-up, and Kelra now is going to be a prime target. The Dawning Light misses on him, so it's not going to be enough to scare off Omega as they continue with the suppression on Todak's base. And looks like they want a little bit more. Are they going to try and force the issue? You can see Raisin looking for an opportunity to try and go for the jump onto his Moon, but he seems to be very patient about it. It seems like it's not going to happen anytime soon, and they have to sound the retreat. 50 seconds left before the next Lord. But on this bottom side as well, Chaknu.
Yeah, Chaknu is actually going to look for a play. Chico has to force that flicker outside, but the falling star mode actually connects onto Chico. Chico goes down first. It does seem like Moon might be the next target, but unfortunately, he is able to survive this one.
Man, and right now, there's full control, but actually Momo's still going to keep them at bay here. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Dawning Light's going to come out. Kelra takes quite a bit of damage. Daytona's Welcome's going to be popped too. He's going to throw him into the base. They should be able to pick up a kill here. They find Renzio. Now they're turning this one around. Etu Max has to get out here. Ryzen, you don't want to be there as well, as he's continuously getting slowed by the team of Todak. Kelra and Chaknu might be looking for a play. The conceal comes out. Triple kill for the Dawning Light from Moon. Kelra, get out of there, because Chaknu's running for his life as well. That's going to be one more.
Give him the
It's only a matter of time. There you go. They don't give him the Maniac, though.
Oh, unofficial Maniac, though. That was a huge play coming in from Todak. The way that they saw the engage from Omega, but instantly use it to capitalize back.
Oh, this is huge. Instead of going for the Lord, they're 30 seconds on the sidelines as well, and they're pushing the base. The only one that can stop them is Kelra. They've got the damage, but Moon catches him up. They take him out, and Todak, they make the comeback. They're trying to close out game number 1, and just like that, Todak, they are doing it. They're knocking onto the bases. Renzio is there. They're popping the falling star to defend against this. They don't have the minions. Renzio is going to clear it off, but eventually he's 4v2. E2 Max is going to be there. Momo just going to finish him off, and that's going to be another kill in the hands of Toda. They're knocking on towards Omega, but Raisin is here. He does have the heavy spin. The minions are coming in, but he can't stall for time, and this is not looking good for Toda. They have to get out, but no, they want to force it, and now Omega, they're doing it. E2 Max taking a lot of damage. Can they kill him off? No, he cannot, and Toda have to sound the horn of retreat and back off, but Omega, they're not letting him off the hook. They want to go for more. 4 mains once the challenge is, but seems like it is going to be a stalemate. Toda, are they going to try to challenge Lord? Looks like they are going to try it, but is it worth it? Kelra is down alive in 2 seconds. They are going to be coming back for this next fight. This is going to be extremely risky.
Spectacular play coming in from Renzio, being able to buy so much time for their team and actually giving them another fighting chance. It does seem like Todak might have the upper hand here, but look at this. Chaknu looks for an engage. The Dawning Light connects, but unfortunately will not get that Lord. It actually will fall into the hands of Yums.
How did Yums get that? I mean, the retribution was
Raisin.
even given, and
Raisin.
now Ryzen gets taken down. Immortality's going to be popped. They're going to find this kill here. Now Todak in full control so far, but their base is still exposed.
Oh, this is huge from Toda. They got the timing they wanted, and that was Moon. And ever since he got his 15, that is where he shined the most. And Kelra could not withstand the initial burst coming in, and that is just what turns things around. But now with this Lord coming in from Toda, is it going to be enough? I don't think so, because Omega, they still have so much damage potential, and Kelra just got his immortality.
I mean, if we take a look at the damage dealt, it does seem like Moon and Chico have the highest damage. Kelra is not far behind, but that makes sense, right? So much damage, so much pressure comes out from that chunk in that Dawning Light, and it just, it inhibits the movements coming in from Omega. I mean, look at that. And he can basically just spam that ability.
Yep, it seems like Toda is going to be coming in as well. They're getting blocked off by Kelra, taking a little bit too much damage. He might fall. Is this a good choice, Kelra? They're going to focus on him. That's going to be the first immortality, while the rest of Toda, they don't really care. They're focusing the crystal, and they take game 1 against Smart Omega. What a game coming from Toda. The Swordfish.
The Swordfish.
The Swordfish
Against
strikes.
the defending champions, the King of the Seas. It is still game number 1. They still have a chance to come back. But my oh my, have they exceeded our expectations here on the caster desk. At some stage, I felt that was so stalemate.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
I'm gonna, they made me eat my words, man. I was like, this is scrappy and everything. And then I even said, Moon isn't pumping out enough damage, right? It was all in the Dawning Light, but then he found literally 2 or 3 key moments when that Dawning Light connected to multiple members of Smart Omega, and that's really what just kind of turned their tide in their favor. You saw when those moments happened, the gold lead was still massively in favor of Smart Omega, but that didn't even matter to Todak.
Yep, I definitely agree. Xavier, is it relevant or not? But in the right hands, it can be a factor, and I feel like this was excellent performance coming from Moon, especially on his Xavier. They understood their timings and they played it so well. A great victory for now, but still, it's not over yet. But let's take a look at what the analyst has to say about the game with Leo as well as Gideon.
Oh, thank you, casters. My goodness, what a rally. Was I watching Mobile Legends or was I watching badminton? Feels like the same thing, Leo. Welcome to the analyst that's been both me as well as Leo. What can you say about this game, man? I mean, I know Omega took an L on this one, but even my heart could say that Omega had a very good chance of coming back in this game.
Could not have said any better, because up until the very last moment, after that last Lord, past the 20-minute mark, could have been anybody's game, but there's so many points here, there's so many numbers and facts that we have to talk about, because even up until that base push, nothing was for sure.
Yeah, let's start with the compositions first of all. And I think there's quite a story to tell here, because inevitably it came down to locking out the gold lane, forcing Kelra onto Irithel, and there were just moments of brilliance and moments where it could have been better.
Yep, and I believe a lot of people's guest coins were in jeopardy.
It's not over yet, though. They may not get the max amount, but again, there's still hope for Omega for sure, because we saw so many times Chaknu is getting these huge flanks, in a matter of fact, sneaking around the Lord behind enemy lines.
Yep, I believe up next we are going to be seeing the numbers, and we are going to be talking about what actually conspired in this matchup. Omega versus Todak. Again, a lot of people are expecting a clean sweep from either. Because again, they're both known to be very comfortable with the lower bracket. We were talking about it backstage, but let's check out these stats. Again, 19-14, it was a slobber knocker.
It really was. Let's start with the item build first. And honestly, when you're looking at Irithel, she wants that raw damage. And even for Kelra, he had to get a Haas Claw at some point. But CC is too strong. If you can't auto-attack, you can't survive.
Yep, been seeing that Haas Claw a lot. Was picked up by a Beatrix earlier today. And even a Clint, which is more of those spellcaster type big hit marksman. You pick up the Haas Claws because, again, the name of the game is sustainability. And if you're talking about sustainability, Holy Healing on Humes.
Yeah, no, that was huge. Again, this is what I was worried about. Initially, when we looked at the draft, right, Humes, a lot of his signature picks were taken away, forcing him on an Enchanter-style mage who, again, plays off of that information, has to respond very, well, let's say, doesn't want to take the initiative.
Yep, and very key in the success of Todak was Hume's decision to, yes, one, walk away from what he's used to playing. But number two is, he knows how to play these enchanters as well. There was one moment in this game where he waited for Chiku to leave the base so that he could Holy Healing and help the Beatrix rotate much, much faster. Let's look at the numbers that were dealt in this game, the damage, and of course, the awards that we have. Look at the damage put in by Moon. That saver by Moon was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is a big difference when you're seeing both Julian and as well as the Xavier. There's a lot of utility that both can actually bring, but at the end of the day, the Xavier will outscale him. His damage numbers really prove that. But let's look beyond that. And number one, Kelra, he had some damage.
He did almost 100K, but not more than Moon. Moon
ever so slightly off.
Moon is ridiculous. I believe key to victory for Todak here in this 20-something minute game would be just their coverage. They have so many ways to go in and out, And we were talking about, you opened up this segment with the difference between Julian and Xavier, both of the two new heroes in MLBB. Julian is way too all-in. I'm not used to Etomax playing such a hero. Yes, he did debut it in the group stage, but here in the face of Todak, especially with Rafaela, who can at will go in, out, it's just too risky.
See, when I'm looking at these compositions, it's the idea of what do they want to do? What do they want to achieve? And I think it's a little bit harder for Omega because it's about dispositioning your opponents while Todak wants to take the front to front. I want to hit our tanks, hit with your tanks, and let's duel it out. With that being said, Leo, would you like to reveal the MVP of this game?
Yep, of course. Todak Langar on forward. It's Moon on that saver. I have to revive. Speaking of which, I have to revive the chapter that I am head of, the Moonatics fan club.
The Moonatics fan club is back. Ever since M3, it's just been growing, right?
Yep.
I mean, look at the damage he's able to pump out with the KD of 5, 4, and 9. Again, this game was on a knife's edge. It really could have gone in any way, but the big difference and a lot of these saving grace moments that Chiku needed, that extra bit of peel, Moon was able to open the gates and lock 3 members. Sometimes just Chaknu alone would have been enough.
Yep, just Chaknu. Again, the change on Ancient Blessing or Earth and Force, he's very soft. So looking at that glaive and that truncheon, ooh, just, how did I call it? Magic Pew Pew. I called it on the desk.
Magic Pew Pew?
Magic Pew Pew, TM. That's the one we called Dawning Light. And of course, you have the Clock of Destiny, and you have a little bit of backup with the Immortality. So you can force Omega. He did. He actually did. He forced Omega to go in hard on him. And then he fought back with the CC, and of course, all the damage. Dude, half the time, Keller didn't know what was up.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? It's really, really tough to see. Keller's dealing damage, but somehow not enough. Let's look at the highlights and really identify where this started to become a problem, because again, this early game coming out from Omega wasn't too bad until you start to see where these fights were happening.
These tight little spaces you would think is great for Chaknu. There were moments for the young Chaknuragi with his new hair color, wherein he did a wraparound. I remember seeing you, bro. You were like gasping hard. Was it this? It was this moment. He came in so hard from the back, but if Moon knows where you are, which he most likely will because of how Humes places himself too, you're going to be fine. Look at this, how they punished hard here.
Yeah, they were just getting kills after kills, right? But in moments like these, where they're so close to victory, it's all turned around. And honestly, you have to give props where props is due. Momo, he's getting some really good catches, and he knows how to punish fast.
Yep, and the threat of the Detna's Welcome. Again, you have Chaknu, you have Renzio. Really good targets. Not just that, you also have Etomax. So again, that Julian, the dive composition, the dive type of engage, it's just well punished by Momo. So again, that Barats, despite a rocky early to mid, just made all the difference later on.
Yeah, I mean, again, as you mentioned, Omega, if they commit to something, they have to all in hard. And that's something that even for Todak could have been a little bit difficult, but they managed to pull it off. Still, I don't know what honestly, usually I have an idea of what the adaptation is going to be for Game 2. Not this time. I mean, with the cheese strats that are coming through, it's really tough.
It's up in the air. I think, Gideon, it's time for us to go back to the casters.
Let's throw it over to them.
Thank you so much, Leo, as well as Gideon, for that amazing segment so far. We got a little bit glimpse on the dissection of both Omega and Todak now. It's so much clearer right now. I'm looking forward to see how they bring it out, especially coming in from Gate 2. This is very, very important coming from both of them right now, because whoever wins the series is going to advance forward, and that's going to be important one here. Once again, welcome back once again. My name is ICBB12, that's Eternal, and that is going to be nice too as we continue to be your casters for today. So far, what do you guys think so far?
Magic Pew Pew.
Magic Pew Pew.
As
100%.
Leo put it, you know, and yeah, I stand corrected because that was a lot of damage coming out from the Dawning Light when it was broken down there, you know, and a lot of times I feel like that's one of the things about Xavier. It's a little deceptive, right? Because it happens so fast, especially later game, and I'd be surprised maybe they get their hands on it once again.
You know, I just found it unfortunate. I just felt like Chaknu wasn't able to find the moments that we were waiting for, you know, because with Smart Omega, we always wait for those really huge type of momentum-based plays coming in from Chaknu. Sure, he tried to look for those time and time again. It had sometimes a chance of hitting, but most of the time it didn't seem like he had like a really huge moment. So I don't know, coming into the second game, I really would like to see that happening, and I hope there's enough pressure already for Smart Omega to, you know, turn on that switch.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like Smart and Omega, they weren't expecting a lot of switches coming from Todak. And what I mean by switches is in terms of formation and playstyle, especially from Chiku. I think there were twice now he played a little bit aggressive, 3 or 4 times he played a little bit defensively, and eventually Beatrix wasn't exactly the true winning game factor. And by the time they hit to his later stage game, the clutch winning player from the side of Todak was none other than Xavier. So I feel like Smart Omega, they were adapting, but they're adapting to too many variations, and it was so hard to keep up. And hopefully, with game number 2, they're going to be able to come back on top, especially in this second phase draft.
That's so another. I want to go back to another point I said in the draft. You know, I don't really like Julian in the mid lane. I think he still works the best in the jungle so far, just because a lot of the times, you know, look at the speed, the difference between those two, the two mids. That's what we were comparing in the last draft too. So I feel like if, let's say, in the hands of Moon, he gets an artillery mage or something that he really is comfortable on, I want to see that coming out also from AtduMax.
Now, coming into the drafts as of yet, this is going to be game number 2 with Smart Omega on the blue side this time and Todak on the red side. Once again, going for similar bans, Franco being the first one due to yesterday's experience, but this time respecting Moon's Xavier. This is an interesting switch up coming from Smart Omega this time. Eterna, this is going to be a pretty interesting one because we are going to be expecting potentially the Julian again. What are your thoughts on this? Is the Julian going to be a priority once again for Smart Omega?
To be honest, I just like to see them ban it away. I don't know, it's just too much. A lot of questions up in the air. Like what Naisu mentioned, like where do we put this Julian? Where is it best? Is it best in the mid side? Because we've seen it work in the hands of Drian as well. So how does this happen? But as we can see here on the table, it does seem like Todak has opted for that Wan ban once again. And we're going to see, Omega, are they going to be prioritizing the same thing like they did? Because the Akai is still an option for them to take. And you know what? Straight up, I would prefer the Yeast that has already been banned. But yes, the Akai is going to be the call for the side of Omega. And what will Todak respond with?
I'm actually, so I was going to say either Beatrix or the Akai. You know, you called the Akai, so there it is. I think this is, maybe it puts the pressure for Todak to take the Beatrix, because I think, you know, most teams at this point, they have their own comfortable ways to go ahead and fight against Beatrix in a lane. Sometimes you never know, too. It might end up being a mage.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time, so far, I feel like Julian isn't too bad from the side of Todak. But considering how Todak played in game number 1, they needed a space maker. In this case, Formace feels that role really, really well in terms of split push potential. But I feel like Julian doesn't exactly fit that role as well compared to like a Uranus or maybe even a Thamus or maybe even an Esmeralda on the side. So I feel like Todak, they still want to stick to their game 1 strategy. You don't need to fix something that didn't exactly go wrong. So I feel like playing comfort is going to be the way to go coming from Todak. Hopefully it is going to pay off. Keeping options open for Formace's hero.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So that's the same thing that we're seeing from both sides. The Akai comes through and we see the next 2 picks coming in from Todak. So if that is going to be the case, from the side of Omega, they have the chance to pick up the Julian once again, and as well as that Esmeralda. I would definitely prioritize that Esmeralda, but no! Omega goes in with completely different picks here. It's going to be the Fanny coming through as well as that Claude.
You see that win rate. I mean, I know that's other teams too, but it's a 100% win rate on the Fanny so far that we've seen here on the MSC 2022 stage. And you know what? That's going to go in the hands of Ryzen, so he's going to be fine there. But actually, Todak responding also by taking the Kufra, because that is obviously an amazing counter against the Fanny. And, you know, hey, they don't want to give it to Chaknu.
And it's Chak Mamba's hero.
Yeah.
The hero that Chak Mamba
exactly
basically had that notoriety from.
Agreed, I definitely agree. And based on the percentage of the Fanny as well, what 23 out of 26 it was banned off for the Fanny. So I'm a little surprised that Toda decided not to go for it. But considering how Yubes does have a big hero pool when it comes to his tank roles, right? He was able to play Kufra really well. But now this takes away the element of the sustained healing composition, which we did see from game number 1. They had the Rafaela for mobility, they had the Rafaela for sustain for both the Barats as well as the Uranus. This time, without that, they might need to figure a way to actually compensate from the sustains coming for this next upcoming fight. In this case, Omega, they understand this, they are going to band off the Matilda, but I'm not exactly sure why, because Yubes' hero is pretty much on Todak's side right now.
100%. It's interesting, right? I think they see the Barretts and maybe there's like an instant reflex to be banning out that Matilda like they did in game number 1. But from the side of Todak, we see Lilia here being banned away. So what viable mid laners do we have? I guess we do have the Kagura, and who else?
Well, off the top of the heads, you know, we have Kagura to think about it. Eve is taken out. There's not many, I mean, Xavier, we're talking about the typical picks, right? There could be still some kind of like niche picks, because if you look at Smart Omega, what are they trying to do here, right? There's so much mobility. And at the same time, when you have a Fanny especially to kind of go through the team, you know, kind of dissect things, you have a Claude to Blazing Duet, you know, retract back. What are you trying to round that out with?
I was about to bring the Julian on the table as well, but considering that Smart Omega, they're playing the safe bans coming in, just taking it away from Moon, I'm a little bit worried because I'm not a big fan of Julian matchup against a Fanny. Right now, the biggest question is how do they deal with the Fanny, right? We know we have a Kufra. Okay, it's a solution, but they need some sort of surviving mages, and Julian fills that role really, really well. However, like you said as well, Kagura is a pretty good shout. Lunox isn't too bad, even though it's not favored by every single team, but it is kind of a Todak special so far.
There could be a Sicilian. I mean, that's definitely still on the table. We've seen Moon time and time again use the Sicilian. If he wants to go crazy, he can bring out the Veil. It could be a really great wombo combo with the Kufra, but yes, it is still going to be that safe pick with the Kagura, like we've seen Moon play before. So how will Omega actually round this up? Because they also have yet to choose that mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like based on this composition right now, it feels like Toda, they still want to play that tanky composition from game number 1. But the only difference right now is that they want to try to drag this game as long as they can, because eventually Fanny's sole goal objective is to dominate from early all the way to mid. And then when you hit towards the ultra later stage of the game, Fanny is kind of there, but it's no longer a big threat compared to when it was in the early phase of the game. So I feel like Todak's idea right now is to try to stall towards the ultra late game. So I don't think it's a big factor, but hopefully Omega, they are going to be able to put up the aggression in game number 2.
There's the Sicilian, like you mentioned, right? They're also going to lock in the Cho here. Now, going back on your point, Terrence, you know, with Todak having that Kufra there, if they just find a moment to counter the movement of Fanny, they have so much burst, right? You're talking about Kagura here. You're talking about, again, Beatrix, the queen of pretty much burst potential on these gold lane. And so I feel like that's going to be a very big obstacle that Ryzen has to work around, not getting caught out. Because if you are taken out, even if, let's just say they take out the jungle, you lose that retribution advantage, or even the contest with the retribution. So we'll have to see how this all plays out.
Well, the game's on its way as well, because this is going to be game number 2 between Todak as well as Smart Omega, and they are going to go away very, very shortly, because as of Smart Omega, their response with the Fanny pickup, one of the scariest jungler in the current meta, in the patch right now, is going to be dealt as of yet, and Todak with their response will use Kufra, come up on top, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, because we are heading in towards the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2 between Todak versus Smart Omega.
Okay, so here's what I expect, right? There's going to be quite a bit of movement and kind of aggression, I would hope so, especially when you have a Fanny on the side of Smart Omega, right? Momo is going to have to be a little bit more careful on this Barretts, but that's one of the advantages that he has, right? He's pretty tanky early on. You can see Chaknu, again, taking quite a bit of damage here in the mid lane. Also on top of that, right? Chaknu, you mentioned it earlier, Turner. You want to see him be able to find those moments, those Chaknu moments, and that might happen here.
Oh, but that actually is going to bait that flicker here coming in from Moon, understanding that the steel cables does come through in that mid side. Ryzen is going to be able to take that lethal Wanderer, and that is going to be a little win coming in from Omega. But now Momo is caught in a weird situation. 4v1, will he be able to survive? The answer is no, and first blood goes into the hands of Omega.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this, and that's the power of what Fanny brings to the table. And it's just so much mobility and aggression to a point that I don't think Toda can actually do too much against this composition in early phase. They need to somehow go for the delay tactics. But here's an interesting twist. Akai on the XP lane instead of the jungle. What are your thoughts on this, Naiso?
You know, I don't know how this is going to work out. I haven't quite seen the matchup that much against Akai versus Esmeralda. It could work out. Maybe it's going to be better than just throwing him in the jungle, right? Especially when you have such a hyper-focused mobile assassin like this Fanny. And at the same time, you got to remember, the longer the game goes, EduMax will just continue to scale infinitely to the point where he's the one pumping out the damage here. So this is something, like I said, he needed this time around rather than being on that mid-Julian pick.
Yep, I definitely agree. The turtle is about to break down. As you can see, Toda, they are in position to fight this, but Omega, they want to try and force the issue.
So sad. I mean, oh my god, Ryzen stole Momo's buff, and Momo was still like stacked, so he was really small, and that just painted like this really sad picture. But yes, you're right, it does seem like the turtle is going to be started here. It is not going to be started actually just yet, as now we can see an invade here coming in from Ryzen. Will he be able to steal that once again? It doesn't seem like that is the case, and he is going to retreat.
No, it seems like it's going to be a push and pull effect coming from both these teams. They don't exactly want to overcommit for a play yet, considering that they both have individual timings that they need to hit. In this case, Omega, they want to force as much coming from Toda, but Toda, they're just not responding. But look at this, Shiku, he's going to force a play as well by bottom side.
Oh, Renzio goes in very aggressively, but now Fortnite actually might be able to punish him. Luckily, he does still have the spin and will be able to take it away from him.
So I wonder if that's going to turn into like another kind of just not a stale matchup, not as much as Uranus versus Esmeralda, but like, you know, you have the disengage if you're on that Akai on the side lane there, and you don't really have to pick those fights or go head-to-head at all with Esmeralda, but at the same time, I feel like you just kind of have to wait a little bit longer as the game progresses, because I feel like, you know, having that Akai ultimate really does benefit teams a lot more, but it's always about the trigonometry, as Gideon likes to say. You really have to find those pinpoint situations against certain points, especially around these objectives.
Yep, and as of now, you can see Razor is just all over the map to try and find some sort of kill potential, and right now they're trying to make an attempt towards 4 mains, but I don't think it's an easy thing to do, considering how Dota is just completely dodging and making sure that they do not get caught up by Ryzen. As you can see, Ryzen, once again, trying to make the plays, but seems like nothing much is happening. Toda, however, might be forcing a fight.
I mean, you can feel the pressure coming in from Ryzen, right? Like, he's there, and immediately you feel that unspoken pressure. The Kagura immediately retreats, as now we're going to take a look, a sneak peek into the emblems.
Emblems, I mean, this is, again, right? Renzio, Ryzen, EduMax, Chaknu, and even Kelra, all pretty standard. I mean, the average we see so often nowadays, and especially with a Claude, right? He's able to just kind of farm up in here, because Chiku versus Kelra, similar as game number 1. It's not really going to convert too much. Chiku's always going to have that advantage, the burst potential, whereas Kelra, he kind of has to just farm up. But now, Turtle actually going to reset here. Which team's going to go ahead and take this one?
Yeah, Todak already starting this, but look at 4 mains. He goes on so aggressively onto 2 members. That Falling Star move connects onto E2Max. E2Max is going to get engaged on. Will be forced to retreat for now. Renzio here a little bit low. He needs to be a little bit careful here, as Todak will be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by this, considering that Toda, they were able to get this turtle for free, because knowing that Omega, they do have the upper hand in early engagements, but considering that how split off they are, you could see that the diversity coming from Changnu, especially from him as well. He was looking to try and make a attempt up top, but instead, he might be in a little bit of trouble right now.
Oh, Changnu. Okay. He read that well. He moved around that well. But oh my god, what is going on in the top side? As Chiku just got obliterated out of the Land of Dawn.
I don't know what it is. I feel like whoever sits in this chair gets the caster curse because I say something and then it just makes me eat my words. So there you go. That was a one-on-one up there, right? Kelra versus Chiku, and Kelra actually came out on top of that fight. So again, that's a mistake for Chiku here. That's going to set him a little bit behind. Now, I mean, this is a good setting place for Kelra on the Claude. And look at Ryzen, all up in the jungle of Todak.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, bottom side, you can see 4 Maze. He's also trying to defend against his lane, against his Fanny. But the question here is that on the top side, what was really smart of Changnu was that he was able to stall the backups coming from Toda before Chiku actually got killed off. So they were able to salvage that fight because Changnu was stopping them and allowed Kelra to actually survive that engagement.
Ryzen's a beast. Ryzen is a beast on this Fanny. It's getting scary, but look at this. Changnu connects onto Chiku. Chiku is still able to maneuver around that, but I don't know for how much for long. I mean, the backup is definitely there, but look at the catch. The catch coming in from Yumes is going to take Changnu's life.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play. Unfortunately for Changnu, right, he didn't have the backup. He was looking for a moment there. I mean, he even committed the Way of the Dragon, but it was just cut off completely by Todak.
But here comes Ryzen here. Look at the engage coming in. But unfortunately, he got obliterated just like that. Chiku, what a dominant force. He was the one getting engaged on, but he's the one who comes out alive.
What a save coming from Yumes. I thought Chiku was done for. He went in with Timer's Rage, blocked the cables, and then Chiku pumped him. That was a sick play coming from Yumes. Who would have thought that was possible?
That was dirty. I mean, that felt bad to just watch, and I mean, that's why you have the Kufra, right? That's exactly why you draft it into the Fanny, because you can make plays like that, and it is allowing Chiku to get back from where he kind of was having a struggle in the early game. So now it's not so bad.
Yep, and at the same time now, Toda, because of the small little victories to actually stop Vanny, they're able to capitalize a little bit more. Now they're looking to threaten the middle lane instead, and that is going to be a force fight potentially. And look at Yumes.
He needs to be careful here. Yumes is going to be able to connect that onto Chiku, but Chiku once again with that shotgun is just so much damage. Changnu once again is going to take the brunt of it all. Another kill for Todak here as Omega once again cannot find a proper opening.
This is tough, right? Because again, Changnu is looking for those moments, just not able to find them because the response coming out from Todak is just too good. And now...
Renzio! He has to be careful here, but the deadly spin connects onto 3 members. Oh my god, so much is happening. So much damage will be placed, but it is going to be Omega coming out on top, taking down Momo as the steel cables come into clutch.
That was so risky. Like, you understand the potential that Momo needed to cancel the heavy spin, but everyone from the side of Todak pretty much dropped all their spells to take down the Arkai, and while he's in the Daytona's Welcome, pretty much everyone from the side of Todak just couldn't do anything more from that situation. So it was a little bit of misplace from Todak, but well done coming from Smart Omega.
I like this because, yeah, park Kelra, do the lane swap here. He's got that turret, that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, so he can continue to farm up because that's going to be part of the saving grace here for now as we transition to that part of the game where he needs to come out with those blazing duets, pump out a lot of damage, right? And then Etumax continues to scale up. That is going to be big for them. Now you can also see Renzio at this point in the game starting to make plays around the map too. He's not just parked in a side lane doing his thing versus Esmeralda.
I definitely agree, but as of yet, the Lord is going to be up as of now, and Toda, you can see they're trying to make some sort of engagements, and Smart Omega, as of now, they need to push out the lanes first, especially on the top side, and as of now, with Arkai not being one of the most ideal XP laners to do so, it's going to take a little bit more time before Smart Omega is ready to take this fight. As you can see, Toda, they're opening up the map to try and contest the fight, and Renzio is still so far off. This might be the opportunity for Toda to actually get some sort of mistakes over far, but looks like they're still playing it defensively.
I mean, if you think about it just like last game, right? This is the same moment. Tier 1 turrets in the mid lane, pretty much up. Bottom lane's going to be pushed up here. Kelra does have to retreat. This could be a moment, but at the same time, Ryzen just around the corner here. So still, no one can find anything just yet.
Yeah, it does seem like Renzio here is going to be looking for an engage, but unfortunately nothing connects just yet, but I might be wrong. It is going to be E2 Max caught in a weird situation. Formace doing all he can. The falling star one connects onto E2 Max. Is E2 Max going to fall? The answer is yes. Formace instantly forced to retreat because so much damage has been placed. The steel cables come through. Humes is caught in a weird situation. Will he be able to do the same thing that he did before? Unfortunately, he'll be the one to get taken down, but Ryzen with so much force,
Oh no, he's
so
running.
much damage. He's taken out the missile, but fortunately for him, Ryzen comes out alive with just a sliver of health.
Oh my goodness, that was a big clutch coming in from him as well. He just got one level, and because he leveled up, he was able to get a little bit of a HP bar to actually survive that. That was a pretty sick play. We gotta double check the replay later on, but as of now, that is gonna be a free Lord in the hands of Omega, considering how he was struggling to find opportunities from the early stage of the game. This is go time for Smart and Omega, but Toda, they have to respond carefully because that play, especially coming from Chiku down bottom, cost them that engagement because he was so low trying to kill off Kara on his own.
Yeah, and then that was also because of that whole situation, right? Able to pick up the Malefic Roar here for Ryzen. So now he can actually start to do a little more damage to these kind of tankier heroes that are on the side of Todak. Also damage dealt. You can see Formace doing, you know, typical Esmeralda things here, but Etumax starting to scale very well. 11 minutes in the game, almost 12, and that's just going to continue on here, which will also force Todak to make sure they have enough magic resistance to really deal with those bad impacts.
Yep, and
It's unfortunate, right? Because I really would have preferred him with a more dynamic type of hero, like someone with more AoE CC, but unfortunately, it's going to be the single target here. Momo is going to look for that Dotainment's welcome, but unfortunately, it does not amount to much yet. But look at that, the Yin Yang Overturn actually connects. Moon forced to retreat as of right now as Kelra goes into the backside with that Blazing Duet. Does a little bit of damage, but unfortunately will not be able to take down anyone, but Ryzen is going to be the brunt of it all.
Yep, this is huge for Toda. They are able to stall this aggression, but looks like they are going to try and force a fight as well coming from Toda. But as of now, they're able to slow down this push coming from Omega. They wanted to capitalize this a little bit more, especially with the Lord pushing down bottom. With this Langa strategy from Toda, they were able to cut off the momentum that Smart Omega needed to get a little bit more. So this is a pretty good defense coming from Toda so far.
Random question, because now I've heard it a couple times. What is Lungar?
I was just about to ask.
just going to ask that because not everyone knows Lungar
What is
strategy.
Well, basically, it's their signature playstyle, which is just knocking you where they just crash into you when you least expect it. It's kind of like an accident, a car accident, just crash into you. Yeah,
That's what it means.
Langar.
Yeah.
Wow, with the
like
rolled
it.
R. Lungar.
Langar.
Yeah.
Nice who can't do it.
I can't roll my R's. But either way, I mean, that is the strategy just working for them.
Oh, but the Blazing Duet here comes through. Formace is forced to retreat right now, but look at that gimmick coming in from him. It's so insane. Bomo here forced to retreat as of right now, but it does seem like that the Thanos welcome will connect. But look at that. The claws come in, gets Moon off the board as Chakno will be the next one to fall as well. It is going to be an E2 Max Formace situation. E2 Max forced to flee, but the steel cables come through with the support, and let's see what they can do with this.
Yep, this is just so tanky of Toda as of yet, considering that they're just behind so much space. And as of now, the biggest threat from the side of Toda is pretty much Chiku. If he gets taken down, most of the damage potential coming from Toda to actually make a comeback is pretty much taken out of the equation. You can see Raisin, he's been positioning himself to try and stay away from Yums as much as he can while making sure where Chiku is so he can take him out of the fight before the fight actually begins.
I gotta say, man, Todak doing an amazing job here at really making this hard for Ryzen, because that's the thing. Like I said, he's got to continuously work around that obstacle that is Yums, right? He is literally trying to get around here.
Oh, it does seem like it is going to be connected onto Renzio, but luckily onto Renzio. E2 Max here caught in a weird situation. Moon is going to go down with steel cables coming through as well as a Blazing Duet. 100% always on point, giving all that damage and eventually taking another kill. 304 stat onto Kelra for now. But now, Formace here, he is trying to open up the map. He does absorb a little bit of damage, but luckily he is still sustainable to be able to maneuver around that one.
Oh, you hate to see it. Moon, he tried to pull a Sayla yesterday as well, where, as you can see, the positioning as of yet, based on the minimap, you can see Chiku is all by himself. He got a solo kill, and that's exactly what they need. That was huge on the minimap. He was just away, and Omega, they just didn't expect this at all.
Yeah, 100%. Crazy play coming in from Chiku. He was in the right moment.
placement at the right place, but look at that blazing duet come through. Yums is going to be absorbing so much damage, forced to use that Tire's Revenge just to get out. The heavy spin comes through. Renzio goes in into the back line. Formaze going very aggressively onto Kelra. Kelra is still able to escape for now, but E2 Max will not, and he will be the next one to fall into what Todak has brought to them.
Oh my goodness, Smart Omega, they were caught in this confusion. Everyone was just distracted. You could see Smart Omega, they sent up Renzio to chase on the Chiku. He dived so hard that the rest of the teammates were just caught in another small mini fight up on screen, and because of that, Chico was able to capitalize on the situation and come up on top.
Oh my god, Jack, no! Oh my god, the damage, the snipes coming in from Chico is just too much. Formaze is going to get another target on the board as Ryzen is in trouble right now. Look at the damage. The Yin Yang Overturn unfortunately does not connect, and Ryzen will be able to get out of there alive.
Okay, I don't know if this is still, you know, the typical play style for Todak. Longar, but dude, they are dissecting Smart Omega here, and it all started literally a couple minutes ago, right? When Chuku waited patiently in the bush for Ryzen, caused pandemonium chaos, and they just followed up on that.
Yep, it's classic Todak. They hit you when you least expect it, and that is the beauty of Todak's strategy. They hit you when you thought you're safe, but when you think you're not, they're not going to do whatever you think they do. They're just always unpredictable, and that's the beauty of Todak when they hit you. But as of now, you can see the Lord is going to be pushing from the top side. Meanwhile, we did see Ryzen trying to cut off the creep wave up top, and the fight is about to happen as of yet.
E2 Max has to be careful here. He needs to be very center into his positioning because Yums is already charging here, looking for an engage, but the Falling Star Moon goes into the back line very aggressively. This might be a mistake. He might be taken down early. You can see the heavy spin here, trying to zone the members out of Todak, and it is going to be Todak here forced to disengage.
Disciplined decision there coming out from Todak. They're happy with cracking open the base of Smart Omega. They go back, reset a little bit, and push in with the minions.
Yeah, based on the items right now, they're pretty strong. Look at this, Chiku has got all the items necessary to fight his fight, but the fight is going to be happening up on screen. Yum's going to be engaged, but he's getting shanked out very, very low, and they have to back out.
I mean, once again, it is going to be oh my god, I might be wrong here. Kelra actually goes in very aggressively with that Blazing Duet. Unfortunately, will not be able to take anyone just yet. E2 Max is trying to follow up on the damage, trying to seal the deal onto any members, looking for just one number advantage. But unfortunately, it just won't happen for now. Todak playing the discipline game once again, looking for another engage perhaps. But look at this. Chiku here very sneaky into the push. Is he going to be able to land it on E2 Max?
Oh
Kelra,
no, he's
just
waiting.
But the beautiful read coming in from Kelra as that snipe goes through onto him will take half of his health.
Oh my goodness, cheeky little Chiku. My goodness, that was very, very close. But at the same time, Smart Omega, they've learned their lesson.
Yeah.
Hit him once, all right. Hit him twice, you know what? Third time, you gotta learn from this, guys. You gotta learn from this. They're smart, okay? They're smart. So hopefully things are gonna be better. But as of now, Todak, they seem to be having full control of the current situation 18 minutes into the game.
18 minutes in the game, still tier 1 turret up in mid lane. That is some good defense and just control around the map coming out from Todak right now. Also the 5k gold lead that they have. And that's why we're seeing this. But Chaknu.
Yeah, it is going to be him, going to be on the engage here. Yum's going to be the first one to fall as now Omega with a number advantage just in time before that next Lord spawns.
Oh. Formaze, as of yet, he's going to be playing Chiku's role a little bit back as well. He's going to try and isolate the fight, and Kelra is going to be in a little bit of trouble as they try to zone him out, but I don't think they'll do too much in this situation because the bigger picture is online, and that is going to be the next enhanced Lord up on the screen. As you can see, Todak, they're shifting their focus there to make sure they can capitalize a little bit more. Meanwhile, on the minimap as well, you can see Ryzen is actually going to cut the creep waves with his Fanny to try and scare off Todak in this next couple of fights.
I mean, right now, no one wants to really commit to the Lord, even when you're down, right? With Yums not being there, Smart Omega knows that they still can't really contest this. They have to watch out. Look what Formaze is doing alone.
Yeah, this might be a mistake here. I mean, 5v1 situation, I get that he's tanky, but all these resources have actually been baited on him. I don't know if this is actually a good trade. I mean, what, 5 ultimates taken down just for one member? But now it is going to be Todak here with the proper engage onto that Lord, and Todak comes out on top in this particular situation.
This is exactly what I mean. You expect the unexpected. It was an intentional bait to make sure that they secured the Lord. And the best part about it, they killed it in a timing where the Lord is going to be coming out 30 seconds later, sorry, now as of yet. And by the time Formace comes in, they are going to be re-engage this. And look at this, there's a big minion wave up top, especially from Omega, means the Lord is going to be able to sync up perfectly into the next phase where Formace is going to be able to regroup as of yet. But before that, they have to hold it properly because Omega, they need to find another opportunity and try and shut down potentially either Moon or Chiku before the fight actually begins.
Right now, they're down 4 Maze, right? But they still have a lot of setup potential here. Ryzen trying to do his best just to clear some lanes out. Ooh, this could be bad.
Yeah, this could be bad as the Titans welcome will connect onto Ryzen. He's taking a little bit of more damage, but luckily he does still have this Immortal.
Where's
It does seem like Formace is looking for him though. Will he be able to recall on time? I think the answer is yes. They are not going to be able to spot him just yet, and they are still 5-man strong.
Well, seems like the Lord will be defended just like that. And a little bit of mistakes coming in from Todak, but all is well because of the enhanced minions are still keeping in. Chiku is going to be in the vicinity to try and force the fight, but Todak, this is very risky as of yet, but can they actually do something about this?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the question here. It all comes back down to how Todak wants to initiate this. They do have a great wombo combo that can happen with Yumes, and of course that follow-up damage coming in from that Ying Yang overturn. But let's see, I mean, Formace here already looking for something. We can see and sense that he's looking for an opening, a proper opening, but the way that they are able to kind of like maneuver around it to position themselves, it's giving Todak a pretty big hard time.
I mean, if you think about it, right, Smart Omega has great clearing speed here, especially with having that Sicilian starting to scale up very well 21 minutes in the game. So if it's any team to defend here, Smart Omega should be able to pull this off. So it's going to come from Todak to actually decide, hey, we're going to initiate right now, and we'll see if that happens.
Yep.
Claws connects onto Momo here. Momo receiving a lot of damage. Oh, but Yumes here goes in very aggressively onto the backside, but the Deadly Spin will be able to deny that opportunity. He gets caught on the wall, though, and Yumes is and definitely is going to be the one to fall. We can see that the Immortal gets popped off. He goes down next. Chiku is caught in a weird situation, and Chiku is going to fall. 3 members taken down from the side of Todak. Will it be more? Formace buying a lot of time, trying to disengage, but Chaknu might not let that happen. Maybe the next answer is going to be Momo, as he is the 4th one to fall into the hands of Omega.
Oh, big mistakes has been made from the side of Toda, and it's not over yet. Formace is trying to stall for time. He needs to get out of this sticky situation, and he's not going to do so. And that's going to be another one coming in from Smart Omega. And just like that, they turn the tide. They punish Todak's over-aggression, and this is prime time for them to close out the game. 30 seconds on the sidelines for Momo, 20 seconds for Chiku, 10 seconds for Moon. I don't think they can defend this. This is going to be a difficult one as Omega is going to be closing out the game. And just like that, they take game number 2 against Toda. What a turn of events. What a comeback.
We have a 3rd game in the series. We've got a series on our hands as, wow, the comeback was definitely real. I'm quite surprised with how that all panned out.
Comeback Kings,
Comeback
right?
Kings.
I said it. They had great clearing speed. They have the perfect lineup for a just, turtle up in our base and just wait for that moment. And it was actually the mistake of Todak there to go in. They were a little out of position there, and that is going to be what happens, right? The Kings of the Sea strike back.
Yep, I definitely agree. That is a pretty close match as well coming from both these teams, and I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is going to go. But of course, that was a very nice try coming from Toda, especially playing from the home ground. But Smart Omega, they've got to be holding on to their chair because that was a pretty close call.
That was a nail biter. I mean, again, this is the advantage. Even just if you think about it, the Sicilian pick, right? I'm sure the analysts will break this down, but at that point, it was, I believe, 22 minutes. He had to have insane stacks. You could see just one bat impact was just kind of deleting half the health bars of Todak. And what a turnaround.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It was a very difficult match, but eventually Smart Omega was able to come on top because of those stacks. And Eterna, I feel like this is a very close match. Who do you think is going to be going into his game number 3? How is he going to go?
I can't say. I mean, at this stage, both Omega as well as Todak have been so unpredictable, but let's take a cast into the analysts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-analysis with me, Getting Cute, and as well as Leo. Oh, this game, I don't even know what to say about it. It is just rally after rally, but Omega this time clutched it out right at the end.
So many moments that defined this comeback by the Kings of C. But at any moment, Chiku, Yums, Moon took a break for this game. He did too much game number 1 that his Kagura in game number 2, not so much, but most of Todak really could have turned around any moment, specifically Formaze.
Absolutely. He was holding such a big grudge against E2 Max specifically, making sure that he was minimized in terms of his damage and how much space that he actually gets to hold. But, for now, we can all take a breather. Let's go check out the item builds here, because I think this is going to be really important. Kelra specifically finding huge openings.
Yep. Looking at this, what was it? It hit the 20-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken. We went all the way, and so far, it was all about finding these angles. And speaking of angles, Kelra just played the Claude out of his mind. There was one moment, I think we'll see it in the highlights, where he used BMI's vision.
Yeah.
And the kit on a lot of the heroes on the side of Omega were just played to its maximum potential. Chaknu, 0, 4, and 8, I felt like he didn't even need to ult to do most of what he was trying to do.
Absolutely. I mean, the moment was really awkward, especially for players like Renzio, for an example, right? His Akai, time and time again, he's looking for these big picks. Formaze, he just purifies out of it. Kagura makes it out of it every single time. But then they start understanding that the cornerstone of this entire composition built by Todak is so reliant on this Kufra. So it's just waiting patiently for that mistake.
Yep, usually you would not want to put in so much into taking out a roamer. But in this case, if it's Yums and if it's Yums playing this way, you don't mind, right? Looking at the numbers that game number 2 brought us, you can clearly see that it's still split. It's still split. Look at how much gold Chiku was farming, and look at how much Formaze took. But actually, you know what? I think Formaze actually dealt quite a bit himself. He was the Esmeralda in this game.
Absolutely. They were all dealing some significant damage, and you can understand why Formaze was specifically targeting E2 Max, because he knows he scales, and he knows he can really hurt the backline of his team. And E2 Max, you can see by his damage, 117,000. The damage dealt was so even.
Yep, he recovered very well from the difficult game he played on the Julian. This time into the Sicilian, which based on the long history that I have with this player, I've known him for quite a while, it fits more this way. It's so hard to be a captain. He is known as the captain of the barangay when you're the Julian. But with the Sicilian, it makes more sense. Now we're going to be awarding our MVP.
Absolutely. Coming in from Omega, it is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Kelra himself. Honestly, you got to give him so many props, because as a regular claw player, most people are looking for that backline, that instant one-shot, looking to make that impact as soon as possible. Kelra, he's extremely patient with the way that he plays, and it really benefited him this time around, because again, a lot of cheese plays and smart tactics coming out of Todak were avoided because of his great game sense.
Yep, this is the returning Grand Finals MVP, the MSC champion from last year. And one thing to note, he did pick up the Blade of the Heptaseas. No, I'm sorry, that is the...
Winds of Nature.
The Wind of Nature and the anti-heal. The fully built anti-heal. The item name escapes me at the moment, but it's very key given how their operation here, their number 1 plan is to take out Yums. Take out the Kufra.
With that being said, in case you guys didn't get to see it, let's check out the highlights one more time for this particular game. It's absolutely ridiculous with our match MVP, because Kelra finds the first initial kill onto Chiku, but that doesn't stop Chiku from coming back into his game. With the rest of his team, and especially with Formaze creating that space, they open up so many options.
Yep, this is a moment 10 minutes in, about halfway through the game. Gotta love how Ryzen played as well. I have to note, it was this moment, there it is! There's no way he was gonna survive, but indeed he did. He did it one more time to buy Omega another life. I believe it was after this one, wherein he came around the corner and just kited all 4 members of Todak.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big mistake that was coming in from Todak. They went a little too over-eager in this moment, and once the cornerstone, Yums, on that Kufra was out of the way, it opened up so many options for Kelra as Renzio pushes aside the bouncing ball and allows Kelra to go for the home run.
Omega may have had the plan B. Omega may have had the late game. That's what 20 minutes is in our esport, right? 20 minutes is late game. They may have had that in the cards, and they may have said, you know, if it comes down to it, Renzio, just pick the Akai.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Honestly, I really wasn't expecting someone like Renzio to actually pick up something like Akai in the first place, right? I was expecting, you know, the typical Uranus matchup. I was thinking arguably even a Dyroth matchup. Atamus as well. That would have been insane. I got the item name, Sea Halberd.
Sea Halberd!
That took me so much longer than it should have.
I almost opened my phone just to open ML, but here's the thing, right? People barely build Sea Halberd.
Yeah, most of the time they will go for different options, but I think in this situation, very useful, especially when you're up against Chiku, who did decide to go for the Haas's Claws. So, a breather if we must before the third game. Guys, quick shout out to everybody who's watching currently on the EGG network, Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel that you can check out MSC anytime, anywhere. Don't forget that you can follow their social media on top of actually going straight to the channel at 800, channel 800 at your home. So do check them out on all their social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. They got absolutely everything. But not only that, have you been a big fan of the Transform series?
Yes, I am.
Perfect, because the skins are here today. If you've been missing out on Mobile Legends and haven't heard on the event, how about you jump back into the game and check out the Transformers skin line now available. And guys, you can be performing your draw since July the 7th. So if you missed out a couple of days, don't worry, there's plenty of time to catch up.
Yo, I did it like a couple of days ago. I
What'd you
loaded
get?
up, there's a current event happening. I got Soundwave and Ravage, bro. The only one
I'm
I
so
needed.
sad.
I'm actually just missing Starscream. I need Starscream.
I only got Ravage. I didn't get the two that I actually wanted.
That is?
Starscream, and I'm still looking to go back to get Megatron.
Granger. Tank Granger.
Tank Granger. That's the one I'm looking. It frustrates me to the core, but still, you guys have a chance, so go online and do it straight away. Leo, I need your thoughts on game number 3.
Game number 3 is coming up after this break. It's a die roll, bro. Any of these two teams can do it, can take it.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies.
Welcome back to MSC 2022, and we are here at the decider match for who advances and who drops down towards the lower bracket of Toda as well as Smart Omega. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me on the desk is going to be Eterna on my right as well as Naisu on my left as we take you to the amazing journey here in the playoffs. And so far, it has been insane game so far. The battle for the sea. Who is going to come on top? The Kings of the Sea, or will the Swordfish spearhead their way in towards the next phase of the upper brackets? Naisu, what are your thoughts on this?
What a poetic matchup we have, right? The Kings of the Sea versus the Swordfish here. And I gotta say, man, both, this can go either way. I heard them talk about it on the analyst panel, and honestly, both teams have very similar kind of transitions in their gameplay and how they take a game. But at the same time, I think it's 50-50 so far, and, you know, I don't know what to expect for game number 3.
Well, Eterna, I know I asked you before the break as well. It's going to be tough, right? Seeing how game 2 went, it could have been a 50-50. What do you think? Do you think Toda's got it? Do you still stick by your predictions, or is it going to be Smart Omega this time? Have you flipped your vote yet?
Oh man, that's a tough decision. It really all comes back down to who makes less of a mistake, right? Because in that particular game, we saw a lot of moments where Omega made some mistakes and then Todak were able to capitalize on it. But the same thing can be said about Todak. So the thing is, I just like to see more discipline maybe coming in from both teams, and whoever is able to create that type of momentum first usually comes out on top.
Well, I definitely agree, and seems like the drafts and adaptation has been made so far. Smart Omega being a little bit wary of what Chiku has been doing, and it's same to be said for game 1 as well as game number 2. Chiku's annoying sudden disappearance has caught them off guard not once but multiple times now. They've managed to adapt in game number 2, and hopefully they are going to be able to adapt to it in game number 3. But this time, Yums' hero pool has been stuck. Game number 1, he played really well. Game number 2, his Kufa was really on point as well, but eventually it didn't even matter because it all came down to a little bit of a miscommunication that cost them that fight.
I'm actually still surprised the kind of performance that Smart Omega was able to pull off, because you know, when you have a Fanny versus that Kufa, it's really not favorable, right? And we saw that. We saw the struggle through there. So again, I think Smart Omega, they can, what I would like to see them do is not give up the Beatrix, right? Not give it to Chiku, because that, like you mentioned, a lot of those instances where Chiku was waiting patiently in a bush to just kind of pop off at any moment, those could have been moments where really it led to their downfall. But again, Omega timers kicked in, the comeback kings kicked in, and that's kind of just what happened through the game. So Todak, on the other hand, what can they do there? Maybe not give, you know, a Sicilian mage, a scaling mage like that away in the hands of Etu Max.
I definitely agree, but this time, first pick is going to be up on side of Todak, this time with Ling, Fanny, as well as Akai respected in the regards, whereas Omega, they are going to ban off the Valentine as well as 1-1. Next up, the Xavier is still up for grabs. Is Omega going to let it slide? This time, they do not ban Moon Xavier, but instead respect Chiku's marksman. 2 games in a row, his Beatrix has been a big annoyance in their compositions, but this time, they are not going to pick it. However, Todak, they switched it up. It's not going to be the Xavier, but instead the Yve.
Yeah, so the Yve has been picked up for the side of Todak, and I just like to highlight this. I think coming into this drafting phase, I would have expected Omega to play to their normal ways, right? They always love to focus on their own draft rather than limiting the enemy power picks. And with this change in kind of dynamic with the way that they're drafting, I do think that this is a great way to adapt to the Todak's playstyle. But on the flip side, ooh, this is interesting, as Claude is actually going to be the first pick. Now the question is this a too expensive pick on to Claude?
I think it's a comfort pick coming from Smart Omega. We've seen game number 1 where Todak actually respected his Claude and actually force banned it. But game number 2 is pretty much let off, and he was picked up first phase in the first 3 rotations. Likewise, this time, they want to secure it. They don't want to give any sort of opportunities coming from Todak and just take it up for themselves. So this is definitely a comfort pick, but Smart Omega, they're going to be going back on that Julian pickup instead. This time, they might actually switch it up, maybe even the XP lane, like we said earlier on as well, instead of the mid-roll mage.
I'm wondering too, yeah, what they decide to do with the Julian. It's such a flex pick at this point, we can't really say, but let's just say it does end up in the mid lane, right, versus Eve. I think it could work out, but you just pretty much have to farm out, and then at the same time, let's say the real world manipulation is set up, you have the tools to actually just go ahead and handle that with these 2 heroes right away. So Todak needs to go ahead and just draft something to protect that a little bit. They grab the Franco, a high priority pick. You can see the 80% win rate that, on this Franco here, also complementing it with the Masha.
I'm looking forward to see how this Franco is going to be played coming from the side of Todak, considering that Franco was the one that actually stopped Team Omega, but at the same time, the response, the Atlas pick up for the Wombo combo. Ooh, this is going to be a very, very difficult situation. The amount of CCs coming from the Atlas as well as the Julian to chain up to actually catch Todak off guard. What are your thoughts on this, Eterna?
I mean, we can say that now Omega, they're really playing for those team fights. So maybe if we don't want to fight fire with fire, I do understand that they already picked up that Eve. They can use it in a way to be able to do those pick-off type of strategies from the side of Todak, especially understanding they do have a lot of potential with the Franco pick coming through as well. But now we're going into the second phase here of the drafting. So the Barretts is going to be the choice of ban coming in from Omega, taking it away from Todak. But as a result of that Atlas pick, a really strong EXP laner like that Esmeralda has been left open, and open to ban away.
This is really interesting when it comes to the banning phase, right? Usually Todak is the type of team where they actually put other teams in a spot where, hey, we are going to ban off all your comfort heroes, play something else. But it's really surprising that Omega has taken up that direction on towards Todak. They ban off the VJs, they ban off the Raz, they force them to play something that they're not comfortable, but at the same time, I feel like Todak, they kind of expected this. Right, if you think about it, first pick, they picked up the Eve. This is something that we did not see in game 1 as well as game number 2. So this is something that I feel like Todak has already preemptively predicted what Smart Omega has done.
So they want to play around the Eve, right? And I think that's the best case scenario, but still, I gotta say, Smart Omega, even with just 3 picks here, they have so many tools to just handle that, because as soon as you do lose your real-world manipulation, it's tough to see how much value Eve can provide. And now you're going to lock in Uranus, right? So they're quite tanky here. They have quite a bit of sustain too, and they have the setup potential.
Oh my goodness, Smart Omega. They're just putting full throttle right here. They're just taking away all of Todak's previous heroes from game 1 to game 1 to make sure that, hey, we're forcing everyone from your roster to play something new. Can you play something else? And I feel like this is actually smart coming from Smart Omega, but I feel like Todak, they can live up to this expectation. I like the Atlas adaptation from their lesson against RRQ when they faced off the Franco, but this time, I think the Atlas isn't too bad to actually deal with the Franco Cloak, because eventually you can still kind of set up for the team if they get out of hand. But seems like the Baxia as well as the Popo and Kuba has been secured from the side of Todak. Completely different hero sets coming in from this matchup.
Yeah, but like, don't forget that Todak at the moment has the highest unique heroes picked. So I do understand you want to put them into a position where there might not be comfortable, but I do think this is a challenge that Todak wants to go in head first, understanding that the Baxia as well as that Popple and Koopa have been picked up. So face value, Todak once again with really good type of pick-off strats with that 1v1 situation, but now Omega has actually picked up that Karina, so Karina is going to be placed into that jungle position, and so is that Baxia. Now, how do these two fare against one another?
Karina Baxia, I feel like it's at that point, it's so focused on objectives, right? And again, you're having the jungle emblems, you're having those demon slayers, just trying to grab as many objectives as you can. Baxia now, one of the great things he does have is just the mobility in his favor, where he can just kind of roll around the map, find something, find a moment for himself or his team. And Karina, yeah, she can go ahead and immune a ton of damage, but at the same time, they do have plenty of CC available.
Yep, I definitely agree, but as of yet, the straps has been set as of now, and that is going to be the adaptations coming in. It's all about executions. It's all about objectives. Hopefully, Smart Omega is going to be able to snowball with this Karina, because this is going to be a pretty crazy match. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading towards a decided match of who advances and who goes down. This is going to be Todak versus Smart Omega, game number 3.
Man, it starts, like I said, in the jungle. I'm always admiring these Transformer skins, by the way, because I heard them announce it on the analyst desk, and now we get to see it in action. So now, starting on the jungle, I'm expecting typical things. The one advantage to early game that Todak really has, anytime you have the Franco, that threat potential is so big, especially early game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is going to be a really tough one here. But as of now, Smart Omega, looks like they are going to try and force something here, but it's only level 1. I'm a little bit surprised that they are trying to do this, considering that they don't exactly have a power spike. But at the same time, if E2 Max gets a kill right here, right now, and hits his level 3, it's going to be a big problem for Todak.
Right now, man, I mean, standard things is what we're going to see here, right? Chiku versus Kelra. These two, when it comes down to these two gold laners, honestly, it's just a skill matchup at that point, because we talked about the hero matchups themselves, and usually it goes against what we say. So I feel like that's going to be in its own right, and also it'll really rely on what Chaknu and Yums can pull off for their gold lanes.
I feel like as of now, it feels like Todak, they won't be going for the usual Langa strategy. They're going to rely more on Yums' perspective rather than having Chiku making out these plays. We are expecting a little bit of engagement coming from Formies, especially on the bottom side. But what can Masha do except for mirroring Uranus? Because he's not going to be able to come online until maybe, what, level 8, level 9, probably 2 or 3 items. And even then, his sole objective is going to be making sure that Kelra as well as E2 Max doesn't have a good laning phase. And that is still very difficult to do so, especially up against a Uranus, who's right in your face and constantly having the sustain to actually overcome these fights.
I mean, I don't really know what happened there in that mid side, but it was actually able to force E2 Max to retreat, and now Chakno, only the man down in that particular area, is going to be chunked to quite low, and that's kind of sus, understanding that they are going to be trying to test for this next objective. I mean, we can already see here Renzio trying to zone out Momo away, but Momo steals that turtle. This is a huge moment, but the Fatal Links connect and the real world manipulation goes into clutch here, and it is going to be one member taken down from both sides, traded back straight away, and Moon is caught in a weird situation. He is receiving a lot of damage, learning that Renzio here is very aggressive on that lane.
Yeah, they managed to punish the jungler, but at the same time, it's just so costly. And look at this, Yums, he's doing a fantastic job with the hooks, but the problem here remains. They can't exactly force 5v5 fights. The Fatal Links can be very detrimental in from the side of Todak's composition because of how the wombo combo comes in. Even though you go in it as well, so what? What can you do? We've got so much CCs coming from Omega, and there's nothing Todak can do until probably, what, mid to late stage game, which is pretty much 8 minutes into the game.
This is tough because anytime you have an Atlas across from you, you know, they only have the one Purify, right? So anyone that's happens to be caught in that Chaknu Fatal Links, it's going to be fatal, right? Pun intended. And that's how it's going to be playing out. We saw it in that first turtle fight. And nothing, I mean, these guys don't even have items yet. You saw the damage potential already. So again, Todak has to be wary about those setups coming out from Chaknu alone. Meanwhile, you still have to make sure that Chiku is able to get where he needs to be on this Popo and Koopa.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here onto Formaze, but Formaze is going to go down with so much pressure coming in from Ryzen as well as Renzio. They have put a lot of emphasis, and luckily enough, Ryzen gets out of their life, but you know who doesn't? Chaknu.
Yep, that is huge coming from Todak, but at the same time, Smart and Omega definitely came up on top with that fight as well, considering that they need to actually put up to the metal. They need to keep up with this aggression, and Todak looks like they are going to try and pummel through with Chico, allowing him to get his gold plating. E2 Max will be in a little bit of trouble as well to force the issue, but here comes the Fatal Link combo.
Uh-oh, 3 men down here. The real world manipulation gets popped off as well as E2 Max goes in very aggressively into that backside. Chico here running for his life. Unfortunately enough, it won't be a kill onto Ryzen, but the kill is going to be placed onto E2 Max instead as Kelra goes in crazy there with that ultimate, and he will be able to take one member down, but is that going to be worth it? Because 2 versus 1, one usually goes down, but another trade is happening on the board. Ryzen here, is he able to make out of it alive? But unfortunately, the answer is no once again, and trades after trades all across the board.
Oh my goodness, beautiful execution coming from Yus. He's paid for his life to buy time for his team, and his team was able to adapt. However, Momo in a very difficult spot, but with the help of Moon, everyone from side of Smart Omega is gonna back up. But look at this, Formace, he wants a little bit more. I don't think he can get this kill, but he is trying to be as annoying as they can, but his HP bar is not necessarily good enough to sustain this. He might be in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't even have sprint right now, but oh no, is not that bad yet. But on the bottom side, while the distraction was on his way, they get a pick off onto his Kelra 2 times in a row. Todak, they bounce back.
What is going on? In literally 2 minutes, just kill after kill, both sides. This is just, again, going back to the term, it's scrappy as heck, and that's what's happening for both of them. Now, this big objective coming up here, the turtle, I'm not sure even who can actually secure this one. It's actually going to be Momo.
Yeah, those Fatal Links actually connect here as the real world manipulation got popped off at the right time. But look at this, E2 Max, no! He goes down once again. Todak here in the upper hand will be able to get another objective on the board, as once again, it is going to be Formaze and Renzio in a unlimited stalemate.
Yep, look, as of now, based on the emblems as well, we do see nothing out of the ordinary yet, but looks like the fight is about to break down. Yums, they get the cash onto his Chakno. He couldn't even do anything. No Fatal Links for you, and that's going to transition into a tier 2 for Todak. And just like that, they're getting objectives after objectives. We've talked about the wombo combo coming from Omega, and it's not working out. But Kelra, oh, the hook! The hook! Barely an inch. Imagine if that hits. Smart Omega's momentum is going to get completely shoved away.
I don't know if, I mean, that's confidence to just recall right there, especially when a Franco's on the map, so he gets back. But at the same time, right, look at the small gold lead that Todak has gone ahead and built for themselves. They're going to continue to work around that, and right now you can see even the damage dealt department, Moon is doing a great job here, at even handling all the tools that Smart Omega can throw at him to cancel out that real manipulation. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it might not be enough as it is going to be Yums here looking for an engage, but luckily there's so much support coming in from the side of Omega, but the Fatal Links connects, and Chakno will be able to get 3 members. Where is the support though? As Ryzen here is now in a weird situation. Chakno goes down, Renzio 4 versus 1. He's running away for his life. He doesn't want to get taken down, especially before this next objective.
Oh, this is so smart coming from Toda. They know that the combos coming from Omega is going to be relying on Changnu's Fatal Links in towards E2 Max enhanced chains. But at the same time, because E2 Max used his skill a little bit too early and forced to disengage from the get-go, they're not afraid of the Fatal Links at all. And this is huge for Toda because they finally found the small weakness in the defense and the combos of the drafts coming from Omega. And because of that, they're pummeling the way through, trying to scale a little bit more. And look at this, with the power Popo Go, they're just taking towers after towers, getting so much economy and value out of all these engagements.
That's huge because look at it. It's 5 turrets in favor of Todak. Smart Omega has 0. They have no space. They have no objectives. They're being completely choked out right now. And it's forcing them to actually just stay together because at any moment, you either get iron hooked by Yums, Momo finds you, Formaze is running around all over the place, and Moon is just unstoppable right now on this eve.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is a very difficult situation for Smart Omega. They need to find a way to deal with all this beefy composition. Early on, they didn't exactly have it, but now Momo is in a position where he's just so very tanky. Chico is as well left completely uncontested, and having a 1-up against Kelra is putting in a spot where he's got so much confidence to actually re-engage in all these fights. And Smart Omega, however, they need to find a way to closen the gap of this 4.6k lead difference.
I mean, that's gonna be hard, isn't it? Like, every time he goes in for that chain link or the fatal links and so on and so forth, the problem is that real-world manipulation gets popped off and it inhibits the movement from Ryzen.
I mean, right now, you can see the results of that, right? Smart Omega forced to stay together. They might be looking to make a play here. Not going to connect just yet.
Yeah, not just yet here. The concealed play does come through, but it actually will be figured out. But wait a minute, Suppress gets knocked up here in that moment, and Ryzen is forced to retreat. We can see here so much damage has been placed onto Renzio as the Fatal Links connects onto 2 members. The real-world manipulation is close to follow, but unfortunately, another member goes down as Chico will be the one to fall. E2 Max now 3v1 situation. Another one goes down to the hands of Omega as once again Todak reaches that point of supremacy, looking for more objectives on the board.
Oh, Chaknu tries to recall his always way true, but he's actually going to get scouted out, but this is going to be Atlas. He's buying time for his team. And Toda, once again, you thought Chiku was the man, but he's secretly Moon. Look at this burst! He might burst him down, and Toda, they get another one. And just like that, Smart Omega, they underestimated and prioritized on the wrong person. And guess what? The true carry here is gotta be Moon himself.
As you can see, right, Moon also just picked up the Winter Tranche here. That's going to be a huge pickup, also paired with that Purify. I think it's going to be almost nearly impossible to stop Moon doing what he has to do. I mean, he has no deaths, right? So at this point, you can see key pickups also coming up from Chiku, and this is pretty much a disaster for Smart Omega right now because now that that first Lord comes up, how do you even fight this? How do you contest this? You really either have to get lucky or pull something off.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but it seems like Toda, they understand his position. They are going to go for the wraparound, but look at the positioning of where Chiku is. He's trying to go for a solo kill, but I don't think the Lord is a objective coming from Toda because as of now, they're getting a little bit feisty, and Yums, oh no, he made a mistake. He got pulled back, and just like that, they get a 1-for-1 trade. A tank for an XP, absolutely worth it.
Absolutely worth it here, but we'll see what happens. I mean, the way that they're able to manipulate those waves is so beautiful, but look at this. Chakno already looking for Moon. Unfortunately, cannot connect. The real-world manipulation gets popped off, but it gets cancelled by E2 Max as he goes in straight for that backline, and that is a huge resource wasted. Formaze here trying to do what he can, looking for an engage, but it cannot be done as there is no follow-up for the moment, but the job has been done. Todak already on its way to get the next objective in this Lord.
I definitely agree, but E2 Max from behind, he's going to get caught up, and Formaze looking for a little bit of plays, but looks like E2 Max is going to be sitting out this fight. If he forces this issue, he's going to die off, but the Lord is going to be taken in the hands of Toda, and this is huge for them. But now, I want to talk about the layers of variation when it comes to itemizations, right? great. Smart Omega, they've adapted. They realize that Moon is a big threat. But the question remains, how will Kelra deal with the Blade Armor being set up by both the Baxia as well as the Masha? Because he needs some sort of sustain to tank through this Reflect that is coming in. And time again, eventually, he is going to die to his own damage.
I think right now, again, you just have to buy time, right? Yeah, itemization doesn't work in your favor. You're getting counter-built here right now. And at the same time, you have to worry about this Lord. So this is a similar situation to what happened to before. They have to buy time, turtle up in their base, do the best to get online for those, individual heroes. EtuMax, you saw it earlier in that team fight.
The hook
though.
The hook connects onto E2Max, and E2Max will be the first to fall. That is a wonderful pickup from the side of Todak, and one man down, a Lord on the way in the top side. Things are not looking good at all for Omega. Look at the decision coming in from Momo. He goes in very aggressively into that backline. The real weapon relation has been opened up, but the Fatal Links connects as well, but no!
Oh no,
Jaco, he goes down. You can see so much damage has been placed onto the members of Omega.
That's
Todak, one member down. It is going to be Todak dethroning the champions, the defending champions of the sea, coming out on top here in game number 3.
Oh, the Swordfish strikes again, and they come up on top in this game, and Smart Omega is going down. What a day to be a Malaysian fan, because both Malaysian teams has advanced forward here in the playoffs for MSC 2022. What a day to be a Malaysian fan right now. My goodness, what a game.
Talk about home turf buff, right? Wow. Because that was a clean game coming out from Todak. There wasn't really a moment at all that they just let up. Once they had that lead, they didn't hesitate this time around. I feel like this was against that kind of playstyle you were explaining earlier, because everything this time, game number 3, it's like they took the lessons from game 1, game 2, they refined it, they came in with a great strategy here, and it worked out so well for them.
I definitely agree. This is the Todak special as well. And Smart Omega, great adaptations in the drafts, great adaptations in-game, but Todak is just one step ahead. And I'm looking forward to see where it goes. But before that, let's take a look at what Mara has to say with all of them right now in the interview section.
Here we are backstage, and I'm here with Castor Mars. We're just about to talk to one of the players from Todak. How exciting was that game?
Yes, it's so exciting to see Todak wins the game. It's really hard, but they manage it.
Now, we're gonna be interviewing Moon. Congratulations, Moon! You just eliminated the current kings of Southeast Asia, Smart Omega. How did that feel for you? Did that lift your confidence?
Alhamdulillah, first nak cakap yang rasa sangat happy lah, sebab kita tahu Philippines team yang sangat dominate lah dekat C. So bila dapat kalahkan dorang, rasa sangat happy lah. Bangga dengan diri sendiri.
Praise to God, they're feeling so great to defeat one of the dominator in the Asian, especially in the MLBB scene. So they're feeling great. They're willing to do more in the next match.
Now, if you were to win and take home the MSC 2022, what would be the first thing that Todak will do?
One more time?
If you win, if you're the crown. Go ahead, Mars.
Kalau menang,
Help me out, Mars.
Korang nak buat apa dulu? Kalau champion.
Kalau champion mungkin kita tim Todak akan raikan Ciku dengan Putni Silu lah.
Ciku?
Kahwin.
Whoa,
Ciku. Jap, double confirm. Sorry guys.
Yes.
Okay, this is the big news.
We just got a big deal here.
This
What's going
is the
on,
big
Mars?
news. Okay, if Todak managed to get champion in MSC 2022, they will celebrate because Ciku is getting married.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. So that'll be a great wedding.
Yep.
Hopefully you invite us. I'll come all the way from the Philippines. Chico, I remember my interview with you from M3. You're really great. Now, the last time that Malaysia got to host a big MLBB event was M1. Now MSC 2022, you got to defend your home turf today. What do you have to tell everybody that's watching right now, all the Malaysians that are jumping up and down cheering for you?
Untuk fans Todak dan Malaysia, thank you so much sebab selalu support kita orang, selalu support Todak, dan jangan lupa juga untuk support Orange juga. And alhamdulillah kita orang dah pergi ke next round, so doakan Todak dapat buat yang terbaik lah.
Basically, he was saying that praise to God, thanks to all the Malaysian fans, and keep supporting Todak.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck in the upper bracket semifinals. Mars, you did great translating.
Thank you so much.
And now, let's turn it over to our analysts, the dashing Leo and Gideon.
Welcome back, everybody. It is, oh my goodness, a brand new dawn, a brand new day, and it feels good. Todak has taken the win, but welcome back to the post-match analysis with Leo and myself, Gideon Hugh. Oh my goodness, how are you feeling, Leo?
Good game, good game. Let me just say,
good game.
Todak Langgar, it was a great series. If ever I were to suggest any best of three or any match to any, budding MLBB fan, you watch this. You watch this.
You watch this particular game. Let's have a look at the item list in a little bit because, again, composition is crazy. But my biggest worry here, especially when Chaknu is on an Atlas with Flicker, that turnaround potential. Let's have a look at the item list real quick and get you guys up to date with what are the latest builds from these pro players.
So looking at what Todak brought to the table, at first I was skeptical. Like, okay, they took away the 1-1. They took away the Beatrix. Clint, I don't know if that's in the cards, but Chico picked up the Popol and Koopa. And I love it because, dude, what was it we were looking at? Before the 10-minute mark, he pushed 5 turrets.
Yep, 5 turrets.
So I'm loving it. Early Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar. And again, congratulations again, Chico, getting married soon.
Yeah.
Also, I think we talked about this before we got into the segment. Yumi's on something else today, man.
Yeah, he woke up and he chose violence. He
chose victory.
He chose victory over everything. He was extremely aggressive at getting some really important picks, and especially on E2 who is the only inhibitor for Moon to get off his real-world manipulation.
Yep, not much CC, save for maybe Chaknu, but already that is obvious. When you say Chaknu, that is synonymous to crowd control, that is synonymous to initiation, arguably the best in the world. But in this game you mentioned, as much of a threat as it is at any point, if Chaknu finds that fatal links, it could be over, but he never did. He never did. And then you mentioned how Etomas had such a hard, difficult time here. He was struggling. If I may say so, everyone in Omega in this game struggled. On the man-to-man defense level, Todak was on point.
They were. And I was really scared that they would overheat, but looking and crunching the numbers, as you can see here, it's nuts how one-sided this was. 20-8 was that score, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. And Smart Omega, and especially Chaknu, every single time he was able to get a Fatal Links off with his Flicker, he was catching 2+ every single time.
Yep, but whenever he did, it would have been maybe too late for Etomax or too soon for Kelra.
Yep.
Kelra never really got that comfortable position to get that Blazing Duet in. And of course, looking at the numbers, damage dealt 55k on Moon. Gotta put up that Moonatics fan club.
Oh yeah.
As well, the total assists. So yeah, he was everywhere when it came to this Eve. I believe he never died, not a single time.
Nope, the man has been doing some good work. And I think overall, and regardless of what the KDA is, I mean, just the damage numbers alone, damage to towers, this siege composition that Todak was putting up was really, really effective. And somehow, most times when you see a Boxia and you would think, yes, he has got the fastest clear speed as a tank. What is his main objective and what does he want to do? And it's just to slow down his opponents enough for the rest of the team to really collapse on the situation.
Yep, as soon as the 5-minute mark hit, as soon as there were free turtles and safe objectives for Todak, Momo was already going 1v3, 1v2 on like the Uranus, the Atlas on the side of Omega. So all throughout, as a Filipino watching, I was sweating, man. I was sweating. This is a thick suit, but that's not it. It was the game. It was the pressure that Todak put on Omega, and they did not let them breathe. There was very little on the board for Omega, and truth be told, Todak played just out of their minds. This is the best I've seen them in a while.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Well, it's time to show you guys the MVP of our game here, and it's going over to Moon on his Yeez. The Moonatics rejoice all across the world.
I love it. Look at this. Again, confirmed 4, 0, and 13. And it's the cookie cutter build, man. You have the Ice Queen wand. Oh, dude, it's the Song of Ice and Fire, dude.
Absolutely.
He has the Scorch. He also has the Enchanted Talisman. Is never going to be low on mana cooldowns out the wazoo. And I'm liking the boot choice. In case he does get jumped on, there's a lot of room for him to survive. So he has like insurance policy upon insurance policy, plus a truncheon.
Absolutely, and I think these are really smart pickups here, especially knowing that E2 Max is going to be jumping towards him every single time he pops that real-world manipulation. Great item choices overall, but don't worry. Again, this is a very big moment for a lot of Malaysian fans out there, but for the Filipinos, you know how Omega plays. They don't mind being in the lower brackets.
As a lot of Filipino fans would put it, all according to plan. But let's go into the highlights. Let's see that Game 3 performance by Todak one more time. Real-world manipulation. You know what? We keep talking about how Saver and Franco are good. Dude, even Franco is amazing.
Honestly, I was worried. When they first picked this Eve, there are just so many ways to get on top of it, so many different strategies and abilities to really knock them out. And unfortunately, in this particular game, Omega decided to go with a very interesting team fight strategy, knowing that, hey, if you're playing Eve, you want a team fight, we'll double down.
There was very little in terms of range when you're looking at Omega's lineup, even if we are talking about in best case scenario. But then again, you also bring in the factor that Todak wants to go all in your face. So that allows for Todak to punish even harder, which explains that I don't know what the word I'm looking for, abysmal kill score, right? It was 2 digits to 1. It was a hard game for Omega. I have to tell you guys the truth. It is what it is. I have to be frank. And this just makes Omega hungrier. I hope Omega is going to be so much better in the coming days, because the lower bracket, yes, they are at home there, but it's a tough time to be a Filipino right now after this best of 3.
I don't think so, Leo. There is 100% trust that Omega is only going to bounce back. They've done this all the time. It's big for Malaysians because this is the best score and the best game we've had against a Filipino team in history.
2 Malaysians in the upper bracket.
2. We've never had that before. This is uncharted waters for us. I don't even know what else you could possibly describe this moment. And especially on home soil, it feels good, but not for very long. There's still more games ahead of us.
In the years that we've worked together, this is the happiest I've seen you, bro.
Dude, this never, ever happens. M1, M2, M3, we got it good during M1. After that, it's been tough.
Yeah, but here, I'm so happy for Todak. Again, the energy in the arena is palpable. I cannot explain the excitement and just how happy everyone here is. You know what? I'm happy for Todak. Not just because I'm a Munatic. It's also, I just love seeing this team come together. And yeah, we know their potential. We know what they're used to doing and how they switch things up. But today, they just went,
They are. It's crazy, but it's time we got to take a break. We'll see you guys for the next game. It's crazy, but don't forget, guys, just in case you don't know, upcoming matchup, it's going to be EVOS SG up against RRQ Hoshi. It's going to be battles between the islands. Goodbye.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontong. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Anthem ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the Supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Let it slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart.
Welcome back to MSC 2022. It's been exciting games so far here in the playoffs. Day number 1, a lot of unexpected territories, but what I do know is that 2 Malaysian teams has qualified. But as of now, here in Malaysia, my name is ICBaby12, and that is going to be Eterna on my right, and Naisu, as we are going to be commentators for you for today, the final series of the first day's playoff. It has been exciting ones coming in. But before that, shout out to our amazing sponsors as well. MSC 22, which is powered by Moontot. And also a big thank you to our official content partner, TikTok Live, partner in esports, Secret Lab, esports chart, and media partners, EGG Network, as well as Me Watch. But before that, we do have an MSC pass for you guys right now. This is going to be a sneak preview for you guys because there is going to be an exclusive Barca skin coming in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Lots of flair.
Are you talking about the one that I already got?
She mentioned this earlier. I don't know how she got it so early.
How?
You buy it.
Well, I mean,
It was like, yeah, I bought it with diamonds.
I wish we all had diamonds.
All right, all right. Okay, you know what? Who will be the winner of this series? Be sure to let us know down in the comments as well. Don't forget to make your guesses via the in-game esports hub as well. And the correct guesses will reward you with MSC coins. So be sure to do that. And you can use it to redeem exquisite skins as well as exclusive MSC emotes and graffiti. So be sure to do that. But of course, now, coming to this match as well, this next matchup, it is going to be between EVOS SG as well as RRQ. A pretty strong game so far. We know how strong RRQ is, and it's pretty much the only team representing from Indonesia. Dinner.
You don't have to say it like that.
I don't know.
Why do you have to say it like the only Indonesia? Yeah, okay.
No, it's...
We get it. We get it, right? We get it.
You know,
We get it. Okay, let's just move on to the next topic, right?
All right.
Let's see our predictions, right? Because I want to know, like, how is it on paper? Because Arkeoshi, sure, they are strong in that sense, but I've seen amazing things being pulled out by Singapore as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I really like how EVOS SG, when it comes to their drafting, right? Scrubby Chicks did bring up a very solid point. They draft with intent. However, they had a very near miss when it comes to the group stages. They were on the final series on the group stages, then they almost did not make it in towards the playoffs.
Well, I mean, right now we're going to see our predictions here at the caster desk, right? As you can see,
pretty
it's
stacked.
kind of a it's a sweep over here for RRQ.
Yeah, that brings me into a point as well. It seems like all of us are siding on RRQ, and as much as I love the coach coming from EVOS SG, Youngin, my man, but at the same time, you know, it was a very near miss from the group stages. So I can see why, but at the same time, RRQ was just so strong in group stages. It's pretty much a no-brainer not to vote on RRQ, I guess. That's just me, you know, playing safe, I guess.
Playing safe.
Yeah, playing it safe.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But the thing is, like EVO Singapore as well as Arkeoshi, they both have that thirst, they both have that hunger to finally win a championship title. But here we see on screen here, it is going to be EVO Singapore. Last MSC, they were knocked out rather early, but they have come back to the stage.
From Singapore, EVOS Singapore.
Yep.
With a vengeance.
I agree. EVOS SG, they have a lot to work with. They had a little bit of time to actually prepare themselves for playoffs, and hopefully they are going to be able to overcome the odds. It feels like RRQ is in a situation where they can perform at their best, but EVOS SG is no strangers to the international scene. They've got the experience, and hopefully with those experience, they're able to overcome all odds to come up on top, representing for Singapore.
I mean, there's a theme here, right, so far of just these past few days. I mean, even today, you never know. Maybe they will cause an upset here, despite all of us predicting RRQ. And this is the stage to do it, because we've seen it time after time throughout the past couple days, and now on screen, it's going to be none other than RRQ Hoshi.
Four-time MPL champions, champions of MPL ID Season 9, Kings of Kings turned King of the Galaxy.
From Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi.
Man, they are looking strong. They are going through that tunnel with an intent, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, especially coming from RRQ Hoshi, because there is just so much to talk about these boys, because the Kings of Kings are here to party. Are they going to be able to take it all the way, or will they not? It all comes down to this situation, because they are Indonesia's last hope in lifting at an MSC trophy once again. This is what we're talking about, and it's just really sad. You know, I don't mean to offend you, Eterna, but that's part of the script right there. It's literally right in the script. I know you can't see it in front of us, but yeah, that's part of the script.
Yeah, I need glasses. Can anyone buy me glasses in the viewer audience? But yeah, I totally understand you. I mean, RRQ coming into the scene, there are just so many questions, and of course it is none other than the coaches here coming up on stage, Coach Phil, as well as the coach coming in from Singapore.
Yep, Young In is going to be facing off against a veteran in the experience as well when it comes to drafting. Hopefully he's going to be able to come on top, but as of yet, RRQ is still going to be the team to beat as well. It's very huge obstacle to overcome, especially the first series against them in this playoffs. We know they can go far, but how far will they go? That's going to be my question here. Naisu.
Well, we're going to be taking a look here at the lineup in just a second for EVO Singapore. And I mean, you talk about the teams, the coaches, and I think it really just starts here in the draft, of course, which we're going to have upon us in a little bit. There you go, Adamir, JPL, Sayla, Gear, and Nick.
Yep, this is going to be the rosters coming from EVO's SG. We did see them perform a lot as well coming in from EVO's SG, especially with Sayla being the MVP not once but twice against the matchup with Impunity KH. His Matro has been really popping off, and they do rely on him trying to open up the map for the team to actually secure the victory. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they do it again. However, no strangers to the competitor scene are RQ Hoshi. We have Lemon, the one and only, back on the roster right here, right now, alongside with Win, Clay, Albert, as well as R7.
Yeah, so it seems like Lemon is going to be replacing Skylar in this upcoming game against EVO Singapore. And let's not forget the last time he played that Irithel and he got an unofficial Maniac. As now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head here between EVO Singapore as well as RRQ Hoshi.
You know, I like that they can do this. I like that they can swap out Lemon and Skylar, because that can play a part later on as we get into the further into the playoffs. And I mean, even looking at the stats here, it's interesting, and at the same time, you see a lot of those green arrows on the side of RRQ, but that's not to say EVO Singapore cannot turn this around.
Yep, I definitely agree. But of course, let's talk about the keys to victories coming in from EVOs on how they are going to win against RRQ. Seems like the first point here is going to be winning at least 2 lanes or not at all, contesting or removing Ling entirely, respecting Albert's hero pool, improve late game communication, and as well as beware of RRQ's early power spikes when it comes to early aggression. Thoughts on this, Arturna?
I mean, this is quite interesting, right? Because if we took a look at the data before in the team head-to-head, it does seem like EVO Singapore, they're better at that first turtle rate. But now we're going to take a look at RRQ's keys to victory here. Never let Adamir be comfortable. We see time and time again, sometimes EVO Singapore, they love to play Adamir-centric. So that is going to be very important for them to recognize. Avoid overextending, prioritize CC heroes, objective, objective, objective.
Well, I definitely agree as well. Letting Adamir be challenging Adamir's comfort zone is going to be the way to go, and it makes a lot of sense considering that EVO's SG, they do tend to lean on prioritizing on Adamir's hero from the get-go. But of course, that's pretty much from our stats and information. Let's take a look at what you guys at home have voted so far. It seems like everyone is siding on to us RRQ, especially coming from Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Myanmar, as well as Cambodia. Everyone thinks that RRQ is going to come up on top.
Well, I mean, even I feel like it aligns with what we're thinking here at the caster desk, and a lot of it is, again, this could be fuel for teams like EVO Singapore. You know, you're going against these giants. This is your time to shine, right? And it starts here, and at the same time, you can think, well, worst case scenario, let's say we go down to the lower bracket, you still have this learning experience. You can look at it that way too, because you can learn a ton by facing a team like RRQ.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm looking forward to see what they are going to be saying, playing into the table as well. Are they going to play the triple tank composition again? They did show it during the group stages as well. We did kind of see it as well coming from Todak earlier today. So maybe that might be the go-to strategy. And I feel like Carry is an amazing hero to actually deal with these compositions, but the power spike on Carry is a little bit late and risky, and I believe RRQ has the capabilities to pull it off, knowing that they do have the early aggression. But before that, without further ado, we're jumping into the draft phase as of yet, and this is going to be RRQ on the blue side and EVO's SG on the red side.
Ooh, already bans coming through here for the side of RRQ. We see a 1-1 being banned away, the Valentina, but on the flip side, it seems like the Esmeralda is going to be the choice of ban here from EVO Singapore. Understanding what a monster R7 can be on these two heroes, additionally with the Akai as well.
Actually surprised they take out the Valentina. You know, RRQ is the one to ban that out, because usually it is the red side here. But question, I'm wondering, does EVO Singapore pull out that kind of pocket unique pick this time around, that Cyclops that they pulled out before?
They might, considering that as well. We did see Impunity KH kind of targeting on Sayla's hero pool a little bit more and forcing him to play something that he's comfortable, which is the Cyclops, which was pretty much a hit or miss, but eventually it worked out. It was the hero that actually got them in towards the playoffs, so it might possibly happen. I like the safe pickup coming from the RRQ. They ban off the Natalia. They know that EVO's SG does have the tendency to actually play it, and they also respect the link coming from EVO's SG. So first pick here, I'm curious, is RRQ going to try and do a similar approach and just challenge Adramir's hero pool, but seems like they're not going to do so. Beatrix is still up for grabs from Evo's SG, but they will take the Julian in their hands.
I gotta say, I mean, this Julian first pick makes sense, right? Even though there are so many other heroes that you can pick on the board. It is because I gotta say, Albert is not too great on those tanky heroes that, of course, is currently in the meta. Last time around, we saw the Julian being played by Albert, and that worked really well, you know? So give Albert a really high mechanical hero, and he will definitely perform. This, of course, is still flexible, so we'll see what happens here as the situation goes on. As a response here for Evo Singapore, will they be picking up that Franco, taking it away from Vin? But the answer is no. They actually will be prioritizing the Clint and the Xavier.
I'm really surprised by this. I was expecting maybe a Beatrix priority coming from Evo's SG, but they pick up the Clint and Xavier, so not what I was expecting. I feel like Sayla's very comfortable on the Xavier. Is something that he does play a lot, especially before coming from MSC from SEA Games. But I'm a little bit curious. I agree with what Eterna said. I think I've seen a lot of Albert's heroes where he plays a high mechanical on the jungle role. But look at this, their response is going to be Lemon playing on the Irrital again. I guess. Maybe? Should be, right?
Yeah, it should be. I mean, this is interesting, right? I'm not sure why Evo Singapore went with the Clint here as a priority pick, but they also lock in this Atlas. So these are great things, but still, RRQ, it leaves you to wonder exactly what their game plan is, right? Yeah, we talked about the flexibility of Julian. Now you have the Irithil locked in here. Lemon, I feel like Lemon was the one that debuted that, right? During this the group stages. So it's obviously going to work out for him there. And also, when you lock in that Franco, just like we saw in the last series, a lot of the times if your game plan is to play defensively, Franco is one of the best heroes to just kind of counter that whole concept.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, I really liked how recently in this current patch as well, we have been talking about how the changes has been made from Sprint. Every single pro team has been leaning onto the Sprint. And based on this heroes himself, Julian as well as Irritel, these are what we call run and gun strategies. And so far, it's worked out for a lot of teams. But I feel like as of yet, RQ is pretty much the only team that still prioritizes on Julian or maybe assassin-type junglers as a comfort to actually play in this series itself, instead of the traditional where people kind of stray away from tank junglers instead of the conventional assassin junglers from back in the days.
For sure. Now we're going to see what Evos actually is going to opt to ban here. Already 2 bans already designated to take away from Albert, which is interesting. The Fanny ban comes through, but now the Uranus has been banned. So now they are definitely prioritizing and, of course, emphasizing that EXP lane situation, but the Thamus is still up for grabs.
Yeah, what do you take into the side lanes here? Not only that, but also in terms of Evo Singapore, we don't necessarily see, or we don't see a jungle yet, right? So this is going to be, I feel like they're just going to leave it up to decide what does RQ have here, because we don't know, again, if this Julian jungle is going to be a thing, or they decide to take that in the mid lane like we've been talking about. And you guys know how I feel about mid lane Julian.
That's why it's so annoying to play against Julian, right? Like we talked about how flexibility opening picks is just so important. That's why, like, I think about multiple seasons we did see Cho constantly being picked and picked and picked again. Play it on a XP, play it on a tank, play it on in a gold lane, and oftentimes it's kind of straying away from the gold lane more, but still, it's just so annoying to predict. So I can understand where Evos is getting at as well. Do they think that this is a jungle? Do they think it's not? But it seems like they do play the safe approach by banning off the Fanny and also respecting the Uranus. But this time, they pick up the Grok. This is something that RRQ has played before, but I'm a little bit surprised that they are going to be picking it up for themselves, considering that, is this what I think it is? You know, the triple tanky composition from Evo's SG, they tend to lean off gear for the final pick to kind of switch things around, especially for Evo's SG.
Oh, I don't know, man. This is getting a little bit scary, right? Because now Evo's Legends, they have, Evo Singapore have really, really strong front lines presence in that Grok as well. I mean, I saw that the Grok was open. I would have thought that maybe RRQ Hoshi wanted to pick this up. So with Evo Singapore picking it up, it also denies that away from RRQ. But as a response, R7 is going to be on his comfort hero with the Cho. And we'll see what The
to
last
banish
pick
all
is
gods.
Lancelot. So
Okay.
it isn't
Okay.
going to be a Julian jungle. It is actually going to be the Lancelot here for Albert.
Okay, this is going to be the RRQ special. They are comfortable on the jungle assassin playstyle. So this is going to be the mid lane Julian, which of course Naisu hates about it.
I don't
And
know. I wouldn't say hate. I just disagree
I-
with it.
Highly disliked.
I just dislike it.
I really like it at the same time as well, but from the drafts coming from Evo SG, they were waiting for moments like this. That's why they kept Gears heroes up for options. Now they have the option. Do they want to go for the triple tank composition? Because eventually, Lancelot can't do too much against all these beefy compositions. They may lean onto a Barrage composition if they want to, but we kind of saw how Todak did it earlier today against the Julian, right? They have this so much sustains with the Rafaela, with the Uranus, with everything, but seems like they are leaning onto it and they are going to be bringing the box here coming from Evo's SG. So that is a good read, but is it going to be enough? Because eventually, into a late game, Irritel, especially play from Lemon, is going to be a key winning factor from RRQ.
I'm curious to see Clay play this Julian. I don't think I've ever seen Clay play that kind of hero. I think that Julian has really high mechanics, to be honest. I mean, he's used to the heroes like the Eve, the Lilia, the Sicilian perhaps. So we'll see how this works, especially understanding, like Naisu keeps mentioning over and time again, that this might not work in that mid side.
Yep, well, we'll see how it works right now because this is going to be the game one. The drafts has been spent, especially from RRQ Hoshi going up against Evo's SG with their triple tank composition. Is it going to be the obstacle? Can they pummel their way through against the Kings of Kings, or will they crumble? Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game one between RRQ Hoshi versus Evo's SG for the MSC Playoffs day number 1.
Triple tank lineup. I like to call it the meatball show because, man, they are going to be tanky up front. They have a lot of tools in their kit, too. And like you mentioned, you know, having a Lancelot there, it's going to take you a little while to be able to penetrate through that defense. And honestly, every time we've seen an Atlas alone, that's quite a bit. Now you throw in a Grok on top of that, mind you, running the Assassin Emblem, so it's going to hurt. Wow, early play already.
Yeah, already that hook coming onto JPL, but luckily he is just a tank. He does have a little bit pressure onto the side of Evo Singapore, and Albert was not able to get that Lethal Wanderer, actually.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of distraction as well, considering that Win has does this. But at the same time, RRQ, they're pulling out the strategies again. They did this towards Impunity KH before. And, sorry, they did it against Smart Omega, but at the same time, R7 going to be stealing the jungle away.
I like this. I'm going to go back on the point, right? You have Nick running that high and dry. And when we usually see this, with the way that Grok works now and just the damage and the stun potential it has, it's going to be something they really have to watch out for. There's so much CC on the side alone for Evo Singapore.
Uh-oh, but Sayla gets caught in a weird situation. So much damage has been placed onto him, but unluckily, Vin was unable to get that Iron Hook onto the buff like he intended. JPL now is going to be the brunt of it all. Will be first blood here into the hands of RRQ Hoshi, showing their early game aggression.
Oh, this is so smart from RRQ. They understand the timings of their early aggression because Evo's SG, this tanky composition kind of comes up online towards the mid to late stage of the game, and they're taking advantage of the situation. Yeah, you're tanky, we can still kill you in the early games. And look at how annoying Vin is with his hooks. He's just forcing Evo's SG to react to every single movement instead of focusing on the objectives. And hopefully, they are going to be able to respond, but RRQ Hoshi, with so much distraction, they are 1k in the lead as of yet.
Oh my god, that hook connects onto the buff. That is going to be a lot of time wasted here for the side of Evo Singapore, as it is going to be Evo Singapore, though, looking for a trade-off onto Clay. Albert gets one back, but Vin gets caught as well. But the Albert, he will be able to get that jungle, but unfortunately, a double kill has been secured by the side of Evo Singapore. Now, was this worth it?
Oh my goodness, that was huge coming from Evo's SG, but yes, I agree. RQ, they made a little bit of blunder. They got a little bit over-aggressive with the plays. They should have played towards their strength, which is taking advantage of the positions of what Franco can do to the enemy. And with that hook right there, Evo's SG was in prime position, but instead, they redeemed themselves. Vin gets a very, very nice catch on those Adamir, and because of that, that's going to be the marksman down from the side of Evo's SG, and not going to be get traded off as well.
Nice pickup there. I mean, all around, you got to say it's obviously pretty even right now. But I think, you know, at the time, RRQ has to be careful because they don't want to underestimate the damage that Nick can pump out here. We saw it. He's got 2 kills now, so he's off to a good start. Also, with that turtle coming up in about a minute, they're going to have enough time here to just continue to farm up. And then you're talking about all that CC once again coming into the turtle. Let's check out the emblems.
Yeah, I'm a little bit interested as well, curious about Nyx's decision. I was expecting maybe a Weapon Master try to jack up those Blade of Despair's attack power to build on his defense, right? Even the recent patch, they have kind of nerfed on it. I like how he used the High and Dry to use on the penetration instead of building up attacks to build on his defense. So it's going to deal a little bit more damage compared to the Weapon Master to be tanky. So I like this adaptation. Hopefully it's going to work out because as of now, he's got 2-on-1. I'd say it's pretty good. It's working out after all, but as of now, there's going to be engagement.
Yeah, the Iron Hook connects onto Gi here. But let's see what GPL has to say about it. The Fatal Links connects onto Vin alone, but unfortunately, he is going to be the one to fall. Sayla Gear forced to retreat. They are super low as of right now. Let's see what Albert can say. It is going to be Adamir here in the brunt of it all, taking so much damage. A 1-for-1 trade here, Roamer for Roamer.
Yeah, not super big yet, but you can see EVO's SG, they're starting to be very, very scared. They know RRQ is just going so much ham onto EVO's SG, and this is actually good for RRQ because the fights that they're taking is just making so much space to allow Lemon to get free farm all the way on top, and because of this, EVO's SG just cannot find a way to stop Lemon at all because eventually, if this goes on, Lemon is gonna get all his power spikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing, right? Once again, about Irithyll, you saw him just, Lemon came down, he used the sprint, he just joined the fight, popped out the damage, and, you know, he's only got one item, right? There's not much there yet, but, yes, the way that Irithyll works, and also against this tanky lineup, it works really well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He needs a couple more items to actually happen as well. But as of yet, the fight is about to break down. Clay is going to get caught out. A big chain to disengage. And that is going to be RRQ coming on top. But it's not over yet. Albert, he wants more.
Yeah, he does want more. Sayla is going to be the one to fall here, as it is going to be Albert picking up a kill.
Oh, huge outplays as well. The hook. Ooh, too close for EVO's SG.
You know, I'm wondering here too, if you're R7, right, and you're spending most of your time in the side lane, who do you target here as much as possible for EVO's SG? Because I don't feel like Adamir is really going to be easy to get to. There's so much of it's literally a bodyguard composition for him, and then you always have Sayla there to back him up with all the CC.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's just so difficult to do so, and you can see EVO's SG, they're making sure that Adamir has a comfortable spot, and because of this, RRQ Hoshi, they're forced to adapt. However, the fight here coming in.
Yeah, let's see what he can do, because it is going to be Gear here taken down first. It doesn't seem like EVO Singapore want to engage on this, understanding that they are one man down.
So you notice what RRQ is doing, right? This is the true showing of how much experience these guys have. They're happy with those 1 kills. They don't really have to commit anything else. I've seen them do this in the group stages too, right? And they're going to slowly build that lead they have and getting these advantages, especially in the objectives coming up. I mean, we have another turtle coming up in about 10 seconds. They're even just setting up in the right position here. EVO's SG going to sniff this one out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. As of yet, wins is just a big trend towards EVO's SG's the composition, right? Arguably, you have JPL to actually set up for the team, but the damage, where's the damage cover? They've got 3 really tanky heroes. I feel like they need to buy time for Sayla to actually come online, and it's going to take a little bit too long, but seems like EVO's SG, they will take advantage of Guardian's Barrier to actually try and potentially steal it away. Will they get it?
Oh my god, Albert is able to steal that turtle away from the side of EVO Singapore. So what initially was a good setup, but wait a minute, that Wave of Dragon connects onto the member here, so we'll see what happens. It is going to be Albert here looking for a kill onto the backside. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as it is. JPL is able to retreat for now with his life, and there are no trades on the board except for Araki Hoshi being able to take that objective away from EVOs.
Oh, you hate to see it, but it's not over yet because it seems like a big Dawning Light comes in. They want to scare up RRQ, but from the sides, Clay, he finds a gear on the sides, and Adamir is not going to be able to do much. He flickers away, but this is a landslide we're talking about. He's got all the mobility he can get, and there's nothing they could have done. And EVO's SG, they're just getting crumbling to pieces in the hands of RRQ.
Said, you saw Albert. He already picked up the Malefic Roar, right? I believe that's his second item here, so he's obviously going to start cutting through these tanks, these tanky boys of EVO's SG. They've got the 4K gold lead already. It's 8 minutes in, and this is already the start of that snowballing potential for RRQ.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is exactly what RRQ wants when it comes to this early engagement. We talked about it during the key to success, and they're just controlling full tempo. Their 4K lead is not that much of a difference yet. It's still possible for EVO's SG to make a comeback, but it's going to be very, very difficult because time and time again, Gear, he tries to open up the map a little bit more, but Vin is the biggest threat as of yet when it comes to those hooks, when it comes to those lockdowns and suppression. But now, up on screen, the damage dealt so far, Albert is just doing so much for the team. But hold that thought for now, EVO's SG is going to force a fight.
Yeah, I think Gear was a little bit too aggressive. They're all understanding that he does want to get Lemon out of the board, but unfortunately, the backup from the side of Arky Hoshi was definitely there. We'll see how many times that can be baited out, because that is going to be a huge resource spent. But the Fatal Links connects, but unfortunately, the Dawning Light does as well. Albert is super low, is forced to retreat for now, as that is going to be JPL taken down for the price of none. Arky Hoshi with the man advantage here, but oh my god, mega kill secured by Clay once again, as that Wave of Dragon connects onto Gear. Another pickoff comes into play, but the suppression, the Bloody Hunt, it goes on to the engage, onto Sayla. 3 members taken down here for the side of Arky Hoshi. Will it be a fourth? Unfortunately, the Iron Hook does not connect onto Adamir, but my oh my, Arky Hoshi onto the next objective.
Oh my goodness, RRQ Hoshi, they're just winning on all fronts. They caught Evo's SG all by themselves. They took them all one by one, and then eventually won on all fronts. Evo's SG, they seem to be scrambling, and there's just no way for them to actually take a fight unless Sayla gets some sort of a redemption point, because as of yet, he's level 9. And the timing for him to pop off is going to be so very far. As you can see, Albert's already level 13. We're almost reaching towards the end game power spike for RRQ Hoshi, whereas Evo's SG is still barely hanging on. So now, let's talk about a little bit more items on how much more that they need. Pay attention to this. Lemon is on his 4th item progression. He's got the Windtalker, he's got the Berserker's Fury, he's got the Scarlet Feather. He's critting really, really hard as compared to Sayla, who's only got the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Trunket.
I mean, this is, again, the idea of let's have these tanky boys protect Adamir on this Clint. He's not getting a chance at all, really, to buy time, because look at the pace coming out from RRQ.
Yeah, look at the pace. It does seem like they want to be pushing onto something, understanding that the Lord is marching along in that top side. We'll see what happens here. Evo Singapore, they are on the defense. They are trying to be able to really clear this. They do have Sayla for that bit of range. Vin goes in for the Iron Hook. Unfortunately, does not connect, as Nick is trying to buy as much time as they can. But meanwhile, RRQ Hoshi, they are just taking those turrets one by one.
Yep, 10k lead for RRQ Hoshi. Evo's SG lose all their outer turrets. That means Evo's SG is in a position where they are forced to turtle up on base, whereas they need to find some sort of opportunity to punish RRQ's mistakes. But as of yet, it's so very difficult. R7, he's got the Shunpo. He's so annoying. He can't set up for a couple of kills. The hook comes in from Vin, completely isolates the fight. And Evo's SG, they can't even force a fight just because of how scary being separated from the team can be in all these fights.
Again, this is the strength of Franco, right? I feel like at this point, R7 hasn't had to do much. Neither has the Lemon. He's just been pretty much able to farm up. He gets a couple hits here and there, and that's why he's got those 4 assists. But this is a lot on Vin, right? When the guy gets a Franco, he finds those targets. I mean, early on, he had almost every Iron Hook he was landing, so they just have to follow up on that. Again, this is why Clay is having a good time as well on this Julian that, you know, you guys know that I don't really agree with as much in the mid lane, but when everything kind of falls into place, and on the other side, you have pretty much mostly tanks, you only have maybe 2 damage dealers over there, right? Sayla and Adamir, and they're so far behind right now. You're talking about 10.4k gold lead behind 12 minutes in.
Pay attention to the mini map right now. This is something that's super underrated. RRQ, they're not shoving waves. They're not doing anything. The reason being is that they want to freeze the lane and starve up Evo's SG before the next lot. And because of this, they're denied so much experience, so much economy to actually make some sort of a comeback. And this is so smart of RRQ. It's super undervalued by every single team. But just being executed for RRQ just pulls it out. But as of yet, on the minimap, you can see as well, R7 is going to cut the reef to try and push the lane before the Lord Pit contest coming from Evo's SG.
This might be another kind of free take here. Now they're going to go in for this one.
Yeah, it might be this. We'll see what happens. I mean, right now we can see that JBL is looking for a kill on the board, but look at this. R7 in the backside is going to use that Wave of Dragon onto Gear. Gear instantly gets melted down by the damage output coming in from Arky Hoshi. 1 man strong, Arky Hoshi. They are going to look for the engage onto this Lord, and it doesn't seem like Evo Singapore does have an answer towards this.
Oh, this is so very annoying to deal with, and that's going to be a free Lord in the hands of RRQ Hoshi. Evo's SG just cannot do anything at all. It's just so frustrating to play and see how disciplined RRQ Hoshi is doing to them. And I feel like this is a very tough spot, and they need to find ways for Sayla to get farm. He's now level 11. He's 4 more levels away. It's just taking a little bit too long for him to come online. And I don't think RRQ Hoshi is going to give them any sort of room because now the Lord is pushing in. Even the lanes down mid until now has not been shoved by RRQ Hoshi towards Evo's SG's direction. That is starving them out not once. That was at least, what, 3-4 lanes of XP so far?
This is getting very, very grim for the side of Evos SG. I mean, you're talking about, again, the gold lead is massive. They don't have much clear here, and that's why we see RQ pushing into the base pretty freely right now.
Look how aggressive R7 is in his positioning. He's looking for an engage, perhaps onto Sayla or maybe even onto Adamir. He doesn't find something just yet as the Lord is already able to take down that inhibitor turret in that top side. The Lord does go down straight into the crystal, but it actually gets taken down quite easily, understanding that Sayla as well as Adamir is starting to reach those power spikes.
Oh, this is very, very difficult, but Sayla, he's just got his Divine Glaive. Looks like they are going to try and force the issue. This item pickup is huge for Evo's SG, but is it going to be enough? But as soon as that came out, you can saw all the reactions coming from RQ. They back off. Okay, you know what? We don't know how strong Sayla is right now. Let's not take a risk. Let's play it safe for now and then live to play another day. This is just textbook plays coming from RQ Hoshi. Despite 15k lead, they're still playing it safe. They don't want to make any sort of error right here, right now.
I mean, what they're respecting here is that Atlas and the Grok especially, right? Because we've seen it before. Clint just kind of have a bad early to mid game, and somehow if he's able to get items as they progress through the game and they stall out longer and longer, we know that a Xavier and a Clint can get to the point where they can actually start contesting. You throw in some lucky Fatal Link setups and even that wild charge from a Grok, there is potential there. And that's why I feel like they don't want to just nonchalantly push in the base and risk losing this type of lead because they are showing just how disciplined they are. I mean, they're pretty much setting up for another Lord setup, pushing the base. They've got those 2 base turrets already. Why not wait a little bit longer?
Yep, 35 seconds left before this next Lord comes up, and Evo's SG not given any room to even push out the lane. Look at the positions coming from Vin and Clay. They're keeping tabs in case Evo's SG decides to push out the lane to gather some information. Wow, RRQ continues to swarm onto the other side of the jungles to get economy instead of pushing out the lanes. This is just discipline. I would say starvation coming from RQ. This is just,
I thought the spinning was discipline.
It's so hard. So very hard for Evo's SG, man.
Spinning on him. Just flexing on him right
Yeah,
now. R7,
yeah.
knows he can't be touched because, yeah, I mean, it's just JPL, right? Lord's going to be up here now. It's pretty much going to be started up by Lemon. And we'll see if anyone can actually get any vision around that area because right now, Evos SG has to pretty much stick together or just admit it. Like, hey, they're going to grab the Lord. Let's do our best to find a moment for a setup, but it's really going to depend on these tanky boys.
Nah, I don't think Evo Singapore has it in them right now to be able to contest that one. They'll let that go pretty easily. And now RRQ Hoshi has that enhanced Lord in the bag. Evo Singapore back on the defense. We do see a Berserker Fury here being taken for the side of Adamir. Is this a good power spike?
It's pretty good enough to actually clear off the minions, but hopefully it's going to be enough because the biggest important factor right now is Sayla needs to survive. He's 1 more level away, and Evo's SG, the moment they get him online, they just need one really, really big chunky Fatal Links to completely wipe RRQ Hoshi, especially Lemon as well. If he gets the full combo from Sayla, he might be just as well as be dead. So that's going to be the safety net that RRQ Hoshi is going to be playing in safe. They want to continue with their initial lead, and hopefully it's going to work out. But as of that, the Dawning Knight has been expended. This is going to be prime time for RRQ to actually close up the game.
Yeah, but look at JPL already got concealed play coming through. Let's see if he can actually connect on this one because Clay is in a very awkward position. The Enhanced Lord is already marching down in the mid side, doing the damage of it all. But look at this, Clay goes in onto Gear. He gets melted down. Initially, we can already see so much damage has been placed. He is forced to retreat yet again, but once again, RRQ Hoshi playing the discipline game. They don't want to risk it, understanding that they don't have any purifies on their table. So in case, just in case, Evo Singapore finally gets that momentum going, they don't want to make that mistake.
I was sweating in that moment as well, but very, very smart plays of a defense coming from Evo's SG, especially with JPL, bought so much time for them to focus on Lord, and because of that, they're able to defend once again. Yes, Purify is going to be the matter as well, but let's take a look at the items real quick as well. all, Sayla is down towards his final item progression. And you can see Arkiyoshi, they are gonna be sweating. But as of now, you can see a little bit more confidence coming in from Evo's SG.
Uh-oh, JBL, is he going to go down? Oh my god, that item actually pops up, but he is going to be the first to fall. The hooks connects onto Nick as it is going to be so much CC being placed. Adamir goes down. 3 members, 4 members. It is going to be 5 as it is going to be a maniac for Lemon. Finally, not an unofficial maniac, a wiped out has been placed for the side of Arkiyoshi, and our Arkiyoshi, the kings of kings, the kings of the galaxy, they will be taking game number 1 against Evo Singapore.
Oh, disciplined plays coming in from RRQ, just like that. You make one mistake, we are gonna close it out. And Evo's SG finally made it. And who could blame him? Who could blame him, man?
I thought there was like a glimmer of hope starting to rise from the eyes of Evo's SG here, but all it took was that mistake in the jungle. I mean, I feel like they started to feel it too, especially after that base defense there at the end. That showed that, hey, we can make this prolong a little bit longer, because as we looked at those items, they were starting to get to that point where the 20-minute mark, you start to complete those builds, and oh man, it was almost there.
Yeah, it was definitely there as well. Evo's SG, they managed to spread it out towards the 5-item progression. They needed the one last one. If they could stall about, what, 5 to 6 more minutes, they might have had a better chance against RRQ. But nevertheless, RRQ, great discipline so far in game number 1, and that is an amazing performance coming from the Kings of Kings themselves. Dominant performance indeed, and all they need right now is one more game, and they advance through to the next phase.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, look how cool and collected they are. Game number 1, no problem, as we're going to take to the analysts. Analysts, take it away.
Thanks, casters. Welcome back to the post-game with me getting Q as well as Leo to break it down for you here today with a solid game coming out of RRQ.
Lemon once more brings onto the battlefield the Iritel with his personal win rate sitting at 100%.
He's looking real good here. I don't know. There is a little bit of theory crafting when it comes down to the lane matchups, and I think Clint is a pretty good one, to be honest, especially with the concept of, oh, you want to run in a straight line? No worries. I'm just going to keep you in place.
Yep, and this brings into consideration and into the discussion the lineup and the draft that Evo's SG all in all brought in. Naisu is a big fan of it. The 3 tanky boys, as he put it. I'm actually a big fan as well. I love it in concept that you're putting all your eggs in these 2 baskets, in the Clint and in the Savior. But in execution, especially if on the other side you have baby alien, Albert's very own Lancelot. Very rarely do we see a Lancelot do well these days, but in the hands of the Sangraja, in the hands of Arkiyoshi, it does amazing things.
Look, he's still clean. Most people say, you know, in esports years, it's like dog years. It feels very, very long. A millisecond could be an hour. In this case, it doesn't feel like Albert has lost any of that skill. He is still looking as sharp as ever, coming up with big, great escapes, especially with a concept and as well as a really, really tough composition to crack like this one.
You got the Grok on Nick in the XP lane. Nothing new here. He is building into the damage that converts into physical defense eventually with the Malefic Roar and the Blade of Despair. You have gear on the Baksha in JPL. You know what? I think, personally, just for my taste, the Winter Truncheon was built way too early.
I think so too. I think the Winter Truncheon in this particular situation could be an on and off cue, but it gives a very big key and a very big signal to RQ Hoshi. Keep an eye out for Baxia. He's looking for those engages and then basic key concepts. But I think RQ Hoshi in this one, they played disciplined, they played it slow, and the slow bleed onto Evo's SG was brutal.
I love the combination between Clay and Vin. They've been working together for the longest time now. It was this duo. Vin, also known as Franco Man, won a championship just recently off of this hero. And then Clay, he switched it up. He's used to playing the Savior. Again, it's that combo, it's Franco and the Savior. Now it's Franco and Julian. I love it. The hook, the chain, CC for days. They can play pickoff, they can play team fight, they can collapse onto you. And it was just way too much for Evo's SG, 18-4.
I mean, the execution was extremely clean here, coming out from RRQ, having no holes in their gameplay and backing each other up when it matters the most.
It was so clean. You watch it, you think about it, you feel it. As a Singaporean, if you're watching, it was a difficult game, but the comeback was there. Again, if you're facing off against an Atlas in this current meta game, the potential for comeback is there. But let's look at the numbers. Let's figure out exactly what Evo's SG was putting onto the table here. 35k damage, straight up. on to Sayla. That's one of the 2 damage sources that they have. And then 41k on to Adamir on that Clint. Pales in comparison to the coverage. I think that word came out a lot in the shoutcast earlier in the broadcast. 41k, 40k, 47 across the board for RQ Hoshi.
They're just evening out the score. They want to make everybody's stats look good. They got to inflate it so they can make sure they get MVP once they make it to the end of the road. But honestly, for an 18-4 scoreline coming out of RRQ Hoshi against EVOS SG, if you look at the damage dealt, right, it's actually not too far away. With only a 38k difference, I think that's not too bad. It means every single engagement coming out from EVOS SG was getting closer and closer, but then once that lead built up for RQ Hoshi, it became super difficult, and RQ Hoshi just didn't want to interact.
And towards the end, I believe that was a Maniac. Did Lemon get the Savage now?
He's getting close. He's getting close.
Okay,
now.
okay. So we ended with a Maniac, and it was so clear that that was the nail in the coffin. Let's see who we're awarding the MVP on to. And pow! There it is! I just mentioned the Maniac that closed it off. It's the Deathless Iritel 606.
Oh, so brutal, so brutal. Lemon feels really clean. He knows what he's doing, but more importantly so, the way he plays around his team makes it so much more. Because again, even teammates like R7, who's halfway across the map, can still open up opportunities to let the team start flooding it and allowing people like Irithel to really shine.
And real quick, a spotlight on the item build. A shining star in a lot of marksmen's arsenals now is that Hasklos.
Yeah.
We don't usually see Hasklos in the past 6 months. You go back a year, nobody's building Hasklos. But today, Hasklos is so hot.
Yeah, I mean, especially when people are building more into the emblems of the Weapon Master, they want to just max out that attack stat and getting more and more stats to really make that difference. In case you missed out this game, don't worry. Let's jump on over to the highlights.
Playing back, let's throw all the way to minute and 40, wherein we drew first blood. Of course, Albert's so good at every stage of the game. Clay gets away with something that you should not have. And then, again, the punish, the collapse. Look at Albert. Oh,
yeah.
He's signing everything. Sealed, sent with love.
I mean, it's just really, really smart. The way that Albert is targeting specific heroes, knowing when their power spikes are going to be, punishing the weakest heroes on EVOS SG's side, and then changes target afterwards to allow people like Lemon, who has scaled up to start running on through. With his Electro Flash, he knows he wants that extra bit of movement speed.
Yep, that's the combo. The Electro Flash, the sprint, and then the energy. And again, this is what makes Hasklos all the more lethal. You put her at a third of her health, he clicks the sprint, hits you, and then he's back on. That's it. I think that's the Maniac to close the game. There it is.
That's
18.
the Maniac to close
18 minutes.
the game. Ah, so good, so good. I mean, watching RRQ, they basically live and breathe Mobile Legends. If they want to do a challenge where, hey, can we knock them all into one place, put them in one little spot, they'll do it somehow. And even after the Atlas, we saw in that last clip, they kicked back in. It's as if they got everybody in the first place.
Yep, I love that Lemon here is showing us something new. And it's nice to see him back on the field. It's nice to see him here play in the playoffs. A lot of us got surprised, like, yo, he's playing already, he's in. They're making the 6-man lineup work for him. I love it.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, but we still have another game to go. Let's throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gideon, as well as Leo, for that amazing analysis segment, as well as the highlights as well. And I definitely agree, Iritel is going to be potentially the highlight hero of the day so far. And RQ has made it work not once, but twice so far. So far, I don't know what to think about this Iritel hero, but what I do know, there is going to be a TikTok Live Carnival as of now. With all you gotta do, TikTok Live Carnival is underway. You can also earn MLBB MSC points, and you can also win yourself MLBB rare skins by participating via the in-game event to win massive rewards. So be sure to do it right here, right now. If you want to get yourself a potential new skin, especially, you know, this girl right here bragging about her Farsa skin.
Who?
Wink, wink.
Who?
Aren't
Hello?
you?
Anyone?
Well, speaking of TikTok, that last play in the highlights was pretty much a TikTok play.
Oh yeah, our seventh show,
Yeah.
right?
And you know, that's probably going to end up somewhere on your For You page out there. I'm not a TikTok regular. Don't worry.
I definitely agree. Hopefully, we'll actually make it towards the algorithm of the page as well, YouTube or on TikTok, anywhere it goes. But I'm looking forward to see more Cho highlights. You know, we haven't seen a lot of Cho so far, and we did see a couple games, a little bit scuffy coming from Orange Esports, but R7 on the Cho just now was super flashy. But now, let's talk shop. EVOS SG RRQ. What kind of adaptations is going to be made from EVOS SG? I'm really worried on how things went down from game number 1, but I feel like RRQ is just such a big obstacle to overcome.
The problem is, like, we've seen the way that Evo Singapore likes to play. They love to emphasize on Adamir, and RRQ Hoshi, they're quick to read this kind of thing. So they just like shut down Adamir from the get-go, and as soon as that happened, they didn't have an answer to it. So one of the things was that. The second was the drafting. I would have preferred Adamir on someone flashy that he's more comfortable with, like the Beatrix perhaps. I'm not really sure why that Clint was picked up for them.
I definitely agree, but at the same time as well, who could blame him, right? If you think about it, based on historical data, Franco has had his statement here in MSC. First day, group stages completely ignored. Day 2, we saw a little bit more Franco, especially coming from RRQ. We did see it from Toda earlier today as well. You saw how annoying the Franco can be. So I feel like maybe it's just the Franco, okay? It was the same pretty much for RRQ versus Smart Omega, right? Game 1, Franco played it. Oh no, what do we do? I can't, absolutely nothing. Vin is an absolute god on the Franco. And then Smart Omega, they adapted, they banned it off, and then, oh, okay, we found how to beat RRQ. Maybe just not letting the Franco through, or maybe even pick it up themselves.
I mean, Franco is obviously a very high priority hero. And, you know, with EVO Singapore, you have to think, we can't just rely on Adamir. We need to be a little more multi-dimensional in our strategy because, yeah, like you said, Eterna, RQ is going to sniff that out. They're going to focus on that lane, and they're going to shut things down. Because if that's your one-dimensional strategy, not going to work. So right now, they actually need to just kind of go in with this with a different strategy, starting off with banning out that Franco so that Vin can't get it. And now you can start focusing on other areas because now it makes it a little bit harder for RQ to actually, I mean, just come and just counter you in any way possible.
This is a big chess game right now, I would like to say, because with the Franco being the choice of ban coming in from EVO Singapore, this leaves open someone like the Wanwan as well as that Akai. So is RRQ Hoshi, they're just going to ban someone not on that list so they'll be able to get 2 priority heroes in that second pick? Or are they going to be prioritizing something else?
I feel like it doesn't really matter because eventually 1-1 or not, there's still so many other S tier picks, right? If you think about it, they still want to go for Julian, they still Xavier, they still 1-1, they still Karina as well. Akai is something they can potentially go, but looks like you said as well, good call on the shout as well. They are going to ban the 1-1, means that EVOS SG, they will have their first pick potential, and that is, who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Akai or is it going to be something else? Thoughts on this, Naisu?
There's still Xavier, right? They they like that last game, but still, I mean, you didn't really get the chance to even use Xavier to his potential because everything else was shut down. So it could start here. There's lots of options. That's the thing. It's actually going to go ahead and be the Kai, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Akai is just such a safe pick as of yet in current stages as well. So far, we've only seen Orange Esports kind of adapted it with the DG pickup, which is so good. And so far, I don't think I've seen RRQ kind of play a DG strategy. It's mostly going to be played from the Philippine teams, especially RGPH. We did see Blacklist as well. They do like to play the DG Enchanter playstyles, and I feel like it's a pretty good response against an Akai in the current patch, considering that it's so popular now and the previous patch.
Yeah, it's not below Vin to be able to pick that up. It's just not his playstyle. So if it comes down to it, he'll pick it up if he needs to. So we'll see what happens here. RRQ Hoshi with the first 2 picks. Once again, it is going to be the Julian, but this time around, a little change here. It is going to be the Xavier second pick here.
Julian Jungle?
I hate this. I really hate this because every single time first pick Julian, where is it going to be? Mid? No, maybe XP? Okay. Jungle? Yeah, tank? Possible.
I don't know about.
I don't know.
That's stretching
hero,
it a little bit here. So Xavier's on the board, right? So you're automatically thinking, is this Julian Jungle? Because that's what we've seen a lot of. It could also work in the side lanes.
It could work for XP,
Yeah.
Xavier as well. It could work at gold lane Xavier. We've seen it happen, bro. I've actually seen a couple games like this. It's weird. It's weird. It's so much unpredictable. I might be overthinking, but yeah. I'm just keeping it open for you guys.
Basically, it's flex, but now they lock in Irithel, right? So there you go. The gold lane, once again, going in the hands of Lemon. Why change it? Because the guy had, like the analyst mentioned, man, Electro Flash, Sprint, you got the speed, you got the energy, you got the damage, and they don't need much else here. I mean, they rounded out with some tanky boys later on. They should be fine, right? EVOS SG, on the other hand, I like this. I like this better than their last draft. They have Kagura, so the burst potential's there. they complement it with Beatrix, or are they complementing each other? Because that is a lot of burst damage. Now, what we have seen is Akai show up in the side lane, right? We saw that previously,
Yeah.
and it actually worked out.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. It most likely will be that Akai jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Akai is in also a very similar spot in terms of flex as well. You can still play in Roam, you can play in XP as well. But what's really underrated about the Irritel right now, and I feel like RQ is pretty much the only team that kind of force-picked it as well. Electro Crash with Split kind of allows Irritel to hit pretty hard in terms of attack speed, right? His attack speed modifier on his passive is based on how fast he runs. The more movement speed means the faster he is, more DPS, more damage. So it's something that they're trying to abuse, but is it trending enough considering that every single team is kind of figuring out the meta? Is it Sprint City meta, which is more sprints, or are we going to see traditionals of like Purify or maybe even Diggy pickups to actually deal and sustain through all this burst potential?
That's definitely the question here, as RQ Hoshi is going to be choosing their last pick here in the second phase. And honestly, they need to figure out a way to be able to get into that backline. Because Irritel, sure, she deals a lot of damage, but she's very susceptible to those really good pick-off type of assassins. The Natalia was banned away, which does make sense from the side of RQ Hoshi. But other than that, is there something similar that they can go for? Let's say the Selena, would that work?
I think Selena is actually not that bad, but there's this one super underrated hero that recently got a buff. And obviously, nobody picked it yet.
Who is it?
Saber. Just for suppression.
Saber?
Just for suppression.
Tank Saber?
Okay.
Sorry, not the tank Saber. More like you just, XP maybe.
Okay.
It worked for you? You've tried it?
I've seen
It's super
Tank
underrated, but yeah, it's just there. It's just there. Nobody played it. It's not popular yet, but it's still there as a pickup potential against Irritel, you know?
Yeah, the downside of it is once you use the ultimate, you're like,
Yeah,
what else
yeah,
do you do? right? You just auto attack.
True. And now we're going into the second phase here, as it is going to be the Matilda ban choice here for the side of Evo Singapore, understanding that Bin has not chosen his hero in that roam position. There are still a lot of heroes on the board. He is known to be able to use the Kufra perhaps, but what else do you think are they going to prioritize for the side of RQ?
It's going to be tough, and I feel like based on attack roll, they are going to go for the Lolita pickup. So they are going to go for shields all the way through. Considering that Esmeralda was first phase banned, they can use to optimize this by boosting out potentially a jungle or maybe even Irritel in terms of protection. So I like it because it's a good way to deal with the Renners coming in from Beatrix himself. So it's not that bad coming from RQ.
Not only that, but I mean, it's a really reliable CC. Like a lot of people talk about, the shield from Lolita, but at the same time, having a kind of a low cooldown and almost a guaranteed way to stun and set things up is actually very valuable. Not to mention, the ultimate, the Numenon Blast, that also has huge potential for pairing it up with a Julian and Xavier. So the response, okay. I'm sure someone's happy about this backstage. There it is. The Benedetta is going to come out from EVOS SG along with a Grok here.
I'm going to guess who that someone is. It's Gideon, isn't it?
Yep.
Really?
He likes the flashiness.
Yeah, he likes the flashiness. Who doesn't, right? Like, Cho is one of the flashiest heroes, but as of yet, I'm looking forward to see how RQ does this. I'm a big fan of Lolita ever since they actually buffed up his first skill, which allows you to do a lot of damage on neutral jungle. So I feel like if during clutch situations, when it comes to going for the 50-50 coin flips, the team with Lolita and a lot of burst potential is going to be able to come out on top by deciding when to time those retributions onto objectives. So it's really nice, but hopefully it's going to work out. But as of yet, RQ, they're bringing in the Paquito. So this might be a jungle No, I take it back. I'm just kidding. It's Albert playing on the Julian jungle.
This is our 7th Paquito,
Yeah,
and this
for
is
sure.
going to hit hard. He goes in crazy with those type of flank type of plays, and that is what he is known for. And we mentioned, right, Evo Singapore, they need to find a little bit of layer in terms of that assassin, someone to be able to go into the back line and really target that Irritel, because she is one of the most vulnerable heroes in that position.
Definitely agree, but the draft has been set. EVOS SG, game number 2. This is going to be the respawn with Akai in the vicinity, alongside with the flashy Benedetta that Gideon loves so much. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but RQ, they are sticking it with the Irritel, this time with the Xavier on top of it all. Is it going to be the game-winning factor? Will they pummel their way through towards the next phase? Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 2 between RRQ versus EVOS SG in the upper brackets.
Well, it starts here, and actually, like this way more. And it's, okay, hold on. It's actually a jungle Benedetta. Okay, makes things even more interesting here, because I was going to get into the point that this is the dynamic that I was talking about, having the multi-dimensional options for you to actually get a win condition. Early action in the mid lane, though, not going to convert into much. But yeah, going back, Benedetta in the jungle could actually end up working out really well, because then even you can transition that into a split push solo decision if you want to, or you can make it work and just block as much as you can, be flashy, use Electro Final Blow to clear minions. Really, there's so much in Benedetta's kit alone that makes it great to watch, and hopefully it works really well for what EVO Singapore is trying to do.
I'm not exactly sure why they decided to go for the switch up. I feel like based on the ideas coming from EVO's SG, they were deciding whether or not it's Benedetta versus Paquito, the El Clasico, right? But before that, hold that thought for now. Seems like a first blood is on his way. EVO's SG to get the catch right here.
Yeah, the Mystic Fields actually connects onto JPL. He is going to receive a lot of amount of damage, so that will force his retreat. But as of right now, both teams are playing it quite aggressively in the early stage of the game. We saw that Gear was trying to do his jungle, but R7 is going to try and disrupt that pattern from happening.
Yep, it's just so difficult to play this as of yet, but I feel like RK Hoshi underestimated what Sayla was going to do in the early stage of the game, and JPL playing on the Arkai right from the get-go. I think it's something that a lot of teams do kind of underestimate. A Lolita versus Arkai, I feel like Arkai kind of comes up on top a little bit earlier compared to Lolita. Like, you kind of need Lolita on maybe like on level 6, level 7, where he comes up online, where his shields start to build a lot in terms of tempo, and possibly when Albert hits his item, but it seems like the fight is about to break down.
Yeah, Vin is going to be caught in the midst of it all, as 4 members are going very heavily onto him. Gear is going to get that first kill onto him, so that is 1 member up for the side of EVO Singapore. They are going to try to take this turtle away from them, but the Dawning Light connects. Unfortunately, it is still going to be EVO Singapore taking it all, but look at this. R7 goes down very extremely, as it is going to be 1 kill for the side of RK Hoshi. Another trade here, as Gear is going to be the next to follow.
Worth. I would say that's worth right there. You know, they find that little lead, they find the turtle, and you can already see here, right? They're trying to play on multiple fronts, and even Sayla, this is a lot more aggression and that he can do on this Kagura pick, so it's nice to see here them taking charge this time for game number 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is a different EVO's SG right now, and they can take advantage so much because of this early aggression, right? You need Albert to kind of set up a little bit more, but there's only so much he can do, because if you think about it, Clay on the Saber needs some sort of setup, and the finisher is gotta be Albert, and if he doesn't change his skills properly, things are not gonna look good for him. And considering how mobile EVO's SG can be, especially with this Benedetta matchup, which is kind of anticipated from EVO's SG to be facing off a jungle Paquito, with this switch up, it's gonna put them in a very, very difficult situation for now.
I still want to talk about, again, Nick rolling with this Grok here, has the high and dry, right? So if he's able to find those setups perfectly, or JPL can find those setups. Okay, they actually find him this time. Nick, I'm sorry for talking about you. I gave you the caster curse there, but there you go. That is what I'm talking about, right? If he's later on able to find those setups, there's so much burst potential on the side of EVO Singapore that they can follow those up. But gotta be careful. You're the side lane as this drop.
Yep.
Oh man, Albert is already so aggressive. Did he take that buff away? Oh, he didn't. Gear was still able to get that, but on the bottom side here, R7 just really trying to cut that lane, trying to prevent Nick once again from trying to scale in any shape or form, as R7 here in a 1v1 situation with Gear, but now Gear has to be careful here. R7 is quick to follow.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but at the same time here, let's take a look at the JPL's item. He's going for a hybrid regen on the Pull Yourself Together emblem, which is not exactly the best, but at the same time, it's okay. It's the standard meta item pick in terms of roaming. He needs those upkeep when it comes to sustains, and as this tank, he needs to be in and out in all of this fight. It seems like they are going to catch on Albert. Oh, the mistakes!
Yes, this is the calm before the storm, as the Human Blast unfortunately is going to connect onto a member here, but it is going to be the killing spree as well as the double kill taken in for Albert. So 2 kills on the board for them. They are going to come out on top, and this one as Albert, what is he trying to do here? Don't be too aggressive, as it is going to be Adamir being able to punish them for that kind of situation. But Lemon, look at Lemon. He goes into the fray here, onto the backside. Look at the damage that he is putting onto Adamir. So much pressure, but Vin is here quick to follow. Are they going to be able to take a pick? The answer is no, as they are going to disengage from this for now.
There's still a ton of action up here in the top lane too. I mean, Gear is now going to try to help out because JPL got to be careful.
Oh, seems like this is going to be the fight as well. As you can see, Evo's SG, they are going to bounce back. They managed to punish RQ's aggression. However, the Numinon Blast from Vin is going to lock Sayla, but this is a Kagura. He's going to be A-okay. However, Clay, will he have his dawning light in time? But R7 from the sides.
R7 from the side is going to look for a play, but unfortunately, the heavy spin goes into clutch, and they will be able to protect Sayla for now. It is going to be R7 to pay the price for being super aggressive in that top side.
Wait a minute, what is going on? Evo ZSG, they finally found the cracks of the confidence coming from RKOshi, because compared to game number 1, it was a complete different side, because RKOshi, they had no reason to overextend that far to actually go make for the plays. I feel like it was a little bit greedy for Lemon to get so much farm right there and still be there, considering that the tier 1 up top was still alive.
That's what I'm saying. The thing here, you know, Sayla actually able to play in this game and do what he wants to do on this Mage Kagura pick, because last game he didn't get to. So right now he is going to be that big factor for them while Adamir buys time. Again, it's not only Adamir, right? It's Sayla now. Gear's doing the best he can as well. And meanwhile, they need to focus on Albert, but the top lane could be the next decision for both teams as they're all crowding out around here. Check out Albert. Like I was saying, he's focused so well on these objectives. He's also got 4 kills himself. This is why I think Jungle Julian is so good.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as they are going to be trying to contest this turtle. The heavy spin does come into play here as Vin is caught in a 4v1 situation. The Numinon Blast is going to hit, but unfortunately not too much on anyone. But Gear is going to be punished for the aggression that he has displayed.
Oh my goodness, Gear. That looks so clean with the dodge right there. He was able to dodge it, and he landed the perfect Electo final blow. But like you said as well, the rest of Evo's SG, they were just super stumped. They overcommitted on this because they didn't have anything to re-engage, and that's just so very unfortunate. But it makes a lot of sense, considering that JPL was able to open up and get the turtle for themselves. But at the same time, RKOshi, look at the items as of now, especially coming from Lemon. He's a little bit slow compared to the previous games, but as of yet, he is still slowly building his items as compared to Adamir, who's got a Blade of Despair as of yet. So he's going to be able to proc on this 50% penalty that allows him to hit harder for any heroes that drops below 50% health.
What's working so well too is Albert has he has the early Genius Wand, right? Paired up with Clay, if you get that set up with your chains and everything, you just knock them up. They already have that reduced magic resistance, so Clay is just, as they say, magic pew pew, right? He sends out the dawning light. It's pretty much big damn at that point. So this is really difficult for Evo Singapore. They're going to have to keep that in mind and also start getting a little more magic resistance, because right now that combination between those two alone is doing quite a bit.
I definitely agree, but RQ, look at this. They are going to try and focus more on Adamir. They need to threaten his position, and so far he's doing so well. Vin showing his mark here. Adamir, can he go for the shot there? It seems like he misses the angle. Immediately the shield comes in. The Numinon Blast as well. Ooh. He flickers forward, but immediately Lemon gets caught out. JPL wants to respond, but there's just not enough Evo's members to actually fight this.
Yeah, the heavy spin does come through in order to just
Albert?
save his life, but Albert here goes to the backside. Is he going to get it? He has to be careful as Adamir is there. The dawning light comes through, but JPL is quick to dodge that, and no trade has been done here except that Aryoshi is able to get that. Oh my god, what? A mega kill secured by the side of Evo Singapore as that yin yang overturn was quick to be able to get Albert's life.
Oh, that was huge. That was outplays coming from JPL. They sacrificed the tier 1, but they forced Albert to overcommit, and because of this means Lord is going to be out for grabs. However, Albert is 10 seconds behind. Looks like RQ, they are going to try and force the fight. Adamir, first one to be pushed back.
Yeah, the dawning light does come through here. Adamir is going to take a lot of chunk of health here as the Numinon Blast is trying to get a stun onto JPL, and JPL is going to be a bit of a tissy here. Lemon here is going to be stunned. He gets taken down as that yin yang overturn once again is going to be the proving factor of how Evo Singapore comes out on top. Arkihoshi, they're not going to let this slide as a dawning light is going to come through, but unfortunately it is only going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Sayla for Lemon.
What is going on? JPL is on fire. His Akai has been on point, setting up so many plays for the team. And Arkihoshi, despite all this performance, they were able to lose out on... EVOS SG was able to come up on top with that Lord trade. However, now Albert finally getting the Divine Glaive, we will expect a little bit more damage. You talked about this as well. Clay also going to be an important factor in hitting those dotting lights. And see, the fight's about to break down mid. Seems like there is a little bit of scuffle, but the Lord is going to be pushing from the top side for EVOS SG.
Yeah, Gear is at half health here. I'm not really sure what they want to do. They are going to try and wait some time, I guess, in order for Gear to be able to follow.
Albert.
It is going to be the focus here in that bottom side, but look at this, Vin here already on engage onto JPL. There is the Mystic Fields that does get popped onto JPL, but unfortunately, they do not want to commit onto this as the Lord is just going to be taken down.
This is what I said, you know? Gear's doing exactly what he has to do on the Benedetta, right? Push those lanes out while the rest of the team is focusing on grabbing the Lord or defending, and this is exactly what they have to do. Multi-faceted win streaks here, or win capabilities for their composition. That's what we're seeing. Like you mentioned, JPL is doing a great job here, and hopefully they can keep that up because right now they have a nice little comfortable gold lead, so this will help them scale a little bit, but they have to do this more and more and more because look at the player gold. Right now, Adamir is getting to the point where that Beatrix is getting scary, but they have to be careful.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but seems like they are going to potentially force the fight. Here comes the conceal plays from RRQ.
Yeah, the conceal play comes through here for the side of RRQ Hoshi, but once again, they don't find a particular target.
Oh,
but it is going to be JPL being able to bait Vin as well as R7. R7 is going to be the first to fall as Adamir claims a kill. The Dawning Light does come through. Albert is able to trade onto JPL, but look at the backside as that is going to be the Yin Yang overturn, being able to chunk a lot of damage, but it was going to be them being traded back. 2-for-1 trade here for the moment as RRQ Hoshi is going to come out on top.
Oh, that was so cool coming from JPL. A big heavy spin using two walls at the same time, locking two. That was huge. However, Sayla didn't exactly follow up into the wombo combo. He chose to actually try and dig a dive on those Lemon, and Lemon was able to outplay him completely. And prior to that as well, Lemon just got his Haas Claw, so he's not easily taken down anymore compared to before. So it's a little bit different in terms of itemizations. Hopefully, it is going to be a little bit better. But as of yet, Albert picking up his Winter Trunkin.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, this is what I was saying, right? Sayla had that nice, comfortable gold lead, actually just even kill lead, but at this point, right, RQ has pretty much found that out and knows how to work around it. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Sayla to find those moments for the setups, but it's not saying that that can't still happen. Those are going to be big moments if he can find them, but as you just saw, Lemon was doing a great job to counteract that. A lot of early aggression. R7 also does not want Gear to do that split pushing thing that he's been doing for the past couple minutes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's something that puts off RRQ Hoshi's playstyle. They want to just apply so much pressure, but if you think about it, right, compared to game number 1 and game number 2, there's the big difference is RRQ Hoshi, they get a big, huge margin lean, and what they do, and ever since they lean, they don't exactly give unnecessary gold away, whereas EVOS SG, they're shoving the lanes, making space, but at the same time, giving economy lead from RRQ Hoshi, and because of that, they're able to keep up, and look at this, R7.
Oh no, this isn't good. R7 is being punished for the way that he plays. Evos are trying and starting to be able to read the patterns that he's going for. RRQ Hoshi, though, they're trying to look for something, but the Yang overturn connects onto Lemon. Can Lemon get out of this? This is an outplay coming in from Lemon, being able to take Sayla, even though he was in the bottom side of the map. It is going to be Vin here in the backside here, trying to prevent Adamir from dealing out the damage, and it's actually working. The Dawning Light comes through. It is going to be R7, though, getting taken down. Vin goes down next. It is going to be JPL, the next on the chopping block. Let's see what Albert has to say. A double kill has been secured by Adamir, but it is going to be Adamir. No! He gets taken down. 3-for-3 trade here for both teams.
Oh, that was a big clutch coming from Lemon. The Haas Claw taking advantage, just punishing Sayla's play time and time again. He does this every single time. He preemptively anticipated the situation and came up on top. But EVOS SG, what a performance from Gear. All the way up top, taking R7, mix it in time and steals the Lord in front of them. My goodness, let's check out the replay.
Here's a replay brought to you by TikTok. As you can see, this was a pretty messy fight. Nick was even low here, but look, Lemon getting that regen from the Haas Claws, like you mentioned. Gear able to secure that lure, though. That is going to be big. Buys him a little bit of time. And this was just a battle for that objective.
Oh my goodness, Adamir just completely took away 80% of the health in that snipe against them. That was just so unfortunate, but the fight is breaking down as of yet.
Yeah, R7 here caught in a weird situation against his back on the wall as that charge is going to hit. The Numenon Bless does get popped up, but look at that Sayla Sayla is going to get punished. And once again, the 4th time in the game, he is going to get caught out with and why and because of his aggressive way of nature.
Oh, we've seen this time and time again. Sayla always tries to play. When it works, it looks so good. When it doesn't, this is going to be a payback because Arkiyoshi is going to take advantage of the situation. EVOS right now has no choice but to back out and respect all this space. But it seems like RQ, they want to get a little bit more considering that Sayla is down, but it's only 10 seconds on the side. Adamir, however, in a very awkward situation. He doesn't want to be outside right now, whereas the rest of RQ is at their base. However, here, he steals a tier 3 right under the noses. RQ, make your decision. What is it going to be? Continue or back off?
That is going to be the question here. I mean, it doesn't seem like Arkiyoshi actually had an idea of that this was happening. You mentioned that here using this Benedetta gave them an extra color, and that's exactly what is happening. And Arkiyoshi, they don't seem to have an answer for that.
This is, like I said, this is a great way for EVO Singapore to play around because Gear is doing an amazing job, even though he is the jungle here, because Sayla is making some mistakes that could end up costing them a game. He's got to be super careful because a lot of times, even that last fight, he initiated thinking the team was going to go, and then they just backed off. Unfortunately, he gets taken out here. So RQ is anticipating those mistakes coming out from EVO Singapore, and they have to be careful because the next Lord's going to be up in less than 30 seconds, and look at the damage already.
You know, this is exactly the point you want to get on the Xavier, right? We talked about this during Game 1, especially for EVO's SG, but RQ, they're slowly getting there. Even with the Haas Claw, it looks like bottom side Gear. He's going to get caught out, but Electro Final Blow is going to be A-okay. It's not that AP. It's difficult to catch a Benedetta as it is.
I mean, even if you think about it, right, the Lord is now up, so you get a little bit of resources out, but they really have to be careful about the movement, the space they have on the map, because notice, Gear isn't even near that Lord pin, right? So things are going to set up here, relying on RQ to set pace, and we'll see how this plays out. Gear still pushing that lane, but R7 on his tail.
Yep, and on top side as well, based on the items, you can see they're slowly progressing towards the ultra later stage of the game as well. JPL is almost close to his final item, likewise coming from the Grot. Nick needs a little bit more, but it seems like he is going to opt for a little bit more defensive. Now, bottom side, RQ, they have adapted. They understand this is the El Clasico Benedetta Paquito matchup. This is something they got to do. However, JPL on top, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, JPL goes in for a flank here, but it does get caught out. Arkiyoshi read that perfectly, and it is going to be that immortality being popped up as a killing spree has been picked up by Albert.
Oh, this is really, really unfortunate, but it's not going to be over yet because RQ, they still want more EVO's SG. Look at this. Sayla, he's going to get forced out. Can he dodge R7? He's going for the pros. Adamir looking for the snipe. Can't do anything, but the rest of RQ is going to be focusing on the Lord, while EVO's SG can't exactly do too much. But from behind, pay attention to his gear. He's looking for the steal. Is it going to happen? Lemon, does he scout this out?
This is going to be the important question. Is this going to be Gear going heavily onto that Lord? But look at this. A 3 triple stun connects onto this. But look at Lemon outplay all the odds. It is going to be Albert being taken down. The immortality from Gear gets popped off, but another kill has been taken into the hands of Arkiyoshi. 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord.
Like, Gear had the right idea. But Lemon, with the speed, that sprint, and just Irithyll in general, how do you catch her?
Oh, that's so very difficult. EVO's SG, they're forced to back out. The dotting line comes in, scare them off guard. But EVO's SG, they tried their best, but that was a very, very difficult thing to do. They had to go for the coin 50-50 coin flip. And despite all that, Gear has been winning most of them. All it takes is just one. And RRQ has got it. And it looks like they are going to be knocking onto the base of the EVO's SG. And JPL, what is he going to do?
But this time around, Sayla already has that Holy Crystal, so expect larger amounts of damage. And we'll see if Lemon can actually outplay this one. The Mystic Field connects onto JPL as R7 is trying to do some damage onto him. Unfortunately, the Numnon Blast does not connect, and that is a huge resource wasted by the side of Arkiyoshi. They understand this limit, and they will be retreating for now.
Yep, this is so smart coming from Lemon, taking advantage of the sprint game coming in, but he might actually get caught out. He doesn't have the sprint. He pops his ultimate. That's a big catch coming from EVO's SG, but looks like they are going to have to back off as the middle lane is pretty much cleared off, and Adamir has no choice but to defend, and that's going to do a lot of damage on the Crystal. Meanwhile, on the minimap as well, Gear is already starting to make the cross-map plays as of yet, but this time, Arkiyoshi, they might be responding to this, and Gear has to be very, very patient about this play coming up very, very soon.
Here's the win condition, right? You can see 4 members of EVO Singapore just staying together. Gear, go do your thing. So RQ has to be conscious of that and not let him. Wow, that's really close right there. this is what they have to do, right? They kind of have to babysit those side lanes because we've seen it happen before where that split push can win a game if you're not careful, despite this lead. So right now, RQ showing just how disciplined they can be. If they want to, honestly, with the base being open here, they control so much of the map that they can just wait for the next Lord to come up and then push in for another turret and just do things slow and steady because that is the best case scenario. Meanwhile, they have to babysit any lane that Gear chooses to go to.
Wow, interesting choice coming from Lemon. Instead of going for the power potion, he opted to go for the rock potion to keep things alive because as long as he survives, his sprint and his Heart's Claw is going to keep him alive and to progress even more. So interesting, but at the same time, I feel like EVO's SG, they are waiting on those immortality timings. And once that's up, that is where they force the issue. However, with 20 seconds left for this next Lord fight, you can see EVO's SG, they're just so afraid. They want to go for the crossback plays instead of challenging the Lord.
I don't know. It seems like for the way that EVO Singapore is playing, RK Hoshi is starting to get a read on it, right? They understand that they do want to be able to take out Lemon in the backside, and therefore you see Gear trying to rotate towards that backside and JPL trying to get rotated towards that backside. But the way that they do that, RK Hoshi is able to punish them and eventually pick them off, and then that gives them a man advantage. So now it seems like EVO Singapore, they're looking for a different idea. Perhaps they want to go in just straight for look for a team fight, as now we are going to see as the Lord has already spawned in the Land of Dawn.
Oh, RRQ. They don't exactly know where EVO's SG, because as of now, you can see EVO's SG is so deep into his enemy territories, but at the same time, they're just so afraid to make these plays. They want to see what kind of reactions EVO's do, because as of now, finally, after a long-awaited moment, Gear shows himself in the middle lane, but he's not giving a lot of information, because where's the rest of the teammates? They don't exactly know, because if Albert decides to go for the purple buff, as of now, they might actually fall off, but EVO's SG, they give up control. They're afraid. They need somebody to check the Lord, and guess what? The base from Wind tapping the Lord forced EVO's to back off in this situation.
The spider sense was tingling. They waited forever in that bush and nothing came of it. So now they're just like, you know what? Let's just go start the Lord. Maybe we can force RQ into his mistake. And right now, R7's got to clear that lane out and join the team. His Lord's going to be less than half health.
Yeah, the Dawning Light was there to open up the map, but look at the Lord here. It is going to be chunked down rather easily. The Deadly Spin does come through, but the Numeron Blast connects onto the members of all the members of obviously Singapore. Adamir goes down first, and that's exactly who you want to be picking off. But on the flip side, it is going to be Lemon being taken off the board. Two members is next, Sayla as well as Nick, and Gear is forced to really run away with his life.
Oh, they weren't expecting this. EVO's SG was so focused on the Lord, but RRQ was so focused on their positioning, and because of this 50-50 play, they got them all clumped up in the Lord pit, and Clay was just dishing out so much damage. And with this place, it's going to be difficult to defend because now RRQ is going to take advantage of the death timers of EVO's SG's deaths. 22 minutes of clock. You can see everyone is down towards at least more than 40 seconds on the death timer.
Man, Gear is doing work this game because he has not only been split pushing, but he's been grabbing the Lords despite those like crazy team fights happening around the Lord pit. And so he is continuously buying time for EVO Singapore to somehow find a moment in this game. You got to give it up to Nick too, because Nick was able to find Lemon. He has to be able to do that continuously or another time, because as soon as you take out Lemon, your chances of winning those team fights is much higher.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Albert getting his magic potion means he is going to hit a little bit harder. But as of yet, Lemon, you can see most of these team fights, he's able to do a lot of damage onto his Nick. But the rest of the teams, they don't exactly do too much. They rely so much still on Clay's burst potential on this Xavier. And it's understandable why they're afraid to do so. But I feel like Gear is just an absolute monster. He's just doing so much work in all this split push potential. And RQ, they had no choice but to react to every single time. And you can even see that before the Lord fight as well, they were just so afraid of what EVO's actually can do to them. They are waiting for some sort of reactions coming in from Gear.
And right now, this is the babysitting, right? R7 knows he can't let Gear have free reign. JPL might be looking for something now.
Yeah, Heavy Spin does come through here. It does connect onto Finn for a while. But unfortunately, it is only onto the Roamer. EVO Singapore, they don't want to waste too many resources on that. But the Mystic Fields connects onto JPL. He gets taken a little bit low, but it's still enough for him to progress into the later stage of the game, as Gear is going to be caught out here, is still able to use his abilities to escape that situation.
Yeah, one thing really smart coming from EVO's SG is that they've got so much mobility and distraction.
Yeah.
They're trying to force Lemon to sprint as quickly as he can. the moment he pops it off, that's the goal time to actually challenge, because without the sprint, Lemon is not going to be able to do a lot of damage in all these situations. And currently, they're trying to bait each other, but there's just nothing happening. They're just so patient. And who could blame them, right? It's 24 minutes of the game. There's just so much things happening across the map. And RQOshi is just playing very, very safe. And Evo's SG now, here, gonna try and shove up the lane once again, but this time with 8 seconds on the clock for this next enhanced Lord, RQOshi. How will they respond? JPL just having so much control of the situation as of yet.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure, so much potential that JPL can have. One deadly spin onto Albert, let's say, is just going to cost them that next Lord. And I gotta say, I mean, 25 minutes in, this is already an involved Lord. So this is going to be a huge taking, and that is why it is very important. Evo Singapore, they don't want to make that same mistake, but it seems like they might be rotating towards that top side as that deadly spin connects onto Vin. But Vin is caught in a weird situation where the members of the other friends are not in that area. Vin is going to be taken down quite low here, as Adamir is going to be also very forced to go back away. But look at that, that deadly charge just goes on very aggressively onto Vin, as Albert is going to be the one to be taken down, and this is good for the side of Evo Singapore. R7 here onto Adamir, already receiving a lot of damage, but look at that yin yang overturn, getting that member down. A killing spree has been given to the side of Araki Hoshi though, as it is going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
Yo, Gear is just playing out of his mind, but as of now, he's gonna try and take a jab onto his clay, but this is a very, very tanky Xavier as of yet, but still, his plays down early on with the Electro Final Blow, completely cutting off RQ's retreat, and because of that, they were able to isolate the fight, and that was a huge play coming from Gear to play the map properly. They just don't want to fight in a close spot, because that allows Clay to do his thing, but as of yet, Evos, they are gonna get a very, very easy taking onto his lot, potentially, considering that Albert is taken out. This is a huge moment for Evos SG if they decide to make a comeback for this.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like Albert is going to be there, so the chances of them stealing this is going to be quite low. It doesn't seem like Araki Hoshi wants to try this, but it does seem like it is going to be very focused onto Adam here. But look at this, Lemon here already trying to get to that area. R7 is forced to back away, as it is going to be an uncontested Lord given by Araki Hoshi to the hands of Evo Singapore.
Big play coming out here for Evo Singapore. This could turn this tide of the game if they can be careful enough to push in the base. This would be a moment for Gear to be like, wow, my hard work is paying off. They've bought time. They've pretty much evened out the items at this point with some minor changes that will happen amidst the game. But look at the damage. Clay is still leading that. Lemon as well. Adamir, though, as we saw from the last fight, is pumping out that Beatrix signature damage, so they have to be weary of that. Now, with this powered-up Lord, that's another factor here as they get ready to push into the base.
Agreed. I'm not gonna lie, I felt like Adamir and as well as Gear just popping off. Adamir was so close to dying on top, but he popped the Wind of Nature, dodging and taking all the combos from R7 in time and allowing him to actually come online. But as of yet, this is gonna be turned around.
That deadly spin into the backside is huge. Unfortunately, there was no one that it connected onto, but look at that final blow coming into the play from the side of Gear. It does deal a little bit of damage onto Lemon, but not enough to take his life. The final blow does connect. Unfortunately, nothing else is going to happen, as that Lord is going to be taken down very, very soon. Adamir in a tough position, as R7 is going very aggressively onto him, but once again, Nick, it goes in with that wild charge. Unfortunately, it is going to be Araki being able to flicker away from it. The Noonam Blast does not connect onto anyone in particular. Albert, though, taking a lot of damage, but JPL, he is going to get that popped off. Unfortunately, that Yin Yang overturn is still not able to get Albert's life. He is one slippery jungler.
Oh, that was so close. Adamir as well was trying to make the plays. Evo says she just dancing around with RRQ Hoji, trading blows after blows after blows. This is getting to a point that is so difficult. It could be any points game, and Evo's SG has been looking for this kind of opportunities throughout the entirety of the fight, and it's just so very hard. We've reached to a point where everybody's got to have those immortalities. 28 minutes into the game, the death penalty is going to be very, very high. You cannot afford to die at all at this stage of the game.
Yeah, which means JPL has to be that much careful, right? Because his was popped. So now, if they automatically lose someone at this point in the game, almost 30 minutes, it's pretty tough, right, to come back through that number disadvantage. And the next Lord comes up in 40 seconds. At this point, any mistake is going to cost you the game. R7 even picking up a Malefic Roar here, switching some items around here, has that Athena Shield too. So at the same time, he has to be the one also to either help protect Lemon, or even initiate if Vin can't get there. Because you notice they're having a hard time getting to Adamir.
Yep, at the same time, so we do see 4 immortalities up on Evo's SG, whereas RRQ Hoshi, they've only got 3. So the 2 players that has to be extremely careful is going to be Lemon and Clay, because if they get taken out, that's going to be a long death timer before the next fight comes. And I think Evo's SG wants to try and capitalize on this situation. However, a little bit of an item swap coming from Lemon as well, switching the Demon Hunter sword to deal with this tanky composition, which is known by Gear as well as JPL and Nick on this composition.
And definitely the calm before the storm here, as it is going to be another evolved Lord here marching down into the Land of Dawn. Let's see who has the first take onto it. It does seem like Evo Singapore is ahead in that type of space, but Vin here is trying to open up the map. He does spot Nick there. But look at this from JPL into the backside. This might be a mistake. Lemon is taken very low, but look at that flicker play coming in from JPL. Award-winning. Sayla here is going to be the next one to fall, but it is going to be the Neuron Blast connecting to seal the deal. Nick here forced to retreat. Albert and Vin looking for something.
Oh, Clay, what are you doing?
Is caught in a bad situation. That back up immortal pick coming in from Clay though. It is going to be popped off, but Adamir, look at Adamir. Adamir is going to deal so much damage, but it actually is going to be Adamir being the one to receive so much damage. Albert here, is he going to be taken down? R7, it is all just a really bad situation for the side of Evo Singapore, but that deadly spin comes into clutch. R7, what can he do? As Adamir once again is going to be able to take another point on the board.
Oh, what a clutch coming from Adamir. What an absolute performance. Played it so well. Well done coming from Vin, but eventually Evo's comes up on top. Adamir lives the Tattletale, but he has to forego and back off and defend. The minions are coming in, and RRQ Hoshi, they're just dropping the ball, and Evo's SG just finds the biggest pick of their lives. However, it's not over yet. Now, the Lord is alive. Lemon is 15 seconds left. Vin is 50 seconds. Albert still has the vicinity. They can challenge the evolved Lord, but 31 minutes in the game, the Lord is just so hard to kill, and this is going to be a difficult spot to be in. Do they want to force the Lord, or do they wait on everyone? Because they need all hands on deck if they want to cleanly take this Lord 31 minutes into the game.
I don't think anyone's going to cleanly take the Lord here, because you just saw that little team fight. That wasn't even around the Lord pit, right? And right after another, the immortalities were popping. No one could catch Adamir that second time. If they were actually able to catch him, then that could have been most likely the Lord for them and then the game. But right now, you got to give it up to Adamir, playing out of his mind. The positioning is right on point. And at the same time, Nick finding the target. Once again, Lemon is going to be the main focus here. If they can handle that, he has no immortality, right? He's pretty much pure damage. You can see already, they want to start baiting RRQ Hoshi down into that pit. Gear is still at the top lane, might put pressure up there, because they also would really like to get some of those tier 3 turrets down in the base, because it could help them. Right now, everybody being super careful for this Lord.
Yeah, the beauty of the Haasclaw, man. Adamir, before that fight actually happened, he was able to swap up his Haasclaw to keep him alive, and that's how strong it is, especially in the later stage of the game. And look at the player goal coming from Adamir. He swapped up his items time and time again. However, hold that thought for now. Sayla trying to make a play on Lemon again. Lemon is just at constant edge right now, where Evo's SG is always eyeing for his life.
Yeah, but unfortunately, a lot of resource from the side of RQ Hoshi have been wasted. So Sayla was able to actually bait a really good resource, even though he had to use his own Yin Yang overturn.
Yep, it's not at the end of the world yet, but once again, Evo's SG, they still have to play this very, very safely, but RRQ is in a very, very difficult spot to actually play this as well. It's just not worth fighting Lord. It's just so very difficult to hit. And as the game goes on by, that Lord is going to hit like a truck. It's just not worth taking the damage. And look at this. They are going to try and bait it out, but damage output, look at this Gear. It's just, he is a tank. He's getting hit pretty hard by this Lord as of yet.
Unfortunately, they are one man down here. It does seem like R7 is going to be in the top side, so it does seem like Evo Singapore, they have the man advantage. R7 here trying to open up the map, but look at how much damage Adamir is receiving from that beautiful dawning light. Evos, they are on the run. They are going to retreat from this, but it might be Gear actually looking for a steal onto that Lord. RRQ Hoshi, they understand that this is a huge potential for happening, and therefore will not be able to commit onto this just yet.
Yep, it's not over yet. Adamir was able to regain his health by clearing up the minions because of the Haasclaw. Fortunately for them, they are able to reset the Lord. That one could have been a disastrous performance if RRQ Hoshi managed to keep on aggression, but it's not over yet. Seems like the fight is about to break down. Nope, looks like the Guardian Bro will save the day. Adamir left alone. Lemon goes for the challenge, but Luminon Blast misses the mark. Adamir, he's going to turn the tide, but Lemon almost killing him off. Win looking for the play, but they are out of position. RRQ, they are going to try and turn the tides, but Evo's SG, they want to stall this for the team, but Lemon also still alive, but on the sides. Sayla making an attempt on R7 is not gonna happen, but looks like they are gonna go for reset once again. It's just a full dance-off coming from both of these teams. Nothing much has been lost. It's just been trading blows after blows.
You could even see how careful Lemon is playing, right? Like he was able perhaps to be able to get that engage, but he didn't want to take that risk, understanding that it is already 34, almost 35 minutes in the game.
This is quite the long game here, and as you can see just how careful everyone's being. I mean, Immortalities are pretty much online again, so this is going to be the push and pull situation. R7 Gear, their own eternal battle, trying to push lanes out. Still, I mean, each base has one inhibitor turret down. It's just in different lanes, so they're playing around that. But still, it comes down to just look at the gold laners. There's so much reliance on both of them, and they're both doing it right now. So at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whichever one gets taken out. The hard part is both teams trying to find their targets because everyone's playing so defensively and carefully right now.
Agreed. This has got to be the longest game so far in MSC as of yet. And I feel like this is so difficult to watch, especially when all hands are on deck coming from EVOS SG. They need to make sure that Lemon gets taken out right from the get-go. And Lemon so far still doesn't have his immortality. And this is so frustrating to play. Just look at how Lemon positions himself every single time. With the sprint, with his mobility, he's just so quick and it's just so difficult to actually one-shot him right from the get-go. And I feel like the only one that can do it is pretty much Ademir. But every single time that happens, Ademir was forced in a situation to commit to fights with his teammates rather than going for those 1v1 pickoffs against Lemon.
Man, right now, I mean, look at Gear and R7 in the top lane, right? They're both literally just cutting the lanes. Meanwhile, everyone's the stalemate here at the pit, right? If we talk about it, it's going to be a stalemate pretty much for the longest time until someone decides to pull the trigger. It's just pretty much reliance on who does that, who has the initiative to actually start something and hope that they come out on top. Because when all these immortalities are reset, you might pull something amazing off, but because that immortality buys a little bit of time, it's really hard to capitalize on that to make it a numbers advantage. Look, right now, it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, it does seem like the Yin Yang Overturn is going to use that for this game, but look at this. It is going to be the members coming in from RQ Hoshi being pinned down to that turret. But look at this, Evo Singapore, they are able to get another trade on the board. 3 members taken down. This is a huge mistake for RQ Hoshi. This might be the moment that Evo Singapore have been waiting for, the mistake, and this might be it.
Oh my goodness, patience paid off from Sayla. He waited for the bush, he caught them all, and now 60 seconds on the sidelines with only Lemon to defend. So very difficult to do so, but now EVOS SG, they need some sort of minions to work with. Win is just blocking all the shots, keeping the minion alive. It's only 1 minute, but at the same time, what are they doing? EVOS SG, they're blocking the minions as well. Win, they have to finish them off. It's going to be A-okay, but once again, they need to buy some sort of time. They need some sort of minutes, and it is going to come in down as they push down towards the middle turret in this vicinity.
Oh my god, but look at this. All deck on board here. 2 members of an
That's
open.
it.
My god, that is going to be it. 1 mistake cost RRQ Hoshi the game. Evo Singapore with an upset victory is going to be taking this away from RQ Hoshi. We have a series on our hands.
Yeah, it's been 3 games all the way through today. The whole day has been close matches after close matches. What a performance coming from both EVOS SG as well as RRQ, because that was a well-worth game for EVOS SG, man.
Who would have it another way, right? First day of the playoffs, every game goes the distance. You gotta say, you gotta give it up literally to EVO Singapore here. I mean, they take down the Kings of RQ 1 game, and they take it to a game 3. Look at that. I mean, Nick was making those plays on that Grok. I mean, he has to be proud of himself there, because it was literally, when it comes down to this moment, it was what 37 minutes? It's pretty much a team effort here. Insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just hit a brand new PCO record for the day with 1.5 million people watching live for this match. That was how close it got between RQ as well as EVOS SG. What a game to be watching right now. What a day to be alive, Eterna.
That's day 1.
Yeah, it's only
That's
day 1.
day 1 of the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Let's go. Why not? 38 minutes in the game. Why not?
Let's do another one.
Yeah.
40 minutes
Let's take
this
it to
time
50.
for third game. 50 minutes. Let's test the limits. Let's go to an hour here between EVOS
Whoa,
Singapore as well as RQ Hoshi, because they deserve that much attention.
Yep,
That was so well played by both of them.
Yep, at the same time, let's take a look at what the analyst has to say about that match.
Welcome to the post-game here. I am shook. Because once again, we are seeing an El Clasico that everybody knows and loves, but this time from their brothers from across the sea. It's crazy to see how long these games can go, man.
You're shocked, I'm Leo, you're Gideon, and we're about to break down that almost 40-minute matchup between EVOS, SG, and RRQ Hoshi. It was so easy, honestly, it was so easy to just say, oh, RRQ sweeping, man, especially with the way they played game number 1.
Absolutely.
But EVOS, SG, everyone from this majority SEA Games bronze medalist squad came in and just woke up.
It's huge. Honestly, I think it was huge plays being made all across the board. Yes, they did kind of have a slow start here, but once they started to pick up the pace, once they started to understand patterns and realize that even RRQ can bleed, they believed in themselves to take it to the next level, and this is what this squad was all about.
They took the Sangraja to the limit, and they took all of us to the limit, now reaching an all-time high for this MSC 2022. We've reached past 1-point-something million viewers. If you're watching with us from across the world, from the west, from the north, from the south, wherever you're from, yo, this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If we're not over the 3rd series of the night, Todak vs Omega, how much more this?
Yeah, I mean, everybody is coming guns blazing for MSC 2022. I cannot imagine what is the start for the rest of the year, but it's this moment that is keeping everybody at the edge of their seats here. I don't know, it's taking a while to compile all that data. The game was just that long, but the plays made consistently by EVOS, who's actually pressing the agenda in comparison to RRQ, that's what surprised me the most.
A few numbers we can look at is the KDA on Gear, who, by the way, was playing worth 3 or 4 heroes in the jungle on that Benedetta. He made us a believer when he brought out his signature hero in the World Championships, but now out of the jungle, he made so much for EVOS SG possible. He pushed, again, RRQ Hoshi, MPL ID Season 9 champions to the limit. Cleared waves, went deep in, and looking at his build, he went for all tank. It's an all-tank Benedetta.
Exactly. Benedetta, unfortunately, does not scale as hard as you would want it to. So he's going to take those item power spikes as soon as possible throughout the mid-game and slowly transition it into a tank build. With the score 21-21. What a game this is.
Looking at RRQ Hoshi, for a majority of this matchup, again, it was almost 40 minutes. You could have sworn it was theirs, right? They penetrated bottom relatively early into this game, but as soon as EVOS SG found their swing back, as soon as EVOS SG found that, hey, if we can protect Adamir long enough and we can make RRQ Hoshi frustrated enough to say, how about this, how about this, how about we fight this? Then we're on through something, right? RRQ Hoshi, for a long time, Clay was deathless, but to what end, right?
Yep.
The savior here in this game reminds us of the savior from the group stage we're in. Yes, there is CC. Yes, there is the magical Pew Pew TM, but it's just so hard to kill the members of EVOS SG, and it leads to not much.
Well, I mean, yes, it is difficult to kill their members, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Gear, in particular, was able to steal the Lord so many times. We were up to our 5th Lord at this point. Gear getting a majority of these plays. Well done for EVOS SG here. And I think even for RQ Hoshi, once they started to get nervous, you could definitely see them be a little hesitant to move forward and make those big plays.
I'd like to highlight as well JPL on that Akai.
Oh.
Prior to the series, I would have been sour on a roamer Akai, but here, with the way he played it, zoned out so many of RQ Hoshi. R7 is usually so good at finding his targets. With that Akai, with a heavy spin that he puts out just almost perfectly every single time, nothing. RQ Hoshi could do nothing to Sayla nor Adamir on the Beatrix. Looking at the stats, man, we're almost hitting millions on the damage dealt overall.
Yeah, we're getting super close to them. And I mean, everybody was playing a really strong game here. Overall, you would have thought that someone like Julian, for an example, would have scaled off and wouldn't be able to have as much impact as he did. But still, the Sangraja himself still able to pull out some very nutty plays, especially when it's when it comes down to shutting down Sayla so he can't kill the one and only Lemon.
Damage taken, damage dealt. Arakiyoshi putting numbers on the board, but when it comes down to the execution, to making it work, to going to an end that is beneficial to your team, which is the game number 3, it all goes over to EVOS SG. Something to note as well, total heals. There's so much, 2.4K. Did anybody build a Sea Halberd? Did anybody build a Sea Halberd? Our MVP, Adamir, he has the Has Claws once more. This is where the Sea Halberd would have come in close. There's a clutch. There is a dominance ice somewhere in Arakiyoshi, but it's not enough.
It's really not enough. And Sayla having some of the most insane clutches I have seen on a Beatrix, getting chased so deep into the game where it matters the most, down to the wire it came to his life. But Adamir played it well. He had a team to back him up. And again, this Haas Claw build pickups from a lot of the marksman players here at MSC is really showing its value.
Once more, if you haven't heard the news yet, ladies and gentlemen, Haas Claws to the moon. It is literally just the hotness right now. Pick them up. I mean, it's not like it's scarce. You can buy it every game, but it's working for about 90% of marksmen right now.
I mean, the itemizations here is just one thing. There's so much happening. Let's check out the highlights here just for you guys.
40 minutes again, 38 something. We set the record earlier with RSG and Falcon, where we broke it. Well, they broke it.
Well, they broke it constantly. I mean, again, they've already broken records here. This is an El Clasico of a lifetime. And, you know, EVO Singapore is really showing what they got, avenging their brothers one at a time. And I think for the majority of this game, RRQ had a lot of control of this one play here, making all the difference.
JPL set it up. The rest of EVO's SG came in and ate well. I mean, give it up to Lemon and Vin. I love him. I love him to death, but 2v5? 2v5? No way.
Yeah. The odds were just stacked against them. At the end of the day, it's still a numbers game once you've reached max item and really pushed yourself to the limits.
And of course, the kit, you're looking at the Airtel, sure damage, but wave clear, you have to attack those minions the old-fashioned way. You have a great stun on the Lolita, but in the face of 5 fully built heroes, it's very, very difficult. I have the exact numbers now, courtesy of the lovely Marakino. 1.5 million. 1.5 million. Let's keep it up. It is day 1, and as well 37:44. About 38 minutes. Let's call it 40. It's amazing. This is a This is a marathon.
This is day 1, by the way, of the playoffs. This is just the first day. We're not even close to finishing MSC anytime soon. So, guys, I don't know. Keep supporting your favorite teams because they're going to need every ounce of energy.
We are. Everyone watching. I mean, whether you're Singaporean, Malaysian, Filipino, Indonesian, American, folks from BTK, they love it.
They love it. Absolutely. Shout out to everybody watching. With this being said, we are going to go on a short break, a much needed break. You guys enjoy. We'll be right back.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the
What a day to be alive here in Malaysia, here at MSC 2022. Welcome back and thank you guys for joining us for this next match. It is going to be the deciding match between EVOS SG as well as RRQ. Who is it going to be? Who's the one that goes to forward and who's the one that's going to be dropping down the lower brackets? Stay tuned to find out. And of course, we have hit our new PCL milestone early on and I'm looking to hit more with all of you guys at home. Once again, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Eterna as well as Naisu, as we are going to be taking you through the commentary of today. And it has been an insane games so far, and like I said, the PC record right now on screen, we have a milestone to achieve, and so far today we've hit more than 1.5, and our new record to be achieved by the end of the entire MSC is going to be 2.5. And the current one, oh, it actually got bigger. It was 1.5, now it's 1.6. All right.
Wow, thank you so much to everyone watching for the love, and hopefully you guys can help support us all through the way to the end, because this is only the first day of the playoffs.
Agreed, I definitely agreed, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But as of now, this is going to be the redeem codes because you guys have helped us achieve the PCO milestone. These are the codes down below, and claim it before it's gone. This is new. You know, they even included a code and what they're gonna get and expect. There's gonna be a percentage down below. You can actually get yourself some skins on below as well. Look at the redeem code. I'm eyeing for a saber skin. You know, the saber.
Wait,
saber
this is it.
saber skin.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
I'm literally like reading this. This is crazy.
A
There's
lot.
actually some really good rewards there, and I believe 1,000 times. So only 1,000 claims. I'm assuming that's what it means. So who's ever faster out there? I mean,
It's gonna be me.
There's obviously well.
Yeah, I can see
You
the.
can't see it.
I can see the phone
I'm
right
so
there.
quick
No
on
wonder
my-
you're so
yeah.
quiet, huh? I get it. I get it.
I got it.
Yeah,
I
you
got
got
it.
it.
I
Really?
got it.
What
I
did you
got
get?
it. I got an emblem.
Oh, that sucks to be you.
I think they are saving the best for the viewers.
All right, I get it. But ladies and gentlemen, now with 20 seconds left before the Game Tree's drafts, any suggestions so far? Any adaptations coming from RRQ and Evo's SG? Guys, any thoughts? Nice.
Man, you know, that last game, I don't know what you could have changed there. It was literally it came down to the execution factor, right? I mean, they both had great drafts. They both handled it well. And at the same time, I'm just glad to see a Benedetta come out, you know, and be that kind of win condition that caused so much pressure around the map. I feel like, I don't think it's worth, you know, banning that type of hero out, but it could be a potential thing that Evo Singapore brings out one more time or something similar to that because it worked so well for them. Again, they didn't just focus on Adamir, right? That's the mistake they made in Game 1. So maybe they go in with that similar kind of mindset, that play style for this Game 3, because think about it. This could be huge, right? They send RRQ to the lower bracket if they win this game.
Oh, that's gonna put a lot of heart-breaking moments for everyone, especially for Eterna as well, who's like I said as well, RRQ being the only Indonesian team so far in the playoffs, and this is not. This is kind of worrisome. I thought it was gonna be a clean game coming from RRQ, seeing how they did. How they do Evo's SG sturdy in game number 1. Game 2, this was a big fight coming from Evo's SG.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to show of how important it is to adapt. So RRQ Hoshi, they tried to pull the same thing twice, and that was just not going to float for the side of Evo Singapore. They adapted really well with that Benedetta pick coming through, and we'll see what RRQ Hoshi has to say about this, because with the way that this is going, people are starting to understand what makes RRQ Hoshi very strong. They go for those aggressive plays. The Franco has been banned, as you can see, with the Ling as well as the Esmeralda, but from the side of RRQ Hoshi, they've actually opted to once again ban away the Natalia, the Valentina, as well as that Kogura, respecting Sayla on this type of hero. But this time, it's going to be a little swap, right? Because now RRQ Hoshi with the first pick is going to be securing that Akai.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm looking forward to see what they are going to adapt as well. I know Evo's SG, they did bring off a Diggy to match up against Akai when they were playing in the SEA Games as well. That's what got them the bronze medal, right? So they might keep it as an option, as an option up in the air as of yet. They don't want to show it too much, but I feel like they should be prioritizing on their usual comfort picks, and that is going to be potentially maybe the Beatrix again up for Adamir, even though it's not banned. So it looks like it is going to be the case again for Adamir.
Solid choice. Okay, and they take the Julian, right? So most of Evo's SG's bans are just straight up respect bans, right? Also, if there's who knows if this is actually going to happen, right? But this is the time that they could potentially pull out a pocket pick.
Oh, yeah.
Not saying it's going to be the Cyclops, right? But who knows? Because this could be an opportunity for them. That's like the decision you have to make. Do we go and bring something surprising out? Or do we stick to our comfort like you guys are saying? Now, again, one of the awesome things about Julian, you can take this as a plus or a negative. He is so flex, right? So still, it's leaving RQ wondering, where, again, is Julian going, right? We already know how to handle around this Beatrix. We've got the Akai. We lock in the 1-1 and the Xavier.
Man, I did not see that. Oh my god, that completely went over my head. The 1-1 was left open for the side of RQ Hoshi to take. Now, this is a huge hero, a make it or break it hero, will you, as I don't know, majorly of the time, we see her actually being banned away. And now Araki Hoshi has also have their hands on the Xavier. So all three really good picks for the side of Araki Hoshi. And I'm wondering what EVOS will have to say about this.
Yeah, and it's a little bit worrisome as well. I was expecting maybe the 1-1 being picked up from side of EVOS SG, but they prioritize on the Beatrix as well as the Julian. But based on the little stats as well, Julian has pretty much been banned or picked for about 28 times throughout the entire MSC since the group stages, but with only a 50% win rate. It just shows you, even though it's a new hero, we've talked about it throughout group stages all the way now. Julian pretty broken, multi-role, multi-talent in the right hands, it can be very devastating. But so far, the win rates show otherwise. What are your thoughts on this, Naisu?
I mean, the first day of group stage, like, that was the hot topic. That even popped up on the screen for all the viewers to wonder also and join the conversation. Like, where does Julian fit in the meta? What's his best role? And I think even up to this point, we don't have that definite answer yet. And who knows if by the end of this whole tournament, you know, maybe we'll have the answer. But right now, the win rate is construed because teams are trying him in different areas. And right now, hopefully, this is going in the jungle, because I feel like if you look at that, maybe that's the highest win rate for this Julian so far. So with that being said, I mean, going back to the bans here, EVOS Singapore is going to take out this Uranus. I mean, we have to consider XP lane matchups, right?
Yeah.
Grok even here, most likely going in the hands of Nick. Where is that going to go?
Good question as well when it comes to that vicinity. They've been targeting R7's hero in particular, and I feel like R7, he played a pretty decent Paquito in that game, but it was something that EVOS actually was anticipating. They mirrored out with the Benedetta jungle, which is something they do have the tendency to lean on. But I feel like right now, the biggest threat is how do they deal with the 1-1 as well as the heavy spin at the same time coming from EVOS SG. Do they force pick the Diggy just to deal with the Akai? Or do they force maybe a Phoveus, which is I'm not a big fan of it now, ever since it was introduced as a way to deal with mobility heroes. And as of now, I think that their biggest threat right now is how do they deal with this 1-1.
But you gotta say, I mean, the Esmeralda has been banned away, so that definitely is a good setup for EVOS if they want to consider picking it up for themselves. But for the side of Araki Hoshi, I do understand that the Uranus has been banned, understanding that this Akai is a flex pick. We've seen it in the hands of R7, and he goes crazy with it. He goes in for the flanks, he's able to make a really good engage, really catching it off guard, and that Phoveus is going to be the read from the side of Araki Hoshi, and it is instantly banned away for EVOS.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with this ban because, you know, a lot of teams has adapted to it, but at the same time, maybe Lemon just doesn't want to stand still. He wants to be always constantly running around, just like how he plays his Irritail. So it makes a lot of sense why he would ban it as a safety net, but yeah, hopefully it doesn't contrast too much as a bigger problem, because as of now, EVOS SG, they've got so many options to deal with this. Grok, once again, flexible, being able to play role, able to play XP, but I feel like the biggest question has always been, what is Gear gonna play? Time and time again, EVOS SG, they keep him for the last as a clutch pick to turn things around.
I'm wondering about, okay, I was going to say, what about the mid pick, right? They lock in the Sicilian. I was thinking, you know, Eve is open, and that could have worked well also, but teams are likely to fall on the Sicilian because of that late game potential scaling. I mean, this is infinite scaling we're talking about. So at some point, those bad impacts really do hurt, and you're talking about pairing it up with a Bantrix, right? We've talked about Bantrix so much, but Sicilian is a good option here. Not only that, but you also have CC potential, right? So those claws could cause some havoc. Again, you have to think, how do we counter the biggest threat so far over here for RRQ, which is the 1-1. People like to say, you get a team that has 1-1, your chances of winning are pretty good. But if the team can counter around that, it's going to help them out a lot. So, answer from RQ.
What?
Is this right? This is going to be the debut here for Kaja, and also they're rounding it out with the Chopin.
I haven't seen this for a very, very long time, but I like it just because of how they dealt it in game number 1. RRQ, they tend to lean on pick of potential. They had the Franco in that vicinity with the Cho. This time they're using identical concept by using the Divine Judgment alongside the Way of Dragon. But to top it all, they've got the heavy spin. So it's something that EVOS might struggle a little bit more, and they might, like you said as well, I feel like this is a good time to be picking a DK as a support for EVOS to deal with all these CCs coming from RRQ.
I'm a little confused. To be honest. I don't know who is going where. We haven't seen a Kaja pick being picked up by Araki Hoshi even last season in our MPL. So I'm quite interested to know who is going where, but as you can see here, EVOS is going to, finish things off with the Lolita pick here coming through as that roamer.
Yeah, the Lolita shields is just good to deal with the Way of the Dragon. They needed some sort of response, and I feel like maybe the Diggy would have been better, but just to deal with CC, but they would have to deal with Lemon's 1-1. But as of yet, the game is about to start, the decider match. Who is going to advance and who is going to bow out? The response has been made. The first ever Kaja here in MSC 2022, played by RRQ. Is it going to work out? I don't know yet. There's just so much uncertainty, but at the same time, the burst potential may work out as the Divine Judgment helps out the Xavier a lot. Whereas Evo's SG going for the Julian in this vicinity, and that is going to be on the jungle once again. Who's going to come on top? Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3, the final game of MSC Playoffs, day number 1. RRQ versus Evo's SG.
This is going to be a huge deciding factor as well as who is going to have to make it and claw their way from that lower bracket. But as you can see here, Albert is going to be playing on the Akai in that jungle position. Now, I have doubts on this, right? I mean, there was so much speculation coming through with this going into the SEA Games. We don't see that much potential coming in from Albert during that time because he doesn't seem really accustomed to this type of hero. But we'll see how this pans out.
You know, the one thing I like about Kaja, and now that we're going to see how this plays out, right? It's his debut. But with Divine Judgment, and then you have it paired up, right? It makes it a little bit easier for the 1-1 to get those weak points off, depending on how you want to drag your opponent that you target. So that's going to be huge. Also, I think a lot of people undervalue the damage coming out from Kaja too. Also, the poke potential that's there. So we'll see how that plays out. This matchup, though, in the bottom lane, right? 1-1 versus Beatrix. I feel like this is a great way to, again, go back to their keys of victory, right? Focus on Adamir. Don't allow him to get, or eventually he's going to get there, but delay it as much as possible.
I don't remember the last time I saw a support Kaja for a very long time. This is like, what, 4, 5, 6 seasons ago? Seems like it is going to work out. It's an annoyance. We did see a little bit of comeback from Kaja on the XP lane a little bit more, so I was expecting that to happen, but seems like they're comfortable with R7 on the Cho instead of the Kaja, so they just want to keep up pressure against this Grok rather than the Kaja instead.
100%, but now Arkihoshi, they're kind of on a timer here because they need to be able to take it as fast as they can, understanding that it is going to be the Sicilian there in that mid side who won't stop scaling. And Arkihoshi, with this advantage in that early game, they need to be able to capitalize on this wholeheartedly now that the turtle has already spawned in the Land of Dawn, and it is going to be a huge contest between both teams.
Up as of now, Lemon, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble as well, taking a little bit too much damage. He doesn't have the level 4 yet, but at the same time, the turtle has been contested up top, and RRQ will get an absolute freebie considering that the members of Evo's SG has been pressuring Lemon. So it's not that end of the world, but Evo's SG, they will concede the objectives for now.
I think that's the best thing you can do, right? RQ just going to get that free first turtle. There's really no point for Evo's SG to actually contest that right now. Just play it safe. I mean, this is, you want to get to the late game because like you mentioned, Eterna, that scaling potential for that Sicilian needs to be there because right now, their early game, they're not going to match the damage that RQ has.
Yep, and as of yet, looks like there is going to be a catch-up as well. Sayla is going to get caught out. He manages to flickers out of the heavy spin, but they're over-committed to display. They can't seem to take him down. Eventually, he will bow out. JPL trying his best to keep him alive, but here comes the Divine Judgment. They do catch Adamir. He needs to make a run for it. He's dropping so low. A big ball charge stops him in the track, and Adamir, he survives, but the Dawning Light won't be enough to seal the deal, but it buys enough time for Evo's SG to fight back, and that's going to be a marksman for a marksman, and R7 also on top of it all.
I was going to say that Evo Singapore, they can't play as aggressive as that, but the way that Nick is playing, they can actually be punishing Arakihoshi for going in for those engages. And I gotta say, Nick is like a game-changing role here, as now we're gonna take a little look into the emblems.
Man, again, focusing on Nick here, this is, I like to see these aggressive Grok playstyles pounded up. Oh, hold on, the heavy spin right on Adamir. He's going to be in trouble right under the turret. You can't escape that one. They find a kill.
Oh, that was a big kill coming from Arakihoshi. They needed that kill to actually slow down his progression because that should not have happened in the hands of Evo's SG early on. Like RQ, they had the big jump, they got the Divine Judgment, they were doing so much in that fight, but it took almost forever to kill Adamir. And with this pickoff, it's going to give them a little bit more space, especially for Lemon to actually scale into the game again. And this time, look at this, Lemon, because of that kill, his level 6 is 1 level ahead of Adamir, and this is going to put a dent into his Evo's SG's momentum momentum as of yet.
And you can even tell, even by the goal difference, already 1,000 here in the 4th minute, and it does seem like they are going to be circling around this this turtle as... Oh, but I think Evos, they might want to actually contest this. Is this going to be a mistake?
Yeah, I agree as well. Lemon is just so known to fight this, but Evos, they're trying to force reaction win. Manages to sidestep the Sanguine Claw, but Evos, they are going to make it work as well. Dawning Light tries to chip at the HP, but it's going to be very difficult. Look at Nick. He's making sure that R7 doesn't catch them off, but Evos SG Gear taking a little bit too much damage. RRQ might get a freebie just like that. Looks like Evos SG might be forced to concede the turtle once again. Numenon Blast comes in, but it's not going to do too much. But oh no! Vin, he gets caught out! He tried to go for a Divine Judgment, but now he got caught out by Gear, and because of this, RRQ, they're trapped in this position, and Sayla survives to tell the tale, and the blunder has been made, and RRQ, they got picked off for absolutely nothing.
I'm trying to think about that team fight right there because I mean, they're slowly getting the lead, right? 3-3. It goes in the hands here, though. Like, most of these kills are going in the hands of Clay, which is your best case scenario right now because, again, you're just buying time for Lemon. But look at the hesitation from Evos SG, right? And a lot of that is because of the threat of having a Kaja. I think no one wants to get Divine Judgment, right? Not only that, but also that combination of Flicker Divine Judgment is actually really threatening. So you can see it. I mean, that's why he's going in these positions here behind the turret, and they grabbed that turret of the game. The first one, actually.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Gear was just so fast on his fingers, and look at him. He's making sure that Win doesn't pull that kind of business again, and he's going to try and set up for the team as well. Heavy's being casted into play. Haruki Oshi, they try to save him off, but the rest of Team Evos SG is going to pop off the back lines, and they get chipped away, and Gear survives it all.
This is crazy, right? Araki Hoshi, they on paper have the better draft in that early game, but for a reason, it's got to be Nick. He's always able to just capitalize on these movements coming in from Araki Hoshi. And now, Araki Hoshi, they were leading in terms of kills, but it has actually been leveled up and even upped a bit for the side of Evo Singapore, even though Araki Hoshi has had the better traits on those objectives.
Yep. I like how Gear is just playing it as if he's playing it like a Benedetta, right? The beauty about Julian is that it's like a hybrid version of Benedetta, and it's also a hybrid version of a what? I would say a big AoE, I would say roamer to a certain degree as a setup when it comes to those enhanced chains. And so far, he's been mixing it up so cleanly so far. But now, the third turtle coming in, Aragyoshi is going to be in position once again. But wait, now he goes for the catch, but the wall charge keeps him alive. JP was going to be okay, but it's a tank for a tank. Umanon Blast comes in, it connects on 4, and they cannot do anything. But the heavy spin is going to keep Evo's SG in check, and they have to retreat. But the wall barrier comes in. Elber is going to be able to escape this, but still too close to be called comfort for Aragyoshi because they might have dropped the ball. But both sides got to be very happy with this engagement. The only thing they lost out was only the turtle objectives.
But you got to see, I mean, even though they are kind of equaling out in these trades, there aren't any like victims to whatever is happening with those skirmishes, those team fights. Araki Hoshi, they're getting the better trades on the objectives. And what I mean is that Evo Singapore, they've lost 2 turrets already.
2 turrets, 3 turtles, the gold gap already widening here. I mean, this is tough. This is a tough situation for Evos SG to be in, but now they're looking for R7 here. 3 members in the top lane. Turret's going to get taken out. There's the Numenon Blast. Oh, R7 need to be able to escape this. That's too much damage coming out, but it's so far so good. Oh, almost. Dawning Light there coming out as well, but they find a kill up top.
Great predictions coming from Gear, anticipating that was pretty much his only way of escaping, even pre-shotting it all the way to allowing the kill in the hands of Adamir. And because of this, they are going to make a little bit more space for the rest of the members of RRQ, because now Lemon is going to take a free tier 2 down bottom. And as of now, the items as of yet, he does have the Corrosion Scythe, he does have the Demon Hunter Sword, and his next item is potentially going to be the Athena Shield to deal with both the Succeedent as well as the Julian.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time for this Asylum to scale, understanding that only the Clock of Destiny has been secured by him. But once he gets at least that Lightning Truncheon, you will see his damage go up quite spectacularly. Araki Hoshi with once almost a 3,000 gold lead, but wait a minute!
Uh-oh. The Divine Judgment comes in. As soon as we talk about Sailor, he just literally gets picked off. And now Evos, they want to fight this as well. The wall charge connects onto it. They're not too happy about this, but the barriers comes in. And Lemon looking for the setup with the crossbow tanks is going to scare off Evos SG. They will respect this axe as they back off. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but they've lost their mage, Adamir. Clearing off the minions, but the Lord is coming away. Lemon looking for the proc here. Might be in a little bit of trouble. He might actually die to this. Lemon is looking for the chase, and here comes R7 from the side with the assist. They take down the jungler, and now the Lord is up for grabs. No retribution contest whatsoever.
Yeah, we could see that. And now it's going to be Arkihoshi with the extra space here to be able to take this Lord. I don't know what happened. I thought Vin made a big mistake, but R7 is just so good with the flanks and is so good at those pickoffs. And Evo Singapore, they need to be able to anticipate these kind of movements coming in from R7.
I definitely agree. There was a big mistake coming from Evo's SG, but at the same time, who could blame him? Like, every single time Vin goes for this engagement, it's just so unpredictable, and Seilang was just caught in the wrong side, and there was just one small mistake in terms of position that allowed RRQ to benefit and punish from this. And even so, they are only 3.5k beat ahead, and now they are going to force the issue. Vin is going to get caught out, but does he go down? No, he does not. Albert saves the day with his Arkai. He keeps them all in check, and Lemon is going crazy with the crossbow attacks. Everyone from Evo's SG is crumbling to pieces, but it's not over yet. As long as Adamir is alive, RRQ respects the threat that he brings to the table.
I feel like RRQ has pretty much Evo's SG right where they want them. I mean, they're winning some skirmishes here and there, but you have to look at the objectives, right? It's the objective game after all. So they're happy with grabbing that, pretty much all the turtles. They've got those 4 turrets. They had that first Lord. They're finding the space around the map, buying time, because notice, Sayla has died 3 times, right? This is a mage that needs time to scale. You have to be alive to get those stacks to scale. And right now, RQ Hoshi is exactly countering that from happening. That's what Vin is doing. He is finding Sayla, whether that's the Divine Judgment with the Flicker or not, he's taking that out of the picture. So it's delaying that power spike longer and longer for Evos SG. They need to work around that or find some form of hope here to get back into this game, because the gold lead will continue to build and build and build, and those cooldowns become lower and lower.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is going to be a very difficult situation for both the teams, especially coming from Evos as well, as the timers are slowly ticking away. Gear, as of yet, he's been doing very, very well, but can he replicate the same situation as he did with Benedetta? Can he make enough space to buy time for both Sayla, Cecilion, as well as Adamir's Beatrix?
But remember, it is already 12 minutes in, so they do need to just get a little bit more time, and that actually might be achievable. I don't want to count Evo's SG out just yet, because like we saw in that previous game, Evo Singapore, even though the odds are stacked against them, they do have the way to kind of come back in this sort of situation. But it does seem for the moment that Araki Hoshi has the better terms of clear and wave manipulation, and they might just be able to capitalize on that in that mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is going to be a very, very difficult situation to be in. But let's take a look at the damage dealt so far coming in from both these teams so far. Clay is hitting 41,000. Adamir is not doing too bad himself. So this is going to be 2 important player heroes to watch out when it comes to doing damage in terms across of the team fights. But what is really surprising for me was that Gear is actually below the Archive, which is not what I was expecting at all.
Not only that, but you saw the damage of Sayla, right? That's what I was pointing out earlier. They are stopping him from getting to the point that he needs to. He was just above Lolita. So that's going to be a little bit of a bad news bears for them. But right now they're going to head and start up the Lord. It's lower than half health. Meanwhile, R7 with the Way of the Dragon just trying to get his attention on him. Flickers out. Lord's going to be taken here. 4.3k gold ahead. Conceal Play going to come out. Vin finding the target. Finds Adamir. There goes Albert with a heavy spin on top of JPL. He's in trouble. Lemon takes quite a bit of damage returning, and he has to back off as well. They don't lose anyone just yet. They have to run away. They do have the Lord going to be marching down. Dongalight's going to come out. JPL's pretty low. Gear has the immortality, but he's still going to be fine. They find the CC. Nick, you got to get out of there, buddy. Flickers out. Everybody is still alive.
Oh, that was a huge play coming from both these teams, especially coming from Adamir as well. He got caught up with the Divine Judgment and the Heavy Spin, and in a brief moment, he was able to flicker across the wall, get out of the situation, and re-engage. But it's just so unfortunate that he could not continue the fight because Clay's Dawning Light just completely hit on him. And even so, it was just a great response from both teams.
Yeah, Araki Hoshi, they really are trying to get really and way more aggressive now that we are entering the later stage of the game. Of 4,000 gold lead, they are going to be able to pick up another turret in that mid side, the top side, as the Lord is going to be marching there in that bottom side.
And yeah, and then bottom side as well, the Lord is going to be knocking in. Evo's SG, they have to figure a way because it's all tallied up. Vin still has the Divine Judgment as well, but he doesn't have the Flicker. It's only 30 seconds on the side, so this might be an opportunity for Evos to try and punish any sort of mistakes. But now, with the Dawning Light coming in, they are not going to be able to do too much here. Still trying to bait some sort of reactions, and Nick is just taking a little bit too much from this, but seems like RQ, they're playing the safe card once again.
I don't know. This feels a little too deja vu for me for game number 2. I mean, this is the exact same spot that we saw RRQ Hoshi as well as Evo Singapore be in until Evo Singapore was able to just bait a lot of time from RRQ Hoshi because they are playing really, really safe.
The Dawning Light starting to hit like a truck. I feel like Evo's SG, they gotta play like game number 2 in terms of itemization and progression. Adamir as well as Sayla can't exactly tank the Dawning Light Spurs as well. So they need to be very, very smart in their places of choice to actually take a fight as of yet.
I mean, at this point, all they can do, Sayla has to get stacked, and that's pretty much going to be done from the base. The initiation comes out. Gear does have no mortality, not going to be committed on just yet. Nick trying to find a setup. Lemon could be in trouble. Divine Judgment, not just yet. There's the heavy spin. They're trying to zone them out. Gear, you're going to be in trouble right here. Gets slammed into, and mortality's going to be popped. Adamir also really low. The bad impact. They find one here. Gear goes down. RQ. 6K gold lead ahead. Oh my goodness, the snipe!
Clay! He just saw everything. He knew exactly what was happening. The minions were pushing onto his Evo's SG. They had no choice but to back out instead of committing because the minions are just shoved in. This is just so unlucky, but well played to RRQ Hoshi. That was a beautiful execution coming in from Clay. That completely shocked us all.
Yeah, 2 members taken down right now, and RRQ Hoshi will have the space to claim this next Lord. But what I wanted to highlight from that previous team fight was the way that Albert used his heavy spin to be able to cancel the Numnon Blast coming in from Evo Singapore. And that was just a huge momentum for RRQ Hoshi because of that lack of CC that could have potentially lost RRQ Hoshi that team fight.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is anyone's game as of yet, but I feel like RRQ Hoshi is in prime position to close up a game unless, I don't want to jinx it, unless Evo's SG decides to stall it out for a maybe, like you said as well, 40-minute game? It could happen.
60.
Really, 60?
I think they're going to need maybe 15 minutes or so here minimum because at this point, RQ so far ahead in the gold lead, now going to be marching into the base. It is exposed. Top turret's going to be taken out. Focusing on the Lord, taking quite a bit of damage. There's the pull. Divine Judgment plus the Dawning Light. It's just way too much for Evo CSG to handle. Can they defend this one? RQ going in. They find another target. Immortality's going to be popped. JPL, goodbye. Now the focus on Adamir. He's trying to get something. Finds one. Another Dawning Light comes out. Vid trying to get the target. Focusing on the crystal, and they're going to do it. RRQ taking game number 3.
A bigger, a badder, RRQ Hoshi, Kings of the Galaxy, going to start their journey there in the upper brackets.
Oh, that was such a close call indeed, but RRQ, they managed to defend and hold out this series. They've learned their lessons, but still, you can see the sighs of relief coming from RRQ. A big smile coming from Lemon.
Exactly. I have to highlight that. We don't see Lemon smiling ever. So when Lemon smiles, now that's a huge feat. That means that they are feeling something.
Yeah, doesn't he have an emoji, like
Yes.
an emote?
With a straight face.
That reminded me of it right there.
Yes,
I bet he was smiling. Yeah, it's nice to see him smile. He deserves it. I mean, what a game there because it was pretty surgical. I mean, again, the target there was to focus on Sayla, keep him from pretty much scaling into the late game, and they did exactly that. And that was also a lot of work from Vin.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Vin just played so much thing to work as well. Initially, we thought it wasn't actually going to work out, but eventually they found that right opportunity with Vin. And well done to them, but let's take a look at what the analyst has to say about that matchup because there was a lot to take for this match. But well done to RRQ. Analyst, take it away.
Congratulations to RRQ Hoshi for taking that win, stretching it to Game 3 and dominating that last game. Now here we are. Hi, R7, congratulations! And here with me is Gabby, our translator. Now, first, R7, let's talk about what happened. Game 1, you guys did amazing. But Game 2, it reached 37 minutes, 44 seconds. Let's talk about How stressful was that game for you?
Yeah, late game is normal lah for us. We already through that before against Alter Ego in MPL Indonesia. So it's normal for us.
Oh, 37 minutes
Yeah.
and 44 seconds. That's pretty normal. All right. So let's talk about game number 3. Because it's a lot different from what happened in game number 2. You finished that in about 16 plus minutes, just under 17 minutes. And your opponent didn't really break any turrets. Before coming into game 3, what was the huddle like when you went inside? What were the coaches saying? What were you saying to your players? Let's talk about the discussion that happened there because you were a different person there.
Before we start the game 3, we just our coach talked to us like more confident. It's just a little mistake the draft on the second game. So yeah, just that's it.
So being more confident, and you just talked about the draft.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I don't think we're gonna need a translator here. It's pretty good. Now tomorrow you're gonna be going against Todak. They want to defend their home turf. If you were to change something that you did today, what would that be?
I don't know. Let's see. Todak, yeah, they have a good player lah.
Yeah? Who's lah.
Yeah,
Who's-
all of them.
All of them. If you were to pick one really threatening player, one player that's you think, oh man, this is gonna give us a problem, who would that be?
For
And
me,
why? Oh.
it's Lane.
And why is that?
Yeah, it's because I fight against him
Ah.
later.
The worthy opponent. Now we have 1.6 million watching this tournament right now, MSC 2022. And for sure, a lot of them are Indonesian because you guys are the most popular team in the world right now. What is your message to the 1.6 million people watching and all those supporting you from Indonesia?
Can I speak with my bahasa?
Oh, go ahead. Now I'm gonna need you after.
Ya, buat dukungan dari kalian semuanya di Indonesia, terima kasih banyak. Kita berhasil melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Semoga kita bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik ke depannya. Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you for all the support from Indonesia. We will go to the next stage and we need all your support from Indonesia. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know you're tired. Go ahead, go with your team, have some dinner. Congratulations. We'll be seeing you in the upper bracket semis. And thank you, Gabby. Thank you. Wow. He's one of the nicest guys in MLBB. Now let's turn it over to our analysts, Leo and Gideon.
Thank you, Mara. That was an exciting game, Leo. Give me 5.
I
Thank you
love
very
it.
much.
R7 is always just super fun to watch. He's a great guy. Love him on the battlefield. Love him even more in real life. It took us, what, a total of 3 hours just to get through that one best of 3.
It really was. It really was a hard-fought battle. Game 2 especially, but coming into Game 3, I think the words that coach simply put, gain confidence. Do what you got to do. Small mistakes, doesn't matter. Simple words make so much difference for RRQ.
And with that, they stay in the upper bracket.
It feels good.
Let's check out the items that got them to this victory. Again, they are at 100% win rate. Vin debuted the Kaja here at MSC 2022. Looking at Lemon, Lemon played his heart out, man. They took away his Irithel, and he still came back strong with a 1-1, which is, again, definitely the flavor of the tournament, but still in the face of EVOS SG, whose players are all just, right now they're heating up. They're already hot.
Yeah, I think they're really hot as well. And personally, I think it was a bit of a mistake because, again, 1-1 is just one of those few heroes that you cannot just let through towards the draft. And I really thought that Adamir would get his hands on the 1-1, to be honest, because he played it in his local league. And I'm surprised that he wasn't able to show it on the international stage and instead went to the safe pick of the Beatrix.
He's been Beatrix all day.
Yeah.
But one more hero, one more player I'd like to talk about. Albert, super impressed with the Sakai.
Right?
I remember the last time we saw the Sakai was at the SEA Games. to that silver medal finish, but here tonight, oh, yo, it's looking like a championship Akai.
I mean, it's looking great. He's got so many picks so many times, and I think one of the biggest problems that RRQ was facing was when EVOS SG was stalling them, right? When you were getting massive picks, Albert especially getting 2 locked against the wall, sometimes even 3. EVOS SG, again, held back enough and didn't allow the rest of RRQ Hoshi to actually continue punishing them under it. So sometimes they walk away with 0 kills. It's crazy.
And what else is amazing is the damage that RRQ puts on the table is not just damage for the sake of it. Because looking at the lineup, the 1-1, even she has CC. Everyone has CC to speak of. So even if there is nothing gotten on the map, it allows RRQ to have a presence via their minions that they can get to eventually, and then it converts into just a presence. Again, this last game was so clean. This last game, they have been knocking on to EVOS SG's base almost by the mid-game spike, and then the rest is history.
Exactly. The confidence was especially key because RRQ was playing super passive in game number 2 and not really making as many plays compared to EVOS SG. But in game number 3, RRQ was taking a lot of that initiative. R7, whether it was Vin as well, they were looking for picks 24/7. They didn't give EVOS SG enough room to breathe. But even EVOS SG was still trying to pick up as many kills as they can to try and even out that score.
Because their lineup is built to deal damage in the mid-game, and then eventually rely on Sayla, on the Sicilian. Let's highlight how much damage R7 took. R7 on that XP lane show. This build from the XP lane that is a little more tanky was made popular in the World Championships last year, M3. Now, it's basically an R7 special. I honestly haven't seen much XP laners do this, and he's one of those guys that I look up to and say, yeah, dude, once he's in a team fight, he demands your attention. The Lolita, the Grok, instead of going for the softies, they have to think, yo, where's R7? Where's R7?
Yeah, and especially since EVOS SG's lineup really depends on initiation and protection and peel. Those are the 2 key heroes that cannot get knocked out of the way. So, with that being said here, with the compositions and with the results that we have so far, I think RRQ is in prime position to keep on moving forward in this upper bracket.
And tomorrow they are facing off against Todak. They're going to need their MVP here to step up. They need to leverage every single advantage they have. They are on foreign soil. Todak has that going for them. Let's give it over. And call our MVP over. It's Clay, 4-0-8. There's something about savers in MSC.
Yes.
It's either... It's hard, it's very difficult for them, but for the best kinds of savers, they just don't die.
I love the way Clay plays the game. He's super consistent, and it feels like he just does not miss a beat. And ever since he joined RRQ, a lot of people were questioning, why do we have to deal with this? But Clay, time and time again, pushes the boundaries and gets to a different elevation, and this is why he's part of the main roster. He's consistent, he doesn't miss, and he is always in connection with the rest of his team.
Yep, couple months back when I was watching the MPL IDS 9 Grand Finals, all I could say is, yo, Clay, call him Saver Man.
Yo.
This is his specialty. Call him Saver Man.
I mean, Magical Pew Pew Man, whatever you want to call him, TM. Gotta mention the TM here. But in case you guys weren't able to catch the game and you only just got into the post-match, don't worry. We have highlights already ready for you guys to recap what exactly happened in this matchup, a 2-1 victory for RRQ.
So this game, in comparison to the rest of the series, was pretty clean, right?
Yeah.
It's again, I gotta go back to the fact that the CC is super on point. Adamir spent a majority of the series doing this exact thing, but with Clay as the savior and all of the CC coming from the rest of RRQ, just was not possible. Look, it's not just that one moment to start with, there's another and another and another.
Exactly. I mean, Clay, he does not miss a beat with those dawning lights. He ensures a guaranteed kill each and every time. Keep an eye on Taylor. He's already dead. You think it's all over. Adamir is holding very strong, and then he gets blasted from downtown. Nowhere is safe.
Coast to coast. RRQ, they learned so quickly from game number 2, and this time around, they just did not let anything through the cracks. Oh, 17 minutes feels like a blink of an eye compared to what happened in game number 2. Never again.
It truly does sometimes. It honestly truly does. And I think, RRQ are really playing out of their mind, and especially with the Kaja pick out of nowhere. They needed ways to kind of displace their opponents, open up that peel. We don't want EVOS SG to play around Adamir anymore. How we're going to do it? We're going to have to rip off that protective layer.
And it doesn't matter who gets torn apart. It doesn't matter who we pull in. As long as it's a -1, everything else will follow. So I guess that was the mindset here for RRQ Hoshi. And they made it work, and they are moving on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, again, this is a very proud moment for RRQ. They're going to keep on moving forward. But for EVOS SG, the journey is not over. They still have the lower bracket to go through. And with the performance that they put up against RRQ, who, honestly, one of the favorites to actually win the entire thing as well. I mean, lower brackets are going to be some tough stuff as well.
This is just day one. What else more when these teams start fighting for tournament life?
Oh, they're going to be, I don't know, when you corner an animal, they just get even more wild.
What is the EVOS SG? I'm looking at, it's a lynx. Is that a tiger? It's like a saber-toothed tiger.
Of course it's a tiger. You know it, you'll love it, and most importantly, you've heard them roar before.
They are going to roar ever louder as they fight for tournament life in the next days here in the playoffs for MSC 2022. And these guys, they're made of something else.
Yeah.
Gear is such a young gun. I didn't think that he could grow even faster than he did before the first time we saw him. This time
During
around,
M3, yeah.
This time around, he's playing out of the jungle. He picked up new heroes, and he still has those old favorites like Benedetta. I'm wondering what else he's got left in the tank.
Yeah, honestly, the rest of his team is also doing a really good job. JPL still has what it takes, and I mean, this defeat against RRQ is just a learning experience for more to come. It'll be interesting to see how far they're actually going to move. But with that being said, let's have a look at the playoff brackets. Starting things off, RSGPH will be going up against Orange Esports in the upper brackets, and our other Malaysian representative, Torak, will have to face RRQ.
Wow, RSGPH looking for vengeance. Wanna avenge Omega. And then, of course, tomorrow, Todak going up against RRQ. We talked about it with R7. He's scared of 4-mains, or at least he's looking forward to fighting 4-mains.
Absolutely. That's going to be an exciting matchup. But let's not forget about the lower brackets here with Falcon Esports up against RSG SG and Omega versus EVOS SG. But tomorrow's schedule right here on the screen for you guys in case you want to support your favorite teams. It's Falcon Esports coming in from Myanmar up against RSG from Singapore. Torak from Malaysia up against RRQ Hoshi in the upper bracket.
Yep, Gideon, one is an elimination match. The other is just an upper bracket round 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, mind you, everything here from here until the end, until the grand finals, is a best of 5.
Yep.
All games are best of 5s until the championships, which is a best of 7.
I don't know. I'm sweating here a little bit because, again, best of 5s, they get really grueling, and especially with what we saw literally just now in a best of 3, those games can really pay a toll.
It's a different beast that we're dealing with. If in a best of 3, you're able to force Vin to play a hero as old as a Kaja, what more comes out in a best of 5?
I'm thinking about it. I already got goosebumps. I got chills down my spine. A lot more action is going to be showed here at MSC, and it's not going to stop. So hopefully you guys and everybody's going to keep supporting your favorite teams here. And also, I'm curious to know how many people are really just nailing these predictions.
I know my guess coins are basically ruined. So I hope you guys have been making the right calls and, putting them onto the dark horses, because today alone is proof that anybody can win.
Yeah, everybody can win. And honestly, thank you to everybody who's been watching MSC so far. Remember, everybody, this is MSC 2022. Day 1 has been wrapped up. Day 2 is only starting tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching. And with that being said, we will see you tomorrow, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ash, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. always a battle win. Every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust.